Ryan steps into the world of wizards, and it's clear he's not your average newcomer. With his knowledge crystal in hand, he dives into crystal meditation, fine-tuning his magical abilities until they shine. The castle crucible has also blessed him with the ability to brew 4 essential potions: satiation, detoxification, hemostasis, and tranquilization, transforming him into a real potion-making powerhouse. Plus, thanks to the bloodline essence, he's not just any wizard, he's a prince-level wizard, claiming a royal legacy. From being the overlooked second son of an earl to achieving the prestigious title of Morningstar Wizard, Ryan's journey is nothing short of inspiring, a tale filled with ambition, magic, and self-discovery. A group of noble boys and girls trailed behind the 3 wizards, and their once glorious attire had lost its luster. The beautiful outer robes, now tattered and frayed, swayed in the breeze, with a few thin threads barely hanging on. Their fair skin bore scars that stood out against their pale complexions, a stark reminder of their journey. At the back of the group, Ryan staggered slightly. His once groomed blonde hair was now a disheveled mess, matted with sweat and blood, the shine long gone.
I can't believe it's been 2 whole months. It feels like my rear end is permanently stuck to this seat.
Every day feels the same with just the endless sea view, he said, frustration creeping into his voice.
Right?
I stare at the ocean every day, and sometimes it's hard to tell if it's day or night. It feels like I'm caught in this never-ending loop, another friend chimed in, sharing Ryan's sentiment. Before they could voice their complaints any longer, a wizard's commanding voice cut through the air, instructing them to disembark the ship immediately. A sense of solemnity washed over the group, their unease palpable as they stole glances at the wizards ahead. Clad in flowing black robes and wielding staffs, the wizards moved with a grace that seemed both mysterious and powerful. As they stepped down the gangway of the massive steel ship, the sound of their footsteps echoed in the heavy silence, mixing with the metallic creaking of the hull. The ship loomed like a cold, slumbering beast, its steel exterior gleaming under the sun, a reminder of the adventure that lay ahead. My heart seemed to beat in sync with the ship's rhythm, a mix of anticipation and a swirl of unfamiliar emotions as I stepped onto this strange yet oddly familiar land. Just waiting here for the wizard talent test. I really hope you all get to join the Blackstone Lowlands. Hee, even the frail, old man managed to smile, though his face, lined like a withered chrysanthemum, might just scare someone half to death. As soon as the wizard left, the energy in the air shifted dramatically. Groups of boys and girls huddled together, their faces lighting up with excitement and admiration.
That kind of power is just amazing. Wizards can control the elements and even see into the future.
I really dream of casting spells and making my mark on the world like they do. A usually quiet boy couldn't help but chime in, his voice brimming with yearning.
I wonder what level my talent is. Resources are scarce in the wizarding world down by the south coast. If it's below the 3rd level, I'm going to have a tough time.
Ryan pondered to himself. Even though he was the second son of an earl and had servants and doctors at his beck and call, his premature birth left him weak, unable to practice the knight's breathing method. At just 14, he stood at only 1.6 meters tall, much shorter than his peers. Thank goodness for the little advantage he had, a classic perk of time travelers, otherwise, he might have been in tears. 2 years back, Ryan, determined to become a powerful wizard, had spent a fortune on travel notes penned by a wandering wizard. With a flicker of thought, he accessed the item column deep within his soul, and one of the 3 small slots lit up with a notebook icon.
An information panel appeared before him, revealing its secrets. Jerryford Notebook. Jerryford, a second-class apprentice, left the wizarding world and taught the ancient Byron language to the children of the nobility. He gained thousands of students in 40 years, equipment conditions, none, equipment effects, ancient Byron language, proficient, basic common sense of the wizarding world, assimilation rate, 90%, with Ryan's current mental power, only 3 grids for storing equipment were opened. Items that meet the standards can be stored in them and solidified, and cannot be taken out.
Although only 1 item can be equipped at a time, the higher the assimilation rate, the better the residual effect, and after the assimilation rate reaches 100%, the equipment effect of the item can exist forever. At this time, the beautiful female knight came and patted Ryan on the shoulder. Her armor was full of traces of battle, outlining proud lines. Her long golden hair was slightly messy, and a few strands were attached to her forehead, but this did not cover her delicate face. The 16-year-old knight was not only extraordinary in strength but also beautiful in appearance. The whole street was filled with suitors, including princes and dukes. Who would have thought that the old man would personally let the sea monster in?
Olina, thank you for saving me. Olina waved her hand indifferently.
You're welcome.
We are all from the archipelago.
We should help each other.
No matter what, I owe you a favor.
When the sea monster attacked, the sharp claws were about to pierce Ryan, who was powerless.
Alina's silver shield blocked the attack. Seeing Ryan's serious look, Alina agreed. Just teach me more about old Byron. The twists and turns of the strokes are a headache. Soon, the wizard's talent test officially began.
Although everyone was selected on board after a temporary test to determine their wizard talent, the level of qualifications determined their future prospects, and everyone was very nervous.
It was Ryan's turn to walk into the room.
The wizard whispered the ancient spell softly, holding a crystal bottle with a monster's eyeball in his hand. The eyeball seemed to be alive, slowly turning, flashing a strange light. Following the wizard's instructions, he stared at the monster's eyes intently and felt the cold breath it exuded. This power seemed to be prying into his heart, trying to erode his will. The boy's body trembled slightly, but he suppressed his fear and continued to watch. The wizard's low voice broke the silence. Your wizard talent has been revealed, second-class qualifications, but it is inferior. There was a hint of disappointment in Ryan's heart, but he didn't dare to show it and just nodded slightly. Then, the wizard took out a silver-white knife and gently pricked the boy's finger, and a drop of blood dripped into the glass bottle containing the reagent. The reagent suddenly boiled, and a thick shadow gradually appeared in the bottle, exuding a cold breath. A smile appeared on the wizard's face. You have a higher affinity with the shadow element, which will be the source of your power.
Ryan took the medal, proving his identity, and thanked him repeatedly. What a pity! The stone door on the left opened, and Ryan walked through the winding corridor.
Suddenly, a large group of people gathered in front of him. There was expectation and uneasiness in these people's eyes. The boys and girls had various expressions on their faces, some were excited, some were worried, and some had helpless wry smiles. When Alina saw it was Ryan, there was a bit of curiosity and concern in her eyes. What are your qualifications? Her voice was slightly nervous, as if she was expecting the boy's answer. The young man felt a little uneasy as he felt the gazes of the people around him. I have second-class qualifications and high-level shadow element affinity. Although his voice was calm, his heart was full of expectations and anxiety about the unknown fate. Alina nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. I'm afraid we can only become preparatory students. Without waiting for the people around her to ask questions, Alina revealed all the information she knew. The wizarding world on the south coast is not only Blackstone Lowland, but also the adjacent Dry Bone Forest, Stowe Academy, etc., which will absorb fresh blood from the nobles of the islands. The power of Blackstone Lowland was weakened a few years ago, and now only those with third-class qualifications are allocated tutors. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. If I had known it, I would have spent a lot of money to go to other wizard college enrollment areas. The eldest son of another duke's family snorted with disdain. Other wizarding academies allocate tutors with low qualifications like us, and they are just doing it for a while, and they don't teach seriously at all. You must know that if you want to train a wizard apprentice with low qualifications into a formal wizard, the resources spent are 4th level, more than 10 times that of 5th level qualifications. After 5th class qualifications join the Wizard Academy and obtain basic meditation methods, they can be promoted to 1st class apprentices in just 1 week. 4th class qualifications take more than 20 days, 3rd class qualifications take 1 month, 2nd class qualifications within half a year, and the slowest 1st class apprentice. The qualification actually takes 1 year. The apprenticeship stage is 1 step at a time, and at this level of difficulty, being able to advance to a 3rd class apprentice before dying of old age is a great achievement. Although Ryan firmly believed that with his golden finger, he would be able to reach the forefront of all wizards after integrating into the wizarding world, but he could not help but feel anxious in the silence of everyone. Time passed in silence. After testing his qualifications, the wizard appeared in motion for everyone to follow him. Everyone lined up and followed him obediently through a dark corridor until they reached an ancient wooden door. The door was pushed gently, making a dull creaking sound, and then everyone filed in. This is where you receive the basic meditation method and robe. Everyone must choose a meditation method and a gray robe. This is the basis for your future practice. The light in the room was dim, but there was a faint old smell in the air. There was a row of ancient stone platforms there, and a crystal ball was quietly suspended on each stone platform. The crystal ball glowed faintly in the dim light, and there seemed to be a gentle force flowing slowly inside. On the other side, a row of dark robes hung neatly. The material was light but seemed to be able to isolate the cold outside. I'm afraid someone is unclear. The wizard's deep voice echoed in the room. The basic meditation method is not an ordinary book, but is sealed in these crystal balls. Everyone chooses a crystal ball, touches it, your spiritual world will be connected to it, and the meditation method will be automatically transferred to your consciousness. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed towards the bookshelf and robe rack. The preparatory students looked at each other, some were full of expectations, while others seemed a little nervous.
The crowd began to become active.
Everyone was picking and choosing in front of the stone platform, touching the crystal ball carefully, trying to find the one that suited them best. In front of the robe rack, everyone looked carefully at the hanging robes. From time to time, they picked up one to look at carefully, and some murmured in a low voice,
"This one looks newer."
Some people even gently touched the edge of the robe with their fingers to feel the texture of the fabric. Ryan mixed in the crowd and touched the crystal balls one by one, expecting items that met the standards.
No. Until a seemingly ordinary crystal ball caused a reaction in the inventory. Knowledge crystal ball, the crystal ball that records the crystal meditation method. Due to its special and extremely hard material, it resonates with the meditation method. It has been kept and studied by generations of wizard apprentices. Equipment conditions: wizard talent, no qualification requirements, equipment effect, slightly improved wizard talent, crystal meditation method, perfect, assimilation rate, 0, equipped or not?
No. Excited heart and trembling hands.
Ryan silently nodded.
He didn't want the crystal ball to disappear in front of everyone.
When selecting robes, Ryan was not so lucky.
None of the hundreds of gray robes caused any reaction in the inventory. The material of the robe engraved with the cleansing technique is soft and smooth, and its defensive power is comparable to ordinary leather armor. Ryan held the metal in his hand and followed the direction it pointed, slowly moving forward in the dormitory area of the Wizarding Academy. This area is quiet and eerie, with independent cabins neatly arranged, each with its own number. After a while, Ryan found his own cabin number 88. He stood in front of the door and opened it gently. The room was simple and practical, and the wooden furniture exuded a faint scent of pine. Just as I was about to go in and tidy up, I suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from next to me.
"Ryan? Is that you?"
Ryan turned his head and saw a young preparatory student standing at the door of wooden house number 89 next door, who was the partner he had studied with on Koshing Island before. The other person had a friendly smile on his face and waved.
"I never thought we'd become neighbors." Ryan resisted the desire to complain, smiled, and nodded. "Yeah, I really didn't expect that."
Dempsey came closer and continued, "I just arrived here not long ago, and I am still sorting things out. After finishing sorting, let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. I heard that the food there is very good." His tone of voice was relaxed and natural, and he seemed to be full of expectations for the new life that was about to begin.
Ruan nodded in agreement, feeling a little confused in his heart.
As the saying goes, being courteous for nothing is either a traitor or a thief. Fighting and fighting are strictly prohibited in Blackstone Lowland College, so there is no need to worry about safety. I'll go meet him soon. Ryan returned to his cabin, closed the door, and looked around quietly. His wooden house was simply decorated, with a table quietly placed in a corner of the room and a thick college manual placed on it.
The cover of the manual is made of ancient parchment and is covered with traces of time. I picked up the manual and opened it. It contains various rules, regulations, and curriculum of the Wizarding Academy.
I read it in detail several times to make sure I didn't miss anything. Finally the arrangements are in order.
Ryan did not practice meditation immediately.
He was exhausted physically and mentally from a long day's work, and he had to eat a full meal anyway. At the appointed time, Ryan and Demps chatted about anecdotes and strange things. The two walked through the quiet dormitory area and arrived at the cafeteria of Blackstone Lowland Wizarding Academy. The canteen here is spacious and bright, and the long table is filled with all kinds of delicious cooking dishes, and the aroma is fragrant. The preparatory students were scattered around different tables, enjoying their dinner and chatting and laughing. Ryan's eyes lit up and he praised, "This is what a wizard looks like, noble and powerful."
It's just ordinary food. There are also dishes made by various monsters in the academy. Regular consumption can nourish the body and improve mental strength.
The monarchs of the mortal kingdom are well aware of the power of the Wizarding Academy, so they contribute a large number of precious resources to the academy every year. Rare herbs and minerals. In addition to these precious resources, the academy also received a large amount of food supply. After the harvest of the kingdom's farmland, high-quality grains, meat and fruits will be sent to the academy to ensure the dietary needs of students and mentors. In addition, the secular kingdom also contributed a lot of manpower. Among these people, some are craftsmen who are responsible for repairing the academy's buildings and equipment, some are servants who take care of the daily lives of students. These human resources ensure the normal operation of the academy and enable wizards to focus on their research and practice. To live in the Blackstone lowlands, servants must undergo physical transformation to resist the radiation of active elemental particles.
They found a corner and sat down to enjoy dinner.
The servant walked lightly to Ryan's side, holding a bottle of fine wine in his hand. Slightly bent down, tilted the bottle, and let the deep red wine slowly flow into the crystal wineglass in front of Ryan at a perfect angle.
Please enjoy, honorable wizard. Dumps began to talk about things. Olina has become a maid of a 5th-class student.
Ryan was slightly surprised.
He recalled that he had never met Olina again after the qualification test. A strong and determined female knight actually became a humble maid. He asked in disbelief, Olina? She became a maid?
Yes, I don't know how many people envy her.
With the identity of a maid, you can enjoy the same treatment as a formal student.
Dumps secretly observed Ryan and found that there was no change in his expression, only calmness and confidence.
This is also the reason why Demps wanted to make friends with him.
He was neither humble nor arrogant, and was detached from the world. In particular, he was probably proficient in the ancient Byron language.
To be proficient in the ancient Byron language, you must have extremely strong perseverance.
Demps believed that Ryan had a great future. At least he would be a 3rd-class apprentice, and it was not impossible for him to be a formal wizard.
When Ryan returned to the cabin, the night had completely enveloped the entire academy.
The starlight outside sprinkled on the floor through the window, giving the room a faint glow. The lights in the house were warm and soft, casting Ryan's shadow on the wall. His eyes quickly locked on the crystal ball in the center of the table. The ball was still quietly suspended, emitting a faint blue light, as if waiting for his arrival.
Let's start now.
Ryan whispered to himself and walked towards the crystal ball, his heart full of anticipation and a little nervousness. He knew that this moment would determine his future in the academy, and might even determine the fate of his life.
Inventory, equipment.
He reached out and gently touched the surface of the crystal ball, and the crystal ball dissipated instantly. At the same time, the icon in the shape of a crystal ball occupied a grid in the inventory, and the equipment effect replaced the Jerryford notebook, Old Byron, proficient, and basic knowledge of the wizarding world. A warm and powerful energy spread in the spiritual world, shaking him all over.
This feeling is stronger than I thought.
Ryan murmured, feeling the power flowing rapidly throughout his body, as if awakening the hidden power in his body. Suddenly, Ryan's consciousness was pulled into a starry sky illusion. Countless points of light flashed in front of his eyes, forming a complex rune pattern. His heartbeat quickened, and a thought came to his mind.
Is this the core of the crystal meditation method? It's so clear.
It's worthy of the perfect level of proficiency. You know, although it's a basic meditation method, the first meditation touched the core position, which is faster than the 5th level qualification. Ryan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he continued, it seems that my luck is not bad. I got the full level of maturity of the crystal meditation method right away. In this way, future practice should be much smoother. Ryan found that his meditation practice experience had been greatly improved, as if he had gone through countless practices and engraved every detail of the crystal meditation method in his heart. The full level of meditation made his understanding of the Will Rune extremely clear, as if it was originally a part of his body. The slight improvement of wizard talent seemed to be working. He slowly closed his eyes and began to outline the Will Rune according to the guidance of the meditation method.
Focus, Ryan, concentrate.
He reminded himself in a low voice, and his mental power gathered in this void little by little, and the Will Rune gradually took shape in his mind. It was an ancient and mysterious pattern with powerful power and wisdom. There were 3 Will Runes drawn at the same time, and the progress was so fast that all geniuses were ashamed. I can feel that my mental power is constantly increasing, Ryan muttered to himself, with a little excitement in his voice. His mind became extremely clear, as if the whole world was under his control. At the same time, he noticed that his body was also changing.
Not just mental power.
Ryan murmured, my body is also getting stronger. He felt that his muscles became tighter and the blood flowed more smoothly in his blood vessels, as if the whole person was refreshed. When the meditation ended, Ryan slowly opened his eyes, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. This is the feeling of power, he whispered, standing up, feeling the surging power in his body and the infinite potential in his spirit. He knew that this was just the beginning, and the future practice would be more difficult, but he was ready.
Tomorrow, everything will be different.
Ryan said to himself, full of expectations and confidence. Even if he outlined 3 wool runes at the same time, his second-class qualifications made his mental power improvement effect very poor, and it would probably take half a month to advance to the first-class wizard apprentice. But this is faster than the 4th-class qualifications, and the time is second only to the top 5th-class qualifications. It is estimated that the preparatory students living in the wooden dormitory area have not even touched the entry of basic meditation methods. Even if they have a certain understanding of the ancient Byron language, it is still a big problem, and it is common for some words to be explained inadequately.
And Ryan has already walked ahead of them. Ryan was right. It was in the cabin number 89 next door. White paper meditation method.
I hope you can surprise me. Dumps whispered to himself, took a deep breath, and slowly brought the crystal ball close to his forehead. The light suddenly became brighter, as if responding to his touch. A warm energy seeped out of the crystal ball and reached the depths of his consciousness. Demps closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and tried to guide this energy into his spiritual world. However, he soon discovered that an obscure barrier blocked him, making it difficult for him to penetrate. Old Byron, Dumps frowned, and a trace of helplessness and anxiety emerged in his heart. These words are so complicated that I can't understand them at all. Although he tried hard to learn this ancient language, it was obvious that his mastery of it was far from enough. In his spiritual world, he saw images of old Byron slowly emerging, as if waiting for him to interpret them. But for him, these were like a messy puzzle, and he couldn't piece together a complete meaning at all. Demps gritted his teeth and tried to force himself to understand the meaning of these runes, but the harder he tried, the more confused he became. No, I can't learn it at all if I continue like this. He sighed inwardly, feeling an invisible pressure growing. Whenever he tried to concentrate on deciphering the ancient Byron language, the words seemed to be covered by fog, becoming more blurred and difficult to understand. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and his palms trembled slightly because of nervousness.
I need time, more time to get familiar with the ancient Byron language.
Dumps muttered to himself, feeling a sense of frustration. He knew that the blank paper meditation method was crucial to the improvement of mental power, but his current understanding was obviously not enough to master it. He slowly put down the crystal ball, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of helplessness appeared in his eyes.
It seems that I need more practice and patience.
Dumps sighed, gently put the crystal ball back on the table, and silently made up his mind to work harder to learn the ancient Byron language. As the wizard said, language is the key to understanding the law, and the ancient Byron language, as the foundation of language, is an indispensable part of practice. Demps knew that if he could not master this language, he would have a hard time in his future practice. Facing the basic meditation method, he must not be the only one who lacks understanding. Fortunately, the Academy's linguistics, basic energy control, anatomy, and geometry classes will start tomorrow. He knew that besides him, there were many apprentices like him in the Academy who were preparing for tomorrow's classes. Some of them might be more familiar with old Byron than he was, or better at meditation than he was, but he must not back down because of this. Every course was crucial, and he had to master this knowledge in a short period of time in order to gain a foothold in the fiercely competitive Wizard Academy. In the early morning, Ryan walked into the linguistics classroom of the college, and there was a faint smell of books filling the room. The sunlight outside the window shines through the glass on the long wooden table, reflecting the simple texture. The classroom is already full of apprentices with different expressions, some are full of expectations, and some are slightly nervous. Ryan found a seat near the front and sat down, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This is an important lesson, the learning of ancient Byronic language, which is the foundation that all wizard apprentices must master. Ryan understands in his heart that only by mastering the ancient Byronic language can he truly understand and use witchcraft, which is crucial to his future practice. Soon after, an older teacher came onto the stage. He was wearing a dark purple robe, with a gray beard and piercing eyes, exuding a majestic aura. The teacher walked slowly to the center of the podium under the gaze of the apprentices, and said calmly, "The ancient Byronic language is the foundation of witchcraft. Today, we will learn some basic translation and analysis." He picked up the pointer and wrote a line of ancient Byronic runes on the blackboard, smoothly and elegantly. The runes are twists and turns, and each character carries mysterious power, as if it contains endless wisdom. The apprentices stared at the blackboard, trying to decipher the meaning of this line of runes. The teacher put down the pointer, looked around the classroom, and said in a calm but challenging tone, "Who can translate this sentence? Those who answer correctly will be rewarded with 5 magic stones." The classroom suddenly became quiet, and the apprentices looked at each other. Some began to lower their heads and read the books in their hands, while others closed their eyes and tried to search for relevant memories in their minds.
However, the translation of this sentence is obviously not that easy. The complex structure and uncommon vocabulary make many people frown. Ryan looked at the runes on the blackboard and quickly recalled what he had learned before. He carefully analyzed the meaning and grammatical structure of each character, and gradually pieced together a reasonable translation in his mind. He knew that the essence of ancient Byronic language lay in the intuitive understanding of runes and grasp of details, and he had an innate keen sense for this. Finally, Ryan raised his hand, attracting the teacher's attention. "Ryan, please translate." The teacher nodded and motioned for Ryan to stand up and answer. Ryan took a deep breath, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. He stood up and said loudly, "This sentence means master knowledge and master power." After hearing this, the teacher showed a smile of approval on his face. He nodded slightly. "That's a very correct answer, Ryan. Your understanding and intuition are very good." As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher took out 5 magic stones from his sleeve and handed them to Ryan. The magic stone shone with blue light in the sunlight, and Ryan felt a faint magic power emanating from the stone. This was the first time he had received a magic stone reward, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. The other apprentices in the classroom looked envious and whispered about Ryan's performance. Ryan returned to his seat, holding the magic stone in his hand, feeling a sense of accomplishment. In the following class, Ryan focused more on the teacher's explanation, and kept scratching the tip of his pen on the notebook. He knows that today's success is just the beginning, and he will face more challenges and opportunities in his future studies. As the ancient Byronic saying goes, knowledge is power, and he is gradually mastering this power. After the language class ended, the apprentices walked out of the classroom one after another, and the corridor was quickly filled with the sound of discussions among the young apprentices. Ryan put his notebook in his bag and prepared to go to the next classroom. However, as soon as he walked out of the classroom door, he saw Dempsey walking towards him with 2 other preparatory students, with a slightly eager look on his face. Dempsey's brown hair was slightly disheveled, and he had obviously just experienced an ideological struggle. As soon as he saw Ryan, he said straight to the point, "Ryan, your performance in class just now is really impressive. A few of us encountered some difficulties in ancient Byronic, especially the analysis of runes." When he said this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. "We wanted to ask you if you could teach us?" Ryan looked at Dempsey, then glanced at the 2 preparatory students behind him. There was a hint of expectation and pleading in their eyes. Ryan had already expected that the abilities displayed in the language class would definitely attract the attention of other apprentices, but he did not intend to waste his time easily. "I can teach you," Ryan smiled slightly, his tone calm but with a hint of negotiation, "but I have to charge a certain fee. After all, time and energy are precious." Dempsey and the other 2 preparatory students looked at each other, obviously mentally prepared. They nodded and motioned for Ryan to continue. 2 magic stones a week, Ryan said, looking directly at Dempsey. "With just 2 magic stones, I can answer your questions about ancient Byron at any time within a week. No matter it's after-school questions, or rune analysis, I will try my best to help you whenever you need it." Dempsey thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Deal. This is much faster and more efficient than trying to figure it out on our own." Ryan smiled softly, secretly congratulating himself on his judgment. He knew that for these apprentices, time was extremely precious, and they would rather spend some magic stones to speed up their learning progress, while he could profit from it and further enhance his resource reserves. "Very good," Ryan said, "from today on, you can come to me at any time if you have any questions. However, I hope you will work hard on your own and not put all your hopes on others." Demps and the other 2 apprentices nodded solemnly to show their understanding. They knew that Ryan was reminding them that the price they paid was not only the magic stone, but also their own efforts. "We will, Ryan," Demps said seriously, "thank you for your help, this is really important to us." "That's it." Ryan patted Demps on the shoulder and showed a meaningful smile, "I look forward to your progress." As their agreement was reached, Demps and the other 2 apprentices breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of relief on their faces. They knew that with Ryan's help, their progress in ancient Byron would be much faster, which was crucial to their future in the academy. Ryan thought to himself that this deal not only allowed him to obtain the magic stone, but also further consolidated his position among the apprentices. After a brief greeting, the few people left. Ryan continued to the classroom for the next class, full of confidence in the next study in life. He knew that in this competitive academy, mastering resources and making allies were crucial, and he was steadily moving towards the peak of the wizard's road step by step.
Walking on the stone road of the academy, Ryan couldn't help but look down at the 5 magic stones in his hand. The sun shone on their surface, emitting a dark blue light, as if hiding infinite energy. He squinted slightly, gently stroking these small stones, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Counting the 10 magic stones given to him by the family before leaving, minus the 3 pieces consumed for buying materials, now there are only 12 pieces, which can be said to be a poor ghost. Magic stones, Ryan whispered to himself, with a helpless smile on his lips. It seems to be within reach, but it is actually as difficult as ascending to heaven. He recalled the scene in the linguistics class just now, and the teacher's casual reward made the whole class atmosphere tense. Although 5 magic stones are not a huge fortune, they are already a very tempting amount for these newly enrolled preparatory students. Because of this, everyone in the class tried their best to fight for it. Ryan was happy to get these 5 magic stones with his own ability, but more importantly, he was thinking about the future. To survive and grow in this academy in Blackstone Lowlands, talent and hard work alone are not enough, resources are equally important. He knew that magic stones were not only resources for cultivation, but could also be used to exchange knowledge, materials, and even to buy rare potions at critical moments. On the road to cultivation, magic stones are an indispensable aid. However, there are not many ways to obtain magic stones. In addition to the occasional rewards in class, you either have to complete tasks or trade with others, and all of these methods are difficult. Behind every magic stone is sweat and hard work. Ryan knows that not everyone has the ability to easily win awards in class. Many preparatory students may need to spend days or even weeks to complete complex tasks for a few magic stones. And those powerful formal students and wizards have more abundant resources, which is one of their biggest advantages on the road to cultivation. Once they become formal students and sign an equal contract, their fate will usher in a turning point. The contract not only symbolizes that the students have officially entered the threshold of high-level cultivation, but also means that they will receive generous supplies and support from their mentors. Each formal student will be assigned an experienced mentor who not only has profound attainments in the field of wizards, but also possesses precious knowledge that ordinary students cannot reach. The mentors will regularly teach complex spell theories, rare alchemy systems, and ancient spells and secrets. All of these can greatly expand the students' cognition and allow them to face the mysteries they have never encountered before. They don't have to worry about basic practice materials, and a large number of magic stones can be easily collected. These magic stones can not only provide them with a constant supply of energy, assist meditation and spell practice, but can also be used to exchange for more advanced spell scrolls, powerful magic items, and even rare biological materials. Compared with preparatory students, the practice speed of those strong people is almost several times or even dozens of times that of ordinary people. They can freely use these magic stones to buy tranquilizers and light green potions to shorten the time required for meditation, quickly improve their mental strength and magic control ability, and thus continuously widen the gap with other students. The use of each magic stone provides them with more consolidated strength and qualifications, allowing them to have powerful strength that others cannot reach in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Ryan's eyes became more determined. He sighed softly, continued to move forward, and made up his mind silently. If you want to go further on this wizard's road, you must accumulate resources earlier than others. And magic stones are undoubtedly the most important part. He is no longer satisfied with relying solely on rewards in class or fragmentary transactions, and has been thinking about more ways to obtain magic stones. Whether it is pharmacy, magic item production or spell scroll production. A month passed. Ryan sat cross-legged in the quiet wooden house, holding a glowing crystal in his hand. The crystal emits a faint light, illuminating his slightly closed eyes. This is the pure crystal he bought for 8 magic stones after reading the content about basic meditation in the library, which can assist in cultivation. He routinely runs the crystal meditation method, and his consciousness slowly penetrates into the inner world of the spirit. As meditation deepens, he feels that the elemental power contained in the crystal gradually intersects with his own spiritual power, and the world around him seems to become blurred and distant. In this meditative state, Ryan looked inward at his spiritual sea and found that 8 wool runes quietly emerged. Each rune emitted a faint and stable light, as if it was the embodiment of his will. These 8 runes formed a perfect ring, surrounding his spiritual core like a guardian. His mental power was instantly improved, and a clear sense of power surged from his mind. Well, the spiritual sea is clearer, Ryan muttered in his heart, feeling the unprecedented sense of mental expansion. 8 wool runes. I finally became a first-class apprentice. The most important thing is that the grids in the inventory have also increased by 3. This is his foundation. With the awakening of this power, Ryan felt that the air around him seemed to be filled with countless tiny particles. After careful perception, he was surprised to find that these particles turned out to be elemental particles. He tentatively stretched out his hand and focused his consciousness on the fire element in the air. With the guidance of mental power, a few faint fire element particles began to gather at his fingertips, gently surrounding his palm, with a hint of burning breath.
Maybe I can try using these fire elements to clean this table?
Ryan's mouth corners slightly raised, and with a thought in his mind, he controlled these fire element particles to slowly float towards the table.
Such a simple operation should be no problem. He waved his hand gently,
and the fire element flowed forward with his will, bypassing the table, bringing a warm breath, quickly evaporating and burning the dust on it. In an instant, all the dust on the table was burned out, and the fire element particles quickly dispersed after completing the cleaning work, leaving no scorch marks or smoke, and the table was completely new. Looking at the clean tabletop, Ryan raised his chin proudly and said to himself, "It seems that after the promotion, I can already control these elements.
It's really convenient. I don't have to clean the table by hand anymore."
As early as 2 weeks ago, Ryan could try to advance to the first-class apprentice, but the speed that was almost on par with the fifth-class qualifications was too eye-catching. Now, after a month, he can maintain the title of genius among the preparatory students without being questioned or investigated. After all, his attainments in ancient Byron are well known.
He meditates and teaches ancient Byron every day.
The assimilation rate of Jeriford notebook on the information panel of the inventory has reached 98%, and the assimilation rate of knowledge crystal ball, which records the crystal meditation method, is also 25%.
In a few days, Ryan will not have to replace the equipment effect back and forth.
What I need most now is the zero-level spell. It is not enough to have a realm without spells. No wonder the wizard who tested the qualifications at that time said it was a pity.
High-level shadow element affinity is a great advantage.
The power of using shadow spells can be 30% higher.
If the qualifications are higher, the future is bright. There are also equipment that can cause inventory reactions.
If possible, go to the market more often.
If the price is right, you must get it.
Thinking about future plans in his mind, Ryan can't help but feel that the feeling of getting stronger little by little is really addictive. Ryan walked to the mirror and carefully examined his changes. Although he is only 14 years old, he is already 1.6 meters tall, and seems to have grown taller than not long ago. His blonde hair is particularly bright in the indoor light, and his blue eyes are as clear as mountain spring water, revealing the freshness and vitality of a teenager. With the continuous progress of his cultivation, his complexion has become more rosy, and the healthy luster sets off his increasingly handsome appearance. Even more striking is his eyes. Due to the significant improvement of his mental power, his eyes seem to flash with a unique light, making him look not only extremely intelligent, but also with an indescribable attraction. Ryan walked along the winding path of Blackstone Lowland Academy to a boutique store inside the academy that was specially opened for students. The prices here are a little higher than those in the market, but the quality is guaranteed and the products are excellent. The store is located between an ancient stone wall, and the plaque in front of the door is engraved with "The Gathering of Elements and Spells in Ancient Byron." He pushed open the heavy wooden door, and the store was filled with a faint smell of herbs and magic. Various books, magic items and glimmering crystals were neatly displayed on the wall. Ryan's eyes quickly locked on the target of his trip, the booklet area recording zero-level spells. As a newly promoted first-class apprentice, he urgently needs to master some basic spells to enhance his actual combat ability. He lingered in front of the shelf for a while, and finally stopped his sight on 3 books emitting weak energy fluctuations. The first energy missile spell booklet, the surface of the booklet flickered with a faint blue light. This is a basic attack spell that can gather magic power in a short period of time, launch several energy missiles, and cause precise strikes on the target.
This spell should be very useful for dealing with emergencies, Ryan thought.
Next to it is a book of shield spells, emitting a soft silver light.
This is a defensive spell that can quickly form a transparent shield around the caster to resist external attacks. It is a must-have spell for dealing with danger. He looked at the labels of the 2 books, and the price was 3 magic stones. Ryan's hand slowly moved to the 3rd book, Shadow Binding.
This book has a faint black aura, and the shadow element is looming on the surface of the book. As a control spell, Shadow Binding can imprison the target by manipulating the shadow element, making it unable to move. For Ryan, who has a high affinity for shadow elements, this is undoubtedly one of the spells that best fits his ability. The price is also relatively high, requiring 7 magic stones. Ryan's eyes flickered, and he finally decided to buy these 3 spell books together. He took out a bag of magic stones from his arms, counted 13 magic stones and handed them to the clerk, thinking about how these spells would improve his combat effectiveness. The clerk took the magic stones, handed 3 spellbooks to Ryan, and said, "Study these spells well. They may seem simple, but they can save your life at a critical moment after mastering them." Ryan nodded, took the book, and couldn't wait to return to the cabin and start learning these new spells. He knew that these basic spells would be his important support for future challenges. He prepared 2 more magic stones and went to the library of Blackrock Lowland College to study the knowledge of energy control and shadow elements in depth. His goal is to learn and master the 2 spells of energy missile and shadow binding more effectively. These 2 magic stones must be exchanged for enough value, and every minute of learning must be worth it. For this research, I must dig out the core skills of energy missiles and shadow binding. Only in this way can I gain an advantage in actual combat. The second floor of the library is an area reserved for advanced research and rare documents, usually only open to senior students or students with special contributions. Ryan used his 8 magic stones to exchange for 2 hours of research time at the front desk, a privilege that allows him to access precious resources that are usually not available to the public. He quickly walked to the bookshelf of energy control and pulled out several books on energy theory, elemental property analysis, and practical spellcasting techniques. Ryan read attentively, especially focusing on how to accurately control and quickly release energy, which is crucial for accurately casting energy missiles. The detailed diagrams and case analysis in the book helped him understand the physical principles of energy focus and its application in spell practice. Afterwards, Ryan turned to books on shadow elements. There are relatively few documents in this part because the control of shadow elements is considered a more advanced and complex skill. He carefully studied the detailed instructions on the nature of shadows, how to establish a connection with shadow elements, and how to control shadows for binding. Each page was filled with profound discussions about the behavior and reaction of shadows, allowing Ryan to gradually grasp the essence of the shadow binding spell. During these 2 hours, Ryan hardly looked up, completely immersed in the knowledge of these 2 fields. His notebook was densely filled with key points and personal insights, and each note was the basis for his subsequent practice. When the time was about to end, Ryan felt that he had a deeper and more practical understanding of the 2 spells, and was full of confidence in his subsequent practice. It's a pity that there is no equipment that causes the inventory to react. He thanked the library administrator and left the library with a full heart and a research log full of notes. The 2-hour investment was undoubtedly a valuable support for his future practice. When leaving the library, Ryan was excited and a little inadequate, thinking, "Time is always too little, and learning is endless. I still need more time and resources to fully master these profound spells." Knowledge is power. Ryan prepared the necessary knowledge and began to seriously study the 3 newly purchased spells: Shield, Energy Missile, and Shadow Binding. The learning of these spells was not isolated, but was deeply rooted in the basic knowledge of energy control, anatomy and geometry that he learned in the academy. When learning the shield technique, Ryan first used what he learned in geometry class. The shape and efficiency of the shield depend on the accurate geometric form. A perfect hemisphere can disperse the external attack force to the maximum extent. In practice, Ryan constantly tried to adjust the flow of magic power to form a stable shield. The basic energy control course taught him how to balance and maintain the continuous output of energy, which is essential to maintaining the durability and stability of the shield. For energy missiles, Ryan needs more sophisticated energy manipulation capabilities. Through the basic energy control course, he learned how to quickly draw energy from the environment and compress it into a small but highly condensed energy ball. The knowledge of anatomy also came in handy. Ryan learned which key parts of the enemy could have the greatest impact when attacked. Every time he practiced, he tried to improve the accuracy and explosiveness of the missile to ensure that he could quickly subdue the opponent in actual combat. Learning shadow binding is a new challenge for Ryan, which requires him to understand and manipulate the shadow element. Through his affinity with the shadow element, he needs to perceive and control the shadow as an extended limb. The development of this ability is closely related to the control of basic energy, and the knowledge of anatomy helps him understand how to effectively use shadows to bind the enemy's joints or limbs, thereby restricting their movements. Every time he casts a spell, Ryan deeply feels the flow and shape of the shadow, gradually improving the accuracy and efficiency of the shadow's manipulation. As time goes by, Ryan constantly reflects and adjusts in practice, making his mastery of these 3 spells more and more proficient. The interweaving of these knowledge and practical experience not only enhances his spell ability, but also deepens his understanding and application of spell principles, laying a solid foundation for his future practice in combat. Ryan closed his eyes, sat in a quiet room, and concentrated on the crystal meditation. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, and his body gradually immersed in the tranquility deep in his heart. He skillfully controlled the flow of magic power, allowing the energy of the crystal to penetrate into his body, deepening his grasp and understanding of spiritual power. However, as the meditation progressed, Ryan began to feel an unusual discomfort. At first, it was soreness in his limbs, as if every nerve was vibrating violently. Then there was a stuffy feeling in his chest, which made him feel difficult to breathe. He couldn't help but frown, stopped meditating, and began to examine his physical condition. What's going on? Ryan couldn't help but feel a little surprised and confused. He had never felt such a reaction when practicing crystal meditation. He closed his eyes, meditated for a moment, and decided to use magic to explore the inside. After several investigations, he realized that the key to the problem was that his proficiency in crystal meditation was too high relative to his body, which made the energy particles he absorbed and accumulated more concentrated and powerful than before. These energy particles accumulated in his body and interacted badly with his physiological functions, leading to the current discomfort. Ryan took a deep breath and tried to adjust and balance these energies through his witchcraft skills. He began to meditate in a more cautious and slow way, trying to slow down the accumulation of energy particles and gradually guide them to properly integrate into his physical and mental strength. As time went on, Ryan gradually felt that the discomfort in his body began to ease, and the soreness in his limbs and the stuffy feeling in his chest gradually dissipated. I can't go on like this, I have to solve it. Ryan closed the book, his mind full of complicated thoughts. He just found an explanation for his physical condition in an ancient witchcraft book. The book describes a rare phenomenon that when a high-level wizard practices a specific spell, if the proficiency is too high, it will cause excessive accumulation of energy particles in the body, causing damage to the body. I see. Ryan whispered to himself, frowning slightly. He never thought that his crystal meditation method would bring such side effects. Normally, wizards can enhance their body's strength and resistance, and even delay aging, through meditation and controlling the flow of energy particles. However, his situation was the opposite. The excessive accumulation of energy particles not only did not bring any benefits, but also threatened his health. Ryan took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He knew that the most important thing now was to find a solution to this problem. The book mentioned that there are several ways to adjust and balance the energy particles in the body, such as changing the rhythm and method of meditation, or releasing excessive energy through specific witchcraft techniques. He thought about his next plan and decided to adjust his practice first. He needed to control the flow of energy particles more carefully to ensure that they could be properly integrated into his physiological system instead of accumulating in one place and causing adverse reactions. I must act as soon as possible. Ryan was determined. He knew that any delay could aggravate the severity of the problem and even have an irreversible impact on his physical health. As a wizard, he was used to facing challenges and finding solutions, and this time was no exception. So Ryan resumed his practice, this time with more concentration and caution. He knew that his mission was not only to master higher-level witchcraft, but also to protect and cherish his body and life. Practicing his own cross-sword breathing method can also relieve the feeling of sore limbs and chest tightness, but there is no doubt that Ryan does not have the energy, and his congenital deficiency also restricts him. In addition to improving his own magic skills, he just found another solution from the ancient witchcraft book, eating red sour fruit. This not-so-rare plant is famous for its powerful energy regulation effect, which can help wizards adjust the energy balance in the body, especially for Ryan's current problem. However, Ryan knew that it was not easy to buy red sour fruit in the market, because no matter how low their value was, it was expensive for him. So, Ryan put on clothes suitable for outdoor adventures, took some basic necessities, and embarked on a journey in the wilderness, looking for traces of the growth of red sour fruit. After several days of running around, he finally found this precious plant in a hidden bush. Finally found it. Ryan was happy and carefully picked a few ripe red sour fruits. These fruits were crystal clear, flashing a faint red light, revealing strange energy fluctuations. After returning to the cabin, Ryan carefully checked the quality of each red sour fruit to ensure that they were not contaminated or damaged in any way. Finally, he chose a fruit that looked the most perfect and put it into his mouth without hesitation. The sweet and sour taste of the fruit spread in his mouth, and Ryan felt a strong energy begin to flow in his body. However, not long after, he began to feel a slight discomfort in his stomach, followed by obvious symptoms of stomach pain and diarrhea.
What's going on?
Ryan realized that the powerful energy of the red sour fruit began to trigger a detoxification process in his body, expelling excess energy particles from his body. Although this process was not comfortable, he knew it was necessary and was the first step for him to regain his health. I don't know how long it took. Ryan slowly came out of the bathroom, holding the wall with one hand, his face pale, and fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He felt weak all over, and every movement seemed to consume all his strength. He staggered and barely crossed the corridor, trying to return to his room. His body seemed to be oppressed by a heavy burden, and every step was a torture. Ryan tried his best to keep his breathing steady. Although he was dizzy, his heart was full of determination. Finally, he arrived at his door with difficulty. He opened the door, barely stepped into the room, and then fell headfirst onto the bed. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, and he was completely exhausted. This must be the side effect of the red sour fruit, and the toxins should be removed, Ryan silently said in his heart. Although he was physically exhausted at the moment, he knew that this was part of the process. His eyes gradually closed, and his body gradually relaxed, waiting for the moment when the energy particles would be rebalanced in his body. On the bed, Ryan's consciousness gradually blurred and he entered a deep dormant state. He knew that this was the body's process of self-repair and adjustment, and he needed to give himself enough time and space. Ryan sat quietly in the room, allowing the process in his body to develop naturally. Although his expression was a little bitter, his eyes flashed with determination. He understood that in order to continue his wizard practice in life, he had to overcome every challenge, no matter how difficult it was. Ryan stood in front of the magic stone locker in the academy, his fingers gently fiddled with the few magic stones left in the bag, and the expression on his face became heavier as the magic stones in the bag decreased. At the same time, a trace of helplessness and anxiety rose in his heart. After several purchases and library consultations, his magic stones were almost exhausted. I can't go on like this, Ryan thought silently in his heart. If I don't want to eat up all the resources, I must start to act. Just when he was worrying about how to replenish the magic stones, Demps found him and suggested to take a mission together. The reward for the mission was quite generous, enough to restore Ryan's magic stone reserves to a safe level. But as the subtext behind all high rewards, this mission also comes with certain risks. After hesitating for a moment, Ryan gritted his teeth and agreed to Demps' invitation. After all, Demps and his team had done 2 missions and got out of it unscathed. This is an opportunity, and I can also get the startup funds for my subsequent plans. Ryan secretly made up his mind, but I must make sure that I am proficient enough in the mastery of spells. The mission is coming, and Ryan knows that he can't fight empty-handed. He quickly decided to go to the Academy's experimental field to practice the spells he had recently learned to ensure that they could exert their maximum power in actual combat. The experimental field is a place dedicated to providing spellcasting training for students. Magic stones are required to rent the field. Ryan took out the only 2 remaining magic stones and rented the experimental field for an hour. Watching the last 2 magic stones in his hand disappear into the rental machine, he felt a little heavy in his heart. This may be my last chance, he whispered to himself, it must be worth it. Entering the experimental field, Ryan stood in the center of the spacious field. The energy barrier around him could prevent the spells from leaking out and ensure safety. He took a deep breath and started to experiment with energy missiles first. Concentrate your mind and focus your energy. Ryan silently recited the key points of energy control, and his hands slowly moved in the air. As his mental power concentrated, a faint blue light condensed in his palm, gradually forming a rotating energy ball. The energy is not compressed tightly enough, Ryan frowned and increased the energy input. As the magic power increased, the energy missile became more condensed. He waved his hand violently and fired the missile at the target point of the experimental field. The missile quickly penetrated the air and hit the target accurately. The impact of the explosion stirred up a puff of light smoke, and a small hole was blown in the target. The screen showed that the power was 6 energy levels. The power is not bad, but if you encounter a strong enemy, it may not be fatal enough. Then, Ryan tried the shadow binding. He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the shadows around the field and feeling their existence. Slowly, the black shadows began to wriggle like living things. Under his guidance, the shadows gradually formed several black chains, which quickly rolled towards the target and tightly wrapped it. Ryan opened his eyes and looked at the target tightly bound by the shadow. He nodded with satisfaction. The control time is a little longer than last time, but in actual combat, it needs to be released faster. Finally, he activated the shield technique. Ryan crossed his hands in front of his chest and silently chanted the spell. The surrounding magic power quickly gathered into a transparent shield, surrounding his body. The shield looks pretty solid, he thought, reaching out and tapping the surface of the shield to feel its strength, but it's still unknown whether it can last long enough against a powerful attack. An hour of practice passed quickly, and Ryan had tested the power and effect of the 3 spells as much as possible in the limited time. He walked out of the experimental field. Although he was satisfied with his progress, he still felt a little uneasy about the upcoming mission. The magic stone is running out, and this mission must succeed, Ryan said to himself firmly. He knew that this was not only to obtain magic stones, but also to prove that he could meet real challenges in this academy full of strong people. Ryan walked to the assembly point outside the academy. It was dusk, and the orange-red sunlight shone on the ground, casting the shadows of him and his teammates. There were a total of 4 people in his mission team this time. In addition to him and Demps, the other 2 were well-known preparatory students in the academy. After the team met, Demps spoke first. Everyone is here. Since we are about to carry out the mission together, why don't we introduce our abilities to each other first, so that we can act more tacitly? Standing next to Demps was a tall, dark-skinned boy who looked about 17 or 18 years old, wearing armor and a huge knight's sword on his waist. He showed a confident smile, patted his chest and said, "My name is Carl, the top knight in the academy. Although I haven't learned any spells, I can deal with some ordinary monsters with my physical fitness and combat skills." His voice was low, and his tone was full of confidence in his own abilities. The other girl looked much lighter, holding a slender staff in her hand and wearing a light robe. Her long hair was like a waterfall, her expression was calm, and she said, "I am Alice, good at giant force and simple auxiliary spells. Although my attack power is not strong, I can provide protection and recovery for everyone in battle." After that, the 3 of them turned their eyes to Ryan, waiting for him to introduce himself. Ryan looked up and glanced at his teammates, smiled slightly, and said confidently, "I am Ryan, a first-class apprentice in the academy. I currently master 3 0-level spells, namely Energy Missile, Shield Spell, and Shadow Binding. Although my spells are relatively basic, I can cast 6 attack or defense spells, which should be enough to deal with most situations in the mission." As soon as he finished speaking, Carl showed a surprised look on his face, and couldn't help but look at Ryan. "You said you can cast 6 spells? And you have mastered 3 0-level spells? This is not easy. I heard that students who can cast 5 spells are usually close to breaking through the level of second-class apprentices. It seems that you are not far from promotion." Alice also showed an unconcealed surprise. 3 spells, and can be cast 6 times, which is rare among first-class apprentices. "Ryan, has your mental power been improved to this level?" With it came a faint contempt. "It takes a lot of time to learn each spell. She hates such self-promoting people." Ryan smiled indifferently. Although he was somewhat satisfied with his teammates' reactions, he still responded modestly, "It just took a little more time to meditate and study spells. There is still a long way to go before truly breaking through the second-class apprentice." Demps patted Ryan on the shoulder and laughed, "With Ryan here, our mission is safe. It seems that this time we will not only obtain the magic stone, but we may also witness the breakthrough of a genius apprentice." Ryan's heart moved slightly, feeling the recognition of his teammates, and secretly vowed to prove himself in this mission, not only to complete the mission, but also to show his true strength. The 4 encouraged each other, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed, and their confidence also increased, and they were fully prepared for the upcoming mission. Demps stood in the center of the team with a confident smile on his face. He held 4 small and exquisite medals in his hands and handed them to Ryan and 2 other teammates respectively. The surface of the medal is engraved with ancient magic runes, shining with a faint brilliance. It looks like not only a decoration, but also a low-level demonized item. "I have accepted this mission," Dempsey said as he handed the medals to everyone's hands. His tone was filled with confidence that he was capable and familiar with the mission process. "This time our mission is to enter the depths of the wilderness. Go and pick the psychedelic mushrooms in the medicine garden." Ryan took the medal and looked at it carefully. The surface of the medal is warm and hard, and is engraved with strange magic runes. He looked up at Dempsey, waiting for him to continue explaining the details of the mission. Dempsey continued, "Psychedelic mushrooms are a very precious alchemical material, and wizards in the academy often use it to make various potions with powerful effects. However, its biggest problem is that it releases a strong hallucinogenic atmosphere, and anyone who comes close to it will be affected, hallucinate, and even get lost in it. He paused and pointed to the medals in his hands. However, these medals are specially prepared by the Academy for this mission.
Relevant information has been entered into the medals. As long as we wear them, we can be immune to the hallucinations of psychedelic mushrooms. The effect is to ensure that we don't get caught while picking.
The original wizard wanted to transplant the psychedelic mushrooms, but the dark wizards in the Blackstone lowlands knew nothing about cultivating plants, so they had to open a medicine garden and wait for the students to pick it when it matured. Alice raised her hand and caressed the metal in her hand, and said thoughtfully, "It sounds a lot simpler."
As long as the metal can resist hallucinations, the difficulty of our mission will be much lower.
Dempsey shook his head and his expression became slightly serious. If you are just immune to the psychedelic effect, it is indeed not too complicated. But this medicine garden is located deep in the wilderness, and the wilderness is not a safe place. Before entering the medicine garden, before entering the park, we may encounter various monsters. This is the most dangerous part of the mission. These monsters are resistant to spells, and their number is unknown. According to past mission records, many teams were lost midway, so we must be more vigilant.
Hearing this, Ryan frowned slightly and felt a little nervous.
Facing the unknown monster, he knew that this mission would never be easy. He looked down at the medal in his hand, silently reminding himself that the ability to be immune to psychedelic mushrooms was important, but the battle against the monsters was their real test. Carl held the medal tightly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my sword is ready, the Warcraft is nothing more than that." His tone was relaxed, but there was some expectation in his eyes, and he was obviously full of desire to fight for this mission. Dempsey looked around everyone and said in a deep voice, "Although we are protected by medals, this mission must not be underestimated. Everyone must be prepared, especially when encountering monsters along the way, and must cooperate properly without any negligence." He patted Ryan on the shoulder and added, "Ryan, don't forget the power of your spells, especially the shield spell and shadow binding, which may save our lives at a critical moment." Ryan nodded, feeling a little pressure but also full of determination. He knew that the mission was no child's play, but with the help of this medal, he could at least ensure that they were not affected by the psychedelic mushrooms. He thought secretly in his heart, although the monster is strong, if we cooperate properly and add my spells, we will be able to complete the mission smoothly. The atmosphere in the team gradually became serious, and everyone was mentally preparing for the upcoming challenge. Demps looked at the firm expressions of the three people and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, everyone, get ready to go. Next, it is our trial time." The team entered the final wilderness at dusk. As the surrounding light gradually dimmed, the outline of the dense forest became more blurred. Guided by the map in front, the team members carefully crossed the open area and gradually approached the dense forest that they must pass through. The air is filled with the smell of moist soil, and the shadows between the trees seem to hide some potential danger. "Attention, there is a dense forest ahead," Ryan reminded in a low voice, holding a bow and arrow in his hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings alertly. There was no way, when his mental strength was not enough, he only had the bow and arrow as a guarantee. "We have to get through here as quickly as possible," Carl responded, the huge sword swinging slightly on his back. "There may be dangers in the dense forest." As soon as they entered the dense forest, a low roar came from their ears. Several bloodthirsty wild wolves sprang out of the shadows like ghosts. The wolves' eyes flashed with ferocious light as they pounced on the team. "Block them!" Carl shouted, holding the big sword in his hand to meet the rushing wolves. Each blow brought sharp wind sounds, forcing the wolf back. Alice stood behind Carl, the magic light shining in her hands. "Carl, be careful." She raised her hands and chanted the spell, Giant Power. In an instant, Carl felt a powerful force pouring into his body. His sword shone brightly, cutting off the claws of several approaching wolves, while also making it easier to resist the attacks of the wolves. Ryan and Demps were busy dealing with the Wolf King. The bloodthirsty Wolf King is tall and mighty, more ferocious than other bloodthirsty wolves. Ryan immediately turned his bow and arrow towards the Wolf King and quickly cast Shadow Binding. The dark energy instantly wrapped around the Wolf King's limbs and fixed him to the ground. "Dempsey, now!" Ryan shouted. Demps swung the long sword in his hand, and the flame slash was ready. His sword blade passed through the air, and the flames hit the Wolf King like a meteor. The flames burned the Wolf King's fur fiercely, and the Wolf King's roar tore through the night sky. "This is not enough." Ryan gritted his teeth, chanted a spell, and cast an energy missile, aiming at the Wolf King's heart and hitting it hard. The missile passed through the air and hit the Wolf King accurately. Boom! A dazzling light and a deafening roar burst out. The bloodthirsty Wolf King let out a mournful cry, and his huge body fell to the ground. The wolves became more terrified in the face of its death and fled into the depths of the dense forest.
We succeeded this time.
Carl panted, looked at the team from the dense forest, and said with satisfaction.
Ryan leaned over and cut the jaw of a bloodthirsty wild wolf with a dagger, and skillfully pulled out 2 sharp canine teeth with cold light from its mouth. Remember, the canine teeth of bloodthirsty wild wolves are valuable.
Ryan raised his hand, showing the 2 wild wolf teeth he had just pulled out, and said to his teammates, with a relaxed tone and a hint of satisfaction, 6 canine teeth can be exchanged for a magic stone, don't forget this. When the teammates around heard this, they all took action and began to carefully extract the canine teeth from the mouth of the fallen bloodthirsty wild wolf.
Hurry up, we can't stay here for too long.
Alice checked the surroundings and said after there were no other threats.
Ryan and Demps also nodded, quickly packed up their equipment, and led the team to move forward.
They experienced a life and death struggle in the dense forest full of dangers, but the final victory made them more determined to move forward. After several hours of arduous trekking, everyone finally arrived at the medicine garden deep in the wilderness. It was surrounded by dark forests, and the air was filled with a strange silence, as if the entire area was shrouded by some invisible force. Ryan and his teammates stood at the entrance of the medicine garden, looking around. The ground was full of mushrooms emitting silver light. This was the goal of their trip, psychedelic mushrooms. As soon as they entered the medicine garden, the air began to be filled with slightly shiny silver-white powder. These powders floated in the air, glittering in the sun like light snowflakes, looking beautiful but extremely dangerous. Ryan knew that this was the hallucinogenic substance released by the psychedelic mushrooms, which could make anyone who approached fall into hallucinations and lose their perception of reality. If it weren't for the shielding metals on them, this powder would be enough to make them lose themselves in their own hallucinations and unable to escape. It looks like silver poisonous mist. Carl frowned at the powder floating around, and tightened his grip on the hilt. We have to be careful.
Ryan looked down at the shielding metal on his chest.
The spell runes on the metal flickered gently, forming an invisible barrier to block the invasion of these silver powders. With the light of the metal, Ryan felt that his mind was as clear as usual, without any interference. The shielding metal is working, we don't have to worry about hallucinations. Demps checked his metal, and then nodded to others. It's safe to pick now, move quickly, and avoid staying here too long. Ryan nodded and walked carefully to the center of the medicine garden, where silver-white psychedelic mushrooms grew. The cap of each mushroom is covered with delicate lines, as if a thin layer of silver powder is applied on it, and the powder will float away when it is gently touched. He stretched out his hand and slowly approached a psychedelic mushroom, ensuring that the movement was gentle and precise. Don't touch the surface of the mushroom directly.
Use magic power to condense on your hands to isolate them.
Alice reminded beside her. She had released a small energy barrier with her staff to separate her hands from the mushrooms.
Ryan nodded and did as he was told.
He concentrated his mind and let the magic power flow between his fingers to form a thin energy barrier. Ryan gently picked the psychedelic mushroom and felt its soft texture and slightly cool touch. The silvery white powder then slowly drifted from the umbrella cap. The metal on his chest lit up slightly, once again resisting the drifting dust. He carefully put the picked mushrooms into the bag he carried with him, trying not to let too much powder fall. The other teammates were also busy picking. Demps moved quickly and methodically, while Carl's movements were a bit rough, but his strength made the picking process faster. Alice's movements were delicate, and each pick was light and precise. Although the picking process went smoothly, Ryan remained alert and glanced around from time to time. He knew that the real danger might not come from the hallucinogenic effects of the magic mushrooms, but from the monsters lurking in the wilderness. He felt that the tension in the air did not decrease, but gradually intensified as they progressed in picking. Hurry up, we have to hurry, Demps whispered, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Ryan quickened his pace and put the last magic mushroom into his bag. He looked up at the sky. The silvery white powder was still floating in the air, and the tranquility of the medicine garden made him feel more and more uneasy. We have to leave here as soon as possible, Ryan reminded himself secretly. After completing the task, the team set out on the return journey. After a long period of tension and intense picking, everyone looked a little relaxed on the way back to the black stone lowlands, but they were still a little tired. When they stepped onto the stone road of the academy, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the academy, they went straight to the mission hall. Demps, as the leader of the team, was responsible for submitting the task. The hall was still busy, with students and instructors coming and going talking about the details of various tasks. Demps walked to the task handover window and handed the magic mushrooms that the team had picked with great effort to the administrator in charge of task records. The administrator checked the task items, confirmed the quantity and quality, nodded, and then took out a bag of heavy magic stones from behind the counter. The task is completed, the reward is a total of 60 magic stones. The administrator said, handing the bag full of magic stones to Demps. Demps took the bag and walked back to the team with a satisfied smile on his face. He opened the bag, and the magic stones inside flashed charmingly under the light. Ryan looked at these magic stones and felt a long-lost sense of relief and relaxation in his heart. The risk of the task finally got the due reward. Demps evenly distributed the magic stones to everyone. According to the prior agreement, we will divide these 60 magic stones equally. 15 per person. He handed 15 magic stones to Ryan, who took the magic stones and felt relieved. The heavy magic stones in his arms temporarily relieved him of the shortage of cultivation resources. The anxiety and pressure before the mission finally disappeared, and he knew that these magic stones were enough to support him to continue learning new spells and improving his cultivation. Just as Ryan was about to turn around and leave, Demps suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Ryan, wait a minute, I have something else to deal with." After that, he took out something from the package. It was the fangs and fur of the bloodthirsty wolf they encountered in the wilderness. Demps obviously did not intend to waste any resources and planned to sell these materials. He walked straight to a small shop in the market that specializes in purchasing rare materials and had a brief negotiation with the owner. After a while, he came back with a few more magic stones in his hand and a smug smile on his face. "I just sold the materials of the bloodthirsty wolf," Demps said, distributing the proceeds he had just obtained to his teammates. A total of 20 magic stones were sold. According to the contribution, each person will get an extra 5. Ryan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Demps to bring extra gains so quickly. He looked at the 5 magic stones handed over by Demps, and his heart was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Demps, you are such a capable captain." Demps laughed and waved his hand. "We have experienced so much together, and it is right to help each other." Besides, this mission was completed quite smoothly, and the team's cooperation was also tacit. Ryan looked at the extra 5 magic stones in his hand, and felt a sense of warmth and fulfillment in his heart. He knew that he not only gained magic stones, but also gained the trust and support of his companions. Although this mission was difficult, it made him more confident in facing future challenges. Now, Ryan has a total of 20 magic stones in his hands. He has enough resources to continue to improve his cultivation. With this sense of relief and accomplishment, Ryan smiled slightly and walked out of the mission hall side by side with his teammates. On a sunny morning, Ryan and his friend Demps were gathering in the main hall of the Wizard Academy, preparing to receive a new mission. Surrounded by wizards from other teams, they were discussing their own adventures and challenges. Ryan always liked this kind of atmosphere, and his heart was full of expectations. "This mission is to go to the wilderness to clean up the stone lizard's nest," Demps whispered while sorting out his spellbook. "It is said that there are a lot of stone lizards there, which affects the surrounding ecology." "No problem, we just need to be careful," Ryan responded. He knew that with the strength of their team, they should be able to cope with this task. After nearly 2 months of doing tasks together, Ryan has accumulated a lot of combat experience and has accumulated 36 magic stones, so he plans to leave the team in a month at most. The other members of the team also gradually gathered together, which Alice and Nightcarl. The 4 worked together, packed up their equipment, and walked towards the mission release hall of the academy. In the mission hall, the administrator who received the task gave them a detailed introduction to the stone lizards. The stone lizards are huge and have strong defense, but their IQ is relatively low and they usually do not attack humans. After hearing this, the team members became more confident and prepared to set off. They walked out of the academy and set foot on the road to the wilderness. Along the way, the sun shone on the earth, and the birds sang happily on the treetops, as if to bid farewell to their adventure. After a period of marching, the team finally arrived at the stone lizard's nest. The outside of the nest was overgrown with weeds, and the ground was scattered with claw marks left by the stone lizards, exuding a dangerous atmosphere. Ryan and his partners observed around the nest and prepared to formulate an attack plan. Carl is responsible for diverting attention, and the others will take the opportunity to attack from the side, Demps suggested. They quickly discussed the tactics and entered the nest. As soon as they entered the nest, the temperature around them suddenly rose, and a strange smell filled the air. The nest was pitch black, with only a few faint lights illuminating the front. Just as they went deep into the nest, suddenly, a vibration came, and the 4 looked at each other, secretly alert in their hearts.
What is this? Alice whispered nervously. As the vibration intensified, a low roar suddenly came from the depths of the nest, as if it was the roar of some giant beast. Ryan's heartbeat accelerated, and several people held their breath, ready to meet the unknown challenge. As they slowly walked towards the source of the sound, the scene in front of them shocked them. A huge two-headed lizard was entrenched in the center of the nest. The body of this lizard is much larger than that of an ordinary stone lizard. Each of its two heads has a cunning and fierce look, and the scales around it are shining with a strange luster. This is not just an ordinary stone lizard. It's a mutant, Chris exclaimed. The team instantly felt unprecedented pressure. Ryan took a deep breath and silently made up his mind. It's too late to retreat now, we must fight. Carl was tall and mighty, holding a giant sword flashing with cold light in his hand. He walked at the front of the team and walked firmly in the direction of the two-headed lizard. The giant sword reflected a dazzling light under the light spell, as if foreshadowing the upcoming battle. His eyes were as firm as steel, and he was not afraid. Come on, attract its attention, Ryan whispered from behind. He held his wand tightly, ready to cast his spell. The two heads of the two-headed lizard turned to Carl at the same time, roaring low, and its sharp teeth flashed coldly in the sun. Carl roared with the blessing of the giant force spell, waving the giant sword, and rushed towards the lizard. His courage inspired his teammates, but in the face of the huge threat, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Ryan took the opportunity to raise his wand and whispered a spell, Shadow Binding. He used his magic power, and the black shadow spread rapidly like a vine, trying to bind the two-headed lizard. The shadow quickly wrapped around the lizard's limbs, but the two-headed lizard's strength was far beyond their expectations. After struggling, the shadow binding only slowed down its movements slightly. Don't stop, attack! Dem shouted, and then unfolded his magic circle, ready to cast energy missiles. One after another, energy missiles flew towards the lizard like meteors, crashing into the lizard's body with a loud bang. However, the lizard's thick scales actually resisted most of the attacks, and a few missiles only left some tiny sparks, seemingly useless. Its defense is too strong. Ryan felt anxious and was about to cast a stronger spell, but saw the lizard approaching them angrily. Carl still bravely moved forward, trying to attract more attacks, but facing such a huge creature, he also felt a little powerless. At this moment, Dems urgently took out a small bag of thorngrass seeds from his arms, his face serious and firm. Prepare to retreat. I'm afraid this mission will fail. He shouted and quickly scattered the thorngrass seeds at the lizard. In an instant, the thorngrass seeds were activated, and sharp thorns quickly grew out of the ground, like countless vines rolling towards the lizard. The thorny vines tightly wrapped around the lizard's body, and the sharp stings made it scream in pain, trying to break free, but to no avail. Taking this opportunity, Ryan and his teammates immediately turned around and ran towards the exit of the nest. Go quickly, don't look back! Ryan shouted, knowing that this moment was the best time for them to escape. The four worked together and rushed to the exit of the nest quickly despite the thorns. The two-headed lizard's angry roar came to their ears, as if roaring at its prey that it could not catch up. Finally, they rushed out of the nest and breathed the fresh air. Although their heartbeats were still accelerating, the hope of life made them smile for the first time in a long time. Looking back, the shadow of the nest gradually disappeared behind them. Although the two-headed lizard was still struggling, they had successfully escaped and returned to the surface world. The team returned to the academy silently, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Although they successfully escaped the pursuit of the two-headed lizard, they still felt the loss and frustration of not being able to defeat it. Everyone's expression seemed silent and solemn, and the footsteps were particularly clear on the quiet road. Ryan walked at the end of the team, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He knew that the failure just now had made everyone's morale low, and he himself felt an invisible pressure that was constantly increasing. Recalling the battle with the two-headed lizard, he realized that the team's strength was not enough to face a stronger enemy, which made him more determined in his decision. It was too dangerous to go to the wilderness to do the mission. I need to try to make some changes. Ryan finally broke the silence, his tone serious and firm. I plan to leave the team, make potions, and earn some magic stones. When the other members of the team heard this, they stopped and looked at each other, inevitably feeling a little reluctant. Carl was the first person to react. He patted Ryan on the shoulder and tried to squeeze out a smile. This road is a new challenge for you. We support you. Alice nodded, with a gleam of understanding in her eyes. If you think this is the way you want to go, then go. We will wait for you to come back. Dumps smiled and joked, however, when you successfully make the tranquilizer, don't forget us old friends, give us a discount. His laughter broke the heavy atmosphere, everyone couldn't help laughing, and the mood seemed to be a little lighter. Ryan smiled, they both knew in their hearts that they had taken different paths and it might be difficult for them to reunite in the future. After announcing the failure of the mission in the hall, Ryan was going to execute his plan. He knew that relying on missions to obtain magic stones was not a long-term solution. He needed to find a more stable and continuous source of income. Thinking of the demand for various potions in the academy, Ryan decided to learn potion making and use his knowledge and skills to earn magic stones. It would be best to find equipment that could cause a reaction in the inventory and directly give the equipment effect related to potion making. After all, his potion talent was still unclear. So he decided to go to the academy's market to find items related to potion making, especially an indispensable tool, the crucible. This is one of the items that Ryan thought was most likely to be equipped to the inventory. The market was bustling with people, and Ryan shuttled through the crowd, stopping from time to check the goods displayed on the vendors' stalls. There were all kinds of magic items, herbal materials, and strange scrolls, but the potion-making tools he needed were not easy to find. Ryan's eyes swept through the goods one by one, but most of the stalls either had ordinary items that had nothing to do with potion-making, or the prices were so high that people would be discouraged. Ryan was a little anxious. As time passed, he almost gave up this search. Just then, his eyes stopped at an inconspicuous stall. In the corner of the stall was a dark tool, a cassiterite crucible. Ryan's heart moved, and he immediately moved closer to check it out. This crucible is a common tool used by pharmacists. It can withstand high temperatures and effectively extract various drug ingredients. It caused a reaction in the inventory, which was exactly the item he had dreamed of. Cassiterite crucible, the sturdy and durable characteristics make it a pharmacist's favorite. Dozens of potions have been refined in it, and it also witnessed the growth of pharmacists. Equipment conditions: know the formula of any potion. Equipment effect: slightly improve the pharmacist's talent. For potion proficiency: satiation potion, detoxification potion, hemostasis potion, tranquilizer potion. Assimilation rate: 0. Equip? No, finally found it. Ryan muttered in his heart, his eyes shining. Standing in front of the stall, Ryan noticed that this cassiterite crucible already had some traces of oldness, like an item that had not been touched for a long time. The stall owner didn't seem to expect to sell it easily. He had seen too many apprentices ask with hope, but left in despair after learning about the difficulty of making potions. This crucible is not easy to sell, Ryan thought to himself. Potion making is too difficult. Except for apprentices who are really interested in it, no one is willing to spend magic stones to invest in this skill. Despite this, Ryan is full of expectations for this path. He knows that it is precisely because of the complexity and difficulty of potion making that once successfully mastered, he can not only earn a lot of magic stones, but also establish his own unique status in the academy. The stall owner is a middle-aged man with a shrewd look on his face. He is obviously a veteran. He saw Ryan showed great interest in the crucible, and immediately said, "Young man, you have a good eye. This is a genuine, cassiterite crucible, which is definitely a good helper for you to refine potions." Ryan nodded, and he had a plan in his mind, but he did not show too much urgency. He asked, "How much is this crucible?" The boss smiled slightly, as if he had already calculated the price, and said casually, 40 magic stones, no bargaining." Ryan's heart sank. 40 magic stones are almost an astronomical figure for him. Although he had just completed a task and earned some magic stones, he still couldn't accept the price. He looked at the crucible carefully, thinking about how to bargain the price down to a reasonable range. 40 magic stones? Ryan frowned slightly, pretending to hesitate. "Although this crucible is good, it is made of cassiterite after all, not as valuable as you said." When the boss heard this, his face changed slightly, but he still kept smiling. "Young man, this is not an ordinary crucible. The fire resistance of cassiterite crucible is far superior to that of ordinary crucibles. You can use it to refine potions. Not only can you greatly increase the success rate, but also ensure the purity of the potion. The price of 40 magic stones is very reasonable." Ryan shook his head and said calmly, "Although I am an apprentice, I also know the market price. This crucible is worth at most 20 magic stones, and I have to buy other medicinal herbs and materials. Your price is not suitable at all." He paused, looked at the boss's reaction, and then added, "Besides, this kind of thing is not rare in the academy, and no one may buy it after a long time." The smile on the boss's face gradually faded, obviously knowing that Ryan was not the kind of apprentice who was easily slaughtered. He pondered for a moment, as if weighing whether to continue to insist on a high price. You have a point, the boss finally gave in and sighed. How about this, I'll give you a discount, 35 magic stones, which is already the lowest price. Ryan's heart moved, knowing that he had begun to shake the boss's position, but he did not accept it immediately, but continued to lower the price, 35 magic stones? I still have to buy other materials, and I really don't have so many magic stones. If you are willing to lower the price again, I can pay immediately 14 magic stones. This price is fair to you and me. The boss showed a trace of surprise, obviously not expecting Ryan to cut to this price, but seeing Ryan's firm expression, the boss sighed helplessly, as if realizing that if he did not accept this deal, it would be difficult for business to come to the door today. Okay, 14 magic stones or 14, you are capable. The boss waved his hand helplessly. You picked up a big bargain this time. Perhaps this young man can break the routine and become a real pharmacist. The boss thought to himself. Looking at Ryan's determined look, the boss obviously realized that this apprentice was different from ordinary buyers. Although potion making is difficult, Ryan's desire and determination touched him and prompted him to lower the price to make a rare deal. Ryan was secretly happy, but his face remained calm. He quickly took out 14 magic stones from his arms, handed them to the boss, and took the heavy, cast-on crucible. When the crucible was in hand, Ryan felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. He knew that he was one step closer to becoming a pharmacist. He held the cast-on crucible, and was already planning how to use it to refine potions and earn more magic stones. Today's efforts made Ryan see more possibilities in the future. At the market, although potion-making tools like cast-on crucible can be seen frequently, the bosses at the stalls rarely sell one. The reason is simple: the difficulty of potion making is far beyond the imagination of ordinary apprentices. Ryan once read in a book that potion making requires not only a deep understanding of various herbs and materials, but also extremely high mental concentration and precise magic control. If there is a slight mistake, the failure of refining is a trivial matter, and it may even cause an explosion or poisoning, which is costly. This makes many apprentices discouraged. Potion making is a science, but also an art. Ryan muttered these words in his heart. No wonder tools like crucibles are always ignored in the market. But Ryan is different. Now he only needs to buy a copy of the cheapest potion formula, and then he can master the proficiency of 4 potions. Especially the last tranquilizing potion. Originally, the apprentice meditated for 2 hours a day, but stopped because of fatigue in the spiritual world, and taking the tranquilizing potion can meditate for an extra hour. It is a good choice whether you use it yourself or sell it. Ryan continued to wander around the market, looking for suitable potion materials and tools. Just as he was about to leave a stall, he heard a call: 5 portions of satiety potion materials, free annotated formula, only 5 magic stones. This sentence immediately caught Ryan's attention. The satiety potion is a basic potion that can maintain the body's energy and satiety for 7 days without food. Although it is not complicated, it is in great demand and is a common potion for many apprentices and adventurers. More importantly, this potion is relatively simple to make, which is suitable for apprentices who are just starting to learn potion making. Ryan walked quickly to the stall and saw the boss smiling and greeting customers. The stall was full of neatly arranged potion materials. Several bags of dried herbs, magic or powder, and several bottles of basic solvents are the core materials for making satiety potions. Next to it were several yellowed papers, which seemed to be formulas with detailed annotations. The recipe for this satiety potion comes with detailed annotations, and even answers to common questions. As long as you buy 5 materials, I will give you a recipe, which will make it easy for you to get started. The boss saw Ryan's interest in potion making and introduced it enthusiastically. Ryan thought carefully. Buying these 5 materials and recipes will not only allow him to learn potion making, but also give him a recipe worth 5 magic stones for 1 material. It can be said that it is very profitable. Okay, I want 5 materials for satiety potions. Ryan nodded and agreed to the boss's proposal. The boss smiled even brighter, quickly put the 5 materials into the bag, and handed Ryan a recipe with detailed annotations. Looking at this recipe, Ryan was full of expectations. This piece of paper not only has the process of potion making, but also some key reminders and possible error instructions, which are exactly what Ryan needs when he is a beginner. Now that I have the materials and recipes, the next step is practice. Ryan thought to himself, but then realized that he still needed a suitable place to refine. The boss saw his thoughts and said friendly, if this is your first time making potions, I can take you to the laboratory behind the market. The equipment there is complete and will not interfere with your production. The rent is not expensive and is suitable for apprentices.
Ryan felt that this was a good suggestion and agreed. The boss took him to the back of the market, where there were several small private laboratories for rent by alchemy apprentices and low-level wizards. The laboratory was clean and tidy, equipped with standard crucibles, furnaces, test tubes, and other basic equipment. The rent for 1 hour is 2 magic stones. The boss helped to contact the administrator of the laboratory, and Ryan got the key soon. Walking into the laboratory, Ryan looked around, full of expectations. He placed the materials on the table one by one and opened the annotation of the formula. Knowing the formula of the satiety potion, it meets the equipment conditions of the cassiterite crucible. After replacing the crystal meditation method with perfect proficiency, Ryan was familiar with the process of making the 4 potions in an instant, as if he had made them thousands of times. Let's start with the treatment of the herbs. The herbs need to be soaked in warm water first to activate the active ingredients. Ryan carefully followed the steps on the recipe and concentrated on starting his first potion making. He soaked the herbs in water and carefully controlled the heat. As time went on, a faint green scent began to rise on the water surface, and he knew that the extraction of the herbs had been successful. Next was to add the magic or powder to the solution. Ryan carefully poured the powder into the crucible, and the solution began to bubble slightly. According to the mastery level of satiety potion proficiency in his mind, this step is crucial. If the proportion of the powder or the stirring time is not right, the potion is likely to fail. He stirred patiently, maintaining a steady heat, and his heartbeat accelerated with the completion of each step. Finally, Ryan poured several bottles of basic solvent into the crucible, and the color of the potion gradually changed from green to a soft golden yellow. This is the sign that the satiety potion has taken shape. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief and gently poured the potion and the crucible into the bottle prepared in advance. Looking at several bottles of satiety potion that were successfully made, he felt a long-lost sense of accomplishment. Although it was his first attempt, the potion proficiency given by the inventory and the equipment in the laboratory allowed him to successfully take the first step on the road to becoming a pharmacist. One material can be made 10 times, with a 60% success rate, 1 satiety potion and 1 magic stone, and the profit can be 6 times. This is because the satiety potion is too common to compress the profit. If a tranquilizer potion is made, the profit will be more than 10 times. It seems that learning to make potions is not too difficult. Ryan smiled and said to himself, as long as I master the skills, I can start to use these potions to exchange for magic stones. He carefully put the bottle away, his heart full of hope and vision for the future. 2 hours later, Ryan walked out of the laboratory, and the sun shone on his slightly tired face through the awning of the market. The potion bottles in his hands were heavy, and each bottle was filled with the fruits of his hard work, several bottles of perfect satiety potions. Although he was filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment, Ryan deliberately suppressed this emotion and kept a low profile. He knew that it was incredible to succeed in refining a potion for the first time. If he showed his talent too early, it might attract unnecessary attention and suspicion. Just as he was sorting out his thoughts, the boss at the market walked towards him with a smile and asked with some curiosity and concern, "Young man, how is it? Did you succeed in refining a potion for the first time?" The smile on Ryan's face faded slightly, with a hint of bitterness, and he shook his head helplessly. "Oh, I still didn't succeed. It's my first time, so I can accumulate experience. It seems that making potions is not that simple after all. I still need more practice." When the boss heard this, he didn't seem surprised. Instead, he patted Ryan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. It's normal to fail the first time. Many people practice several times before they figure out some tricks. Potion production relies on patience and experience. Come to the laboratory and try it more in the future, and you will definitely be able to master it." Listening to his boss's comforting words, Ryan couldn't help but snicker secretly, but he still maintained a humble expression on his face. "Well, I will continue to work hard. Thanks to your help, I at least know where to improve today." The boss nodded with satisfaction and obviously didn't think anything more. After all, for apprentices like Ryan, most people would inevitably fail when refining potions for the first time. He greeted Ryan and said, "If you have any questions, come to me anytime. If you rent a laboratory next time, I can give you a discount." Ryan nodded gratefully, clenched the potion bottle in his hand, and walked silently outside the market. The feeling of success was still surging inside him, but he knew it was wiser to keep a low profile now. It's really surprising that it succeeded the first time. Let's hide it for now. Ryan thought to himself. He is already prepared for the next potion refining plan. However, this talent and potential will only allow him to go further if it is revealed at the right time.
At dusk, Ryan returned to the wooden dormitory area carrying a bag of bottles and cans. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the potion bottle in his hand, reflecting a faint light. Just as he was walking towards his dormitory, Dempsey came from another path and happened to see what Ryan was holding. "Ryan, what are these?"
Dempsey asked with a smile, a bit curious in his tone. Ryan pretended to be relaxed and raised the bottle in his hand, and said casually, "I'm learning how to make potions.
I just bought some materials from the market and I'm going to try to see if I can refine some basic potions."
Demps raised his eyebrows and glanced at the bottles and jars in Ryan's hand. A trace of surprise flashed through his heart. He didn't expect that Ryan really planned to learn how to make potions.
You must know that potion making is not easy to learn. Many apprentices have tried but gave up halfway.
Although he admires Ryan's potential and hard work, potion making requires extremely high mental strength and skills, and not everyone can master it easily.
Dempsey suppressed the doubts in his heart and said with a smile, "Making potions?
It's a good idea, but this business is difficult, so you have to be mentally prepared." Ryan smiled and seemed unconcerned. "I know it's not easy, but you have to try, just in case you succeed."
Dempsey nodded.
Although he was not optimistic that Ryan could master potion making in a short time, he still patted Ryan on the shoulder and encouraged, "You can definitely do it, don't be discouraged. If you don't understand, wherever you go, remember to ask the bosses, they will always have some experience. Those who can sell potions in the market are often backed by pharmacists or wizard families.
Those bosses have been exposed to the potions for a long time and have some understanding of potions."
Ryan smiled slightly, thanking Dempsey for his support, but he also knew that Dempsey did not have high expectations for his potion production. However, this was exactly the effect he wanted. He doesn't plan to show off his success right away, choosing instead to keep a low profile. In the next few weeks, Ryan would go to the market every week, pretending to buy potion ingredients. From time to time, he would let Dempsey see him busy at the market selecting herbs, solvents, and other tools for refining potions. Although Dempsey occasionally asked about progress, Ryan only responded lightly, saying that he was still in the exploratory stage and had no special breakthroughs. A month has passed, and Ryan still goes to the market every week, brings back materials, and practices potion making repeatedly.
Demps also gradually stopped paying too much attention to Ryan's pharmaceutical experiments.
After all, in his opinion, it was just an interest of Ryan. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he would give up on this difficult path.
However, Ryan never relaxed his research on potion making.
He used those seemingly ordinary days to successfully master the production of several basic potions, especially satiety potions and hemostatic potions. He had been waiting for the right moment to show Demps what he had accomplished. Finally, a month later, Ryan appeared in front of Dempsey with confidence and a tube of orange satiety potion in his hand.
Demps was sorting out mission records. When he saw Ryan coming, he casually joked, "You have been very busy recently. Why, what new gains did you get today?"
A mysterious smile appeared on Ryan's lips, and he stepped forward and handed the tube of satiety potion to Demps. "Demps, haven't you always disliked me learning how to make potions? Now look, I made it myself, satiety potion, finished product." Dempsey was stunned, picked up the tube of potion and looked at it carefully. In the transparent bottle, the medicine is clear in color and exudes a slight sheen. It is obvious that this is a bottle of medicine of excellent quality.
"Did you really make it yourself?"
Dempsey's voice was full of surprise. He didn't expect Ryan to successfully refine the potion in just 1 month, and it was such an exquisite finished product. Ryan nodded, with confidence and pride in his eyes. "Yes, we succeeded on the 4th time."
Demps looked at Ryan, then at the potion in his hand,
and finally showed an approving smile. "It seems that I underestimated you, Ryan. You are such a strong-willed guy. I thought you would give up, but it seems that not only did you not give up, you also did much better than I imagined."
Ryan took the potion with a smile, feeling full of accomplishment. "This is just the beginning. I will make more and better potions in the future." Dempsey laughed and patted Ryan on the shoulder. "Okay. I'm waiting for your next surprise." Another 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Ryan opened the door and walked into Dempsey's room, holding an exquisite wooden box in his hand. When the lid of the wooden box was opened, 6 bottles of orange satiety potions were neatly arranged inside. With a faint smile on his face, Ryan placed the wooden box on the table. "Dempsey, these are the 6 satiety potions I gave you as part of my return for the 10 magic stones you lent me before." Ryan's tone was calm, but his words revealed a sense of sincerity and gratitude. Demps raised his head and looked at Ryan with a little surprise. you have already made 6 copies? I didn't expect you to progress so fast. He reached out and picked up a bottle of potion, shaking it gently. The orange liquid shone softly in the bottle, which was obviously a high-quality potion. Dempsey put the potion back into the box, thought for a moment, and frowned slightly. You did return these 6 potions, but there is still a part of the 10 magic stones you lent me. However, I have an idea. He paused, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which seemed quite meaningful. Ryan raised his head and waited for Dempsey to continue. Look, you can now refining satiety potions stably, and the quality is quite good. Dempsey glanced at the potion bottle on the table again. These things are very marketable in the market. Instead of waiting for you to slowly refine them to repay the magic stones I owe, why don't we cooperate and take these potions to the market for sale? Ryan was slightly taken aback, obviously not expecting Dempsey to propose such a cooperation proposal. You mean, let's sell the potion together? Ryan asked hesitantly. Dempsey smiled, with a hint of confidence in his tone. That's right. You are responsible for refining the potion, and I am responsible for contacting the vendors and customers in the market. Depending on the quality of your potion, we can earn a lot of magic stones. In this way, not only can we quickly pay off the magic stones you owe me, but we can also earn more magic stones and even expand our scale. Ryan thought carefully about Dempsey's proposal. This idea is undoubtedly very attractive. Not only can he get out of debt quickly, but he can also obtain continuous income from selling potions. Moreover, Dempsey had quite a few contacts in the market, which just made up for his lack of interpersonal communication. Cooperation is undoubtedly a win-win choice. Ryan nodded and smiled. I think this is a good idea. Since you have the resources in the market, I will be responsible for refining it and we can earn magic stones together. Dempsey showed a satisfied smile on his face and patted Ryan on the shoulder. Happy cooperation. Let's start with these satiation potions. When we make the first pot of gold, we can try to make more potions, and even expand to other products. Ryan looked at the 6 bottles of potions on the table, with new expectations and motivation rising in his heart. What was once a debt has now become an opportunity for cooperation, and potion making has also opened a new door for him. The cooperation between Ryan and Demps went very smoothly. After some discussion, Ryan decided not to limit himself to making satiety potions, but also to start refining more complex and more demanding hemostatic potions and antidote potions. These 2 potions are very popular among adventurers and apprentices, especially when facing dangerous tasks. They can play a key protective role. Ryan carefully made potions in the laboratory every day. His skills became more and more sophisticated, and each bottle of potion was perfectly presented under his precise operation. Even the proficiency of hemostatic potions has faintly exceeded the mastery level given by Cassiterite Crucible. It seems that I still have some talent for potions. As the proficiency of potion making increased, Ryan was able to handle more potion orders at the same time, while Demps was busy contacting customers at the market and selling Ryan's potions to vendors and adventurers in the market. Demps was eloquent, and with his extensive connections and sales skills, these potions soon became popular at the market. A month later, the results of Ryan and Demps' cooperation exceeded their expectations. They earned a total of 300 magic stones. You know, even if you take tasks non-stop for a month, you will not only face the test of life and death, but also work hard to get less than 40 magic stones after deducting the consumption of healing and fighting. Now, Ryan only needs to take 1 day a week to make a batch of potions, which far exceeds the magic stones earned from doing tasks. This wealth is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough for Ryan. He finally got rid of the dilemma of scarce resources and had enough magic stones on hand to support his practice and make more potions. With the 200 magic stones in hand, Ryan decided to splurge and buy 5 tranquilizers and 1 light green potion to see if he could be promoted to a second-class apprentice. After returning to his cabin, Ryan carefully took the first tranquilizer and felt a fresh energy rushing into his brain, and his mind instantly became extremely clear. At the same time, he could feel that the power in the knowledge crystal was resonating with his consciousness at a deeper level. The assimilation rate actually increased by 3%. Each portion of the tranquilizing potion can increase the assimilation rate of the knowledge crystal by 3%. As these words echoed in his mind, Ryan was immediately excited. He understood what a rare opportunity this was for him. 3% increase. Ryan quickly calculated in his mind that if he bought enough potions, he would have the opportunity to increase the assimilation rate of the knowledge crystal to 100%, completely unlocking all the knowledge and skills in it. This will greatly enhance his strength and pave the way for future cultivation. So, Ryan made a decision without hesitation.
He took out the magic stones he earned and directly bought 15 portions of tranquilizing potions, which was enough to increase his knowledge crystal assimilation rate from the current 55% to 100%. In the next few days, Ryan took these 15 potions in succession. Every time he took it, he could feel the content in the knowledge crystal being gradually unlocked, and the knowledge of spells and meditation techniques continued to flow into his consciousness. With the gradual increase of the assimilation rate, his mental power and knowledge reserve reached an unprecedented height, and his understanding of the ancient Byron language was also strengthened. The assimilation rate of knowledge crystal reached 100% as expected. With the blessing of his heart, Ryan equipped Jerry Ford notebook and replaced knowledge crystal. Sure enough, the assimilation rate that had been stuck at 99% changed and reached 100% and was permanently solidified. Although the inventory can directly grant the ancient Byron language mastery and crystal meditation method perfection, there has always been a subtle gap. Only when the assimilation rate is 100% will it truly belong to your own talent. Ryan sat cross-legged in the wooden house and fell into a deep state of meditation. His consciousness gradually entered the spiritual world. As his meditation deepened, the spiritual sea reappeared in his perception. This spiritual sea was unusually bright at this time, as if awakened by some powerful force. At this moment, Ryan suddenly felt an unprecedented power surging from the depths of his heart. His mental power expanded rapidly, and more will runes emerged in the spiritual sea. These runes flickered with a faint light one after another. Ryan counted them and was surprised to find that 64 will runes appeared at the same time. Each rune was like the embodiment of his will, arranged in a perfect circle around his spiritual core, flowing with a deep and mysterious brilliance. Ryan felt that his mental power had reached a new height, but he felt faintly that there was still a little short of it, as if there was some power that had not yet been completely broken through. Although the 64 runes were complete, they were not completely connected, as if there was only a last chance to break through all the barriers and truly enter the realm of the second-class apprentice. Just a little short, Ryan muttered in his heart, feeling a little anxious. At this moment, he remembered the light green potion he had bought not long ago. This bottle of potion was specially prepared for apprentices who were about to break through the bottleneck. It could quickly enhance mental power, help them break the shackles, and complete the promotion. Ryan did not hesitate and took out the bottle of potion from his waist. The light green liquid in the bottle flickered slightly under the light, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Perhaps, this is the opportunity for my breakthrough. Ryan whispered to himself, opened the bottle cap without hesitation, and drank the potion in one gulp. After taking the potion, Ryan immediately felt a warm energy spreading rapidly from his stomach to his whole body, especially deep in his mind, and a strong mental fluctuation broke out. His consciousness seemed to be ignited by this energy, and his mental power surged like a tide. At the same time, the 64 will runes gradually began to become brighter, and each rune was full of power and vitality. The connection between the runes became closer and closer, and Ryan felt that the mental power flowed more smoothly in the runes, as if each rune was resonating. He could clearly feel that this power was running wildly in his body, constantly impacting the last bottleneck. Suddenly, a strong impact force broke out in the spiritual sea, and the 64 runes were completely connected, forming an extremely harmonious flow of power. Ryan's spiritual sea was instantly filled with light, and his mental power was qualitatively improved. His consciousness seemed to have passed through some invisible barrier and entered a whole new realm. I've been promoted. At the same time, 3 more grids were opened in the inventory. Ryan opened his eyes and felt that his body was filled with extremely powerful mental power. He took a deep breath, and his heart was filled with pride and joy. He finally succeeded in breaking through and officially promoted to a second-class apprentice. This promotion not only means a huge improvement in his mental strength, but also represents a crucial step forward in his cultivation path. The power of the 64 connected will runes still shines in his spiritual sea. After being promoted to a second-class apprentice, the 64 will runes in Ryan's spiritual sea shone brightly. They were arranged neatly, and a faint but stable light flowed. Ryan felt the improvement of his spiritual power, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment, but he also felt a hint of new pressure. The emergence of all 64 will runes meant that he had reached the limit of his current level in the spiritual field, but with it, he also realized a realistic problem: the effect of the basic meditation method was gradually weakening. He sat in the wooden house, closed his eyes and looked inward at the spiritual sea again, and a description of a torn page in the library flashed through his mind. When the will rune reaches the limit, the improvement brought by the basic meditation method will become weaker and weaker, and the efficiency of meditation will drop significantly.
To continue to break through, stronger external assistance is needed.
Ryan sighed softly, realizing that he was in this situation. The 64 will runes have fully emerged, which means that the speed at which he can improve his spiritual power through meditation will be much slower than before. The basic meditation method was originally an important means for him to be promoted to first-class and second-class apprentices, but now, its effect is rapidly weakening. Although the accumulation of mental power is still slowly increasing, he knows that this improvement alone is far from enough to support him to reach the level of a third-class apprentice. It seems that if I want to continue to break through and advance to the third-class apprentice, I need more external help. Ryan muttered to himself and began to think about his next plan. He knew very well that if he wanted to advance from a second-class apprentice to a third-class apprentice, meditation alone would no longer be able to support him to quickly improve his mental power. Terrazzo ware is one of the common ways to advance. This method can enhance the apprentice's mental power through weak and continuous meditation, but its effect is relatively slow and requires a long period of accumulation. Ryan frowned. If you only rely on terrazzo ware to improve, the process of promotion may be quite long. The accumulation of mental power is stable, but the time cost to break through the bottleneck of the third-class apprentice is too high. It may not reach the critical point for decades. Although Ryan is only 16 years old now, once he is over 45 years old, the probability of breaking through to a formal wizard will be greatly reduced. He thought in his heart that although terrazzo ware is safe, it is far from the fastest way. Another shortcut is to rely on special potions that improve mental power, like the light green potion. Ryan recalled the feeling of taking the light green potion when he was promoted to a second-class apprentice. The powerful and direct mental power improvement allowed him to quickly break through the bottleneck. If he can find a similar potion, or a more powerful mental power potion, he may be able to break through again in a short period of time and successfully enter the realm of a third-class apprentice. The light green potion is a good choice, Ryan muttered to himself, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, but it can only provide a limited mental power improvement after all. If you can find a more powerful potion, the possibility of a breakthrough will be greater. Even if a light green potion costs 100 magic stones, it can be saved up for a few years. What's more important is drug resistance. The only potion that can be bought to improve mental power is the light green potion. He secretly decided in his heart that he would continue to look for more powerful potions through the market, or explore other ways to quickly improve mental power. He knew that there were mysterious potion merchants and potion mentors in the academy who might be able to find several more advanced potions to help him cross the threshold of the third-class apprentice. He must find a way to become a formal student. Most of the valuable advanced knowledge cannot even be bought with money and can only be passed down by the mentor. Perhaps Demps should be asked to find out more. You can't rush for success, but you can't wait for opportunities. Ryan stood up with a firm look. He knew that advancing to the third-class apprentice would be his goal in the next stage, and he must seize every opportunity to improve himself. Whether it is the accumulation of terrazzo ware or the help of potions, Ryan has made full plans for the next breakthrough. He whispered to himself, only a stronger mental power and a higher wizard realm can allow me to go further on this road and live longer. It's the agreed time again. When Ryan handed the potion to Demps, Demps whispered, Ryan, I heard some news recently, you have to be careful. Demp's eyes became solemn, as if there was something important to tell him. What news? Ryan asked with a frown. Demps looked around and confirmed that no one was approaching before continuing. In recent days, several third-class apprentices have been abducted. You know, they all have at least low-level magic items on them. The only sign left at the scene is the broken bones that people in the bone forest usually use. Ryan's heart sank. He had heard of the name of the bone forest before. It was a group of predators who only obeyed the dark and were famous for controlling the dead. As the black wizard among the black wizards, there were not even a handful of pharmacists in such a large academy. Apprentices being targeted by them almost meant that their lives and deaths were uncertain, and there was a great possibility that they would be trained into growing dead spirits. How many people were abducted? Ryan asked in a low voice. There are currently 3 people known, but I'm sure this is just the beginning. Demps responded in a low voice, his eyes deep, as if foreshadowing that a bigger conspiracy was about to unfold. Ryan couldn't help but clench the potion in his hand, and a wave of uneasiness rose in his heart. What is the goal of the bone forest? Do those abducted apprentices have any chance of survival? And most importantly, will he himself become the next target? Many apprentices knew that he was a pharmacist, so they could only avoid going to the wilderness. There was a hint of chill in the air, as if the tentacles of the dark forces had quietly reached where they were.
Okay, let's put this matter aside for now, Ryan. There is a small party on the second floor of the cafeteria tonight. Do you want to come?
Demps said with a hint of excitement.
Ryan was stunned, then smiled. Party? Is there anything special?
Demps patted Ryan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Nothing special, I just want to relax. Those who did the task with us last time will also come, so it's a good time for everyone to get together and talk about the recent situation.
You are always busy making potions, and it's time to come out and relax. Ryan thought about it.
He has been immersed in potion making and training recently. It's rare to have the opportunity to relax with friends.
He nodded and agreed. Okay, it just so happens that I have something to talk to you about.
The two walked towards the cafeteria of the college together. At this time, the first floor of the cafeteria has gradually become lively. The students are sitting at their own tables in groups of 3 or 4, enjoying dinner. Under the light, the cafeteria looks warm and lively. Demps took Ryan directly to the second floor of the cafeteria. Compared with the noise on the first floor, the atmosphere on the second floor seems to be more quiet and comfortable, reserved for some apprentices in small groups to gather. Ryan saw at a glance that several people who had done tasks with him before were already sitting by the
window, laughing and talking.
Carl, the knight who had shown great fighting power in the mission, was still as burly as ever, drinking a glass of juice, while Alice beside him was sipping tea gently, her expression as calm as ever. She noticed Ryan's arrival, nodded slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face.
Ryan, come and sit down.
Carl greeted enthusiastically, raising the cup in his hand to signal Ryan.
Ryan walked forward with a smile and sat next to them, while Demps sat next to him. It seems that everyone has been busy recently. Ryan looked around and felt a familiar sense of intimacy.
The memory of the last mission gradually emerged in his mind. Although that mission was full of danger, it was because of the help of these teammates that they were able to complete it successfully. Carl laughed heartily and said, yes, but no matter how busy we are, we still need time to relax.
We can't always be too tense. By the way, Ryan, I heard from Demps that you have been busy making potions recently? How is it going? Have you earned a lot of magic stones? Ryan smiled and said modestly, it's going well.
I made some hemostatic and antidote potions, which sold well in the market. However, compared with your battles, my potion making is nothing. Alice said softly, being able to make potions is a great advantage, especially for those of us who often go out on missions. Your potion may save our lives at a critical moment in the future.
Demps also nodded and agreed. That's right, Ryan's potion making is getting more and more sophisticated.
I have witnessed his process from apprentice to master. Maybe when we take on tasks in the future, Ryan can not only help us replenish potions, but also use these potions to turn the situation around at critical moments. Everyone smiled and nodded, and the atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant. The time of the party passed quickly, and everyone talked about many interesting stories about the academy, recent progress in cultivation, and future plans.
In this relaxed atmosphere, Ryan felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. The time spent with friends allowed him to temporarily put aside the pressure of refining medicine and cultivation, and enjoy this moment of tranquility. The party gradually came to an end, and everyone's laughter and conversation gradually became softer. Ryan sat at the table, thinking about the conversation just now, feeling happy, with a faint smile on his face. Just then, Alice came over gently. Her movements were very natural, but with a hint of subtle tension. Ryan was still thinking about the conversation just now, and suddenly felt a warm breath brushing past his ears, which made him feel itchy in his heart instantly. Alice lowered her head slightly and leaned very close. Her long hair fell on Ryan's shoulders, and the fresh fragrance filled the air. Her lips were close to his ear, almost touching his ear, and she whispered, Ryan, if you have time, you can come to see me. My dormitory is in the north building, room 312. At that moment, Ryan felt her breath gently brushing against his ear, with an indescribable tenderness and intimacy. His heartbeat slightly accelerated, and her gentle voice and warm touch seemed to remain in his ears. After Alice finished speaking, she stepped back slightly shyly, with a barely perceptible blush on her face. Her eyes flickered, with a bit of expectation and a bit of shyness. Ryan's heart suddenly itched. Although he usually calmly focused on practicing and making potions, he felt a little unprepared at this moment. He calmed down, turned to look at Alice, raised a smile on his lips, and said softly, Okay. I will find you. After hearing this, Alice showed a satisfied smile, then stood up and waved gently, Then I'll go first, Ryan, don't forget it. Looking at her back gradually walking away, Ryan's heart was still a little subtle throbbing. He touched his ears, as if he could still feel the gentle breath.
Although they had done tasks together, Ryan didn't want to communicate deeply with Alice, because they had only known each other for less than half a year and were not so familiar with each other. What's more, she was also very attentive to other genius apprentices. Now she was so enthusiastic only because Ryan showed a super talent for potions. Dumps, do you have any good news for calling me here? After seeing everyone off, Ryan sat in the private room and asked. The 1,000 magic stones you gave me before were not wasted. I asked around and bought this. Obviously, it didn't cost 1,000 magic stones originally. The price has increased recently. Demps carefully untied the red ribbon in his hand and handed the parchment to Ryan. This is a 10-year contract, he explained, looking at Ryan seriously. If you are willing to sign this contract, the Cullen family can arrange for you to become a student of a potion instructor, that is, a formal student. This instructor is very famous in the field of potions. He can teach you more advanced potion-making skills, and even rare potion formulas. Ryan's eyes fell on the contract, and his heart moved slightly. Becoming a student of a potion instructor is undoubtedly a huge opportunity for him. This will allow him to make rapid progress in the field of potion making and gain more extensive knowledge and experience. Demps continued, his voice soft but with a hint of caution. However, signing this contract means that you will make potions for the Cullen family. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about the materials at all. The Cullen family will be fully responsible for providing all the necessary refining materials. Ryan frowned slightly, and began to think about the pros and cons. It seemed that refining potions for the Cullen family was somewhat restrictive, but Demps quickly continued, for every finished potion you refine, the Cullen family will reward you with a certain amount of magic stones. That is to say, not only can you get guidance from the potion mentor and improve your potion skills, but you can also get magic stone rewards by refining potions. After he finished speaking, he pushed the contract to Ryan, with a trace of sincerity in his eyes. Ryan, I know you have a great talent in potions, and this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. And the Cullen family is committed to its promises, so you don't need to worry about any worries. Ryan gently stroked the edge of the contract, weighing the words in his heart. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Becoming a student of a potion mentor can allow him to quickly improve his level, and the resources and magic stone rewards provided by the Cullen family are enough to make up for the labor of refining potions. He raised his head and looked at it, with some doubt and confirmation in his eyes. Are there any other additional conditions in the contract? For example, time or quantity restrictions? Dumps shook his head and smiled gently. There is no fixed task volume requirement. You only need to refine it according to the needs of the Cullen family and complete it according to your progress. The family will give corresponding magic stone rewards according to the quality and quantity of the finished product. As for the time, there is no hard and fast rule. You can still arrange your own practice and potion making freely. Hearing this, Ryan's doubts gradually dissipated. Becoming a student of the potion instructor means that he can not only obtain great resource support, but also steadily improve his strength. The key is the high-quality potion that improves mental strength. Now there is money but no channel to buy it. 10 years is also acceptable. It is estimated that by then he will have just been promoted to a third-class apprentice. Ryan nodded, and finally took the contract, smiling. Okay, I am willing to sign this contract. Dumps showed a relieved smile, with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. You will not regret it, Ryan. The Cullen family has signed at least 50 pharmacists. This will be a step for you to move to a higher level. Demps knew Ryan was still a little confused. He paused, and the expression on his face became more serious. The Cullen family is not simple in the academy, especially in the field of potions. Many apprentices, including the potions you sold to the market before, actually have many it was acquired by the Cullen family. There is a very influential third-class apprentice in the family, who almost controls the circulation of most potions inside and outside the academy. A trace of curiosity flashed in Ryan's eyes, and he asked, who is this third-class apprentice? Dempsey smiled slightly and continued, her name is Celia. She is a direct member of the Cullen family. Even though she is only a third-class apprentice now, in fact, she has quite a lot of experience in potion production and acquisition, and almost all the high-quality potions you see in the market all have her influence. It can be said that many apprentices in the academy sell potions through her channels, especially apprentices like us, who basically cannot avoid her. When Ryan heard this, he couldn't help but admire Celia's ability. So it's her, he said thoughtfully, more curiosity about the apprentice coming to mind. Demps continued to explain, the Cullen family has a strong resource background, especially in the field of pharmaceuticals. They have no shortage of materials, let alone sales. Most potions made by apprentices, even if they are of average quality, will be purchased by Celia, and the high-quality potions you make are the type that she values. Dempsey pointed to Ryan's medicine bag and said with a smile, the medicines you usually make, such as hemostatic medicines and detoxification medicines, can be sold directly to her if you are willing. Not only will she give you a higher price than in the market, but she will also provide you with additional magic stone rewards based on the quality of your potion. Ryan nodded thoughtfully. I see, no wonder you recommend the Cullen family so much. Dempsey continued, Celia is not only a genius in pharmaceuticals, she is also very sensitive to the pharmaceutical market and can help you sell pharmaceuticals better. She has a sharp eye and knows which medicine is most in demand at what time. Therefore, as long as you keep the quality of the medicine stable, the Cullen family will be your most reliable partner. Ryan's determination to cooperate with the Cullen family has become stronger, and Celia's existence makes this path of cooperation clearer. He understood that he could not only obtain magic stones by making potions, but also use the resources of the Cullen family to improve his potion skills. Demps looked at Ryan's expression, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, with such strong support, you only need to focus on making potions and leave the rest to Celia. This time I am on the right track, and I will be very busy in the future. Ryan smiled slightly and felt a sense of solid confidence in his heart. It seems that I have to work harder. It will be a busy day in the future. The next morning, under the guidance of the spell puppet, Ryan walked through the narrow corridor of Blackstone Lowland Academy, his footsteps echoing on the quiet stone tile floor. The puppet's figure is slender, silent and efficient, and it moves steadily towards its destination. Ryan felt a little nervous. He knew that the next meeting would determine whether his cooperation with the Cullen family could proceed smoothly. Soon, the puppet stopped in front of a heavy wooden door. The door is carved with complex runes, symbolizing the owner of this place, Nat, the prestigious pharmacy instructor in the academy. The puppet knocked on the door gently, and then the door slowly opened automatically, and a faint aroma of herbs came to the face. The light in the room was soft, and the surrounding bookshelves were filled with various potions and alchemy tools. Come in, Ryan. A low and slightly hoarse voice came from deep in the room. Ryan walked into the room and saw an old man in black robe sitting behind a large wooden table. It was Tutor Nat. His eyes were deep, and his face was covered with traces of time. His hands were gently folded on the table, and he looked at Ryan with a hint of scrutiny. Nat pointed to a chair in front of him and motioned for Ryan to sit down. I heard that you signed a contract with the Cullen family and wanted to become my student. You know, the Cullen family never easily signs people without potential. People. Ryan nodded. Although he had a certain degree of confidence in his potion making, he still felt a pressure in front of such a senior instructor. Nat continued, his voice still calm but majestic. However, although the contract has been signed, I must confirm your potion-making talent with my own eyes before I can decide whether you are really worthy of my teaching. He paused and glanced at Ryan sharply. I don't want to teach an apprentice who is just a fool. Ryan understood that this was a test. His breathing became slightly heavier, but he quickly calmed down. He knew that he had no way out. Nat stood up and walked to one side of the room, where various alchemy equipment and potion materials were placed. He took out a prepared material package from a shelf, placed it on the table, and placed a bottle of light green herbal solution in front of Ryan. I want you to make a calming potion now. The materials have been prepared well, you just have to show your skills. Ryan nodded slightly, his eyes becoming focused. Without much hesitation, he picked up the materials on the table and began to process them. The first is the refining of the herbs. He gently puts the herbs into the crucible and slowly heats them. Fire control is the key. Ryan meditated on the key points in his mind and carefully controlled the temperature of the flame. His hands were steady and powerful, his mind was highly focused, and his eyes were fixed on the changes in the crucible to ensure that the essence of the medicine was perfectly extracted. Nat stood aside, silently observing Ryan's every move. There was a hint of severity in his eyes, but also a hint of expectation. Then, Ryan carefully poured the extracted herbal essence into the potion bottle, and then added the magic or powder. This step was extremely critical. Ryan slowly stirred the potion to ensure that the magic element and the herbs were perfectly integrated. His technique was skillful and precise, and there was no mistake in every step. As the potion gradually became clear, Ryan became more and more confident. In the last step, he added a catalyst, and the potion began to flash a faint light, and the color gradually turned into a light golden yellow. Ryan knew that this meant that the potion had been successful. He took a deep breath, gently sealed the bottle stopper of the tranquilizer,
and handed it to Mentor Nat. "Mentor, the potion is ready."
Nat took the potion, his eyes stayed on the liquid in the bottle for a moment, then opened the bottle stopper and smelled it gently. His expression was calm, but there was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes.
Nat nodded slowly. "Yes, the herbal extracts are accurate, and the fusion of magic is also quite perfect. It seems that you really have the talent to become a pharmacist."
Ryan was relieved when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his face.
Nat put the potion back on the table, sat down again, and his tone softened a little. "Since you have passed the test, from today on, you can follow me to learn more advanced potion making. I hope you can maintain this attitude and continue to improve yourself."
Ryan looked at Nat gratefully, and his heart was full of determination. "Thank you, Mentor, I will definitely not let you down."
Nat waved his hand, indicating that Ryan could leave.
"Go, I will arrange a new study plan for you tomorrow, be prepared."
Ryan stood up, bowed to Nat, and then turned to leave the room.
Rushing to the wooden dormitory area without stopping, Ryan packed his luggage and waited for the magic puppet to take him. Ryan stood at the door of the dormitory for the preparatory students, watching a magic puppet pushing his suitcase steadily and slowly moving towards the dormitory area for the formal students. The puppet was glowing with a faint blue light, and its limbs were steady and powerful. It was specially used to help the students carry their belongings. Ryan followed the magic puppet, feeling a little relaxed and full of expectations. The preparatory students passing by stopped one after another, and their eyes followed Ryan and the magic puppet, with envy and admiration in their eyes. Several preparatory students standing at the door of the wooden house couldn't help but whisper,
"Is that Ryan?"
His luggage was carried by the magic puppet. "It seems that he has been promoted to a formal student." A tall student stared at the puppet pushing Ryan's luggage, his tone full of amazement.
"It's amazing.
I heard that not only did he make rapid progress in his practice, but he was also personally assessed by instructor Nat and became his student."
Another student echoed, with a hint of helplessness on his face. "After becoming a formal student, the resources and treatment are completely different.
I heard that the dormitory area for formal students is spacious and bright, and there are special training rooms." A thin student sighed, his eyes full of longing.
"Yes, who doesn't want to live there? Not only are there better training conditions, but there is also personal guidance from the instructor."
The fat student sighed and whispered, "But we have to work harder.
I don't know when it will be our turn."
This group of preparatory students are isolated from information and weak in strength. They thought that hard work would make the instructor accept them as disciples. They were not talented and could only exchange interests.
Ryan listened to the discussion behind him and couldn't help but smile.
Although the training in potion making these days made him feel stressed, he finally gained something now. He didn't look back, but just followed the magic puppet to move forward, his heart full of expectations for the future. Soon, the magic puppet transported Ryan's luggage to the gate of the formal student dormitory area. Unlike the simple wooden house where the preparatory students lived, the building in front of him was magnificent and neat, with ancient runes engraved on the stone walls, wide doors and windows, and neatly trimmed gardens around, full of a peaceful atmosphere. After the magic puppet placed the suitcase at the door of Ryan's new room, he turned around and left silently.
Ryan stood in front of the dormitory door and took a deep breath.
The environment in front of him was even better than he had imagined. He pushed open the door, and the sunlight poured into the room through the large windows, reflecting on the neat bed and the practice desk. Here, it is not only a place to live, but also the starting point for him to continuously improve his strength in the future. The dormitory for formal students, Ryan whispered in his heart, and he was excited. He knew that he had entered a new stage. As he stepped into the dormitory area, Ryan felt that the envious eyes behind him gradually disappeared behind him, and his future was full of more possibilities. Ryan pushed open the door of instructor Nat and walked into the familiar room. The room was still filled with a faint herbal aroma, various alchemical instruments were neatly placed, and the air was full of magic. Teacher Nat was sitting behind a wooden table, concentrating on reading an ancient book. When he heard Ryan's footsteps, he raised his head and looked at Ryan with sharp eyes.
"Ryan, you're just in time." Nat put down the book and nodded slightly to signal Ryan to sit down.
"Today I have prepared a study plan for you, hoping to help you make further progress in potion making."
Teacher Nat's voice was gentle and firm, as if it could instantly dispel any doubts in Ryan's heart.
Ryan was refreshed, and quickly put down the tools in his hands, raised his head and listened attentively.
Teacher Nat opened the book and began to introduce the learning content of each stage one by one.
First, You need to master the basic methods of potion making, including the selection of medicinal materials, the ratio and the characteristics of different potions. Teacher Nat began, I have arranged 3 main tasks for you, each of which will help you gradually improve your production level. Ryan nodded, full of expectations.
Mentor Nat continued, the first task is to make 20 portions of tranquilizing potion. This potion is very common in the wizarding world, and you need to be familiar with its formula and refining process.
Make sure that each portion can achieve the standard effect.
The second task is to make 15 portions of solidifying liquid.
This potion is more complicated, and some materials in the formula need to be carefully processed, especially the extraction of those rare ingredients.
Please be careful and avoid mistakes.
Mentor Nat said seriously, and Ryan took notes carefully.
The last task is to try to make a light green potion.
This is a challenge, and the success rate is not high, but you have accumulated some experience in previous studies.
I believe you can complete this task.
I will work hard, Mentor.
Ryan answered solemnly, full of fighting spirit.
Remember, potion making is not just a simple operation, but a deep understanding of the subtle relationship between materials and magic. Mentor Nat added, when you master these skills, you can not only improve your alchemy level, but also lay the foundation for your progress in your wizard career. Mentor Nat finally looked at Ryan, with expectation and encouragement in his eyes. If you encounter any difficulties in the production process, you can always come to me.
Believe in yourself, Ryan, you will become an excellent pharmacist. Ryan had no doubts about the task.
Sure enough, in Witch World, the mentor will never stop exploiting the students.
A few days later, Ryan came to Tutor Nat's room and handed over the remaining potions.
There were dozens of these potions under his bed, all of which were left behind to reduce the success rate of the potions in the eyes of outsiders. Now, he felt a sense of relief as he walked out of the room, but behind him, Tutor Nat still stayed where he was, staring at the potion that Ryan had just given him. The potion bottle on the table lay quietly, clear and translucent, emitting a faint light. Instructor Nat slowly picked up a bottle of calming potion. Through the bottle, he could clearly see the color and flow of the potion inside. He couldn't help but feel shocked, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This quality, Nat muttered to himself, secretly speculating on Ryan's proficiency. He knew that only those with perfect level of proficiency could produce such high-quality potions. This means that Ryan is definitely not as mediocre as he expected, but is hiding his true level.
This kid, Nat murmured, memories of his youth flashing through his mind.
He remembered that he had had a similar experience at that time and had shown extraordinary talent in the field of alchemy. Facing the challenge of medicine, he also groped in the dark until he saw his potential.
Ryan is as talented now as he was then.
We are both so talented in medicine, and we are both so handsome. This similarity made Nat sigh, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of affinity for Ryan. Ryan's hard work and persistence reminded him of those days when he was young, and made him feel pity and admiration for this apprentice. I can't just let him go like this, I want to give him more help.
Nat decided secretly in his heart.
He knew that Ryan not only needed the imparting of knowledge, but also needed a trustworthy mentor to guide him. Since Ryan has chosen to hide his clumsiness, he should observe more carefully and give him the necessary support and opportunities so that he can grow steadily in this mysterious and dangerous wizarding world. It's time to make some changes, Nat whispered to himself, a smile on his face. He knew that he would take care of Ryan in different ways and help him go further on the road of potion making and reach a higher level.
Ryan walked out of Tutor Nat's laboratory, holding a new letter of authorization in his hand. Today, he will replace Tutor Nat to teach pharmacy. This was originally the task of senior sister Celia and several seniors, but who asked the least powerful Ryan to come? And to be honest, he has never even seen the faces of Celia and others, and I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize them if he met them. He was both nervous and excited. After all, this would be his first time standing on the podium, facing a group of students who were looking forward to learning. I don't know if there are any stabbings on the head or something, but I can still pretend to be slapped in the face when the time comes. As he walked into the classroom, the surrounding atmosphere seemed a bit noisy.
Students gathered together in small groups, discussing their respective research topics, and occasionally bursts of laughter could be heard. Ryan stood at the door and adjusted his mentality slightly, trying to look mature and stable. When he walked into the classroom, several students looked up at him, thinking that he was also a classmate who came to listen to the class. A boy wearing glasses even waved to Ryan and urged, "Hurry up and take a seat, don't be late. If you are late, the teacher will be angry." Ryan was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh, but his heart was full of uneasiness.
Unexpectedly, these students would actually regard him as a classmate. It seemed that he was really a new face in their hearts. Actually, I am the teacher today. Ryan smiled slightly and stood in front of the podium. Although his voice was calm, his heart was beating wildly. The classroom fell silent instantly, and the students looked at each other, the expressions on their faces quickly changing from confusion to shock. The boy who urged him before covered his mouth in surprise, his eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. You mean you are a substitute teacher? A female student finally couldn't help asking, with disbelief in her voice. Yes, that's me. Ryan nodded confidently, trying to cover up his inner nervousness with a calm tone. He could feel the students' gazes piercing him like knives. You are actually our new teacher? This is incredible. Can he actually teach pharmacy? The classroom exploded instantly. The students spoke to each other with surprise and excitement on their faces. Ryan could understand their reaction. After all, although he was well known in the academy, he was still just an apprentice. Now he had to stand in front of them and teach. This was indeed a shocking thing. Please calm down, everyone, we will start the class immediately. Ryan tried to make his voice sound steady and tried to hide the fluctuations in his heart. The students in the classroom gradually calmed down, their eyes full of curiosity and expectation. It seems that no one dares to go against the orders issued by the official wizard. Ryan knew that he not only wanted to teach pharmacy knowledge, but also let them see the enthusiasm and persistence of a young apprentice. As the course began, Ryan gradually relaxed. Although he was a little nervous at the beginning, he began to fluently explain the principles of potion making, the selection of materials and precautions. The students listened attentively and were gradually infected by his enthusiasm. At the end of the class, Ryan answered several students' questions with a smile. Seeing the curiosity shining in their eyes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. At the end of the day of teaching, Nat asked Ryan what difficulties he had in pharmacy. Ryan said bluntly, "Teacher, I have encountered some bottlenecks in my mental training recently. I would like to ask if you have any formula for a potion that can improve my mental power." After hearing this, Nat pondered for a moment, then took out a few yellowed manuscripts from the nearby bookshelf, flipped through a few pages, and said lightly, "It is not easy to improve your mental power, especially when you are close to the bottleneck. Ordinarily, the effects of potions are no longer significant enough. However, there are indeed several potions that can help you break this limitation." He paused and took out two different formulas. The first one is the dark green potion that I modified myself. Its formula is based on the classic potion that I modified. The effect is stronger than the traditional formula. The effect is long-lasting but relatively slow, suitable for long-term use, and used to steadily enhance mental strength. Although it is slow to take effect, it is highly safe and less prone to side effects. However, it is more difficult to refine and requires quite precise heat and material processing. Nat gently placed the formula in his hand in front of Ryan, and Ryan looked at the paper carefully. It was densely filled with complex symbols and annotations. It was obviously a formula that had been improved and optimized many times. And the other one, Nat took out another formula from the stack of books and handed it to Ryan, is the corpse tear potion. It is derived from ancient alchemy and its main ingredient is very rare vengeful spirits. This potion can greatly increase mental power in a short period of time, but it will make the body weak and even fall into an illusion. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he knew that these two potions were extremely valuable resources, whether for short-term sprint or long-term accumulation. He picked up the two formulas, looked at them carefully, and said without hesitation, "Teacher, I have decided to use both potion formulas." Nat nodded, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes, and he said calmly, "The two formulas total 3,000 magic stones. The production of these potions is extremely difficult, and the price of the formula is naturally high." 3,000 magic stones is a big expense for Ryan. Although he has just accumulated some wealth through the sale of potions, he still needs to be cautious when spending such a large amount of money. This is a whole year of accumulation. He glanced at the bookshelf on Instructor Nat's desk and suddenly had an idea. "Teacher, I am willing to pay these 3,000 magic stones, but I have a request." Ryan's eyes fell on a yellowed manuscript in Nat's hand, which was obviously full of comments and revisions from his instructor. Nat raised his eyebrows, with a hint of interest in his eyes. "Oh? What do you want?" Ryan smiled slightly and clicked on the manuscript on Nat's desk. "I hope you can give me that manuscript as well. This will not only help me better understand the production of these potions, but also allow me to learn from you. Learn more from the ideas." Nat was startled, then smiled with satisfaction, obviously appreciating Ryan's intelligence and agility. He thought for a moment and nodded. You are a smart boy. You know that what you need to learn is not only the results, but also the process and ideas. He gently pushed the manuscript in front of Ryan, with a hint of approval in his tone. Well, since you are so sincere, this manuscript belongs to you. I hope you can learn more from it instead of just being satisfied with it. The finished product of the medicine. Ryan nodded gratefully and carefully put away the 2 formulas and manuscripts, filled with anticipation for the upcoming potion production. This is not only an opportunity to learn medicine, but also a precious moment to deeply understand the instructor's knowledge system. Thank you, mentor. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Ryan's heart was filled with excitement and confidence, not because of anything else. Nat's experimental notes, the notebook that condenses the hard work of pharmacist Nat spent 5 years improving the light green potion and restoring the corpse tears potion excavated from ancient ruins. Equipment conditions. The proficiency of the 4 potions has reached perfection. Equipment effect. Improved pharmacist talent, mastery of 2 potions, dark green potion, corpse tear potion, assimilation rate, 0, unable to equip due to insufficient conditions. The effect of this equipment made Ryan's eyes go straight when he touched it. The dark green potion and corpse tear potion can be said to be the most precious potions in the entire Blackstone lowlands. They are priceless and cannot be bought for a lot of money. Although the slight improvement in the apothecary's talent given by Cistern Stone Crucible was not noticeable before, the word slight has been removed this time. Once the equipment is successfully equipped, there will be a qualitative change. Gone. I want to take the calming potion to perfection. The materials needed to make a calming potion are neatly placed on the table: Qingshan grass, blue crystal flower, a small amount of magic or powder, and a bottle of transparent basic solution. Ryan took a deep breath. Today he was going to refine the medicine he was getting familiar with again, the calming medicine. And in the following days, Ryan basically kept refining the calming potion 10 times a week. The servants of the Collin family also bring a certain amount of potion materials every week, and the time for making potions every day can be said to be full. If instructor Nat hadn't assigned many tasks, Ryan would have broken his back every day. Fortunately, the proficiency in soothing potions continues to improve, and the assimilation rate of Siderite Crucible has also steadily increased, and the effect of the equipment can be solidified in up to half a year. Ryan, I have something to tell you recently. Dempsey took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Ryan noticed something strange about Dempsey and turned to him with questions. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Dempsey smiled helplessly and shrugged. That's right. Originally, the potions and other material supplies we cooperated with didn't require so many magic stones. They could be solved with about 500 to 1,000 magic stones. But recently, the prices of finished medicines on the market have skyrocketed, and even basic medicinal materials have also increased in price. Dempsey sighed and looked a little helpless. I heard that there is an imbalance between supply and demand. The demand in the college and surrounding areas has increased sharply recently, especially for some rare medicinal materials, and the prices have risen ridiculously. What we could have done with 500 magic stones now requires at least 1,000 magic stones, and we may not even be able to buy everything. Ryan frowned. Price increase? Why did it suddenly increase so much? Dempsey looked at Ryan, lowered his voice, and his tone became more serious. However, the most troublesome thing is not the price increase. The contract you signed before should have been executed by the Collin family. Celia, do you remember? But she suddenly disappeared recently. When Ryan heard this, he was stunned. Celia disappeared? Dempsey nodded and frowned. Yes, no one knows where she went. She was originally responsible for signing a contract with you and supervising the production of potions and distribution of materials, but now she suddenly disappeared. That's definitely a bit weird. Ahem, the 5th level formal student who was in the same hometown as us has disappeared. Can you ask your instructor for news about any major events that have happened recently? No problem, but the ingredients for the tranquilizing potion must be completed. Demps was relieved to hear Ryan's reply. Don't worry, I have other channels to deliver it on time. There is an undercurrent. As a pharmacist, Ryan knows that the price of finished medicines in the market has increased by a full 30%. Magical items that are usually scarce are being bought as soon as they appear, giving a feeling that a storm is about to come. Nat wrote complex symbols and potion formulas on the blackboard, explaining how to master the fire control and magic balance in potion refining. The knowledge flowing out of his mouth seemed to be poured into Ryan's mind all at once. After the class, Ryan packed up the books and alchemy tools at hand and walked to instructor Nat's desk. Ryan asked softly, Tutor, I didn't see senior sister Celia and several other seniors. Where have they gone?
Nat stopped writing in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Ryan calmly. He was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his words, and then said slowly, "They are going to perform tasks. The academy often arranges long-term tasks for experienced students, which can help them improve their strength and obtain more practical experience." Nat put down the pen in his hand, stood up and walked to the bookshelf, rummaging for something. He continued, "Celia and several seniors are already very familiar with the college's mission system and often take on some more difficult missions. Not only can this exercise their actual combat abilities, but they can also earn magic stones and rare resources by completing tasks. Recently, they have received a relatively complex long-term mission and have gone to the outside world to perform it. As third-class apprentices, they need more practical experience, and the theory and practice of pharmaceuticals must complement each other." Ryan nodded, but his heart felt even heavier. The deacon of the Collin family, a distinguished pharmacist, was actually out on a mission. Although he understands that tasks play a certain role in growth, there is no doubt that following a first-level wizard and focusing on potions and training is the right choice. Nat took a wooden box from the bookshelf, walked back to the table, opened the box, and there were several tokens of various shapes neatly placed inside. He picked out a silver token and handed it to Ryan. "You should also try to accept a long-term mission." Nat's tone was no longer as calm as usual, but a little stern. "You have performed quite well in potion making, but practical experience is equally important. Missions can not only help you improve your strength, but also allow you to get in touch with more unknown areas." Ryan took the silver token and looked at it carefully. The token was engraved with complex runes and the logo of the academy, emitting a faint magical fluctuation. He knew that this was a pass that allowed him to enter the mission hall of the academy and choose a mission that suits him. This token allows you to enter the mission hall, which is specifically used to receive long-term missions. Long-term missions help you establish a more in-depth training plan, and you can also obtain magic stones and precious materials through missions. Remember, don't just focus on potion making, explore more possibilities. Don't worry about the Collin family's contract, I will extend it for you for 5 years. Nat said earnestly, with a little expectation in his eyes. Ryan looked at the token with a little nervousness. He nodded solemnly, held the token tightly, and said to Nat, "Thank you, mentor, I will seize this opportunity." Nat nodded gently. "Remember to protect yourself, it's not so safe outside now." Ryan walked into the college's mission hall, holding tightly the mission token given to him by instructor Nat in his hand. In the hall, students were coming and going, some were busy handing in tasks, and some were checking task announcements. The atmosphere was busy and tense. Ryan stood in front of the task counter. Behind the counter was an older-looking administrator, with a hint of usual fatigue and helplessness on his face. Ryan handed over the token and said politely, "I'm here to receive a long-term mission." The administrator glanced at the token in Ryan's hand, and his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise and envy. He nodded slightly, took the token, and placed it on the magic device aside. The runes quickly lit up, recording Ryan's information. "Oh, it turns out you got a long-term assignment recommended by your instructor," the administrator said with a bit of sigh, with envy in his tone. "It looks like you have a bright future. Not every student can receive this kind of assignment." Ryan smiled slightly and didn't say much, just waiting for him to continue explaining the details of the mission. The administrator took out a heavy record book and turned to the corresponding page. "The deadline is 5 years. Your task is to investigate why the Kingdom of Wiki did not turn in the cave grass on time. The cave grass is essential for refining certain high-level potions. Importantly, the college relies on supplies from the UK every year. But recently, they suddenly stopped deliveries for unknown reasons. Your task is to go to Wikiland, find the source of the problem, solve it as soon as possible, and ensure that the supply of crypt grass returns to normal." After speaking, the administrator filled out the task record and handed Ryan a small parchment with a series of complex passwords and some basic task information written on it. However, he paused and said with a slightly warning tone, "You must leave the academy before the 27th, otherwise, this password will be invalid and the mission will be deemed invalid. Don't be careless." Ryan took the parchment, looked at it carefully, and then carefully put it away, already thinking about how to arrange the itinerary for this mission. Seeing Ryan's concentration, the administrator couldn't help but smile and said, "Young man, you are much more stable than I was back then. This kind of long-term task is not just an opportunity." Ryan nodded with firm eyes. "I will go all out to complete this task." The administrator nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go ahead, remember to take the time to prepare and don't let the password expire." Ryan raised his head and glanced at the taskbar. Almost half of them were related to Dry Bone Forest Academy, and they were all short-term tasks in the surrounding area.
Maybe the war was really coming.
The border friction and interest competition that has been maintained for decades has now been broken in an instant.
I just don't know how Alina is.
I haven't seen her once since Ryan entered Blackstone Lowland College.
Ryan was walking in the market outside the academy.
The stalls around him were very busy. All kinds of strange magical items and alchemy materials were filled with stalls. Apprentices and adventurers were constantly bargaining. The noise of the market filled the air, but Ryan's mood seemed a little heavy. The magic stones in his hand are limited, and he needs to be fully prepared for the long-term mission that is about to begin.
Let's go find the Shadow Thorn Ring first,
Ryan whispered to himself, looking around for the stall of demonized items. Soon, he came to a stall.
On the counter were all kinds of magic rings, necklaces and amulets, shining with different colors of magic light.
One of the black rings caught his attention. It was the Shadow Thorn Ring. This kind of ring can release tiny shadow spikes by condensing shadow elements, allowing for rapid long-range attacks at critical moments. It is very suitable for apprentices like him to use.
Ryan approached the stall owner and pointed at the ring. Shadow Thorn Ring, how much does it cost?
The stall owner was a shrewd middle-aged man. He raised his head, looked at Ryan, and then said, "Today's market fluctuations are relatively large, and the price has increased a lot.
This ring now costs 800 magic stones."
Hearing this, Ryan smiled bitterly in his heart.
The price of 800 magic stones was much higher than usual.
He thought he could get this item with only 500 to 600 magic stones. But now the market price has soared, and he can't afford to bargain. For the safety of the mission, the ring is essential.
It seems that the impact of the market price increase is really big, Ryan muttered softly, then nodded. Okay, I want it.
He took out 800 magic stones from his arms and handed them to the stall owner. The stall owner accepted the magic stone with satisfaction and handed the Shadow Thorn Ring to Ryan. Ryan picked up the ring and felt the faint fluctuations of shadow energy in it.
He felt a little relieved. At least he got the attack equipment he needed. It's a pity that I didn't encounter any items that can cause inventory reactions.
I spent hundreds of magic stones to buy a dozen books of spells. Next, he walked to another stall where various potions were displayed. Ryan had already made up his mind to buy 2 bottles of explosive potion. Once this kind of medicine is thrown out, it will explode instantly and produce a huge impact, which can effectively deal with some dangerous emergencies.
How much does the explosive potion cost? Ryan asked.
The stall owner looked at him, and he was obviously a smart man, and immediately replied, 1 bottle costs 200 yuan of magic stones, 2 bottles total 400 yuan. Ryan frowned slightly, and the price was much higher than he expected, but he still nodded and handed over the magic stone. The stall owner carefully handed him 2 bottles of explosive potion.
Ryan took the potion and felt a hot breath coming from the potion in the bottle. This is an indispensable powerful weapon in his plan. Now, the only thing left is to improve physical fitness.
Ryan stood on the street of the market and muttered to himself. He realized that relying on spells and potions alone was not enough to completely make up for his physical shortcomings. In order to ensure that the mission was foolproof, he needed a set of breathing methods that could effectively improve physical strength. The last time he did the mission, Carl used a greatsword with spells to fight very well. After some searching, Ryan came to a stall selling knight skills. There were various knight training books, scrolls, and breathing scrolls. His hand finally fell on a scroll, Blood Beast Breathing Method.
A hint of surprise flashed across Ryan's face. This breathing method actually caused a reaction in the inventory. Must be taken.
This breathing method is said to be a training method used by top knights. It can not only enhance physical strength, but also improve endurance and reaction.
It is the core means of training for knights.
It comes from the secular family of the Crimson Wizard 400 years ago.
The stall owner noticed Ryan's gaze and continued with a smile, and this is our best knight breathing method, which can greatly improve physical fitness. Although the price is not low, the effect is definitely worth the price. Ryan nodded and made a decision in his heart. How much?
The stall owner smiled. You are interested in this breathing method, 500 magic stones.
500 magic stones are too expensive. I just want to practice the knight breathing method. At most 100 magic stones.
After some bargaining, Ryan won the Blood Beast Breathing Method and the matching secret medicine formula for 150 magic stones. The stall owner's mouth was almost cracked with laughter. At that time, he was obsessed with digging out clues about the Crimson Wizard. He even bought several copies of the Knight Breathing Method at a high price. It took 2 years to sell the first one. Ryan knew that this was a big expense for him, but in order to make up for his shortcomings, he did not hesitate and handed 150 magic stones to the stall owner and got the best night breathing method.
And maybe there are some clues about the Crimson Wizard?
That is the top 4th level Morningstar wizard in the South Coast wizarding world. Now, spells, magic items, potions, and physical training are all ready. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the items in his hands gave him a sense of security. Although the magic stone cost much more than expected, these investments are undoubtedly to better cope with the upcoming challenges.
He left the market with these items.
Ryan found Demps, and the two walked side by side on the path outside the academy. There was a hint of dullness in the wind. Ryan held a token in his hand, and his face looked more solemn than usual.
Demps keenly noticed Ryan's unusualness, turned his head and looked at him, breaking the silence.
Ryan, looking at your expression, it seems that there is something important to tell me. Demps asked with a smile, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Ryan stopped, frowned slightly, and his eyes fell on the outline of the Blackstone Lowland Academy in the distance. The towering academy looked lonely and solemn in the gradually darkening sky, as if it was about to be shrouded in some kind of shadow. After thinking for a moment, he said, I just received a long-term task.
Mentor Nat personally gave me permission and suspended all my obligations in the Cullen family contract. Ryan was really grateful to Mentor Nat.
It was obvious that he had just met him and spent an unknown amount of money.
A hint of surprise flashed in Demp's eyes. Suspend the contract? It seems that this mission is unusual.
Ryan nodded, his expression became more serious, and his voice was lowered, with a bit of obscurity. Yes, the mission is indeed unusual. And, he paused, a trace of caution in his eyes, and continued, I heard some rumors that the war may be approaching. Demps was stunned for a moment, and his face became solemn in an instant.
He frowned, as if trying to digest Ryan's words. War? You mean, against the Bone Forest?
Ryan nodded, without saying much, but the meaning in his eyes was clear enough. The shadow of war loomed over their world, and the turmoil that was about to happen was far more profound than the fate of any individual. Demps did not ask more, but he was obviously aware of the severity of the situation. Everyone, whether apprentice or wizard, cannot be immune.
Demps was silent for a moment, his eyes became deep.
He realized that the situation before him was far more serious than he had imagined. He knew that Ryan would not reveal such information for no reason, which meant that the senior management of the academy had already noticed something.
Then I'll leave first.
Okay. Demps watched Ryan's back gradually go away, and felt a little uneasy and angry in his heart. He maintained relationships with formal students everywhere, but no one had revealed this matter. He cooperated with the pharmacist and secretly sold potions to wandering wizards. He even earned 40% more magic stones from other academies, but most of these magic stones were used on others. If he had known this earlier, he might as well buy a few magic items to protect himself. After Ryan said goodbye to Demps, he held a wooden box full of items and left the empty formal student dormitory.
Most people had left 2 weeks ago.
Various bottles and jars were neatly arranged in the wooden box, full of them, shining with various magical lights.
These were left behind when he was hiding his abilities.
They were worth about 5,000 magic stones, and he never had the chance to sell them. These potions can not only provide me with protection for the upcoming tasks, but also be used to exchange for more resources if a war really breaks out. A few hours later, Ryan drove a fully equipped carriage, with a tall warhorse of Warcraft blood in front of the carriage.
This kind of horse is not only powerful, but also has the instincts of Warcraft, and its speed and endurance far exceed those of ordinary horses. After Ryan prepared everything, he drove slowly towards the gate of the academy. When he came to the exit of the academy, several tall guards stood in front of the huge stone gate. They were the guardians of the academy, named Stone-Faced Statue. They were covered in heavy stone armor, with no expression on their faces, just standing there quietly, guarding the safety of the academy. Ryan drove to the stone-faced statue and slowly took out the token that Instructor Nat gave him. The stone-faced ghost lowered his head, and glanced at the runes on the token with cold and silent eyes. Then, the stone-faced ghost stretched out a huge stone arm and gently stopped Ryan, as if waiting for confirmation. Ryan took a deep breath, recalled the password the administrator told him, and then whispered the complex rune password. Along with Ryan's voice, a faint light flashed on the token, and the runes on the arm lit up. They nodded silently, then slowly retracted the stone arm, and opened the stone door to the outside world for Ryan. Ryan waved the reins, and the carriage made a dull sound. The horse's hooves stepped on the stone road and gradually moved away from the heavy stone wall of the academy.
He looked back at the outline of the academy, and complex emotions surged in his heart, but he knew that the road ahead was full of unknowns and dangers, and his fate was already closely linked to the upcoming war.
The stone door slowly closed, separating Ryan from the academy. He drove into the distance along the path on the map.
Ryan drove the carriage skillfully, speeding on the bumpy mountain road. The sunlight shone through the sparse treetops, scattering on the shaft of the carriage, but it could not dispel the darkness and gloom in the forest. Suddenly, 3 ghouls rushed out from the woods on the side of the road, their eyes glowing green, and they pounced on him with their teeth and claws. After the transformation, the strength of each ghoul can be comparable to that of a second-class apprentice, and they are good at close combat.
I didn't expect that they would be used on him. Damn it, this is really a ghost.
Ryan cursed, quickly took out a bottle of explosive potion from his waist, and smashed it hard at one of the ghouls. The potion exploded the moment it came into contact with the ghoul, and the powerful impact pushed it back several meters away.
Come on, you monsters! Ryan shouted loudly, and at the same time cast shadow binding. A dark energy rope shot out from his hand and tightly wrapped around another ghoul. He took the opportunity to activate the shadow thorn ring, and several sharp shadow thorns shot out from the ring. They were like black lightning, hitting the bound ghoul accurately, causing it to howl in pain. However, the third ghoul took this opportunity to pounce on Ryan.
Its claws pierced deeply into Ryan's shoulder, and the severe pain made him spit out blood.
Ah!
Ryan screamed and felt that several of his ribs seemed to be broken. But he did not give up resistance, but endured the pain and threw out another bottle of explosive potion. The potion exploded in the air, and the flames and smoke produced temporarily delayed the ghoul's actions.
Cough cough, Ryan coughed and coughed up some blood. He knew that he had to get rid of the ghoul's entanglement as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Shield spell.
Ryan shouted and activated the shield spell on his body. A layer of transparent energy shield enveloped him, successfully resisting the attack of the ghoul.
Ryan took the opportunity to get rid of the ghoul's entanglement, regained control of the carriage, and continued to rush forward.
While driving, he angrily said to himself, "I can't die here, it's better not to let me know who did it." Not far from the battle, a third-class apprentice in a black cloak stood in front of a ruined stone platform. The air around him seemed to be tainted by the breath of death, cold and piercing. The apprentice held a bone rune with a dim red glow in his hand, which was the link between him and the ghoul. A faint mental wave came from the rune, and his brows gradually frowned. As his perception deepened, he clearly realized that the group of ghouls he had sent out were suffering extremely serious damage. The mental connection of many ghouls was already blurred, and some were even completely broken. Damn, he cursed in a low voice, and a trace of regret rose in his heart. The ghouls were his undead servants that he had carefully cultivated for many years. Each one required extremely complex refining and modulation, and now they were severely damaged in the pursuit. Although they were low-level undead, serious injuries or destruction would not cause him great damage, but the damage of each ghoul meant that his efforts and resources were gone. The stinging pain caused by the loss made his fingers involuntarily clench the bone rune, and his knuckles turned slightly white. The surrounding undead aura became stronger with his emotional fluctuations, and the cold air in the air seemed to be dissatisfied with him. "These idiots, they chased too deep," he muttered to himself, frowning. He knew that this mission was not to kill Ryan, but to disrupt his actions and monitor his movements. However, it seemed that these ghouls were too greedy for merit during the pursuit and crossed the safest range, causing them to fall into a more dangerous situation. If they continue, they will only be wiped out, he gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling in his heart, his reason told him that continuing to chase Ryan would pay more unnecessary costs. And this was obviously not worth it. He slowly raised his hand, and his fingers gently stroked the bone rune. A faint black light flashed from the rune, followed by a command-like mental wave that spread to the distance. The ghouls that were chasing Ryan felt the will of their master and stopped chasing him. "Let him run, for now," he said coldly, with a cold calculation in his eyes. "My servant is far more important than his. When the time is right, I will deal with him myself." He stood in the shadows, and the undead servants around him stood quietly behind him, as if waiting for his next order. The task given to him by the Bone Forest Academy was to intercept every Black Rock Lowland student who escaped, but they didn't have to kill them. After taking the hemostatic potion and the healing potion, Ryan felt that the pain in his chest was relieved a lot, but he didn't dare to stop at all. Ryan held the reins tightly, with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. The carriage he drove was speeding on a deserted path. The tall warhorse with the blood of the Warcraft in front of him was breathing heavily, and his muscles were tense in the fast running, raising dust under his feet.
However, Ryan knew that this speed was far from enough. He had to get rid of the pursuer behind him as soon as possible. As the sky gradually darkened, Ryan took out a bottle of potion with a light red glow from his waist pocket, the heart-burning potion. This potion can allow any creature with magic power to gain extreme explosive power in a short period of time, but the side effects are also quite terrible, especially for creatures with magical blood. It may consume a lot of vitality and even cause serious weakness. Sorry, we have to hurry this time. Ryan murmured softly, without any hesitation in his heart, but he knew that there was no other choice now. He opened the bottle stopper neatly and poured the heart-burning potion into the horse's mouth quickly. The warhorse struggled slightly at first, as if it felt the burning energy of the potion, but soon, the potion took effect in its body. A touch of blood red immediately flashed in the horse's eyes, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly. The horse's limbs suddenly exerted force, and the speed instantly increased. The carriage rushed forward like an arrow from a string. Ryan could feel the wind whistling in his ears, and the grass and trees quickly flew past his vision. He gritted his teeth and focused all his attention on the front of the carriage, letting the carriage gallop from day to night. The world was gradually shrouded in darkness, with only the remaining stars in the sky flickering faintly. The horse ran non-stop from the initial burst to the gradual fatigue, and then to the final struggle. As the night deepened, the warhorse's panting became heavier and heavier, and its body began to shake. Ryan could feel that the horse's strength was rapidly running out. Finally, on a slightly bumpy slope, the warhorse's legs softened, and the whole body fell to the ground with a bang, carrying the carriage and crashing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ryan jumped off the car, stabilized his body slightly, and walked to the side of the already weak warhorse. The horse's body was out of shape, the muscles were loose, and there were still traces of sweat and exposed blood vessels on the skin. Its breathing was almost inaudible, and the blood-red light in its eyes gradually faded, leaving only fatigue and despair. "You've tried your best," Ryan whispered, his tone full of guilt and reluctance. He took a deep breath, quickly took out a bottle of fuel from his arms, and poured it on the carriage. Then, he lit the flint in his hand, and the flames spread instantly, enveloping the entire carriage with a scorching breath. The flames quickly engulfed the carriage, the harness, and the fallen warhorse, and the crackling sound of the burning was particularly harsh in the silent night. Ryan stood in the firelight, his face grim. He knew that in order to avoid any traces being discovered by the trackers, the warhorse and the carriage could not be left behind. There was a trace of determination in his eyes, watching the flames devour everything and turning all traces into ashes. He gave up the collected books and experimental equipment, leaving only the finished potion in the wooden box. As the flames gradually died down, darkness enveloped the wilderness again. Ryan took a deep breath, gently wiped the ashes on his face, and turned away. He took a bottle of small magic potion, replenishing nearly 30% of his magic power. His figure disappeared in the night, his steps firm and fast. Checking the marks on the map, Ryan did not choose the two nearest cities, passed through dozens of large and small manors, and set his destination in Selly City. It was far enough away from the Blackstone Lowland College, and a large number of merchants gathered, which was very suitable for hiding and recuperation. Ryan planned to practice the night breathing method here. The robe he was wearing at the time was engraved with the shield spell and his own spells. If there was the power of a peak night, the remaining impact could be easily blocked. I must make up for my physical shortcomings. As night fell, Ryan stood outside the city gate, his eyes swept over the guards at the city gate, with a hint of vigilance in his heart. He knew that although he had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the Bone Forest, he was not sure whether the forces there would continue to look for his traces through secular forces. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to take off the robes that symbolized his identity as an apprentice in the Black Rock Lowlands, put on an ordinary brown coat, and disguise himself as an ordinary trader with simple makeup. His robe was rolled up and put in his backpack, replaced by an old hat and a cloth cloak, which looked ordinary and completely integrated into the crowd outside the city who were rushing into the city. Ryan took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and walked towards the city gate like a businessman on the road. The guard standing in front of the city gate yawned lazily, and his eyes swept the passers-by without any vigilance. Ryan stepped forward, smiled, took out a shiny silver coin from his sleeve, and gently handed it over. "Thank you for your hard work. There are many people in the city tonight, so it's a bit late to travel." Ryan's tone was calm and natural, and his eyes did not fluctuate. The guard glanced at the silver coin in Ryan's hand, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He took the silver coin calmly, nodded, and softened his tone a little. "It's nothing serious, let's go into the city and find a place to stay early." Ryan nodded slightly,
maintaining the posture of a vendor, and walked through the city gate in a low-key and calm manner and into the city. The dim street lights were already lit on the street, and the night wind blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Ryan glanced around with the corner of his eyes, trying to avoid attracting attention. After passing through several alleys, he found a tavern in the city that looked quite lively. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the noisy sounds and the aroma of barbecue in the tavern hit him in the face. Most of the people in the tavern were travelers and vendors. Several tables were talking loudly, and several musicians were playing light music in the corner. Ryan walked to the counter, ordered a roast pork chop, and nodded to the waiter to send the meal to a small table in the corner. After sitting down, Ryan took out a silver coin from his pocket, quietly handed it to the waiter who came to serve, and whispered, "Friend, I want to ask, where is there a house for sale here? I want to buy a place to settle down." The waiter was obviously unable to resist the light of the silver coin. His eyes lit up all of a sudden. He looked at Ryan and confirmed that this guest was extraordinary. He quietly took the silver coin and showed a diligent smile. "Sir, you have asked the right person. There are several old businessmen in the east of the city who are dealing with properties recently. Some of the mansions are quite good and the prices are fair. If you want to know more details, you can go to the real estate agent in the city. They usually provide more detailed options." Ryan nodded, gently held the wine glass, and listened to the waiter's advice as if nothing had happened. "Are there any other channels? For example, a more secret transaction?" He continued to ask in a low voice, his expression natural, but his eyes slightly sank. The attendant was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered his smile and responded in a low voice, "Of course, there are always some transactions in the black market in the city that will not be put on the table. If the guest is interested, you can ask some members of the Chamber of Commerce. However, you have to be more careful there." Ryan nodded slightly, handed the attendant a copper coin as a thank you, and then stopped asking, and lowered his head to slowly enjoy the roast pork chops. Although there are many doubts in his heart, he needs to keep a low profile and calm at this moment. As the plate gradually emptied, Ryan already had a preliminary plan in his mind. He knew that he could not stay for long, but in order to ensure the secrecy of his whereabouts, he had to find a safe place to stay, temporarily settle down, and further plan the next action. Ryan walked through the bustling streets and headed towards the commercial district in the east of the city. His steps were steady, and the ordinary brown coat and slightly worn cloak on his body made him look like a slightly saved peddler, not at all noticeable. His goal was clear. Today he was going to find the old businessman to buy a hidden mansion so that he could settle down in this city. Soon, Ryan came to the old businessman's shop. This was a somewhat shabby-looking business. The wooden sign at the door had begun to peel off the paint, but the furnishings inside were in order. Ryan pushed open the door and came to meet an old businessman who was well-dressed but slightly tired. His eyes were shrewd. When he saw Ryan come in, a commercial smile flashed in his eyes. "Welcome, young businessman, I heard that you are interested in real estate." The old businessman spoke gently and immediately led Ryan to sit down at the counter. Ryan smiled slightly, nodded, and went straight to the point. "Yes, I need a hidden and quiet mansion, preferably away from the crowd, suitable for settling down." The old businessman looked at Ryan with interest, obviously appreciating his direct attitude. He took out a roll of maps from behind the counter, unfolded them in front of Ryan, pointed to one of the locations and said, "I happen to have a mansion here, close to the city center in West, not too far away, with few residents around, quiet and safe. It was originally the residence of a retired noble, and now it is urgently needed to be sold." Ryan's eyes immediately fell on the map, and that area was exactly the hidden place he needed. He thought about it in his mind and felt that this location was just right. Nodding with satisfaction, he lowered his voice and asked cautiously, "In addition, I also want to know if there is a reliable channel to find the location of the black market? I have some private transactions to deal with." The old businessman raised his eyebrows slightly, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he chuckled softly, "The black market, you have found the right person in this city. I can take you there, but you have to be careful. The transactions there are not necessarily safe." Ryan nodded and motioned for the old businessman to continue. Soon after, the old businessman took Ryan out of the shop and walked along several secluded alleys, finally arriving at an area west of the city center. The place looked more deserted than the rest of the city, and the surrounding houses were in some disrepair, but that was exactly what Ryan needed: quiet and unobtrusive. "This is that mansion." The old businessman pointed to a mansion built of stone and bricks. Although it looked a little dilapidated on the outside, the structure of the mansion was solid and surrounded by several old trees, blocking most of the view. Ryan looked at it with satisfaction, then took out a small bag filled with gold coins from his arms and gently placed it in the old businessman's hand. 15 gold coins should be enough.
The old businessman smiled slightly, took the bag of gold coins, and nodded with satisfaction, a happy transaction.
As for the black market you asked about, as long as you walk 2 streets south from here at night, you will see an inconspicuous tavern. There are channels that can take you where you want to go.
Ryan nodded, understanding.
He then looked inside the mansion. Although the structure was good, it looked empty and abandoned. In order to remain secretive, he decided not to hire too many servants and only needed simple maintenance. He quickly left the mansion and headed straight to the Blackstone market in the city. This market mainly trades some low-level labor and servants.
Although the conditions are not very good, it suits Ryan's needs.
He walked around several servant sales places and finally selected 2 servants, a cute little cook and a young maid. Of course, if you have sufficient funds, you must have a pleasing little maid.
Ryan doesn't want to see a dark, skinny and rough manservant when he opens his eyes.
These 2 people are enough, they know how to maintain a simple daily life. Ryan thought, paid the appropriate fees, and spent a few gold coins to bring the 2 servants back to the mansion. After returning to the mansion, Ryan directed the servants to clean the house and explained the details needed for daily life. He stood at the door of the mansion, looking at the dark sky in the distance, thinking about his next plan. The mansion is a temporary place to stay, and black market transactions will provide him with more resources and information. Ryan was concentrating on thinking about the recent training arrangements, when he suddenly heard the 2 of them politely shouting, "Master, today's cleaning work has been completed." The title of master made Ryan frown slightly. He turned around and looked at the 2 maids, who were standing aside, holding rags in their hands, looking a little nervous. They bowed their heads respectfully, waiting for Ryan's instructions. Ryan approached them, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, "You don't have to call me master." The 2 maids were stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding what Ryan meant. They looked at each other, and one of them whispered, Then how should I call you, master?" Ryan shook his head gently, and his smile deepened, "Just call me master in the future. The title of master is too formal, and it sounds a little uncomfortable." After listening to them, they showed a little surprise on their faces, and then smiled shyly, obviously happy with Ryan's generosity. The other maid nodded quickly, her face slightly reddened. "Okay, master, we will remember it." Ryan looked at the 2 of them and felt relieved. This kind of intimate address made him feel a little family warmth, rather than the alienated sense of distance. "Well, don't be too reserved, just say it if you have something to say." Ryan patted their shoulders gently, his tone soft. The 2 maids smiled and said in unison, "Okay, master." Live in Saley City for 2 months. Ryan lay quietly in bed, and the pain in his body gradually eased. After that fierce battle, he had left a lot of hidden injuries in his body, and it took time to recover. The sun shone through the curtains into the room, and the weak light made the dust in the air float. Although Ryan was recovering from his injuries, his mind was not idle. He had several bottles of herbal ingredients for the tranquilizer at hand, and several manuscripts of the potion formula were spread out on the desk. Ryan is deducing and improving this potion. His goal is to improve its proficiency to perfection and increase the solidification rate of cassiterite crucible to 100%. As the deduction deepens, Ryan constantly simulates the subtle changes of the potion in his mind. Every step in the potion making flashes through his mind: the precise extraction of herbs, the injection of magic energy, the adjustment of the stirring speed. Every step is repeatedly scrutinized by him to find the most perfect ratio. A little blue crystal flower can enhance the durability of the potion, but to better release the magic in it, it may be necessary to add a small amount of magic or powder, Ryan whispered to himself, his fingers running over the words on the manuscript, and his mind was highly concentrated. His thoughts were like countless lines intertwined together. After rounds of deduction, the idea of improving the potion became clearer and clearer. After several days of continuous thinking and experimentation, Ryan finally reached the perfect state of making a tranquilizer potion. He smiled confidently and finished the last bottle of tranquilizer potion, observing its clear liquid and feeling the magic energy flowing in it. Now, this potion can not only help him calm his mind, but also speed up the recovery of his injuries. With only 3 materials and no professional alchemy utensils, Ryan accomplished what seemed impossible by relying on his past knowledge. Touching Nat's experiment notes, since Ryan's proficiency in the 4 potions that met the equipment conditions reached perfection, Nat's experiment notes was successfully equipped. He clearly felt that his talent in the field of pharmacists had improved significantly, and many potion problems that were previously unsolvable now seemed to be easily solved in his mind. He recalled the past refining process, from the initial awkwardness to the current ease. Every time he refined a potion, his technique became more and more precise, and the fusion of the magic power in his body and the herbs became more natural and smooth. Even in some difficult formulas, Ryan can quickly find the best herbal ratio by intuition and adjust the best state of the liquid medicine in the shortest time.
Is this the effect of improving the pharmacist's talent? I feel like I can really be called a genius pharmacist. Only 4 of the 9 slots in the inventory are currently occupied.
As the mental power increases, the slots opened will also increase.
Ryan's talent and knowledge will be strengthened far beyond imagination. Just as he was thinking, 2 maids quietly walked into the room, intending to make his bed.
They have been taking good care of Ryan since he was injured, but recently, they gradually felt the mysterious power emanating from Ryan, which made their bodies feel slightly uncomfortable.
Ryan noticed their arrival and noticed their physical reactions.
After in-depth practice, his wizard power is increasing, and this power has invisibly produced a kind of radiation that has an impact on the physique of ordinary humans. If the body is not transformed, these 2 maids will probably be hurt if they stay with him for a long time.
And the physique of ordinary people can't stand the toss.
Ryan slowly sat up, looked up at them, and said in a gentle tone, "Come here, I want to make some adjustments to your bodies." The maids looked at each other. Although they were confused, they had already trusted Ryan, so they didn't ask any more questions and walked gently to his side. Ryan stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the shoulder of one of the maids, and gentle magic flowed into her body. "I will transform your bodies and let you adapt to my power. It won't be painful, it will just make your bodies stronger,"
Ryan explained. With the influx of magic, the maids' bodies began to undergo subtle changes.
Ryan used his witchcraft to strengthen their physiques, enhancing their physical toughness and resistance, especially their resistance to magic. The maids' skin became more delicate and tight under his transformation, and their internal functions were adjusted to the best state. In just a few minutes, their bodies had adapted to the magic radiation from Ryan, as if they had an extra layer of invisible protection.
After the transformation was completed, the maids felt unprecedented ease and comfort in their bodies.
They raised their hands in surprise, feeling the feeling of full power in their bodies.
"Master, are you a wizard?" one of the maids asked in a low voice, her eyes full of surprise and awe.
Ryan nodded, his tone calm. "Yes, I am a wizard. But don't worry, I won't hurt you." After hearing this, the surprise on the faces of the 2 maids gradually turned into respect and even worship. They stood in front of Ryan respectfully and whispered, "Master,
thank you for everything you have done for us."
Before being captured and becoming slaves, the 2 maids were descendants of nobles. Of course, they vaguely remembered the power of wizards. They instantly understood the strange behavior of the young master lying in bed for more than 10 hours every day, with a flushed face, and then suddenly sitting up to write and draw. That must be the wizard exchanging knowledge from another world. The nobles have been reading wizard novels and picture books since they were young, and there are often scenes of wizards communicating deeply with powerful people from other worlds.
Ryan smiled slightly and looked at them with satisfaction in his heart.
This respect is not because of fear, but because of trust and gratitude. He knew that they would be the most reliable helpers around him in the future. It's a pity that they don't have the qualifications of wizards, otherwise it would be good to teach them some potion knowledge as a little assistant.
"Okay, bring me my training clothes and iron sword."
"Yes." Crimson Knight Training Manual. In order to conduct an experiment, the Crimson Wizard established a secular knight family, read 120 knight breathing methods and created the Blood Beast breathing method, which was compiled into a complete training manual with a total of 8 copies. Equipment conditions: none. Equipment effect: greatly improved knight talent. Blood Beast breathing method: perfect. Blood Beast bloodline: assimilation rate 0. Ryan touched the Crimson Knight training
manual. Inventory: equip.
Ryan always felt that there was something hidden in it, but he couldn't find any clues after searching over and over again, so he simply equipped it directly in the inventory.
With the birth of the Blood Beast bloodline, the power in his body has undergone an unprecedented transformation.
This bloodline power is like a beast that has been sleeping for a long time, and it slowly awakens in his body with each breathing method. At the same time, a hint of bloody red flashed in the emerald green eyes.
The power originally hidden deep in the genes is repairing the various deficiencies left over from his birth bit by bit. In addition to the breathing method, a fragmented map also came to mind.
However, it was too broken, so Ryan did not take it seriously. The morning light shone through the old trees in the courtyard of the mansion and sprinkled on the mottled bricks on the ground. Ryan stood in the courtyard, holding a heavy iron sword, sweat dripping down his forehead, and his muscles were tense due to continuous training. His breathing became heavy and powerful, and every time he inhaled, he seemed to feel the energy filled in the air. He was practicing according to the blood beast breathing method. This ancient breathing method could strengthen his physique and rapidly improve his strength and endurance. Under the blessing of the perfect level, blood beast breathing method, the knight's training was rapid. Ryan waved the iron sword in his hand, and the sword blade cut through the air, making a sharp swoosh sound. Every move he made was full of power, and the sword method was not complicated, but every swing made his muscles tense to the extreme, bringing intense consumption. His upper body was already soaked, and sweat stuck to his clothes. As the training deepened, it dripped on the stone ground. With a heavy gasp, Ryan suddenly stopped and stood still. His chest rose and fell violently, his muscles were burning, and his breathing was rapid and strong. He closed his eyes and slowly adjusted his breathing according to the rhythm of the knight's breathing method, making each inhalation deeper and slower, driving the magic and power in his body to flow. The maid standing by flashed a trace of surprise and admiration in her eyes. She walked forward gently, holding a soft towel in her hand, and carefully wiped the sweat that kept pouring out of Ryan's forehead. Looking at his strong physique and resolute face, the maid couldn't help but whispered, "Master, you are so amazing, and you look so handsome when you swing the sword." Ryan smiled slightly. Although he was exhausted, he felt a little relieved because of these words. He did not stop adjusting his breathing, and still focused on every inhalation and exhalation, allowing the maid to help him wipe the sweat. "I still have to work hard," Ryan whispered, with a faint smile in his voice. "The training of the night has just begun." The maid smiled and shook her head, and continued to wipe the sweat from his neck and shoulders for him, her eyes full of admiration. "But you have done very well, young master. Your strength and concentration are something I have never seen before." Ryan listened and made up his mind secretly. He knew that the knight's breathing method was not only a physical exercise, but also a practice to temper the mind and endurance. The challenges in the future require stronger strength and firm will, and he has just embarked on this path. As his breathing gradually stabilized, Ryan opened his eyes and looked forward. Although he was sweating profusely and physically and mentally exhausted, his eyes were still firm and flashed with unyielding fighting spirit. Ryan stood in the middle of the empty training ground, holding a heavy iron sword in his hand, his eyes closed, and felt the strong beating of his heart. He has reached the bottleneck of night training, and his physical strength has been developed to the limit by him. There is only one way to break through next: condense the seeds of life, which will be a key step for him to truly become a knight. Condensing the seed of life is a severe test for every knight. It not only requires the knight to have a strong physique and a tenacious will, but also requires all the power to be compressed and condensed to form a core that can continuously provide power. This seed will become the source of the knight's future power. Ryan took a deep breath, the iron sword in his hand trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Although he was ready, the breakthrough he was about to face still made him nervous. Condensing the seed of life is not only a physical challenge, but also a confrontation between the mind and the will. "Heart is like a rock, blood is like iron," he whispered to himself, slowly running the knight's breathing method in his body. Every breath seemed to absorb the power between heaven and earth, and the magic in the air gradually gathered in his body. As his breathing deepened, Ryan felt that the power in his body seemed to be ignited little by little, and the heat in his blood flowed throughout his body, carrying a strong vitality. His heart began to beat faster, strong and powerful, and every beat seemed like a giant hammer hitting his chest, driving the magic and vitality in his body to flow together. Ryan knew that this was the best time to condense the seed of life. He held his breath, concentrated all his mental power on his heart, and began to guide the power in his body to compress it to one point. His limbs gradually became hot, as if an invisible flame was burning in his body. Every muscle in his body was tightened by this sense of oppression, and sweat slid down his forehead like raindrops. His consciousness gradually merged into the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if every beat was releasing the essence of life. His vitality and magic began to flow rapidly in his body, like two rushing rivers, and finally converged into the depths of his heart. Now is the moment of breakthrough. Ryan gritted his teeth, and his heart beat more and more violently. He could feel that the violent power was being gradually compressed by him, condensed together, and began to form a core with shining light. Suddenly, a huge sense of oppression surged into his heart, and Ryan's body seemed to be torn apart, and there was a severe burning sensation in his chest. His breathing was rapid, and the power in his body seemed to break through his control. The power of his limbs was gradually drained, and his eyes went black. But Ryan did not retreat. He endured the pain and pressed all his mental power to his heart, locking the power that was about to get out of control tightly and forcibly compressing it. As his willpower gradually increased, the violent force was finally completely tamed, and slowly condensed into a life seed with golden light deep in his heart. The seed was like a weak but potential star, beating gently in Ryan's heart. It absorbed Ryan's vitality and magic, and gradually became more stable and powerful. With the formation of the life seed, Ryan's body seemed to be reborn, and the power in his body was no longer chaotic, but condensed into a source of power that he could mobilize at will. Ryan slowly opened his eyes and felt the unprecedented power in his body. His eyes became deep and firm, and his breathing became more stable and powerful. Although he was sweating profusely, he knew that he had successfully condensed the life seed and completed a key step as a knight. "I did it," Ryan whispered to himself, holding the iron sword in his hand tightly, and felt the powerful force coming from his heart. After this breakthrough, his body became stronger and his strength was more concentrated and less likely to dissipate. In just half a year, he broke through the knight's squire, condensed the life seed and became a knight. Moreover, with the blessing of Blood Beast bloodline, his strength is twice as high as that of an ordinary knight. "Go, fill the bathtub, I want to take a hot bath." "Yes, master." However, when he reached the night stage, the secret medicine Ryan had bought had been used up. After reading the map issued by the Academy, he decided to go to the route of Wiki Country and go to the wizard gathering controlled by 2 wizard families. There he bought materials for making dark green potion and corpse tear potion. After all, wizards are the foundation. Ryan lay in the warm bathtub thinking. The water surface rippled gently, and a fresh fragrance filled the air. 2 maids squatted in the bathtub, holding towels and soap in their hands, respectfully scrubbing Ryan's shoulders and back gently. His hair was wet and stuck to his forehead, and fine water droplets slid from the ends of his hair. His smooth skin looked particularly clean and attractive under the nourishment of the water. After washing until night, Ryan took the 2 maids and walked slowly in the bustling market. He bought some daily necessities and planned to leave the city of Sally. 2 days later, he would move forward with the caravan in a low-key manner. There are stalls on both sides of the street, and the hawking and the laughter of merchants are intertwined, and the whole market is full of noisy atmosphere. Ryan is wearing an ordinary white cloth shirt. Although his temperament is difficult to conceal, he tries to keep a low profile and strolls leisurely with 2 maids. The 2 maids follow Ryan on the left and right, with pleasant smiles on their faces. They are dressed simply and plainly, but clean and tidy, especially their elegant manners, which make people see that they are trained servants. Ryan occasionally stops to point out some small things on the stalls, or chat with the vendors, while the 2 maids stand quietly aside, with admiration and trust for the young master in their eyes. However, just as Ryan was about to take them to the jewelry stall on the corner of the street, several malicious eyes were cast from the shadows next to him. "Hey, which uncle is taking 2 little beauties shopping?" A low and vulgar voice came from not far away, breaking the harmonious atmosphere of the street market. Ryan looked sideways and saw several shabby-dressed hooligans lazily leaning against the wall, looking at the 2 maids greedily and teasingly. The leading hooligans walked over slowly with an evil smile, looking at the maids wantonly. "What a rare beauty!" Another hooligan answered, licking his lips, with a frivolous and provocative tone. They obviously didn't take Ryan seriously, and their eyes stayed on the 2 maids. The hooligans had inquired and found that the businessman in front of them was very decadent. He didn't go out for several months, let alone do business. He had at least 100 gold coins on him. If the powerless fat sheep dared to make a move, he would be caught by the passing guards. When he went to prison, he would be at the mercy of others. The 2 maids' faces changed and they looked a little nervous. They hid behind Ryan, lowered their heads slightly, and twisted their fingers together nervously. Although they usually act calm and at ease, they are obviously at a loss when facing these malicious hooligans. Ryan frowned slightly, and his eyes swept coldly towards the hooligans, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He didn't like this kind of unnecessary trouble, and he didn't like anyone to be so rude to his maid. He didn't speak immediately, but stood there quietly, observing the actions of these hooligans. "Why, do you think you are superior to others just because you have 2 beautiful little servants?" The leading hooligan stepped closer, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said with a wicked smile, "Why don't we enjoy it too?" This sentence made a cold light flash in Ryan's eyes. His hands clenched slightly, and the anger in his heart had risen, but he still remained calm. Ryan slowly stepped forward, blocking the 2 maids, and looked at the hooligans with sharp eyes. "Get out!" Ryan's voice was low, with irresistible pressure in his tone. His eyes seemed to penetrate the surface of the gangsters, making them feel an inexplicable chill. The gangsters were obviously shocked by Ryan's momentum, especially the sharp eyes, which made them sweat unconsciously. The gangster in the lead changed his face slightly and seemed a little hesitant. "You don't think that you are great just because you have 2 servants?" He tried to fight back with a tough tone, but his voice gradually weakened under Ryan's cold gaze. As he said that, he actually reached out to pull a maid next to Ryan. The maid screamed in fear, and Ryan was furious when he saw this. He rushed forward and cut him and the people next to him in half. The huge force caused cracks to appear on the ground, and the gangsters screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Ryan put away his sword and said coldly, "Don't let me see you again, otherwise." Ryan didn't say another word, just stood there, with an invisible force in his eyes oppressing them. His aura was calm and dangerous, like a beast that could explode at any time, and that invisible deterrent force made the gangsters dare not act rashly again. After saying that, he left with 2 maids, leaving the gangsters groaning in pain. The 2 maids poked their heads out from behind Ryan and breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the scene just now made them nervous. They looked at each other, and then looked at Ryan with respect. "Master, you were really amazing just now," a maid said softly, with an admiring smile on her face. "Thank you for protecting us," another maid also whispered, with gratitude in her eyes. Ryan smiled slightly, patted their shoulders, and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here, no one can bully you." The 3 of them stood leisurely in front of a snack stall, focusing on selecting a few freshly baked breads. The stall owner enthusiastically introduced his own delicacies, and the crowd around was bustling and harmonious. Ryan smiled slightly, and just as he was about to take out a few silver coins to pay the bill, suddenly, there was a whisper and commotion in the crowd. People looked sideways, their eyes focused in one direction. Ryan turned his head and saw the sheriff and the city walking towards him quickly. The sheriff was a burly middle-aged man, wearing a neat uniform, with a serious look on his face. Although he looked majestic in the crowd, at this moment, his steps were a little hurried, and he seemed to be a little nervous and anxious. The sheriff quickly walked in front of Ryan, stopped, bowed deeply, and his tone was full of apology and respect. "Sir Ryan," the sheriff raised his head, his eyes a little uneasy, "please allow me to express my sincerest apologies for what happened on the street just now." The vendors and passers-by around were surprised to see this scene. It is not common for the sheriff to apologize in person. Ryan still maintained a calm look and said lightly, "Then what?" The sheriff looked around and obviously realized that there were many people here, so he lowered his voice and said carefully, "Sir, a few gangsters offended you and your maid on the street. This is the negligence of our law enforcement department. The criminals who dared to offend the nobles are now in prison and will be hanged on another day." He paused, with a trace of awe in his eyes. The city lord warned him that this was a knight, especially a knight who had condensed the seeds of life. His power is immeasurable. It is said that a knight who has exploded the seeds of life can even break through an army of hundreds of people. We must be cautious with such power. When Ryan heard these words, he understood the sheriff's intention. He knew what the power of knights meant in this secular world, especially those knights who had condensed the seeds of life. Their power was enough to change the outcome of a war. Ryan nodded lightly, without saying much, but slightly turned sideways, motioning the sheriff to continue. The sheriff was relieved to see that Ryan did not show anger, and then said, "In order to make up for our mistakes, I offer you an apology." He bowed again, with an extremely respectful attitude, "Please accept my apology, and I hope you can be magnanimous and don't bother with those ignorant people." Ryan's eyes were calm, thinking secretly in his heart. Nodding, his tone was indifferent, "You handled it properly, I will not pursue this matter again." The sheriff was obviously relieved when he heard this, and a grateful look appeared on his face. "Thank you very much for your tolerance, sir." Ryan did not say anything more, and the sheriff bowed and saluted, and quickly left the market. The vendors and pedestrians around watched this scene, whispering about Ryan's identity, with awe and curiosity in their eyes. Ryan sighed softly, picked up the baked milk skin he had just chosen, and handed a few silver coins to the stall owner. All this was just a small episode in his life. On a winding country road, a caravan was moving slowly. The wheels of the carriage made a slight bumpy sound on the rugged road, but the interior of the carriage maintained a quiet and warm atmosphere. Ryan and his 2 maids sat in the carriage, moving in an orderly manner with the rhythm of the caravan. Inside the carriage, Ryan leaned on the soft seat, holding an ancient spell book in his hand, studying it attentively. His eyes were fixed on the pages, his expression focused and calm. The complex structure of the spell and the subtle changes of the spell quickly turned into a clear picture in his mind. At this time, he was deeply studying 2 new spells: charged weapons and sprinting. Charged weapons can make my blade full of magic and enhance the power of each attack, and sprinting, Ryan whispered to himself, his fingers gently running over the runes on the pages, thinking about how to most effectively integrate these spells into his combat skills. The light in the carriage changed with the scenery outside the window, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, but none of this could interrupt Ryan's concentration. He spent most of his time immersed in the world of learning spells, constantly practicing the way to cast spells in his mind, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. And in the few rest times, Ryan did not completely relax. Two maids sat beside him. They had long been accustomed to the seriousness of the young master, but in these rare intervals, they would carefully make some light-hearted jokes to Ryan. Ryan would occasionally put down his books, respond to them with a smile, and play with them for a few words, and laughter and a relaxed atmosphere filled the carriage. The maids' laughter was crisp and pleasant, and they seemed particularly relaxed in front of Ryan, as if they had forgotten the fatigue of the journey. However, there are always sudden waves in the peaceful journey. At a turn, the caravan suddenly slowed down, and noisy sounds came from the front. Ryan frowned and looked out the window. He saw a group of vicious robbers blocking the road at the intersection not far away. They were waving their weapons and their hideous laughter echoed in the air. They were obviously planning to launch a surprise attack on the caravan. The guards of the caravan immediately went on alert and drew their weapons to fight. The maids looked at Ryan nervously with a hint of worry in their eyes. However, Ryan seemed unusually calm. He did not intend to take action himself, but quickly thought about the most effective way to deal with it without exposing his identity. Ryan gently closed his eyes and felt the elemental fluctuations around him. The wind element gently surged around him, as if waiting for his instructions. He took out a small bag of paralysis powder from his arms, which was a self-defense item he had prepared long ago. Ryan gently cast a simple spell to encourage the wind elements around him. As Ryan's fingers moved slightly, an invisible breeze quietly rose from his side, gently rolled up the bag of powder, and quickly floated in the direction of the robbers. The powder flew in the air, dispersing almost invisibly, and silently fell on the robbers. Soon, the robbers' laughter stopped. They began to feel weak in their limbs, their movements were slow, and the weapons in their hands gradually slipped. Several leading robbers wanted to shout loudly, but found that they had difficulty even speaking, and their eyes were full of fear and confusion. Ryan watched all this calmly, without showing any emotional fluctuations. He knew that the paralysis powder had successfully worked, and these robbers were no longer a threat. Seeing that the robbers were slow to move, the guards of the caravan quickly seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and subdued the robbers who were no longer able to resist. The whole process was clean and neat, and the caravan suffered no losses. With the robbers under control, the caravan regained order. The guards cast a grateful look at Ryan, obviously realizing his role in this crisis. Ryan just nodded slightly, motioning them to move forward. The carriage started again and continued to move forward. Ryan looked at the maids who had relaxed beside him, smiled slightly, picked up the spell book in his hand again, and continued to immerse himself in his study. The maids admired Ryan even more. They knew that no danger would really threaten them when they were with the young master. In their eyes, Ryan was not only a powerful guardian, but also a calm and deep master. He could always resolve the crisis at the critical moment without making a sound. The sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding mountains were gradually shrouded in mist. Just as Ryan was sitting in the carriage and concentrating on studying spells, the team suddenly stopped, accompanied by a noisy discussion in his ears. The carriage shook slightly, and Ryan raised his head and looked through the window, only to see that the road ahead was blocked by a group of unidentified people. The leader of the caravan obviously realized that the situation was not good, and immediately sent several alert spies to go and inquire about the news. The entire caravan was in a tense atmosphere. The guards clenched their weapons and kept alert everywhere, fearing that they would encounter any unpredictable danger. Soon after, the spies hurried back, their faces solemn, and reported to the leader in a low voice. Ryan noticed that the leader's expression gradually became serious, and it was obvious that the situation was not simple. The leader quickly came to Ryan's carriage and reported with a slightly nervous look, "Lord Ryan, the road ahead is blocked, and we sent people to inquire about some news." Ryan nodded lightly, indicating that he should continue. According to the spies, the team leader lowered his voice with a hint of suppressed excitement and uneasiness. "Not far ahead, there are two mercenary groups fiercely competing for a rare dragon scale fruit. Legend has it that only one person can eat this fruit. With the next one, you will be able to break through to the realm of the Great Knight, and your strength will make a qualitative leap." Ryan raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously interested in the news.
Dragon scale fruit, this rare treasure, can allow a knight to break through to the realm of a great knight, and its value can be imagined. No wonder there are fights between mercenary groups. The team leader continued, both of these two mercenary groups should not be underestimated. Among them, two peak knights are dueling, trying to get the dragon scale fruit from the other side. Their duel caused huge turmoil and even shocked nearby villagers and pedestrians. Therefore, the road was blocked and no one dared to approach easily. Especially the lion mercenary group, they even imitated robbers and blocked caravans to ask for tolls. Ryan was silent for a moment, thinking about the sudden news. A duel between two peak knights was a battle of this level that no ordinary person could intervene in. Whichever side wins will gain immeasurable power, and everyone on the road will become their witnesses or even victims.
It seems we have to stop temporarily, Ryan said softly, looking deeply into the distance. He knew that this battle would not end easily. No matter which side wins, it will have a huge impact in a short period of time. The leader nodded, seeing that Ryan had no intention of getting involved in the fight personally, and was obviously in awe of his calmness and restraint. Sir, we will strengthen our vigilance to ensure the safety of the caravan. Please rest assured that we will not be involved in this dispute. Ruan nodded slightly, but secretly planning his next plan in his heart. Now that I have encountered the dragon scale fruit, I must take it. The caravan stopped temporarily by the roadside, and the guards began to set up tight defenses as a precaution. There were faint sounds of fighting and the clash of weapons in the distance, and the air seemed to be filled with the tense atmosphere of battle. Ryan leaned on the seat of the carriage, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for the situation to develop. The sound of the wind outside and the sound of fighting in the distance echoed in his ears, but he still maintained inner peace, as if none of this could disturb his moment of peace. After hearing the sound of fighting disappear, Ryan immediately used the speed spell to rush to the scene. The ground was in a mess, covered with cracks cut by the peak knight, and blood and limbs were everywhere. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people feel suffocated. The peak knight stood in the center of the venue, his body was covered with blood, but his eyes were still firm. He held a sharp sword in his hand, and the sword body flashed with cold light. Around him, there were dozens of corpses, all of which were his enemies. They used to be a group of powerful warriors, but in front of the peak knight, they seemed so fragile. Seeing that Ryan was going to continue to approach, the peak knight roared. Stop, I am the leader of the lion mercenary group. Hand over the dragon scale fruit, and I can spare your life. Ryan pulled closer like a ghost and said indifferently. The peak knight raised his head and looked at Ryan, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Don't even think about it. I got this with my life. Ryan smiled, do you think you can still resist? Look at you now, you can't even stand up. The peak knight gritted his teeth, even if I die, I won't give you the dragon scale fruit. Ryan frowned, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. He showed his strength, using the charged weapon to stack the sword skill cross slash, and easily split the boulder on the side. Big knight. Seeing this scene, the peak knight tightly grasped the dragon scale fruit in his hand, his heart full of contradictions and struggles. In order to get this precious treasure, he did not hesitate to turn against his former friend and experienced countless hardships and dangers. How can I easily give it to the little ghost in front of me? He thought to himself, I paid a huge price to get this, I can't just give it to others like this. He stared at Ryan with vigilance in his heart. Although the little ghost in front of him looked extraordinary, he did not think he would be easily defeated by him. Maybe he used special means. How could a teenager be a great knight? In fact, he thought well. Ryan was just an ordinary knight, but with a charging weapon, he could imitate the life energy of a great knight. I used to be a peak knight, with extremely powerful strength and glory. He recalled his past glory, and a sense of confidence surged in his heart. I will not easily succumb to anyone, even in the face of death. But he still obediently handed the dragon scale fruit to Ryan. Maybe I can pretend to give him the dragon scale fruit first, and then launch a sneak attack when he is not paying attention. He secretly calculated in his heart, there may be a glimmer of hope in this way. You are sensible. Ryan took the dragon scale fruit and prepared to leave. However, the peak knight was not convinced in his heart. He still wanted to fight, so he took advantage of Ryan's inattention and launched a sneak attack. He suddenly used his sword skills to stab, and the whole person rushed towards Ryan like a flash of lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and he came to Ryan in the blink of an eye. But what he didn't expect was that Ryan had been prepared, easily dodged his attack, and quickly counterattacked and defeated him. Do you think I will be so easily ambushed by you? Ryan sneered, you are too naive. The Peak Knight lay on the ground, panting, full of regret. He knew that he had met a real master this time and had no chance to resist.
Remember, don't be blinded by greed. Ryan looked at the Peak Knight lying on the ground expressionlessly.
He knew that the grass should be cut to the root. The knight's strength was average, but if he was spared, what would happen if he encountered any adventure in the future? After all, it's written like this in novels. Without any hesitation, he raised the sword in his hand again, and a cold light flashed, completely ending the life of the Peak Knight. Ryan stood in the center of the mercenary group's camp, surrounded by blood and chaos. His eyes were cold and ruthless, and the sword in his hand flashed with cold light. The members of the mercenary group knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. "Sir, we know we are wrong, please let us go."
Beg for mercy? Ryan sneered, "You guys, you do evil and oppress the people on weekdays, now you know to beg for mercy?"
Ryan was unmoved. He raised the sword in his hand, ready to continue killing. At this moment, a member of the mercenary group suddenly stood up and rushed towards Ryan.
"Brothers, fight him."
Other members also responded, picked up their weapons and attacked Ryan. Ryan looked at them coldly, waved the sword in his hand, and his shadow spike shot out instantly, piercing the members who rushed to the front. When Ryan used the shadow spike, the dark energy instantly burst out from his hand, forming a sharp thorn-like object, shooting towards the mercenaries. The mercenaries were originally afraid of Ryan's strength, and when they saw the mysterious and powerful shadow spike, the fear in their hearts reached its peak. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, because they knew that they had almost no ability to resist such a powerful spell attack.
This is the power of the wizard,"
a mercenary said tremblingly, his voice full of fear and awe. The other mercenaries also echoed, their faces pale, and their bodies trembling involuntarily. In their eyes, Ryan was no longer an ordinary knight, but a wizard with powerful dark power. They realized that they were facing an extremely dangerous enemy, an existence that they could not contend with at all.
"Run!"
someone shouted, and the mercenaries woke up from their dreams and turned to flee far away. Their steps were flustered and hurried, as if a ferocious beast was chasing them behind them.
However, Ryan did not mean to let them go.
The other members were even more frightened when they saw this, but they had no way out and could only continue to attack. Ryan did not release too many spells, but instead used powerful swordsmanship to engage in a fierce battle with the members of the mercenary group.
His swordsmanship was superb, and every sword could accurately hit the enemy's vital points.
Under Ryan's attack, the members of the mercenary group fell one after another. Their pleas for mercy and screams echoed throughout the camp, but Ryan had no mercy at all. Finally, all the members of the mercenary group were slaughtered. Ryan stood among the corpses, his body covered in blood.
He took a deep breath, then turned and left.
From then on, there was no lion mercenary group on this land anymore. The stagnation of the caravan made the tension in the air even stronger. The sound of fighting in the distance gradually subsided, and the entire mountain road fell into a strange silence again. Suddenly, the guards in front of the caravan looked up and saw a familiar figure walking slowly from the dense woods. It was Ryan, and his figure looked cold and calm in the hazy night. Ryan returned to the carriage silently. His robe was clean and tidy, without a drop of blood, as if he had just taken a walk in the woods. In fact, he had just successfully brought back the treasure coveted by everyone, the dragon scale fruit, from a fierce fight. The guards of the caravan witnessed all this, and they couldn't help but feel awe in their hearts. They knew that Ryan was able to obtain the dragon scale fruit unscathed in the fight between two top knights. This was not only a manifestation of strength, but also a symbol of his wisdom and calmness. They didn't know how Ryan did it, they only knew that at this moment, the knight in front of them was far more mysterious and powerful than they had imagined. Ryan walked into the carriage calmly, and the two maids in the carriage were full of surprise and admiration when they saw him return safely. They quickly arranged the seat for him and brought him clean water, their eyes full of respect and dependence. The carriage restarted and the caravan continued to move forward. As the carriage swayed, Ryan leaned gently on the seat, holding the dragon scale fruit he had just obtained in his hand. The appearance of the fruit showed a dark red luster, with a scaly texture faintly emerging on the surface, exuding a hot breath. Ryan could feel the huge energy contained in it, but he also knew that the dragon scale fruit was not completely harmless.
The hot energy is filled in it.
If it is not processed, it will make it difficult for people to control the power in their bodies after taking it, and even lose their calmness and reason.
Ryan thought silently in his heart.
He knew that as a wizard, it was crucial to remain calm and rational, and any uncontrolled power was dangerous. He took out a simple alchemy device from his arms, and the exquisite small crucible and refining equipment were deftly assembled in his hands. Ryan carefully put the dragon scale fruit into the crucible, injected the right amount of magic power, and gradually guided out the heat poison of the fruit.
Perhaps it was the improvement of his talent as a pharmacist.
During the whole process, his movements were skillful and focused, and he was not affected by the outside world at all. As the heat poison was gradually extracted, a faint red light flashed in the crucible, the surface of the dragon scale fruit gradually became smooth, and the hot breath also weakened.
Ryan's eyes were always calm.
He took a deep breath of relief after properly handling the extracted heat poison. After this treatment, its power becomes purer, and there will be no side effects of losing control when taking it. Ryan whispered to himself, looking at the dragon scale fruit that he had already processed with satisfaction. Beside him, two maids silently watched Ryan's every move, and they were full of admiration for him. They knew that Ryan was not only a powerful knight, but also an unfathomable wizard. His calmness and wisdom allowed him to control the overall situation in any situation. The carriage continued to move forward on the mountain road, and the surrounding scenery seemed particularly quiet in the night.
However, when the guards saw the scene ahead, they couldn't help but gasp.
There were several corpses lying on the ground, the mercenaries who tried to fight for the dragon scale fruit. Their weapons were scattered around, and there was still a look of fear on their faces, as if they had encountered something terrible. The guards of the caravan were even more in awe of Ryan. Although they didn't see Ryan take action himself, the scene before them was enough to make them understand that this young knight had power that they couldn't understand. Ryan sat calmly in the carriage, tapping his knees lightly with his fingers, thinking about the next plan.
Power can only play its greatest role under the control of reason,
Ryan said softly, looking through the window at the distant night sky, with a firm light in his eyes. He quietly stared at the dragon scale fruit in his hand, thinking about the changes that were about to come. He had a premonition of how powerful this fruit would bring. As a dual practitioner of wizards and knights, his body and spirit have reached a balance, but he knows that the power of the dragon scale fruit will completely break this balance and bring unprecedented improvement.
It's time,
Ryan said to himself silently in his heart. He did not hesitate any longer and put the dragon scale fruit into his mouth. The fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a hot energy that quickly poured into his body. In an instant, Ryan felt a violent force burst out from his heart and spread rapidly throughout his body along his blood vessels. His heart suddenly shook, and the life seed in his body began to beat violently, as if responding to this new power. Ryan's body was like being surrounded by flames at this moment, and the hot energy rushed in his blood, stimulating the potential of every cell. He felt that the life seed began to change. It was no longer just a simple source of power, but under the effect of the dragon scale fruit, it gradually condensed and concentrated, becoming more pure and powerful.
Concentrate.
Hold on, Ryan closed his eyes tightly and concentrated all his willpower to control this violent power. His body trembled under the impact of this force, but he remained calm and directed this energy to his heart, toward the life seed that was constantly condensing. The life seed flashed a dazzling light in Ryan's body. The light point, which was originally as weak as a star, was now rapidly condensing into a precise and dazzling core. Ryan felt that the seed of life was transforming from an introverted source of power to a powerful life energy that could be released. As the seed of life was further concentrated, the energy in Ryan's body became purer. He could clearly feel that every drop of blood in his body was rebaptized at this moment and filled with new power. His muscles, bones, and even every nerve were strengthened by this power.
At this moment, Ryan's body seemed to have reached a certain limit.
The seed of life suddenly shook, and a powerful life energy burst out from his heart and flowed along his meridians to his limbs. Ryan felt that his body was surrounded by an invisible glow, which was the life energy being released, like a protective film surrounding his body. This external life energy is no longer limited to the body, but can be released at any time under Ryan's control, enhancing his defense and attack, and can even be used to treat his injuries. Ryan's whole body seemed to be injected with infinite power at this moment. Every finger was full of explosive power, and every inch of skin exuded a powerful vitality. He slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented light. At this moment, he is no longer the same person as before. His power has made a qualitative leap and reached the realm of a great knight. Ryan raised his hand and felt the life energy beating at his fingertips. He knew that he had mastered this powerful power. Life energy is released, this feeling, Ryan whispered to himself, his heart full of control over the new power. He could feel that as long as he wanted, this power could burst out instantly in battle and defeat the enemy, or it could be turned into a shield when needed to resist all attacks.
No wonder the Great Knight is so popular. He is an excellent meat shield in the wizard apprentice stage, and his strength is far different from that of the peak knight. The carriage continued to move forward in the night. Ryan sat in it, emitting a faint glow, which was a sign of life energy release. The two maids sat quietly beside him, feeling the powerful breath of Ryan, and their hearts were full of awe and security. Ryan closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His life energy was 3 times that of a normal Great Knight, and he had a feeling that, Blood Beast bloodline, would bring him more surprises. The carriage that Ryan was riding in slowly drove into a prosperous city. This city is closest to the wizard market and is frequented by many wizards and mystics. Ryan looked at the strange city in front of him and felt a hint of expectation in his heart. He knew that the wizard market here would provide him with countless rare resources and knowledge, and he also brought enough finished potions in exchange for the materials and information he needed. The carriage finally stopped in front of a hidden and quaint hotel. After Ryan got off the car, he personally arranged rooms for the two maids and told them to have a good rest in the hotel. The maids were obviously a little nervous about this strange city, but with Ryan's comfort, they gradually relaxed. After settling everything, Ryan changed into a black robe with a low hat brim, covering most of his face. He carefully put a box of carefully made finished potions into the secret compartment of the carriage, and then set off again, heading straight for the wizard market. Passing through the busy streets of the city, Ryan soon came to a hidden path that led to the market, and its existence was marked on the map. After walking for a while, the view ahead suddenly opened up, but just as Ryan was about to move forward, a huge black snake appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The scales of the giant snake flashed with a cold luster. It coiled in the middle of the road, and its erect snake pupils revealed a sense of majesty and coldness. The body of the giant snake was huge and strong, covered with thick scales, and it was obviously the guardian of this road. Ryan stopped and looked up at the giant snake. His heart trembled, but his face remained calm. The giant snake lowered its head slightly, and its huge snake pupils stared at Ryan, and made a low voice. To enter the market, each person needs to pay a magic stone as a fee. Without a magic stone, you can't enter. Ryan nodded slightly, flipped his right hand, took out a magic stone flashing with light blue light from his pocket, and gently threw it to the giant snake. The magic stone drew an arc in the air and was caught by the giant snake's tail. The giant snake put the magic stone into a crack in the scales of its abdomen, then nodded with satisfaction and slowly made way. Remember, the giant snake continued, his voice low and with a warning, in the market, you are not allowed to fight or create any disturbances, otherwise, you will be wanted by the Black Snake family. They are the founders of the market, and no one can escape their pursuit. Ryan nodded, indicating that he understood. He knew the reputation of the Black Snake family. This team was composed of powerful wizards who specialized in maintaining the order of the wizard market. Anyone who challenged their authority in the market would pay a heavy price. Seeing Ryan's agreement, the giant snake slowly retreated to the side, coiled up on the side of the road again, and quietly watched the passers-by. Ryan did not stop, picked up the potion box, and continued to walk towards the wizard market. Ryan carried the box full of finished potions and walked slowly towards the wizard market. Although he had just passed through the secret path, he knew that the real test had just begun. The entrance outside the wizard market was not just an ordinary one, but was surrounded by a powerful illusion array. Only those with magic perception or special props could enter safely. If ordinary people accidentally broke in, they would be lost in the illusion at best, or be directly wiped out by the defense mechanism of the array. As Ryan's steps approached, the surrounding scene began to become hazy, as if there was an invisible mist in the air. The surrounding scenery gradually became blurred, the trees and rocks seemed to be twisting and changing, and the light and shadow in the distance began to become unreal. Ryan knew that he had entered the range of the illusion array. He did not panic, but calmly stopped, closed his eyes, and began to operate the magic power in his body. He felt the strange fluctuations in the air, and the power of the array was like an invisible net, covering the surroundings and constantly interfering with him. Ryan concentrated and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, a faint light flashed in his pupils, which was a manifestation of his wizard perception ability. He could clearly see that not far ahead, there was a narrow path hidden only for wizards to pass through. At the end of the path was the real entrance to the wizard market. So that's it. Ryan whispered to himself, slightly amazed in his heart. This kind of illusion array is not only hidden, but also extremely complex. If you don't have rich experience in magic perception, it would be difficult to find the right way out. Ryan stood in front of the stone door and took a deep breath. He knew that he had successfully passed through the illusion array and came to the real entrance of the wizard market.
He raised his hand and gently touched the stone door, and the rune immediately lit up. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a prosperous and mysterious market. After passing through the secret passage, Ryan finally walked into the market. Wizards of all kinds shuttled through the market. They wore various robes and talked little to each other, but they were all cautious and vigilant. Ryan took a deep breath and felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from the outside world. Dangers and opportunities were hidden in every corner, and he was here to find these opportunities. Carrying a box full of finished potions, Ryan walked steadily into the depths of the market, thinking about the next transaction and plan. The air was filled with a mixture of herbs, potions and decay, which made people feel uncomfortable. Even more disturbing was that the wizards here looked particularly weak and old. Their bodies seemed to have become extremely haggard under the influence of long-term radiation and unstable potions. Many wizards had loose skin, full of wrinkles and age spots. Some had obvious muscle atrophy and skinny limbs, as if they would fall down if the wind blew. Ryan noticed that many wizards had a sickly light in their eyes, as if they had been suffering from mental stress and physical pain for a long time. Some wizards even had abnormalities in their bodies, scaly hard skin grew on their skin, or their fingers became deformed and bent, with obvious mutation characteristics. These abnormalities were obviously caused by long-term use of inferior potions and radiation. Next to some stalls that Ryan passed by, there were several third-class apprentices standing scattered around. Their figures were hunched, their steps were heavy, and their eyes were dull. Although their mental power was strong, it seemed that they had reached this state completely through long years of suffering and accumulation. These wizards had obviously lived for more than 100 years, and their mental power was purely a testimony of time and pain, not the result of talent and practice. There was a strong smell of blood in the air, which made Ryan feel even more depressed. He originally thought that the market here would be a holy place full of wisdom and transactions, but the reality was completely different from his imagination. This market exudes not only the power of magic, but also the breath of decay and depravity. The potions placed on many stalls exude a strange light, and the liquids in the potion bottles are of different colors, but none of them look stable and safe. Those potions that were originally used to strengthen the body and enhance mental strength now seem more like poisons. Long-term use has obviously caused irreversible damage to the bodies of these wizards. Ryan's eyes swept around. Although he deliberately kept a low profile, his inner vigilance continued to deepen. He realized that the true nature of this market is far more dangerous than the surface. The wizards here have long been unscrupulous for power and survival. Their eyes flash with a desire for survival, but they are also numb to death, and more bloodthirsty and greedy. This is not the wizard market I imagined, Ryan sighed in his heart. The scene around him made him feel a little disappointed, and at the same time more vigilant. Who was the Black Wizard? Ryan had never seen such a scene in the academy. He knew that no matter how ugly and weak the people here looked on the surface, they were all hiding unknown dangers deep inside. He adjusted the medicine box in his hand and continued to move forward, secretly reminding himself that this market was not peaceful, and it could even be said to be full of undercurrents and crises. Even if he brought enough resources, he had to stay calm and rational at all times to avoid being involved in these corrupt and bloody whirlpools. In the hustle and bustle of the wizard market, Ryan was walking slowly, observing the surrounding scene and thinking about how to launch his trading plan. At this moment, a short figure approached him quietly. Ryan lowered his head and saw a little boy about 10 years old standing next to him, raising his head and looking at him with a pair of bright and agile eyes. The little boy looks thin and ragged, but his eyes reveal a shrewdness and sophistication, not as innocent as ordinary children. With a flattering smile on the boy's face, he spoke cautiously, "Sir, is this your first time here? I can be your guide and take you to all the best shops in the market. All you need is a magic stone." Ryan raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at the little boy in front of him. Despite his young age, the child has clearly learned to survive in this bazaar, which is full of dangers and strangeness. Ryan did not agree immediately, but observed silently for a while. He saw the boy's expression was calm, without any fear, but with a sense of hope and anticipation. The little boy seemed to see Ryan's hesitation and quickly continued, "Sir, you may not be familiar with the situation here. There are many shops in this market, some sell materials, some specialize in selling potions, and some they sell magical items. If you are not familiar with the distribution of these stores, you may spend more time and energy, and you may miss some good things. I am very familiar with this area and can take you straight to the topic and save a lot of time." He spoke with a hint of confidence, clearly convinced of the help he could provide. Ryan thought for a moment and realized that he did not know enough about this unfamiliar market, and having someone familiar with the place guide him would indeed save a lot of trouble. So, Ryan took out a magic stone from his pocket, handed it to the little boy, and said softly, "Lead the way, but don't play any tricks." The little boy took the magic stone, his eyes lit up, and he was obviously satisfied with Ryan's refreshment. He immediately smiled, nodded and bowed. "Don't worry, sir, I will never let you down." Then, the little boy turned around deftly and started walking through the market with Ryan. As he walked, he introduced in a clear voice, "Sir, this road leads to the materials area. The shops over there specialize in selling materials for alchemy and magic experiments. There are a wide range of materials, and some rare materials can only be found here. Further forward, there is the potion area, where there are potion shops with various effects, ranging from ordinary recovery potions to some rare enhancement potions. Of course, the quality of medicines sold in some stores may not be stable, so you need to choose carefully." Ryan followed him, silently listening to the little boy's introduction, and found that he knew the layout of the market and the characteristics of each store very well. Obviously, this child has been here for many years and is familiar with every corner of this place. The little boy continued, "If you are interested in magic items, there are several shops in front of you that specialize in selling such things. There are magic rings, amulets, and weapons, but they are expensive, but the effects are also very powerful. There are also some black market transactions, but I don't recommend you go to those places, they are too dangerous." Ryan nodded slightly, secretly appreciating the little boy's professionalism and agility. He knew that in this market where dangers and opportunities coexisted, having a guide who knew the inside story would indeed save him a lot of trouble. With the little boy's guidance, Ryan gradually understood the distribution of shops and trading rules in the market. The little boy explained as he walked, looking back from time to confirm Ryan's reaction, obviously hoping that he could help and satisfy Ryan. Ryan's eyes were still calm, but he already had a preliminary plan for the next transaction in his heart. This little boy not only saved him time, but also gave him a deeper understanding of this mysterious market. Ryan came to a quaint and mysterious pharmacy store. An old wooden sign hung at the door of the shop, engraved with ancient runes and slightly fluorescent. The shop was filled with a faint aroma of herbs, and the wooden shelves were filled with various potion bottles of different shapes, emitting different lights. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, walked into the shop and looked around. The layout of the store is compact but not cluttered, and every bottle of potion is carefully placed in a conspicuous position. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man in a gray robe was busy. After hearing the doorbell ring, he raised his head and his eyes fell on Ryan. There was a hint of prudence in the middle-aged man's eyes, but when he saw the medicine box in Ryan's hand, his expression immediately turned respectful. He quickly walked out of the counter, bowed slightly, with a polite smile on his face. "Sir, are you here to sell potions? Our store is happy to provide you with the fairest price." Ryan nodded and said calmly, "I brought some potions and wanted to see if your store is interested." After saying that, Ryan placed the medicine box on the counter and opened it gently. The shop owner's eyes lit up and he immediately got closer to check. Ryan took out potions from the box in sequence, first 3 rows of hemostatic potions, and then a row of calming potions. Although these potions were of good quality, they were not uncommon for the boss. He inspected them carefully and nodded in satisfaction. However, when Ryan took out a bottle of potion that exuded a faint green light from the bottom of the box, the boss's eyes instantly became hot. It was a light green potion, a precious potion that could directly enhance mental power and was extremely rare in the market. Without the background of the Wizarding Academy, there are very few pharmacists who can make light green potions, so they will take them directly if they get potions that can improve their mental power, let alone develop drug resistance. This bottle contains 5 servings. The boss's eyes were fixed on the bottle of potion, almost popping out of his eyes. His breathing became rapid and his hands trembled slightly as he carefully took the bottle of light green potion, as if he was afraid of damaging this treasure. Is this really the light green potion?" There was a trace of uncontrollable excitement in the boss's voice. "This is a potion that can directly enhance mental power. It is extremely rare on the market. Sir, you are so generous, allowing me to see such a rare treasure." Ryan looked at his boss's excitement indifferently and said nothing. He was actually a little surprised. This bottle of light green potion was easy to buy at Blackstone Lowland College if you had money. The boss finally came to his senses, with a smile on his face and a more respectful attitude, even a bit flattering. "Sir, the quality of your potions is extremely high, especially this bottle of light green potion. Such a treasure, and there is simply no price on the market. Originally, I estimated that these potions of yours are worth about 1,500 magic stones, but, in order to express my sincerity, I am willing to pay 2,000 magic stones to buy them.
What do you think?
Ryan felt satisfied in his heart. Although he originally estimated that these potions were worth 1,500 magic stones, the other party has now taken the initiative to increase the price, which is exactly what he hoped for.
He nodded slightly and said calmly, "Deal." The boss looked relieved and immediately took out a delicate box from under the counter and opened it carefully.
There were stacks of magic stones neatly stacked inside. Ryan glanced over it, and after making sure it was correct, he put the box in his pocket. The boss personally delivered Ryan to the door of the store, with that flattering smile still on his face. "Sir, if you have any needs in the future, please come to our store at any time, and we will definitely give you the best price." Ryan nodded slightly, holding the heavy 2,000 magic stones in his hand, turned around and left the shop. Ryan's goal became increasingly clear: to purchase enough materials for making the dark green potion, especially the main material for refining the corpse tier potion wraith. Walking to a dark corner, Ryan stopped in front of a stall that looked a little shabby. The stall owner is an old wizard wearing a hood, with a gloomy expression and deep eyes. On the stall in front of him were several small bottles filled with green liquid. The outline of a human face seemed to be faintly floating in the liquid, emitting bursts of strange light. Ryan's eyes were instantly attracted to these bottles, and his heart moved. He knew that these were exactly the resentful spirits he was looking for. This material is extremely rare and is essential when making corpse tier potion. However, it is extremely difficult to obtain and therefore extremely expensive.
"Are these ghosts?"
Ryan asked calmly, but his eyes couldn't help but stare at the liquid in the bottle. The old wizard smiled slightly, showing his yellowed teeth, and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, young wizard, this is an authentic wraith. Each bottle is carefully collected and is very suitable for refining high-level alchemy items. However, this is a rare thing, and the price is naturally not cheap." Ryan was mentally prepared, but when he heard the price quoted by the old wizard, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. 10 wraiths, a total of 2,500 magic stones. Even for Ryan, who has sufficient financial resources, this is still a large expense. However, Ryan knew that without these resentful spirits, he would not be able to refine the corpse tears potion, a precious potion that can greatly enhance mental power. Although he hesitated, he finally nodded, took out 2,500 magic stones from his arms, and handed them to the old wizard.
"I bought these ghosts,"
Ryan said firmly. Although he felt a little distressed in his heart, his expression remained calm. The old wizard smiled even deeper, took the magic stone with satisfaction, put the 10 resentful spirits into a delicate box, and handed it to Ryan. Ryan took the box and carefully put it in his arms, with a trace of determination in his eyes. Although this cost was expensive, it was crucial to his potion plan. He knew that he had to endure this temporary price in order to improve his mental power faster. After leaving the wraith stall, Ryan continued to search for suitable materials and manpower in the market. Suddenly, a burst of noise broke the original peaceful atmosphere of the market, and his attention was instantly attracted by a particularly noisy stall.
The stall stood out, clearly owned by a slave owner.
In front of the stall, I saw several slaves in tattered clothes and haggard and lifeless faces, wearing heavy iron chains and tightly bound to each other.
Their figures looked extremely miserable, with deep despair and indescribable exhaustion etched on each of their faces.
Ryan involuntarily stopped in front of this stall, his eyes scanning the poor slaves in front of him as quickly as lightning. At exactly this moment, his eyes inadvertently fixed on one of the young women. This woman looked young, probably around 20 years old. Her face, which should have been youthful and beautiful, was now as pale as paper, without any color at all. However, what is surprising is that despite being in such a tragic situation, there is still a faint light of wisdom from the depths of her eyes that cannot be ignored. Compared with other slaves who have completely lost their self-awareness and are like walking zombies, this young woman's performance is completely different. Although her expression was mixed with some fear, at the same time, she was still able to tenaciously retain a rare trace of clarity and reason. It is obvious that even after suffering such cruel and merciless torture and destruction, the fire of desire for freedom and dignity deep in her heart has not yet been completely extinguished. Ryan's eyes were focused on her, and he felt that there seemed to be a familiar aura on her body, like some kind of fluctuation of basic magic power.
He frowned and had doubts in his heart, so he approached the slave and asked, "What is the origin of this female apprentice?"
The slave owner was a fat, middle-aged man with a sinewy face and greed in his eyes. The two stood outside the soundproof cage. When he saw Ryan stop, he immediately put on a smile and introduced enthusiastically, "Sir, you have such a good vision.
This female apprentice is not an ordinary slave.
She was originally a student of a small college. Although the college was destroyed, but she has a certain understanding of potion making and is considered a slightly talented apprentice.
Ryan frowned slightly and continued to ask, which college? The slave owner smiled proudly and replied, it's a little-known small college called Green Forest College.
You know, that kind of small college is not easy to survive in this area. It was attacked by a group of wandering wizards a few months ago. These students become our goods.
Ryan's eyes became a little colder.
He knew that the laws of the wizarding world had always been cruel, and that weak colleges had no place to survive in front of the strong. It was not uncommon for students from Green Forest College to be captured and sold. However, this also means that this female apprentice may have received some systematic training in spells and potions and can become a useful assistant. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a pretty face, but a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Her long black hair hung down to her waist, making her look particularly petite. Her clothes were a little worn, and there was not much magic fluctuation on her body. It was obvious that she was just a first-class apprentice.
Ryan walked up to open the cage and asked directly, do you know anything about potions?
The young apprentice raised his head, looked at Ryan nervously, and nodded, yes, master, I know a little about potion making. I have studied in the family for a period of time.
Ryan nodded, satisfied.
Although this apprentice had ordinary qualifications, he did not need her to have too high a talent. Instead, he valued her basic understanding of potions. He decided to take her in as an assistant to assist in his potion-making plan.
Ryan looked at the female apprentice and made a quick decision in his heart. He asked calmly, how much is she worth?
The slave owner saw that Ryan was interested in buying, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. He then offered, my lord, although she is a first-class apprentice, she has some knowledge of potions, so she is of some value.
I think 1,000 magic stones, what do you think? Ryan did not respond immediately, but thought for a moment.
Although the price was not low, considering the background and potential of the female apprentice, he thought the deal was worth it. After all, most other wizard slaves were also priced at this price. He took out a bag of magic stones from his arms and handed it to the slave owner, saying calmly, deal. The slave owner immediately took the magic stones, with a flattering smile on his face, and quickly untied the iron chain on the female apprentice's hand and pushed her in front of Ryan.
The master-servant contract was signed.
After the female apprentice was liberated, although she was weak, her eyes still showed a desire to survive and gratitude to Ryan.
From now on, you are my servant,
Ryan said to the female apprentice, with a tone of unquestionable majesty.
The female apprentice trembled slightly, then nodded gently, and whispered, yes, master. I will do my best to do everything you ask.
Ryan nodded, motioned her to follow, and then turned and left the slave stall. He knew in his heart that although this female apprentice had a poor background, perhaps her knowledge of potions could be of great use in the early processing of materials and cleaning of alchemy equipment, saving time. As they gradually moved away from the slave stalls, Ryan's mind was full of thoughts. He understood that although he did not dare to inquire about the news of the Black Stone Lowlands, if he did not leave at that time, his fate would not be much better if the academy was defeated. Just when Ryan walked to a remote street corner, he suddenly felt a strange breath. In the shadow in front, a tall figure slowly walked out and blocked Ryan's way. It was a wizard, but his appearance was different from ordinary people. The wizard's face was covered with fine snake scales, which glowed faintly in the moonlight, looking weird and disturbing. The wizard's eyes were narrow and long, and the pupils were vertical, like the eyes of a venomous snake, staring at Ryan coldly. The keratinized hands held the heads of two people, which were very bloody and conspicuous. Ryan's body tightened slightly, and his fingers quietly slid to the magic props in his arms, ready to deal with possible threats at any time. His eyes were calm and sharp, but his expression remained calm, and he had already begun to think about how to deal with this emergency. Who are you? Ryan's voice was low, with a hint of vigilance, and he was ready to fight. However, to Ryan's surprise, the other party did not show any hostility. The wizard slowly raised his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions, and then said in a low and hoarse voice, "Don't be nervous, I'm not a robber.
I'm from the Black Snake family. These two people tried to ambush you and I killed them."
Ryan's brows moved slightly, and the vigilance in his heart did not completely dissipate. He certainly knew the Black Snake family, which was a family that fought back under the siege of wandering wizards and even gained a lot of resources to build a market. Despite this, Ryan did not intend to relax his vigilance. After all, in such an environment, any negligence could be fatal.
Black Snake family?
Ryan remained calm, his eyes did not leave the wizard's face, waiting for the other party's further explanation. The wizard nodded, slowly took out a black scale from his arms, and handed it to Ryan. The scale flashed a strange light in the moonlight, obviously not an ordinary thing. "This is a token of our black snake family," the wizard explained, with a hint of hidden majesty in his tone. "If you want to sell potions, just crush this scale and the black snake family will come to buy it. We guarantee a fair price and will never treat powerful pharmacists unfairly." Ryan took the scale and looked at it carefully. The surface of the scale has complex patterns, as if it contains some kind of magic. He can feel that this scale does contain some powerful communication spell, and once used, it can quickly get in touch with the black snake family. The wizard saw Ryan took the scale and showed a meaningful smile, and continued, "We are very interested in the light green potion you displayed in the market. The black snake family has always favored potential wizards and high-quality potions. If you are willing, we will be your most reliable partner." Ryan nodded slightly, put the scale in his arms, and thought to himself. The black snake family has obviously noticed his strength and the quality of the potion. Such cooperation is indeed a good opportunity for him. But he still remained cautious and would not easily trust anyone. "I'll consider it," Ryan responded briefly, without any emotional fluctuations in his tone. The wizard heard Ryan's answer and said no more. He just bowed slightly as a farewell, then turned and left in the shadows, as if he had never appeared, disappearing into the night. Ryan stood there, watching the wizard leave, then slowly turned around and continued to walk towards the city exit. The scales in his hand made him feel heavy, which meant that he might have more intersections with the black snake family in the future. But Ryan remained sober in his heart. He knew that whether it was the black snake family or any other force, the people hiding behind them were nothing more than peeping into his identity as a pharmacist. In this wizard world full of dangers and opportunities, Ryan understood that only by keeping calm and wise could he be invincible in an undercurrent environment. He put the scales back in his arms and continued to move forward, and he had already begun to plan the next step in his heart. 3 months later, Ryan stood in his newly purchased villa, looking into the courtyard through the large French windows. There, 2 maids were happily talking with the new assistant who made potions. The sun shone on them, casting mottled shadows, and the laughter of several people gently echoed in the air, appearing quiet and peaceful. "This is pleasing to the eye." Ryan watched this harmonious scene, but a trace of determination surged in his heart. Although these maids and assistants were safe and sound by his side, he knew that in this world where danger and opportunity coexisted, his strength alone was not enough to ensure the safety of everyone. He must improve their strength, especially the 2 maids, who had served him for many years and had long become his most trusted followers. Ryan recalled the process of his promotion to the Great Knight, combined with his talent as a pharmacist, and gradually came up with a plan in his mind. Through his rich experience and in-depth understanding of pharmacy, he decided to refine a potion for the maids that could improve their physical fitness and help them enter the realm of knights. A few days later, Ryan came to his specially set-up alchemy laboratory. He took out a broken ancient formula from his arms and read it carefully. Although the formula was incomplete, Ryan began to deduce the missing parts with his talent and experience. Every detail of the formula was repeatedly pondered in his mind and gradually took shape. Here we need to add a trace of the essence of the flame flower, and here, we need to use earth dragon bone powder to enhance the stability of the potion. Ryan muttered to himself, his fingers gently sliding in the air, as if he was reweaving this formula. As the deduction deepened, Ryan finally completed this new formula in his mind: the physical potion. This is a potion that can greatly improve the physical fitness of the user, especially for those with weak foundations, such as his 2 maids. Ryan lit the fire in the laboratory and began to carefully refine the potion. Various rare materials were put into the crucible one by one, and the magic power was injected into it with Ryan's thoughts. The color of the potion gradually changed from light gray to golden yellow, emitting a faint light. Ryan was fully focused, controlling every bit of magic power to ensure that every step of the potion was flawless. A few hours later, Ryan looked at the bottle of physical potion in his hand, and a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. The potion flickered with a faint light in the bottle, and the liquid was pure and full of power. He knew that this bottle of potion would completely change the fate of the maids. Ryan walked out of the laboratory and summoned the 2 maids to his study. When the maids saw Ryan, they immediately showed respect, but they did not expect what kind of changes Ryan would bring to them next. Ryan put the physical potion on the table, and his tone was gentle but with unquestionable firmness. "This bottle of potion is specially made for you. It can greatly improve your physical fitness. After taking it,
You will be able to practice the knight's breathing method and break through to become a real knight." The maids were surprised at first, and then excited and grateful. They knew that being able to become a knight meant that they would no longer be just ordinary servants, but had more powerful power, could better protect themselves, and could also share more responsibilities for Ryan. Under Ryan's gaze, the two maids took the physical potion in turn. The potion melted in their mouths and quickly turned into a warm and powerful force in their bodies. Closing their eyes and feeling the power flowing in their bodies, their breathing gradually became deep and powerful, and every cell in their bodies seemed to be rejuvenated. Ryan guided them to start practicing the night breathing method. The maids followed Ryan's instructions, slowly adjusted their breathing, and felt the power in their bodies gradually condensed under the guidance of breathing. As time went on, their breath became more stable, their muscles gradually tightened, and the power in their bodies seemed to burst out. Suddenly, a faint light emanated from their bodies, which was a symbol of a breakthrough in power. Ryan nodded with satisfaction. He could feel that the maids had successfully broken through and became real knights. The maids opened their eyes and felt the changes in their bodies, with incredible expressions on their faces. They could clearly feel that their strength, endurance and reaction speed had been greatly improved, as if their bodies had been reshaped. Ryan looked at them and was satisfied. With this breakthrough, they will be able to better protect his property. "Make good use of this power, you will no longer be just my maids, but also my guards," Ryan said in a firm tone, with a hint of deep expectation in his eyes. The maids responded in unison, their eyes full of awe and gratitude for Ryan. They knew that their fate had been completely changed. Ryan collected the remaining physical potions. He only planned to make them once. After all, the wizard apprentices here did not have high requirements for appearance and physique. They were keen on all potions that could enhance their mental strength. The maids had just experienced a breakthrough and successfully became knights. Their excited expressions were still written on their faces. Ryan looked at them with satisfaction, but at this moment, his eyes turned to the female potion assistant standing aside. The young potion assistant witnessed the whole process, and there was a trace of envy and desire in her eyes. Although she did not show too much emotion, her slightly trembling fingers and her glances at Ryan from time to time had exposed her inner expectations. Ryan noticed her reaction and smiled slightly. As an experienced pharmacist, he knew the importance of motivation. Although this assistant was only bought by him from the slave stall, after a series of inquiries, her talent and hard work in potion making had already made Ryan recognize her in his heart. "What are you looking at?" Ryan's tone was gentle, but with a hint of inquiry. The female pharmacy assistant blushed and immediately lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, master, I'm envious of their progress." Ryan didn't mean to blame her, but was satisfied with her honesty. He walked to the desk, took out a bottle of potion with a faint green light from the secret compartment, and slowly walked to the female pharmacy assistant. "This is a reward for you." Ryan handed the potion to her with encouragement in his tone. "You did a good job, I have been observing your efforts and progress. As my assistant, your efforts will not be ignored. This is a light green potion, it can directly improve your mental power." Pauline was stunned, staring at the bottle of potion, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "Light green potion, this is an extremely precious potion. Not only can it improve mental power, but for a first-class apprentice like her, it also means a leapfrog growth." Her hands trembled slightly, and she took the potion hesitantly, her eyes full of gratitude and awe. "Master, is it really for me?" "This is too precious," Ryan nodded, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "Your efforts deserve this reward. Make good use of it to improve your strength and ability. In the future, I will need you to help me with potion research." Pauline held the bottle of potion, tears flashing in her eyes, obviously deeply moved by Ryan's generosity and trust. She knew that this bottle of potion was not only a material reward, but also a recognition and expectation of Ryan for her. "Thank you, master." Her voice trembled slightly, but with determination. "I will definitely work harder and live up to your expectations." Ryan smiled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. It has been nearly 2 years since he left Blackstone Lowland College. This period is the most comfortable time for him. The production of dark green potion is on the right track, and a small force has formed around him. The caravan formed is also inquiring about news and purchasing precious medicinal materials. If it weren't for the restrictions of the mission, Ryan would have wanted to stay here and support a third-class apprentice, and then leave when the high-level resources were scarce. There were only 3 years left in the 5-year deadline, and it was time to go to the kingdom of Wiki. After all, the journey was long. The rain was pouring down, and the big raindrops hit the roof of the carriage, making a dull sound.
The wheels moved forward with difficulty on the muddy road, and finally had to stop.
Ryan sighed softly and looked out the window at the world covered by rain outside.
He knew that it would only be more difficult to move forward, so it would be better to take shelter from the rain temporarily and get on the road after the weather improved.
The coachman stabilized the carriage, and Ryan turned to the two maids and said, "Let's get off.
There is a wooden house in front, and we will take shelter there temporarily." The maids nodded, quickly put on their cloaks, and carefully helped Ryan get off the carriage. The rain was pouring down, and the raindrops hit the ground densely, splashing countless water, and the sky and the earth seemed to be covered by a water curtain. Ryan stood beside the carriage, looked up at the gray sky, and felt the cold breath of rain approaching rapidly.
However, Ryan's expression remained calm.
He raised his hand slightly, moved his fingertips lightly, and whispered a spell, shield spell. As the spell was completed, a transparent energy barrier quickly formed around Ryan, like an invisible shield, isolating him from the surrounding rainstorm. The raindrops hit the shield, making a slight tick-tick sound, but they could not break through the tough barrier, and could only slide down the surface of the shield and flow to the ground. Under the protection of the shield, Ryan's body was extremely dry, and the rain seemed to have nothing to do with him. He walked slowly towards the wooden house in front, and the transparent shield moved with him, forming a moving dry area, and even the mud under his feet could not stain his shoes. The maids followed Ryan closely, and saw him easily avoid the rainstorm with the shield spell, and their eyes showed admiration. Although they were used to Ryan's various spells, they could not help but sigh every time they saw him use spells so calmly. Ryan's steps were steady, and the rain fell wildly outside the shield, as if knocking on an invisible barrier, but it could never touch him.
Even in such bad weather, he still maintained a noble elegance, and in the heavy rain, the three walked quickly to the simple wooden house not far away, and the rain dripped on the ground along the cloak, making a dripping sound. The wooden house looked old, and the wooden boards under the eaves were a little rotten, but it could still provide them with a temporary shelter. Pushing open the wooden door, Ryan led the maids into the wooden house.
The air in the house was filled with a damp and stale smell, and there was still dust and dirt on the ground. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. The maids hesitated, and there was a trace of uneasiness in their eyes. After all, this was far from the environment they usually served. Ryan looked calm, he waved his hand slightly, and chanted a spell. As he chanted, a soft light flashed in the house, and the breath of magic quickly spread.
"Cleaning spell," Ryan whispered.
As the voice fell, the dust and dirt in the house seemed to be blown away by an invisible wind, and the floor and furniture became clean and tidy in an instant, and the cobwebs in the corners disappeared. The originally dark and damp wooden house instantly became bright and refreshing, as if it had been completely refreshed.
Ryan nodded with satisfaction, and then cast another simple spell, bonfire.
A warm fire lit up out of thin air in the center of the house, the flames jumped, dispelling the cold and dampness, and the warm light sprinkled every corner of the house, and the whole wooden house was instantly filled with a warm atmosphere.
"It's much better now,"
Ryan said calmly, with a bit of wizard's calmness in his tone. During the time on the carriage, Ryan mostly learned various spells brought from the academy, and these small spells that facilitate life were even easier to master. The maids saw this and showed a relaxed look on their faces. They knew that Ryan was extraordinary, but every time they saw him change the environment so easily, they still couldn't help but feel awe and admiration.
"Go make some hot tea, we'll take a break here."
Ryan sat on a wooden chair next to the fire and ordered gently. One of the maids immediately took action, took out tea sets and tea leaves from her luggage, quickly set up a small stove next to the fire, and started to make tea. Another maid skillfully arranged Ryan's clothes to ensure that his coat would not be damaged by moisture. Ryan leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. His posture was elegant and calm, as if he was in a luxurious mansion, not a simple wooden house. Every move he made was full of aristocratic atmosphere, exuding an innate elegance and confidence. Soon, the hot tea was ready, and the maid carefully brought a cup and offered it with both hands. "Master, please have tea."
Ryan took the teacup and sipped it gently. The fragrance of the tea spread in his mouth, and the warm feeling instantly dispelled the chill brought by the rainstorm. He opened his eyes and looked at the wooden house under the firelight, with a slight smile on his lips. "Yes, this kind of weather is just right for a cup of hot tea," Ryan said lightly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Everyone was sipping hot tea, and after a while, the sound of horse hooves and high-pitched shouts outside came into their ears, making people feel uneasy. Ryan comforted the maids, and his mental perception through the window happened to see three fully armed knights chasing a noble knight. The bloodlines on his arms flickered in the rain, and the noble knight's sword danced lightly in his hand, and the silver blade flashed with cold light. "You will definitely lose today, hand over the secret method as soon as possible," the first knight said coldly, and the sword in his hand flashed with a threatening light. "Not necessarily," the noble knight responded firmly, his voice like a stone. "I will never let you get the secret method even if I die." The first knight made a move, waving his long sword, but the noble knight's figure was like lightning, lightly dodging sideways. The sword blade drew an arc in the air, and instantly counterattacked. The sword tip cut through the enemy's armor, and blood splashed out. The other two knights took the opportunity to attack him and charged. The noble knight's heart surged with power. He raised his arms, and the blade collided with the opponent's weapon. A deafening metal symphony sounded, as if telling the fierceness of the battle. As the power was released, his blood veins became more and more dazzling, and every nerve in his body was activated, and the power rushed through his body like a torrent. 3 punches could not defeat 4 hands, and the noble knight's face was pale and difficult to support. Just as his eyes wandered around, he suddenly saw the warm fire in the wooden house. His eyes showed the hope of survival, and he immediately asked for help from the people in the wooden house, with helplessness and despair in his voice. "I am Rod, the first heir of the Duke Leonard family. I will be rewarded for helping me." He also understood that the possibility of a knight appearing in a hunter's cabin was small, but this was the only hope. When Ryan saw Rod fighting 3 enemies of the same level with the cultivation of a knight and possessing a secret method, he knew that he could not stand idly by. "This knight's secret method is destined for me, I must not miss it." Ryan walked out of the wooden house slowly, wearing a black robe. The cloth swayed gently in the breeze, and the hood covered his face, revealing a mysterious and majestic atmosphere. The black color of the robe looked deep and dazzling under the sunlight, as if wrapped in endless knowledge and power. However, the 3 knights did not realize his true identity, and they only thought that he looked so fragile and ridiculous. "He is wearing only a shabby black robe, which is not worth mentioning at all." The knight laughed, with sarcasm in his words. "Does he think that he can become powerful by wearing this black robe? How naive! Maybe he came to seek our mercy." The third knight echoed, with disdain in his tone, "Unfortunately, we are not interested in the weak. Since he chose to come out, then stay forever." The second knight said contemptuously, as if announcing his fate, "In this forest, no one can escape our palm." Speaking so, the 3 knights still posed, and the task given by the master was not allowed to have any mistakes. "Why are you chasing him?" Ryan asked calmly, his voice firm and powerful. "He is a traitor," one of the knights answered angrily. "He peeped into the night secrets of the Duke's family and violated the honor of the family. We were ordered to bring him back for trial." Ryan looked at the noble knight, his eyes flickering with a trace of uneasiness. Ryan thought to himself that this noble knight might not be trustworthy, but decided to give him a chance. After all, he was the only one who practiced the night secrets. "Wizard, don't be humiliated." Ryan quickly cast the spell Shadowthorn Rain. Countless shadowthorns flew out of his hands, shooting at the 3 knights like raindrops. The knights panicked and tried to dodge, but they were hit by the shadow thorns without any power to fight back, and fell to the ground in pain, making a muffled sound. The armor on his body was like paper, with a fist-sized blood hole. Even if the seed of life was stimulated, it would be a dead end. When 3 knights fell to the ground and the smoke of the battle had not yet dissipated, a noble knight in luxurious armor slowly stepped forward. After Rhodes witnessed the amazing spell that Ryan cast with a wave of his hand, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of shock. "You are actually a wizard." Rhodes widened his eyes and his breathing became rapid. For a moment, he couldn't believe that the black-robed man in front of him, who seemed ordinary before, actually had such a powerful force. In the battle, Ryan did not swing his sword or rely on any external weapons. He easily defeated the 3 powerful knights with spells alone. The flickering magic light and the black robe complemented each other, which aroused great awe in the noble knight's heart. Rhodes slowly approached with a respectful look, and the arrogance in his eyes had long disappeared without a trace. He knelt on one knee, bowed his head slightly, and said solemnly, "Forgive my previous ignorance. I didn't know you were such a powerful wizard. The power you showed was beyond my imagination and admirable." Ryan looked at him quietly, without saying a word, still maintaining his usual silence and calmness, as if all this was as it should be. And Rhodes's awe in his heart became more and more tormented. There was no help without reason, and this was the most valuable thing for him now. He slowly took out an ancient parchment scroll from his arms, which was engraved with mysterious red runes, beating slightly as if it had life. "This is the secret of knighthood passed down from generation to generation in our family, the blood pattern brand. Only the most loyal and powerful knights in the family are qualified to learn it. But now, I am willing to dedicate it to you as a sign of my immense respect for you. Symbol. Rhodes' voice was low and solemn. He held the scroll high in both hands, and his eyes were full of piety. He knew that the wizard in front of him had power far beyond the world he understood. He is willing to offer this precious secret that has been passed down from generation to generation to express his utmost respect and loyalty to Ryan. Ryan watched the noble knight's actions quietly, his face under the robe still calm. He stretched out his hand and slowly took the powerful secret technique. He looked directly at the noble knight and asked, "Why did they say you were spying on the secrets of knighthood in the Duke's family?" Rhodes hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, "I am actually the last member of the Duke family. My stepmother brought a bastard to seize the title. Her real purpose is to get the secret of knighthood. I am being pursued in order to find out the truth about my father's death, kill." Ryan took the volume of blood pattern branding secret technique. Unfortunately, it could not cause any reaction in the inventory. He glanced at it indifferently. Although the content was complicated and the runes were profound, it was not difficult for him to understand. However, he still had doubts in his mind. This secret method could never be studied by knights. Where did it come from? The origin of this secret technique, can you tell me? Ryan's voice was calm, but revealed unquestionable majesty. Rhodes raised his head, with a hint of awe and nervousness in his eyes, and immediately replied, "Distinguished Lord Wizard, this blood pattern brand is a secret method passed down from generation to generation in my family. It originated from an ancient ruins that has been forgotten for a long time. The mysterious ruins are located deep in the wilderness far away from the city and are rarely known on the map." Rhodes took out an ancient sheepskin map from his arms, ran his fingertips back and forth along the edge of the map, and finally stopped at an unknown land. That place is located at the end of a series of mountains, far away from human traces. The map is marked with sparse symbols and ancient notes. This is the place where the secret technique comes from. Rhodes marked it on the map and carefully handed the map to Ryan. It was abandoned in the unknown wilderness. Only the elders of my family know how to find it. It's a ruin. There are many dangerous beings sleeping there. Ryan looked at the map carefully and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, obviously very satisfied with Rhodes' loyalty and intelligence. Very good. He nodded slightly, closed the map, and had a new plan in mind. Looking at Rhodes's odd eyes, Ryan took out a glass bottle from the pocket of his robe. The bottle contained a dark green liquid with a faint light, which seemed to contain powerful life energy. However, in the deepest part of the light, there was also a trace of dark precipitation, like discarded residue. This is concentrated waste liquid of physical medicine. Ryan said lightly, handing the bottle to Rhodes, "Although it is waste liquid, it still has powerful power for mortals like you. Drink a sip every week, and this power is enough to improve your physical fitness and help you become a great knight." Rhodes looked at the bottle of liquid in astonishment, and a huge wave of emotion was set off in his heart. He understood what it meant to be promoted to a great knight. Not only can he protect the status of the Duke, but he can even go further. This is a source of power he has never imagined. The gift of the wizard is not only a recognition of him, but also a guide for the future. "Thank you, Master Wizard." Rhodes took the bottle with both hands, almost speechless with excitement, his eyes full of gratitude and loyalty. "I will definitely live up to your expectations." Ryan smiled calmly, turned and left, his black robe fluttering gently in the wind. Rhodes watched him go away, with endless awe and gratitude in his heart. He knew that from this moment on, his fate would be completely changed because of this wizard, and his power would enter a new realm. Ryan spread the blood-marked scroll in front of him and read every rune and annotation carefully. These ancient texts describe a kind of magic driven by life energy, which condenses the knight's blood in his arms, thereby greatly enhancing strength and combat ability. For wizards like Ryan, the understanding and practice of this kind of magic is a new challenge. After several days of study and thinking, Ryan decided to conduct his first experiment. He stood in a quiet wilderness, raised his right hand, and began to chant the spell of the blood mark. As the spell echoed, a blood-red rune gradually emerged on his right arm, as if it had merged into his blood and soul. Ryan felt the life energy in his body being guided and concentrated in the blood rune on his right arm. His consciousness became more acute, sensing the power contained in every drop of blood, which became stronger as the rune was activated. His right arm began to surge with an unparalleled force that seemed to be able to tear apart all obstacles. However, to truly master this spell, Ryan needed more blood essence to strengthen the effect of the rune. To this end, he prepared a large amount of satiation potion, which can quickly accelerate the body's absorption and conversion of nutrients.
Ryan poured bottles of potion into his mouth and felt his body quickly become full and powerful, and the blood essence flowed rapidly in his body like a spring.
With the help of the satiation potion, Ryan's practice progressed quickly and smoothly. The blood runes on his arms began to emit a stronger light, and every time he chanted a spell, he felt the rapid growth of his own power. The blood essence formed a stable circulation in his body, connecting his body with the spell, allowing him to release powerful power more easily in battle. The increase in strength obtained by Rhodes with life energy and magic power was more exaggerated. As time went on, Ryan's practice gradually improved. He gradually mastered how to adjust and control the energy output of the blood rune so that it could achieve the best effect when needed. The blood beast bloodline and the blood mark seem to have some origin, which means that the ruins deep in the wilderness might be the former residence of the Crimson Wizard. Ryan always heard that a certain wizard apprentice received the inheritance of the Crimson Wizard and soared to the sky, but he didn't expect that such a great opportunity would fall on his head. The Crimson Wizard led the South Coast Wizarding World to repel the invasion of the Sea Tribe. The low-intensity agreement signed to mediate the fight between the Black Wizard and the White Wizard continues to this day. The development of new green water and rainbow potion greatly increased the probability of third-class apprentices being promoted to formal wizards. As the strongest fourth-level Morningstar Wizard, his laboratories are spread all over the place. The news of the Crimson Wizard disappeared completely 400 years ago. The only possibility is that he left the South Coast Wizarding World in order to break through the 5th-level Sea Wizard. When Ryan sat in a carriage along the route on the map and slowly drove into the dense forest, he did not realize that he had unknowingly entered the territory of the giant bear. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves, and sprinkled on the quiet path in a mottled manner. Everything seemed unusually quiet. However, this tranquility was soon broken by a low roar. A huge giant bear suddenly rushed out of the woods, and its strong body was like a moving hill. Ryan's face was solemn. The giant bear had a certain resistance to elemental attacks.
With its strong physique, it was difficult for ordinary third-level apprentices to deal with it. But it was easy to escape because of its size.
This giant bear looks very powerful. I must be careful. It was a good opportunity to test how much my strength had grown. Ryan waved his hands and muttered something.
The air was suddenly filled with a shadowy force. The rain of shadow thorns shot forward like a silent blade.
Each drop of rain had a sharp thorn.
Although it looked gentle, it contained deadly power. However, facing the giant bear as big as a mountain, these tiny thorns seemed as weak as paper. Every drop of rain hitting the beast was like a small wave splashing on a stone. Even if there were thousands of raindrops, it would be difficult to shake its strong muscles and thick fur. Ryan's heart sank, and he realized that the rain of shadow thorns had no effect on the giant bear.
Spell resistance is so high.
Without any hesitation, he immediately gave up the spell attack and rushed towards the giant bear. He was so fast that he came to the bear in an instant.
The giant bear roared and pounced on Ryan with its huge claws.
Ryan dodged sideways, then swung the long sword in his hand and stabbed it in the abdomen. The bear reacted very quickly and blocked Ryan's attack with its other claw.
Ryan took the opportunity to attack again, and his long sword left a deep wound on the giant bear.
The bear was injured and became more ferocious, pressing towards Ryan with the force of a mountain. However, just when the claws were about to hit Ryan, a translucent shield appeared in front of him. This shield was the shield spell cast by Ryan, which flickered with a faint light, like an invisible wall. The claws of the giant bear slammed on the shield fiercely, making a dull sound of impact. The powerful impact caused the shield to tremble violently, but it still stubbornly resisted the attack of the giant bear. The place where the claws touched the shield flickered with dazzling light, as if a fierce contest was taking place. At the same time, Ryan was shrouded in a dark shadow, which was another spell of his, Shadow Guardian.
This shadow can further enhance his defense. It seems that the shield melee flow I have developed is not bad.
After a simple comparison, Ryan came up with such an idea when he found that the power of his second-class apprentice in casting spells was not as good as the superposition of life energy and charged weapons to drive sword skills. All the magic power and mental energy are used on a series of protective spells such as shield, and close combat is used to catch the enemy off guard. The blood-striped brand wrapped around Ryan's arms was activated, and these mysterious runes shone with a strange red light. As the light turned on, Ryan felt a powerful surge of power, at least 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary knight. His muscles tensed and his eyes became sharp and fierce.
The giant bear noticed Ryan's changes.
It let out a deep roar and rushed towards Ryan. However, Ryan did not flinch, he rushed forward to face the bear's attack. The moment he approached the giant bear, Ryan waved the weapon in his hand and slashed hard at the bear's body. Blessed by the power of the blood pattern brand, his attacks became more violent and deadly. The bear tried to resist Ryan's attack, but it found that its own strength was insignificant in front of Ryan. Each of Ryan's attacks carried powerful force, making it impossible for the giant bear to resist. As the battle progressed, more and more wounds appeared on the giant bear's body, and its movements became slower and slower. But Ryan became more and more courageous as he fought, and his attacks became more violent, putting it into a desperate situation. In the end, Ryan found a flaw in the giant bear's strength. He used all his strength and used the sword skill to stab the long sword, which shone with the light of the charged weapon, into the bear's heart. Suffer death, you inferior beings without intelligence. The wild bear let out a scream, fell to the ground, and stopped moving. After the battle, the surrounding ground cracked after enduring the impact of two monsters with huge power, forming huge cracks. The boulders on the side were also shattered by the residual power of the battle and turned into piles of rubble. Ryan stood next to the body of the giant bear, his arms still wrapped with blood-striped brands and flashing with a strange red light. His eyes were filled with the joy and pride of victory. He knew that he had successfully killed it with the power of the blood pattern brand. His movements were extremely skillful, as if he had repeated them countless times, and he gently and steadily placed the huge bear carcass on the ground. His deep eyes looked particularly focused and calm at the moment, revealing a calm aura that no one dared to disturb easily. Immediately afterwards, he reached for his waist and slowly pulled out a gleaming, extremely sharp dagger. Under the sunlight, this dagger reflected a heart-stopping cold light. After taking a deep breath, he stabbed the dagger in his hand towards the belly of the wild bear without hesitation. However, the moment he was about to come into contact with the bear's belly, his movements suddenly became gentle, as cautious as the breeze blowing across the lake. In this way, he successfully made a slender incision in the bear's abdomen without causing any damage to its internal organs in the entire process. With the appearance of this opening, the pungent-smelling internal organs of the wild bear were gradually exposed to the air. This strong smell spread quickly, but Ryan seemed not to notice it and continued to concentrate on the next work. He narrowed his eyes slightly and locked his eyes tightly on the bear's internal organs. He kept moving the dagger in his hand, exploring deeper and deeper bit by bit. Finally, his eyes rested on the bear's gallbladder. The gallbladder showed a unique emerald green color, like a gem hidden in the darkness, shining with a faint but eye-catching light. A trace of imperceptible joy flashed across Ryan's face. He extremely carefully used a dagger to separate the gallbladder from the surrounding tissue, then slowly took it out of the bear's body and gently put it aside in the container that has been prepared. After doing this, he temporarily stopped the dissecting action and adjusted his breathing slightly. But just a moment later, his gaze shifted to the bear's paws again. There was a pair of huge, thick, and powerful claws, the tips of each claw shone with an icy cold light, as if they could tear apart anything in front of them at any time. The surface of these claws is covered with a thick layer of cuticle that is as hard as iron. Looking at the pair of claws in front of him, Ryan thought to himself, although these claws have no medicinal value, if you take them back and give them to the maid at home to process them, they can be made into delicious honey bear paws as a treat, on taste buds. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile, and then started to remove the pair of claws from the bear's feet. Ryan used a dagger to cut off the bear's paw from the leg, and then carefully cleaned away the blood and debris on it. He placed the paws in another container to be disposed of later. After removing the bear's bile and paws, Ryan did not stop dissecting. He continued to examine the bear's body, looking for other potentially valuable material. He discovered that the fur of wild bears was also very valuable and could be used to make high-quality leather armor and clothing. Ryan peeled the bear's fur off the carcass, then carefully rolled it up and placed it in a backpack aside. He also collected some bear bones and teeth, which could be used to make weapons and tools. If a suitable magic item blueprint is found, a powerful defensive magic item will be born. Finally, Ryan cleaned up the dissected bear carcass and buried it with soil. He knew that the wild bear was a powerful and ferocious creature, and its current combat power had been tested through battle. Its death should be respected. My current strength ranks in the middle of the pack among third-class apprentices. It seems that going out for training will have some effect. After Ryan made the deep green potion and the corpse tears potion and took them one after another, it would take about 2 or 3 years to be promoted to the third-class apprentice. You can imagine how big the gap is. The carriage continued to move forward for 2 days, and the monsters on the road became the dead souls under Ryan's sword. Ryan carefully identified the ancient map and finally found the mark of the ruins, with his heart full of expectation and uneasiness. He carefully lifted a heavy stone slab, and as the stone slab moved, the cold wind mixed with the damp breath rushed out, as if telling the secrets here.
This place is exactly as I imagined,
Ryan whispered to himself, and his voice was particularly clear in the empty space. He immediately cast the shield spell, and a flashing halo formed around him, like an invisible barrier, which made him feel at ease. As the light spell cast by Ryan lit up, the entire underground laboratory gradually revealed its true appearance. The dim space was illuminated by the warm glow, and the dust danced in the light, as if time had frozen at this moment. The surrounding environment made Ryan feel mysterious and strange. In the corner of the living room, the old furniture was mottled and dust covered every inch of it, and the cultivation room was scattered with some unclear experimental equipment, some of which seemed to have once held exotic plants, but now only dried remains were left. Ryan walked forward, and the ground under his feet made a creaking sound, as if protesting his approach.
Crimson Wizard. I really hope to find some clues. He picked up a manuscript scattered on the ground and quickly browsed it. Although the handwriting on it was blurred, the crimson ink was still dazzling. Degraded Baron-level bloodline, obtained, the signature on the manuscript told Ryan. It turned out that this was the place where the Crimson Wizard once lived, and Ryan's mind emerged with the wisdom and majesty brought by this name. When he turned around to check the inside of the laboratory, the deep scratches on the wall immediately attracted his attention. Those scars seemed to tell the story of a creature that had struggled desperately here. Ryan felt uneasy and whispered to himself, has there ever been a test product leak here? I don't want to be the next victim.
However, Ryan knew he had to explore deeper and uncover the secrets of this ruin.
No matter what was waiting for him ahead, he was unwilling to give up this opportunity.
He took a deep breath and walked firmly into the depths of darkness, silently saying in his heart, no matter how many dangers there are ahead, I will never retreat.
Ryan walked back and forth in the underground laboratory for several times.
The faint light of the light magic swayed in the empty space, reflecting the dusty walls and abandoned furniture.
As the exploration deepened, the expectation in his heart gradually turned into disappointment.
He originally hoped to find the secrets left by the Crimson Wizard in this mysterious ruin, or encounter the special magical beast hidden here in the rumor, but the reality was far from that magical.
Is that all?
Ryan complained in a low voice, and his eyes swept through the laboratory. Except for a few dilapidated experimental equipment and rotten tables and chairs, there was almost no valuable discovery.
He once again opened the manuscripts scattered on the ground. Although he was full of hope, there was very little content in the manuscripts.
Most of them were some short notes and experimental records, without any profound spell theories, nor any powerful witchcraft secrets. The ink had long been mottled, and some places were even blurred and difficult to recognize. Ryan frowned and said to himself, it seems that this place is just a laboratory for low-level wizards. He carefully recalled the contents of the manuscript and speculated, perhaps this is just the habitat of the Crimson Wizard before becoming a high-level wizard, built when he was a first or second-level wizard.
The facilities here are too simple.
Although the basement is not small in size, it gives people a very basic feeling. There are no traces of large-scale rituals or powerful spells. The scratches on the wall look scary, but in fact they do not bring any clues.
Ryan had to admit that his adventure was probably in vain.
He sighed and slowly stood up, with the manuscript in his hand hanging down weakly. It seems that I have to go somewhere else to find the real secret of the Crimson Wizard.
This laboratory is not worth wasting time at all.
As the last ray of light faded from the corner of the laboratory, Ryan turned and walked towards the exit, but he had already determined a new goal in his heart. The relics of higher-level wizards must hide more secrets, or ways to become a formal wizard. Ryan sat in a carriage passing through a busy street, and gradually appeared in front of him the magnificent capital of the Kingdom of Wiki, with towering city walls and magnificent style. The breeze of early autumn carried the breath of the city, and the air was filled with busyness and vitality, as if every corner was telling of the richness and prosperity here.
This is the capital of the Kingdom of Wiki. It's quite neat and magnificent.
Ryan whispered to himself, his eyes swept across the busy streets and the bustling crowd, and a trace of expectation emerged in his heart. After 2 years of delay, Ryan dragged his feet to collect information and improve his strength along the way, and finally arrived in the Kingdom of Wiki. The task assigned to Ryan by the Blackstone Lowland Academy was to ensure that the supply of the cave grass returned to normal. This special plant only grows in a damp cave near the capital. The cave grass is an indispensable material in many alchemy and spells, and its rarity also makes it extremely precious in the wizard circle. The biggest possibility of supply interruption is that the wizards here secretly intercepted the cave grass and disobeyed orders. Thinking of this, Ryan decided to settle here for a while, explore opportunities, and also integrate into the local wizard group, even though they were all potential enemies.
Ryan did not waste time. He used the gold coins he picked up to buy a not-so-big manor, located in the quiet suburbs outside the city, away from the hustle and bustle. There are large tracts of forests and grasslands around the manor, providing him with a quiet environment suitable for meditation and research. He also bought a luxury property in the city located in the aristocratic gathering area, which is convenient for him to communicate with other wizards and get information. This land should allow me to gain a foothold here. Ryan stood in front of the window of the manor, looking at the rolling mountains in the distance, and whispered. Although he now gave himself the identity of a wandering wizard, he knew that he needed to take root in this land first, and then slowly unveil the mystery of the kingdom's wizard group. The influence of the Blackstone Lowland Academy in the Kingdom of Wiki should not be underestimated, and Ryan also knew that the mission sent by the Academy would never be so simple. Perhaps, the suspension of the supply of the cave grass is just the beginning, he thought to himself. Next, he will appear in the wizard circle of the capital as a wandering pharmacist, hiding his true power and intentions, and looking for opportunities to gradually integrate into the capital. Leave the pharmacist assistant Pauline and 2 maids in the manor to organize the alchemy laboratory. Ryan tidied his robes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the slave market, which was noisy and crowded, full of the atmosphere of trading and heavy oppression. The robe he wore was particularly eye-catching in the crowd, revealing a unique atmosphere, which attracted the attention of passers-by. "Hello, sir." The owner of the market saw Ryan and showed a hint of respect on his face. He keenly noticed Ryan's outfit. "What can I do for you?" Ryan nodded slightly, showing a unique temperament. "I need a butler and a large number of servants." "Can your market meet them?" The boss's eyes flashed with a shrewd light. He knew that the noble's request should not be underestimated, but he was also a businessman in the market and would not miss any opportunity. "Of course, we have the best choice here." He waved his hand, and the assistant beside him immediately brought some candidate information. After careful selection, Ryan decided to purchase an experienced butler and a group of loyal and hard-working servants. Just as he was about to pay, the boss suddenly stared, as if he had thought of something. Black robe with complicated patterns, handsome and young appearance, and a faint sense of oppression. "This is what a wizard wears." "Sir, I cannot repay you for your arrival and generosity. Please accept my most sincere gift," the boss said solemnly. As he finished speaking, 6 Sabata guards wearing armor appeared in front of Ryan. Each guard exudes the majesty and strength of a knight, and is obviously an elite warrior who has undergone rigorous training. "These guards will be your guarantee of safety." Ruan felt relieved, knowing that his purpose of dressing up deliberately to let the boss know his identity had been achieved. "Boss, this gift is too heavy, I can't let you suffer." He took out a rare medicinal liquid that can prolong life and have beautifying effects. It is undoubtedly a precious gift for the boss. When the boss saw this bottle of medicine, he showed a surprised expression and couldn't help but sigh. "You are so generous. I have nothing to repay, so I can only give you a guard as a gift." Ryan smiled and accepted the boss's gift in return. "This is a little thought from my heart. I hope to cooperate with your market again." He expressed his gratitude to these Sabata guards. With the transaction completed, Ryan slowly left the slave market with his newly purchased servants and Sabata guards. Ryan sat in his newly bought mansion, a spacious and elegant building with exquisite interior decorations, and bookshelves filled with various ancient and mysterious scrolls and books. These were collected at great cost by him. He was immersed in an ancient spell book, studying the mysteries and spells in it. There was a soft turning sound between the pages, accompanied by a quiet atmosphere, and the sunlight outside the window slanted in, casting mottled light and shadows. Just as he was concentrating on his research, a servant walked into the study and respectfully handed over a gold-edged invitation. "My lord, this is an invitation from the Prince of the Kingdom of Wiki, and the invitation has the prince's personal seal," the servant said, with a respectful and somewhat excited look. Ryan took the invitation and carefully looked at the gorgeous handwriting and golden border on it. The prince invited him to the noble banquet, which was undoubtedly an honor and opportunity for a wandering wizard. "Tell the prince that I am very honored to accept his invitation." Ryan smiled and answered the servant, feeling that this sudden invitation was justified in his heart. He knew that this would be a great opportunity to understand the kingdom's nobles and wizard circles, and it would also be a moment to show himself. After all, a wandering pharmacist who has not joined any force will only bring more benefits to wizards, and there is no need to worry about being excluded. This is why Ryan wants to send out the solid face potion.
As the servant left, Ryan put the invitation back on the table and continued his reading and research.
Ryan would not miss any time to improve his foundation. For wizards, knowledge is power.
However, except for Nat's experiment notes, which has an assimilation rate of 46%, the assimilation rate of other items in the inventory is 100%. Bottleneck period. I hope this banquet will bring me a surprise. At night, the capital of the Kingdom of Wiki is shrouded in warm lights. Every corner of the city is decorated with exquisite lighting, from ancient palaces to busy streets, all of which exude charming light. On the high tower of the palace, huge bright lanterns dot the surrounding city, like bright stars hanging in the night sky. The light cast by these lanterns falls on the streets and squares, illuminating the pedestrians and carriages passing by, creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. The shops and taverns on both sides of the street are hung with gorgeous lanterns and colored lights, and their light makes the streets as bright as day. Pedestrians shuttle through these brightly lit streets, some are in a hurry, some are strolling leisurely, and the street stalls and markets display a variety of goods under the lights. Ryan is wearing a gorgeous black robe and a silver silk shawl, which makes him look particularly mysterious and elegant. He stepped into the luxurious banquet hall in the palace of the Kingdom of Wiki. In the building with rich history and culture, Ryan's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. The banquet hall is filled with exquisite tables and chairs. The air is filled with the faint scent of flowers and spices in the flickering candlelight. The nobles of the Kingdom of Wiki dressed in gorgeous dresses, talking about politics, magic and art, and the atmosphere of the banquet is full of excitement and expectation. Although 99% of the nobles have no wizard talent. Suddenly, a princess in an exquisite dress walked slowly, her long hair was combed into a complicated bun, she wore a crown on her head, and her eyes revealed a majestic and gentle temperament. She stretched out her elegant arms and invited Ryan to dance with her.
Lord Ryan, can you give me the honor of this dance?
The princess's voice was as pleasant as a spring. Ryan accepted her invitation with a smile, and he danced with the princess, dancing gracefully and skillfully, perfectly matching the rhythm of the court music. They danced in the banquet hall, and the nobles around them were shocked by their elegance and harmony. For a while, the whole banquet seemed to revolve around the dancers. After the dance, the princess and Ryan exchanged some polite greetings, and then Ryan had a brief conversation with other nobles according to etiquette. The climax of the banquet gradually passed, and the princess of the Kingdom of Wiki walked quietly towards Ryan, her cheeks slightly red, with a hint of shyness and expectation in her eyes.
Lord Ryan, can you please come to my room?
The princess' voice was soft and slightly trembling, and her eyes revealed a tenderness and uneasiness.
Ryan was slightly stunned by the princess' invitation.
He knew that this was a delicate moment, but he knew in his heart that he could not easily sleep with a stranger. He shook his head gently and expressed his decision. Princess, please forgive my refusal.
As a wizard, I have my own things to do, and now is not the time.
His voice was calm and firm, without any hostility or indifference. After hearing this, the princess's blush gradually dissipated, and she nodded, obviously understanding and respecting Ryan's choice.
I understand, Lord Ryan.
Please forgive my suddenness, and please remember that you are always a welcome guest. It is a great joy for the royal family to be pregnant with a wizard's child. For hundreds of years, the Kingdom of Wiki has hoped to become a wizard family, not a secular noble. But now there are only a few scattered wizards, and they all rely on time to get to the third-class apprentice. With this brief exchange, the atmosphere between Ryan and the princess remained polite and respectful.
They each left the banquet hall.
As the night deepened, Ryan followed a servant out of the banquet hall and headed to the place where the wizard exchange meeting was held. The servant led him through the palace corridors and to a hidden door. There is a private space specially prepared for wizards. It is a spacious and elegant room filled with various magic instruments and books. It is obviously an ideal place for wizards to exchange academic knowledge and research.
Master Ryan, please feel free to do so.
The servant signaled respectfully. Ryan felt that this space was full of deep magic energy. He knew that here, he could exchange magic knowledge with other wizard apprentices, discuss academic issues, and maybe even make some new allies and partners. Of course, the most important thing is to complete the long-term mission of the college. More than a dozen famous wizards gathered together, each representing the magical power of different fields and schools. The old wizard, a gentle elder, was the organizer of this exchange. He was wearing a dark blue robe, and his eyes revealed his passion and curiosity for Ryan.
Welcome, Ryan. The voice of the elderly wizard Lester was solemn and kind. We are very happy to have your participation.
Wizards from the entire Wiki Kingdom are here and hope to discuss materials and knowledge with you.
Exchange. Ryan responded with a smile, "Thank you very much.
I am also very honored to participate in this exchange meeting. I look forward to sharing my research results with all wizards, and I also hope to learn more from you." In the atmosphere of a communication meeting, wizards gathered around a large round table, on which were placed various ancient scrolls, magic items, and experimental reports. They enthusiastically discussed magic theories, new discoveries, and applied technologies, demonstrated magic skills from time to time, and exchanged experiences and insights with each other. Ryan showed his research results and experiments on potions at the exchange meeting, which attracted the attention and admiration of the wizards present. When he listened to the research results of other wizards, he nodded in agreement or raised his own opinions and questions from time to time, demonstrating his profound knowledge and magical attainments as a wizard. The entire exchange meeting was full of vitality and academic atmosphere, and every wizard gained new inspiration and gains from sharing and learning. At the exchange meeting, another older wizard sat at the round table. His eyes were deep and he obviously had a wealth of experience and knowledge. He spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful, attracting the attention of everyone present.
"Mr. Ryan, if you can teach me how to make the calming potion and the light green potion, I am willing to provide you with a service here."
Old York's tone was both respectful and expectant. "You can choose a damaged magic potion.
I will try my best to repair it." After hearing these words, Ryan suddenly understood.
He knew that behind Old York's words, there was an implicit appreciation and expectation for his magic skills.
As a knowledgeable wizard, Ryan is well aware that his research and experiments have aroused widespread attention and interest among wizards in the Wiki Kingdom. "Dear Elder, I am willing to share the secrets of the calming potion and the light green potion with you."
Ryan responded with a smile, "And your help and repair skills are also a valuable exchange for me." An elegant and moving female wizard sat in the crowd, her robes fluttering in the breeze, and her eyes revealed a deep joy and expectation. Her voice was clear and charming, attracting the attention of everyone present.
"Mr. Ryan, I am Arya, a student of Old York," the witch Arya said with a hint of excitement in her voice.
For many years, Old York has been devoted to potions, but he has never been able to master the light green color.
How to make potions and soothing potions. Your arrival will undoubtedly fulfill one of his wishes.
Arya's words were filled with affection and respect, and her eyes shone with respect and expectation for Ryan. The wizards present were also watching this scene quietly. They knew the importance of the light green potion and the calming potion to the apprentices, and this young wandering wizard seemed to bring a glimmer of hope and new possibilities. Ryan smiled at Arya's gratitude and expectation. "Miss Arya, I feel very honored to be able to help Old York. Pharmacy is a subject that requires patience and concentration, and I am also willing to share it with you."
"My knowledge and experience."
Ryan and Old York walked into a quiet private room outside the exchange venue together, which was filled with a strong atmosphere of magic and the aroma of ancient books. There is a simple wooden table and several armchairs in the private room, and exquisite patterns of spell runes and potion bottles are hung on the walls.
"Mr. Ryan, thank you for sharing with me the details of the calming potion and light green potion."
Old York's voice was low and full of expectation. "This is very important to my apprentices, and it is also a skill I have been pursuing for many years."
Ryan smiled and nodded.
He took out an ancient spell book from his robe pocket. The pages were full of precise spell runes and complex chemical equations. He put the book on the table and began to explain to Old York the details of the production of the tranquilizing potion and the light green potion in clear and vivid language. First of all, the calming potion requires the use of several rare herbs and a special crystal powder. Ryan's fingers touched the runes on the page. "I will show you how to accurately measure the proportion of each ingredient, and how to maintain the right heat and time during the refining process."
Old York listened with rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with an almost childlike curiosity and excitement.
He asked Ryan questions from time to time, seeking deeper understanding and details, and Ryan answered patiently and shared his insights and experiences in pharmacy over the years. The production of light green potion is more complicated and requires the use of special plant extracts and magic crystals. Ryan continued, "In the refining process, the key is to control the order and timing of each step, to ensure the purity and effectiveness of the final potion." As time passed, a mysterious and academic atmosphere filled the private room. Ryan and Old York jointly explore and share the mysteries of magic and the essence of pharmacy during their interaction. This is not only the inheritance of technology, but also a collision and exchange of hearts and minds. Finally, when they finished their discussion, an atmosphere of success filled the private room. Old York nodded with satisfaction and looked at Ryan gratefully. Ryan, your generosity and help will have a profound impact on my apprentices.
This is a valuable experience that I will never forget.
Ryan followed Old York through a dim corridor and arrived at a quiet and historic collection room.
This room is filled with bookshelves and display cabinets, and every corner exudes strong magical energy and the accumulation of time. On one side of the room, there is a row of shelves holding dozens of damaged demonic items, some eroded by time, others showing their former glory.
Old York's voice echoed in the room. These are wandering demonic objects collected by the Wiki Kingdom family in the world for more than 200 years. Although they are damaged, each one has unique historical and research value.
Ryan walked to the shelf and carefully looked at each of the demonized items on display.
Some were broken wands, some were broken amulets, and some were rusty magic armors. He touched some of them gently, as if he wanted to feel the faint spell fluctuations and traces of time revealed by them.
Unfortunately, none of them caused any reaction in the inventory.
Finally, Ryan's eyes fell on a pendant that looked ordinary but sparkled with diamonds. The pendant looks like a regular ornate diamond ornament and has now lost most of its luster and original splendor. However, at every angle, you can still see deep traces of history and the magical energy contained in it.
This pendant looks very special.
Ryan carefully took it off and observed it carefully in his palm. Meteorite pendant, second-level wizard Oriel Noise made a high-level magic item from the remnants of a meteorite and gave it to his offspring. It has been used as a token of love, a successor to the throne, and a top-notch defensive magic item for wizard apprentices. Equipment conditions: none. Equipment effects: meteorite pendant making, mastery, starlight bodyguard, assimilation rate, 0. Ryan suppressed his excitement and said lightly, it may have an unusual past.
Old York approached Ryan, his eyes flashing with anticipation and curiosity. Mr. Ryan, what do you think of this pendant? Perhaps it hides some special power. Ryan smiled and took the pendant in his hand. This pendant is indeed fascinating, and it may be worth further study. I will keep it well and continue to look for its true story in my research.
Old York carefully observed the pendant Ryan found, frowning slightly. He carefully studied every detail of the pendant, but soon shook his head. Ryan, I'm sorry, I don't seem to see any rune inscriptions on this pendant, so I can't repair it effectively. Old York's tone was a little disappointed, and his eyes flashed with concentration and inquiry. However, it does emit a faint spell fluctuation, which makes it still attractive in terms of historical value. Old York said slowly, and he carefully put the pendant back to its original place. Regarding the issue of enchanted items, I have another one to recommend to you. Old York gestured to Ryan to turn to the display shelf on the other side of the room, on which was placed an exquisite silver iron sword. The sword did not seem to have experienced much damage, and it still flashed a cold light, with exquisite runes and ancient patterns engraved on the hilt. This is a magic item called the Silver Iron Sword. It is not damaged much, and it carries powerful spell energy. Old York continued to introduce, it is an absolute weapon for a wizard with the cultivation of a great knight. Ryan stared at the shining sword, and after thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, Old York, thank you very much for your recommendation. But although this pendant is very beautiful, I will cherish this magic item. What's more, I just taught some simple knowledge of pharmacy, and I won't accept it without merit. Old York nodded, his eyes full of understanding and appreciation. Please rest assured, I will keep this silver iron sword for you. As expected of a third-class apprentice and the head of a country, he has already found out the traces that Ryan had left. Although it is not certain whether Ryan came from the Blackstone Lowland Academy, the cultivation of the Great Knight has been exposed. When Ryan returned to the Wizard Exchange meeting, he walked up to the high platform in the center with a smile on his face, cleared his throat, and unfolded a piece of parchment. The wizards present stopped talking one after another, and their eyes were all on him. Dear wizard friends, Ryan said loudly, I came here today to buy some rare materials. To express my sincerity, I am willing to exchange 3 precious potions: tranquilizing potion, firming liquid, and light green potion. If you happen to have the materials for these potions, I can also help to refine them, with 2 materials for 1 finished potion. He paused, glanced at the reactions of the wizards, and then continued, the following is a list of materials I need. After listening, the wizards immediately began to search their material bags and medicine bottles, and walked to Ryan to exchange. Some wizards who had refining materials in their hands also expressed their willingness to let Ryan help refine finished potions to obtain more precious results. After the exchange meeting, Ryan returned to the royal mansion with a large amount of materials. Several wizards sat together and whispered about Ryan. Among them was an older wizard wearing a mottled gray wizard hat, with a hint of contemplation between his eyebrows. That Ryan does look young and full of energy, no more than 30 years old.
He didn't come to our remote wiki kingdom to retire.
A wizard in a gray robe frowned.
Yeah, young people, how can they be law-abiding?
Another young wizard wearing glasses answered, holding an ancient scroll in his hand, which was obviously new knowledge he had just learned from the exchange meeting. Old York, the white-haired old wizard, frowned. He usually doesn't talk much, but once he opens his mouth, everyone knows that it will be a meaningful word.
I'm not sure whether Ryan is from the Blackstone lowlands. How capable can a second-class apprentice be?
Although his voice was low, there was a hint of contempt in his words. Staring at the two brothers who were ready to move, he warned, "Don't make any plans. It's best to leave a legacy for a pharmacist who finally came."
Ryan, a young and energetic wizard apprentice, can he do it? Can his skills reach the level I need?
Derek hesitated in his heart, holding an ancient prescription in his hand. It was a rare and special potion that could heal deep soul scars. He knew very well that this was not an ordinary potion, and it required superb skills and perfect mastery of spell details. However, although Ryan's performance impressed him, after all, the young man's experience and skills have not stood the test of time. Maybe I should wait for a while, let him accumulate more experience, and test his pharmacist talent by the way.
Derek finally made up his mind.
He carefully put the prescription back into the box of the ancient scroll and decided to consider entrusting Ryan again in 3 months.
Inventory, equipment.
Meteor pendant disappeared in his hand, and profound memories flooded into Ryan's mind. All the knowledge contained in the production process of advanced magic items was mastered. He felt a black screen before his eyes, and the whole person seemed to be pulled into the endless starry sky. Countless mysterious runes, complex array structures and material ratio formulas emerged in his mind, interweaving quickly and accurately, as if an ancient wizard was whispering in his ear, pouring extremely profound knowledge into his soul.
He seemed to be in an illusory alchemy laboratory, with afterimages of various high-level magic items floating around.
Those mysterious and powerful items, from powerful magic wands to mithril amulets to invisible robes, are all full of infinite magic. Each one is fascinating, but the only complete production information is the meteorite pendant. He felt the mystery of every symbol and every trace of magic flow, and everything became clearer than ever, as if mastering them was the most natural thing. This knowledge is about the production process of advanced magic items. The complex skills and profound laws contained in it far exceed his previous cognition. Ryan can feel that only formal wizards can access these contents in the Wizard Academy, and even many high-level wizards only master part of them. Usually, such knowledge is the treasure of the wizard world, which cannot be exchanged for thousands or tens of thousands of magic stones, let alone fully absorbed and mastered in such a short time.
Ryan's consciousness gradually became clearer with the infusion of this knowledge. He opened his eyes slightly, and his eyes flashed with the brilliance of wisdom and power. The once complex and difficult to understand production process of advanced magic items is now as clear as the pages of a book in his mind. The choice of materials, the way of injecting magic, the arrangement of runes, the balance point of energy. Every step is firmly grasped by him, as if this skill has been buried deep in his soul and is only awakened now. However, Ryan valued Starlight Bodyguard more. Thinking of this, a strong energy wave burst out, and the starlight spread like water waves, wrapping Ryan's whole body.
Ryan felt a strong force surging into his body, and his muscles seemed to be covered by a layer of warm light.
A new spell emerged in his consciousness, Starlight Bodyguard.
This is a rare protective spell that can summon a starlight barrier to resist external attacks. At the same time, Ryan felt that there was an extra pure magic power in his body, which accounted for about 5% of the total magic power, and the mental power also increased in the same proportion. This is a bigger good news, bringing Ryan one step closer to the third-class apprentice. In order to test the newly acquired ability, Ryan stood up, turned his palm, and summoned an energy missile flashing with light blue light. He stepped back slightly, and the missile floating in front of him pointed directly at him.
With his eyes narrowed, Ryan's mind moved and activated, Starlight Bodyguard.
Instantly, the faint starlight formed a slightly flickering shield around him, as if he was in a starry sky. The energy missile in Ryan's hand flew straight towards him and instantly hit the starlight shield. With a slight pop sound, the energy missile hit the shield directly, but did not cause any damage to Ryan. A ripple of starlight fluctuations appeared on the surface of the shield, and then it returned to its original state. Ryan looked down at his palm, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the Starlight Bodyguard, given by the equipment, Meteor Pendant, can not only resist this kind of direct energy attack, but also consume very little magic power in the process of resistance.
The effect is far more powerful than he expected. In terms of subsequent assimilation rate, it should be able to be steadily improved by using Starlight Bodyguard, but it will take a little time. Starlight Bodyguard, Ryan whispered to himself. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This spell is just like the gifted spells I read in those classical fragments. He recalled that in the library of the Wizard Academy, those fragments with a history of thousands of years recorded. Gifted spells can not only be cast instantly, but also consume very little magic power. As the wizard's level increases, the gifted spells will also increase. This is undoubtedly a godsend for wizards who fight for a long time. This spell can not only improve my defense ability, but also make me more calm in battle. Ryan was excited. The ability of Starlight Bodyguard is of immeasurable help to his future development. This is not only an improvement in ability, but also a major breakthrough in his wizard's path. It's a pity that the materials needed to repair the meteor pendant are too rare, and I'm afraid they can't be found in the Wiki Kingdom or even the nearby wizard market. But it's still a big profit. Just using some potion-making methods and details to exchange for huge benefits. Ryan stood in the spacious mansion laboratory, candlelight reflected on the ancient potion books and various bottles and jars. In front of him were several rare potion materials, while Pauline beside him was concentrating on arranging the bottles and utensils on the laboratory table. Pauline, bring those two materials over, we are going to start making the dark green potion. Ryan had a confident smile on his face. The Nat's experiment notes gave him the ability to enhance the pharmacist's talent and master two potions, dark green potion, corpse tear potion, which made him familiar with the production process of this advanced potion. The only thing to do is to replace the meteorite pendant with Nat's experiment notes, because Nat's experiment notes has only a 56% assimilation rate. The advanced alchemy knowledge receded like a tide, leaving less than 3%. Ryan stayed there for a moment and missed the feeling of his head being filled with knowledge. Pauline carefully placed two rare potion materials on the laboratory table. These materials came from the remote wilderness and deep mountains. It was a hard work to find them. It took nearly 3 years to collect two of them. However, Ryan knew that this was only the first step in making the dark green potion. They moved in perfect harmony, and Ryan began to analyze the properties and magical characteristics of each material. He gently waved the wand in his hand, stimulating weak magic power, and began to blend these materials. Pauline handed over the required ingredients from time to time. She had full confidence in Ryan's skills and knew that he could handle every detail. Time passed quietly, and the laboratory was filled with the strong aroma of herbs and the fluctuation of magic. Ryan frowned slightly. There could not be any mistakes in every step of the operation. The production of this advanced potion put extremely high demands on his skills. Finally, after precise calculations and careful mixing, a glimmer of joy flashed in Ryan's eyes. He carefully tightened the bottle mouth, and a bottle of dark green potion with a dark green glow was completed. Pauline, let's do it again. Ryan's voice revealed firmness and determination, and he did not stop making it. Pauline nodded and put the second set of materials in front of him. Ryan was more and more immersed in the following process. His movements were smooth and precise, and each step was like a precise dance, blending the energy of the materials and guiding them to merge into one. Pauline watched quietly, full of admiration and expectation. Unknowingly, the second bottle of dark green potion was also completed. Ryan showed a satisfied smile, and he showed two bottles of potion, one deeper and more vibrant than the other. The surrounding was filled with strong herbal aroma and weak magic fluctuations. Ryan frowned slightly, his expression solemn and serious. The laboratory was filled with rare potion materials he collected. These materials came from far away, and each one was an indispensable component for making dark green potions. Ryan carefully selected two seemingly perfect materials, whose energy fluctuations and medicinal properties seemed to meet his requirements very well. Pauline stood quietly by, watching Ryan's every move. She knew that making a dark green potion was an extremely complex and advanced task, which required extremely high material selection and magic control. Ryan began to operate with great concentration. He put the two materials on the laboratory table, gently activated the magic power, and began to blend their energy. However, as the process progressed, he gradually noticed something wrong. The potion bottle on the laboratory table did not show the expected dark green light, but a subtle dimness. This is impossible, Ryan's heart sank. He knew that this attempt was not successful. He slowly stopped, took a deep breath, and began to analyze the reasons for the failure. First, he checked the quality of the materials. Although the appearance seemed to meet the requirements,
during the mixing process, he felt that the energy fluctuations between the materials were not stable, and some minor mismatches may have affected the final potion quality. These minor differences are fatal for making advanced potions. Secondly, he recalled his state during the making process. The fluctuation of mental power is a factor that every wizard needs to pay great attention to when making potions, and he realized that in today's attempt, his mental power was not kept in the best state, probably because he was too tired from the magic training last night, which led to the deviation of control. Pauline, this time it failed. Ryan's tone was calm but firm. He knew that he needed to calmly review every detail now. Pauline nodded gently, indicating that she understood and was willing to continue to assist. In the next few hours, Ryan readjusted his state and thinking. He learned lessons from his failure. He reselected the materials and carefully balanced the use of magic at each step to ensure that every operation reached the highest standards. Finally, when the second experiment was completed, Ryan's eyes flashed. The 3 bottles of dark green potions on the laboratory table exuded a strong dark green light, which perfectly met his expectations. Ryan took a deep breath and felt the joy and sense of accomplishment brought by success. At the same time, he also understood that failure is the mother of success, and every challenge made him stronger. However, his gestures did not stop. He was determined not to be satisfied with only making 2 bottles. He wanted to prove his ability and confidence. When he started to mix again, the magic flowing in his body seemed to be more agile and more precise than before. Finally, when the 3rd bottle of dark green potion appeared on the laboratory table, Ryan's mood was like the potion, full of deep joy and sense of accomplishment. He stared at the potions quietly, realizing that this was not only a challenge to his skills, but also the fulfillment of his promise. Pauline, we succeeded again. Ryan's voice was full of pride and gratitude. He exchanged a glance with Pauline, and the two knew tacitly that they had successfully completed this difficult task. Ryan stood in the corner of the laboratory, looking at the table with various reagent bottles and alchemy equipment, and a trace of emotion and thought surged in his heart. Potion making is really a difficult skill. He whispered to himself, his eyes revealing deep thought and seriousness. The potion-making record in his hand recorded in detail every step of the operation and the use of each material. 2 rare potion materials can make up to 20 potions according to his mastery-level proficiency. However, the reality cruelly told him that although he had used all his skills and experience, he could only get 3 finished potions in the end. The remaining 6 parts became waste liquid. Although they could be sold in exchange for magic stones, for him, these waste liquids could not directly bring the results and benefits he needed. Ryan took a deep breath. Facing the challenges and limitations in potion making, he realized that he still had a lot to learn and improve. Every failure and setback is a test of his skills and a source of motivation for progress. Although he was full of regrets, he knew that this was an inevitable part of the wizard's path. Maybe, next time I can try a different method, or find a more effective combination of materials. Ryan said to himself. He did not give up easily, but looked forward to a more successful next attempt. The candlelight in the laboratory reflected on his determined face. He was determined to move forward, constantly challenge his limits, and pursue a higher level of potion-making skills. Ryan carefully picked up the bottle with the spell mark in the laboratory, which contained the dark green potion he had just made. This potion was finally successfully made after many attempts and adjustments. He was full of expectations, because the success in the experiment was an improvement in his skills. Gently knocking on the bottle cap, a fresh herbal aroma came to his face, accompanied by a faint herbal fragrance. Ryan carefully poured the potion into his mouth. The taste was slightly bitter, but full of vitality and energy. As the potion flowed into his body, he could feel a change from the inside out. First, a subtle sense of warmth spread throughout his body, followed by a slight tingling sensation, accompanied by his mental strength gradually increasing. Ryan closed his eyes and began to meditate using the crystal meditation method, which he had long used to balance and enhance his spiritual power. In the past, no matter how hard he tried, the changes in his spiritual power were always minimal and almost imperceptible. But this time, the situation was completely different. With the effect of the dark green potion, he could feel his spiritual power surging like a spring, stronger and clearer than before. His thoughts became more focused, and his perception increased many times, as if the whole world became clearer and more real. This is the effect of the dark green potion. Ryan was filled with joy and surprise. He did not expect that this potion would enhance his spiritual power so significantly. This is not just a simple enhancement, but a whole new realm that allows him to explore and understand the nature of magic more deeply when meditating. With the help of the potion, his meditation reached an unprecedented height. He felt that the potential hidden deep in his heart began to be gradually unlocked, and this feeling made him excited. Perhaps, this is the breakthrough I have been pursuing. Ryan was full of hope and confidence. Judging from the current progress, taking a dark green potion every month can maximize the effect of improving mental strength. If the material collection progress is sufficient during the Wizard Exchange meeting next month, Ryan can just become a third-class apprentice before returning to the academy. By then, he will be able to solve the problem of the cave grass with sufficient strength. Ryan stood in the spacious kitchen, filled with the sweet fragrance of cream and vanilla, holding an ancient recipe book in his hand, pretending to teach the maid next to him how to make pudding. Ryan approached the maid gently and said gently, "First, we need to prepare the ingredients." His voice was low and magnetic, whispering in her ear. The maid's cheeks flushed slightly, her heartbeat accelerated, and the heat all over her body seemed to spread from the inside out. "Okay, now gently stir the cream and sugar together, and slowly heat until the sugar is completely dissolved." Ryan's voice was full of patience and guidance. He knew that the production of pudding required precise steps and the correct proportions, and it was because of his guidance that the maid was able to deal with every detail so flexibly. The maid followed Ryan's instructions and carefully followed each step. There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in her eyes, because this was the first time she had made such a complex dessert by herself, and she made it for the young master. After a while, the sweet cream and sugar solution slowly became thicker, emitting waves of tempting aroma. Then, they carefully mixed the egg yolks and vanilla until the mixture became smooth and uniform. Now is the most critical step. Ryan pointed to the last step. They poured the mixture into a small porcelain bowl and carefully placed it in the preheated oven, waiting for them to slowly solidify under the gentle heat. The waiting time seemed to pass by every minute and second, and the maid stared at the glass door of the oven, looking forward to the delicious pudding being completed. Ryan watched the time on the side to ensure that every detail met the requirements of the recipe. Finally, a faint timer sound came from the oven. They carefully took out the pudding and put it on the table to cool. The surface was slightly golden caramelized, and the tempting aroma was overflowing. "It looks perfect, maid." Ryan encouraged her with a smile. Then he took out 2 small spoons, handed one to the maid, and took the other. "Now is the last moment of enjoyment," Ryan said, carefully putting a spoonful of pudding into his mouth. The pudding has a silky texture, the aroma of vanilla blooms in the mouth, and the sweetness is just right, intoxicating. The maid followed closely and tasted it gently. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, as if she had tasted the results of her hard work. Then, she took another spoonful of pudding and gently put it to Ryan's mouth. "Master, please taste your work." The maid's voice was soft and sincere, and she was grateful because at this warm moment, she felt the master's trust and care for her. Ryan took the pudding, enjoying the taste it brought, and felt a sense of warmth and satisfaction in his heart. "Master, you are such a versatile person." The maid's voice was full of admiration and appreciation. "You are not only an outstanding wizard, but also can cook such delicious desserts." Ryan smiled and looked up at the maid. "But, to tell you the truth, I also make chocolate cookies and cream cakes and many other delicacies." "So many desserts that I have never heard of?" The maid was a little surprised and admired her master even more. After saying this, Ryan sat lazily on the sofa, savoring the fragrant tea in his hand, immersed in luxury and comfort. In the afternoon covered with soft sunshine, Ryan lay leisurely on the large chair, eyes half closed, enjoying the rare quiet time. His mood should have been relaxed and joyful, but when the Sabata guard came in empty-handed, his expression was slightly solemn. "Master, we are back." The Sabata guard stood respectfully at the door of the room with a serious expression. Ryan sat up from the chair and nodded slightly to signal the guards to come in. "Tell me about your progress." "I'm sorry, master." A guard stood up, looking a little uneasy. "We went to the tavern and the secular black market and tried our best to search for the materials and items you requested, but the results were not ideal." After hearing this, Ryan frowned slightly and felt a little disappointed. He had originally hoped to find some special items in these places to supplement his inventory, but the current results clearly frustrated him. "Where are the ghosts? Not one found?" Ryan took a deep breath, with a hint of displeasure in his voice. "Is there no one in these places who can provide what I need?" The Sabata guard was silent for a moment, and then said cautiously, "Master, the market conditions in these places are indeed not as good as before. It may take more time and resources to find specific items." Ryan remained silent, knowing that the current situation was not optimistic. His plans and needs required additional material support, and these resources were not as readily available as he had anticipated. He decided that he would re-evaluate his strategy and resource allocation next, and perhaps consider other search approaches and methods.
Thank you for your efforts,
Ryan finally said, his expression gradually calming down. Continue to stay vigilant, I will make plans again.
Upon hearing this, the Sabata guards immediately responded in unison, yes, master.
Then they turned and exited the room, leaving Ryan alone with his thoughts. Ryan sat at the desk in the study, holding his chin in his hand and frowning slightly. He looked at the potion formulas and witchcraft books scattered on the table, feeling a little helpless. If possible, who wouldn't want to make potions safely, improve their spiritual power, and advance to a third-class apprentice? Ryan said to himself, with a bit of bitterness and helplessness in his voice. As a wizard with great ambitions in pursuit of speed, he knows that the speed of improvement in mental power is crucial to his development. Ryan is already 18 years old. As we all know, you have to advance to a third-class apprentice before the age of 45 to have a chance to burn your life. However, the reality is that the materials he needs are not easy to obtain, and some have almost disappeared from the market. He glanced at the incomplete formulas on the desk, wondering if there were any other alternatives. However, the production of these potions did not happen overnight. It required careful preparation and rare materials. At this moment, he seemed to be stuck in a dilemma that he could not move forward. The lack of materials leaves me with nothing to do. Ryan sighed, knowing that he needed more patience and persistence, and perhaps considering finding other ways and resources. On this path to excellence, every step may be a challenge, but it is also an opportunity for growth and gain. He decided not to give up easily. Despite the difficulties he faces, he will continue to search and strive for every resource and material that can improve himself, which is also part of his wizarding career. The ingredients for the dark green potion are not available, and the finished potion is consumed too quickly.
There is a lack of resources in the Wiki Kingdom. The Corpse Tears potion must be put on the agenda. 1 month later.
In the dim laboratory, Ryan stared at the alchemy table in front of him. There are various alchemy equipment and materials scattered on the table, and the most eye-catching one is the wraith floating in a crystal container. This wisp of resentment exuded a faint chill, like a wandering soul, casting a cold aura over the entire laboratory. Ryan's eyes were fixed on it, and his hands skillfully operated the test tubes and utensils, trying to perfectly integrate the power of the resentful spirit with other ingredients to refine the extremely rare Corpse Tears potion. This was a complex recipe that he had never tried before, and it was also a very risky experiment. However, this is not his first attempt. In fact, he has failed many times. Every failure ended with the potion bursting or failing. Either the potion was the wrong color, or the power of the wraith was devoured too quickly and lost its effect. Despite the proficiency in Corpse Tear potion given by Nat's experimental notes. Failed again, Ryan took a deep breath and looked at the smelly potion liquid in his hand, feeling a little annoyed. But he didn't give up. Once again, he carefully adjusted the formula and controlled the refining rhythm. After a long time, he finally saw that strange, dark green liquid Corpse Tears potion successfully appearing in front of him. The assimilation rate increased by 8% to 36%. It exudes an indescribable and strange blue luster, as if a drop of the deceased's tear is lying quietly in the bottle. Ryan stared at the only successful potion, filled with anticipation and anxiety. He carefully put the potion into his mouth, and instantly a cold and biting feeling spread from his throat to his whole body. A faint salty and corpse smell filled the entire nasal cavity. Within minutes, hallucinations began to invade Ryan's consciousness. He felt as if his stomach was on fire, as if something was slowly melting in his gastric juices, corroding his internal organs. He lowered his head, as if he could feel the body of some deceased being dissolved in his body, and painful and gloomy scenes surged into his mind like a tide. His mind began to blur, hallucinations appeared alternately, and twisted corpses seemed to surround him. A corpse slowly floated up from the ground, and the rotten flesh on its body was torn apart bit by bit, making a disgusting wet sound. The eyes of the corpse were empty, the skin was bluish-gray, and the broken body exuded a foul smell. Every movement of it was full of weird and morbid power. "What's going on?" Ryan's voice trembled, and his eyes were full of astonishment and fear. He tried to tell himself that this was just an illusion of the potion, but all this was so real that it was outrageous. Suddenly, the resurrected corpse let out a low roar and pounced on Ryan. Its hands stretched out to Ryan like claws, and its bloody nails flashed a cold light. It was so fast that it seemed to have crossed the distance of space in an instant and was close at hand. Ryan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously took a step back, but his body was weak due to the side effects of the potion he had just taken. He could not move, and could only watch the rotting dead approach him.
"It wasn't me. I didn't do anything,"
Ryan exclaimed, his voice full of panic and excuses. He raised his hands to try to defend himself, but the weakness of his limbs made him unable to lift any staff or cast spells. Reason told him that this was just an illusion brought by the potion, but at this moment, fear completely dominated his nerves. The illusion was broken by a punch, and the real world was broken and reappeared. "This is too strong," Ryan breathed hard, cold sweat on his forehead, although his reason told him that this was a side effect of the potion, but the fear in his body was extremely real. His limbs gradually became weak, as if the strength was draining away from him bit by bit. His physical fitness was obviously declining, and even raising his hands became heavy. The effect of the potion gradually faded, and Ryan leaned against the laboratory table, took a deep breath, and adjusted his disordered breathing. Although he successfully refined the potion, this experience made him deeply feel the terrible power of the corpse tear potion. It does have an extremely powerful effect, and the improvement of mental power far exceeded Ryan's expectations, but it is accompanied by unbearable hallucinations and physical costs. "This potion," Ryan whispered to himself, with a complicated look in his eyes, "sure enough, it is still extremely dangerous. I have to use it more carefully in the future." The Wizard Exchange meeting arrived as scheduled. In the dark venue, the atmosphere was still filled with a mysterious and tense atmosphere. Various wizards stood in the corners, talking in low voices, exchanging each other's news and experiences. This underground gathering is an excellent place for each wizard to show his strength and obtain resources. Ryan, wearing a black wizard robe, walked into the venue calmly, holding a box with complex runes in his hand. In the box, he had worked hard to refine the finished potion during this period. Although his face was calm, he could still feel the burning eyes around him, as if countless probes were carefully looking at the treasure in his hand. For a while, the atmosphere in the venue was slightly stagnant, and many wizards' eyes were involuntarily focused on Ryan. In those eyes, there was expectation, envy, and even a hint of jealousy.
As a second-class apprentice, Ryan's talent in potion refining has attracted considerable attention.
He walked to the center, and the box made a slight click sound in the air, and the lid was opened. The venue suddenly became quiet, and everyone's attention was focused on the flashing potion bottles in the box.
"This is the finished potion in exchange for the materials you provided," Ryan announced in a calm voice, taking out the bottles and distributing them one by one to the wizards who had provided him with rare materials before. First was a bottle of crystal-clear tranquilizing potion, which emitted a faint blue light, like a tranquil lake in the night sky. Then came another bottle of rich light green potion, which emitted a slight breath of vitality in the glass bottle, like the essence of life deep in the forest. Whenever Ryan handed out a bottle of potion, the wizards could not hide the scorching light in their eyes, and they reached out to take it with excitement. After all, being able to get a successfully refined and high-quality potion is an opportunity that many wizards dream of. And Ryan's refining skills have long been polished to precision and stability after several failures, especially the proficiency of these two potions is perfect in perfection. Several wizards who received potions had different expressions. Some people held the medicine bottle tightly, with greed flashing in their eyes, others looked scrutinizing, as if they were measuring the effect and actual value of the potion. But no matter how they reacted, they knew that they had received a lot of rewards. Ryan still looked calm.
After handing the last bottle of potion to a wizard, he closed the box, raised his head and looked around. Those wizards who failed to provide materials showed envy and regret in their eyes, while those who provided materials were satisfied and greedy, and were already thinking about the next exchange in their hearts. The wizards whispered to each other, discussing the rarity and value of the potion, while Ryan stood in the center, silently feeling the fluctuation hidden under the surface. Although he looked young in front of these experienced wizards, he knew that this time, he successfully made himself more well-known and engraved his name in the hearts of these wizards. The atmosphere of the Wizard Exchange meeting became more heated, and Ryan stepped down steadily under the eyes of everyone. As expected, all the wizards took out their best materials and commissioned Ryan to make potions. But unfortunately, there are only a few materials for the dark green potion, and it will take decades to make one at this rate. There are only vague clues about the ghosts. In the hall of the Wizard Exchange meeting, Ryan was talking in a low voice with several wizards, and suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at him. He looked up and saw Wizard Derek standing not far away, smiling and nodding to him. Wizard Derek, wearing a dark purple robe, with a pendant shining with mysterious light on his chest, showed his profound attainments in the field of soul. This strong man, who was famous for his mastery of soul spells in the wizard circle, as a third-class apprentice, is known as invincible below the formal wizard. Although he seems approachable, the wizards present all maintain a little awe of him.
Ryan, can we go to the private room to chat for a few words?
Derek's voice is low, but it reveals an irresistible majesty. Ryan was slightly surprised, but he also guessed that the other party might have something to ask for. Nodding, he followed Derek to the private room. The layout of the private room was relatively simple, but it was surrounded by various complex magic arrays, obviously to ensure the secrecy and safety of the conversation. Derek waved his hand casually, and the door closed automatically in an instant, blocking all prying eyes from the outside world. Derek turned and looked at Ryan, with a hint of praise in his eyes. Ryan, I heard that you have recently shown amazing talent in potion making, especially the quality and efficiency of your potions are far superior to ordinary apprentices. Ryan smiled and responded modestly, Master Derek is too kind, I just rely on some formulas and techniques, and occasionally get something.
Derek shook his head and said with some appreciation, Young man, don't be too modest.
At your age, you can have such attainments in potion science, and your future achievements are limitless.
I have seen many talented wizards,
but you are a little special. Ryan was a little surprised by Derek's compliment, but he knew that the other party must have more important things next.
Master, you are too kind. What can I do for you?
Derek smiled slightly, a hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes, and he took out a sealed parchment from his arms and handed it to Ryan.
I have a special potion formula here, you may be interested. Ryan took the parchment, unfolded it carefully, and suddenly felt his eyes light up.
It was a complex and rare potion formula, Soul Heart Potion.
This potion is almost a legendary existence in the wizard world.
It can not only repair the soul scars of wizards in a short time, but also allow users to enter the depths of the soul for deep self-meditation and understanding. He read the formula carefully. The materials on it are complex and rare, and some of them he has never seen before. However, it is this challenge that inspires his inner desire. Soul Heart Potion, this is not just an ordinary potion making, but an exploration of witchcraft and the depth of the soul.
Is this Soul Heart Potion? Ryan raised his head and asked with some surprise.
That's right. Derek nodded, his tone revealing a seriousness. This is a very rare potion, and it is extremely difficult to make, but you should also understand its effect.
This is the formula I got from the ruins of ancient times after studying the soul for many years.
Although it is not common, I believe you have the ability to complete it.
Ryan thought for a moment and looked up at Derek. You want me to make this potion for you?
That's right. Derek smiled, if you can make it successfully, I am willing to pay 2,000 magic stones. In addition, I have a piece of information about the soul, which should be of great help to your future.
Practice. Ryan's heart couldn't help but speed up a bit.
2,000 magic stones, this is a very generous reward for a second-class apprentice, and the information about the soul is even more rare. He knew that the study of the soul is crucial to the advancement and strength of wizards, and this opportunity is almost rare. I need time to study the combination of materials and the production process of the potion, Ryan said thoughtfully, but I am willing to try.
Derek nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I believe you will succeed.
This formula is almost not circulated in the outside world.
I give it to you as a recognition of your ability.
Ryan felt the heavy responsibility behind this trust, but at the same time, he also knew that successfully making the Soul Heart Potion would be a huge breakthrough, which would not only greatly enhance his reputation, but also bring him immeasurable resources.
I will do my best. Ryan promised solemnly.
Derek stood up and smiled slightly, looking forward to your results, Ryan.
Time is not urgent, but I believe you will not let me down.
As Derek left, Ryan stood alone in the private room, looking down at the formula in his hand, his heart churning. Making the Soul Heart Potion will be an extremely difficult test, but he has ignited great expectations in his heart. This is not only a challenge of the potion, but also an important opportunity in his wizard career. With the Cassiterite Crucible, and Nat's experimental notes, solidified in the inventory, two equipment that enhance pharmacist talents, Ryan believes that he will succeed many times. Ryan stood quietly in his alchemy room, with various utensils and materials placed in front of him. The air was filled with rich magical fluctuations. As Ryan began to make the Soul Heart Potion, the whole room seemed to be immersed in a mysterious power. He looked at the materials in his hand and realized that these were not ordinary medicinal materials. Most of the materials provided by Derek were rare items from ancient times, and they had almost disappeared in the modern wizarding world. Some of these materials were gleaming, and some exuded an ancient atmosphere. Ryan knew that if these mysterious ingredients were handled slightly wrong, the entire alchemy process would fail. Materials from ancient times, Ryan whispered to himself, feeling the tension and expectation in his heart. He knew that this was not only a challenge in potion making, but also a witchcraft test that spanned the ages. The first attempt failed, and the color of the potion instantly became turbid, and Ryan's face was slightly gloomy. Then, the second and third time, the complexity of the potion formula was beyond his imagination. Even though he had superb potion skills and rich experience, facing the strange reactions of these ancient materials, failure seemed inevitable. After 8 failures, Ryan finally stopped his actions and exhaled a long breath. These materials are really not easy to control. He frowned and carefully analyzed the reasons for each failure. The magic fluctuations and proportions of the materials are extremely sensitive. Even a slight deviation will cause the potion to mutate. Moreover, with the high concentration of mental power, his mental state is also greatly consumed. Every failure is like a battle that consumes a lot of energy. But Ryan did not give up. He had never faced such a difficult refining process, but this challenge also inspired his inner fighting spirit. Every time he failed, he would adjust the steps and material processing more carefully, striving to achieve perfection in every detail. Finally, in the 9th attempt, his hands guided the magic with extremely precise movements and poured the last drop of precious liquid into the potion. The potion suddenly flashed a dazzling light, and the energy in the air condensed instantly. Ryan's heartbeat quickened, his eyes fixed on the crucible in front of him, the soul heart potion. He finally succeeded. Success! Ryan's voice was low but full of joy. He raised his hand and took out the crystal clear potion bottle. The liquid inside flashed with a faint blue light, as if it contained infinite soul power. Ryan carefully placed it on the table and continued to refine it with the same process. In the end, Ryan successfully refined 2 soul heart potion. However, he was not in a hurry to take it. Although the soul heart potion can greatly improve the soul power in a short period of time, he knew that his mental strength and cultivation were not strong enough, and taking it rashly might bring unpredictable risks. Therefore, he decided to keep one of them for himself and wait until he was promoted to a 3rd-class apprentice before using it. Leave one for my future self. Ryan looked at the bottle of potion, and his heart was filled with infinite expectations. He knew that this potion would become an important help for him to be promoted to a formal wizard in the future. 3 days later, Ryan took another soul heart potion to see Derek. Derek had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Ryan walk into the private room, he immediately stepped forward. He stared at the potion bottle in Ryan's hand with his eyes. When Ryan handed him the crystal clear, glowing soul heart potion, Derek's hand trembled slightly. Success, success? Derek's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. His eyes were fixed on the potion, as if what he saw was not a potion, but a priceless treasure. Ryan smiled and nodded. Yes, although the process was difficult, I succeeded. Derek could no longer suppress his excitement. He held the potion bottle tightly with both hands, and his eyes showed a complex emotion, both ecstasy and deep admiration. There was even a hint of excitement on his face that was difficult to conceal, as if the goal he had pursued for many years had finally been achieved. Ryan, you are a genius. Derek's voice was no longer calm. He tried his best to stay calm, but his emotions were already overflowing. I have studied this potion for many years, and even I am not sure that I can successfully refine it. You actually completed it at such a young age. Ryan just smiled, and his heart did not swell with Derek's praise. He knew that the success of the soul heart potion was not only due to his own efforts, but also the rare materials provided by Derek. Moreover, this is just one step on the road of wizards, and there will be more challenges in the future. Thank you for your compliment, Master Derek. Ryan said modestly, I just followed your formula and made some attempts. I hope this can help your research. Derek nodded excitedly, and his fingers holding the potion turned slightly white. Of course, this is of great significance to my research. The mystery of the soul realm may be in this bottle of potion. Ryan, I owe you a big favor. Ryan smiled slightly, but he knew in his heart that this transaction not only brought him a generous reward, but also opened a new door to the soul realm for him. Ryan pursed his lips and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Master Derek, I know this is not an easy request, but I need your help. Do you know how to make a ghost? Derek frowned and was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Ryan, revealing a firm decision. Ryan, the method of making a ghost is not something that can be easily revealed. Derek's voice was steady and heavy. This involves the secrets of the soul, which is an extremely dangerous and taboo skill. However, your contribution to my research is immeasurable, and I am willing to teach you this skill in return.
But remember, one of the iron laws of wizards.
A hint of surprise flashed in Ryan's eyes, and he knew what Derek's words meant. Wizards are not allowed to have large-scale battles near civilian settlements, nor are they allowed to capture civilians for experiments. This kind of taboo soul experiment is rarely involved in the wizarding world, because the risks and consequences contained therein are extremely unpredictable. It is more likely to be wanted by both black wizards and white wizards. However, for him, this is a step forward and a necessary path to achieve a higher realm.
Thank you, Master Derek.
Ryan expressed his inner gratitude and respect. I will cherish your teachings and act with caution. Derek nodded, and his eyes stayed on Ryan for a moment, as if examining his determination and preparation.
Okay, come on, let's get started.
He turned and walked to an old desk, picked up a thick ancient book, and handed it directly to Ryan about the secret method of making ghosts. Derek looked at him. Remember, the power of this skill not only brings the possibility of solving problems, but also carries infinite responsibilities. Ryan nodded solemnly, engraving the heavy power deeply in his heart. Ryan made up his mind that if he couldn't directly gain the proficiency of making ghost spirits, he would just give up the idea of making ghost spirits himself. Send someone to collect or ask for help from Derek in front of him, even if there is a risk of exposure. At worst he can cooperate to sell corpse tears potion. But Ryan's luck has always been good, and he took the ancient book handed by Derek.
Feeling the information from the inventory, Ryan was very surprised.
Soul Worship Society Holy Word Scripture, Fragment. The huge Soul Worship Society fell apart after a series of fierce battles, and the fragments of the Holy Word Scripture circulated in the wizard world, attracting the attention and pursuit of countless wizards. Those documents recorded the doctrines that were once held as supreme by the Soul Worship Society, covering the mysteries of the soul, death, and rebirth, equipment conditions, carving ritual sacrifice, black sheep head, equipment effect, improving wizard talent, enhancing soul origin, low-level soul learning, perfect, assimilation rate, 0%. An ordinary ancient book actually contains the Soul Worship Society Holy Words, Fragments. Although Ryan did not know the so-called Soul Worship Society, he knew it was not simple after reading this introduction.
After thanking Derek, Ryan returned to his basement deep in the manor.
The air was filled with a damp and decayed atmosphere. The surrounding stone walls were hung with dim candlesticks. The candlelight was weak, reflecting the heavy shadows in the room. In the center of the basement stood an ancient stone table, on which various scrolls and ancient books were piled in a mess. Ryan was flipping through the old black book with a focused look. The edges of the book had been eroded by time and turned yellow and brittle, as if it would turn into dust at any time. His fingertips gently stroked the blurred runes, and each letter carried an indescribable mysterious atmosphere. The book recorded an ancient sacrificial ritual that could summon unknown power, and once completed, it would meet the equipment conditions of the inventory. When he turned to a certain page, his eyes lit up slightly, and it recorded the details of the ritual he needed this time. Ryan quickly put the book on the stone table and began to carefully study the arrangement of the complex runes and formations. The task of carving ritual symbols was extremely tedious, and any slight mistake would lead to irreversible consequences. He took a bottle of black ink from the shelf and began to draw the ritual array on the cold stone floor of the basement with a slender silver needle pen. Ryan carved the runes on the ground stroke by stroke, and the ink emitted a faint fluorescence on the stone. As he moved his pen, the entire array gradually took shape. The runes seemed to contain ancient power, and they emitted a low vibration sound, as if responding to Ryan's actions.
After the runes were completed, Ryan stood in the center of the magic circle and took a deep breath.
His eyes were firm. Although he felt a little uneasy, he had no way out. Next, he picked up a black sheep's head from the table beside him. It was as black as ink, swallowing the surrounding light like an abyss. This was the offering he prepared for this sacrifice. Anyway, the inventory did not mention the requirements for the sheep's head, so Ryan simply sent a servant to buy one from the vegetable market. Ryan gently placed the sheep's head on the stone platform in the center of the magic circle, clasped his hands together, and chanted the ancient spell in a low voice. His voice echoed in the basement, and as the spell gradually deepened, the air became solemn, as if the time and space around him were blocked. The runes of the magic circle gradually began to glow, and the faint light rose from the stone ground and reflected on Ryan's face. Suddenly, a cold wind swept silently, the candle flame trembled slightly, and the light flickered. Ryan's spell became deeper and deeper, and the sound seemed to come from the abyss. As the last spell ended, the eyes of the goat head suddenly lit up with scarlet light, as if awakened by some unknown power. Its bloody mouth opened slightly, as if it was about to make a silent cry. A dark energy surged out of the goat head and instantly filled the entire basement. Ryan felt that the power was like cold fingers, stroking his skin and invading his blood. His body shook slightly, but he quickly stabilized himself. He knew that the ceremony had succeeded and the sacrifice had begun. Black smoke rose in the magic circle, as if opening the door to another world. Ryan calmly watched the scene in front of him, full of expectations. Power always comes with a price. He whispered to himself, but his eyes were full of determination. But surprisingly, the sacrifice ceremony seemed to lack energy supply, leaving only a mysterious breath on Ryan before it destroyed itself. Looking at this anticlimactic scene, Ryan didn't understand what was going on, but it didn't matter as long as the equipment conditions in the inventory were met. Now, it's time to equip it. Ryan's heartbeat accelerated, and with the expectation and nervousness in his heart, he carefully put the fragments into the inventory. At this moment, light burst out from the fragments, like the first ray of sunshine in the morning light, warm and powerful. As the light flickered, Ryan felt that every cell in his body was agitated, and the power of the soul was constantly awakened. It felt as if in an instant, the barrier between his thoughts and the world was torn apart, and knowledge poured into the depths of his consciousness like a tide. Improve wizard talent. Enhance the soul origin. Lower soul learning, perfection. Ryan silently recited these words in his heart, feeling an unprecedented power surging in his body. He could feel that there seemed to be some changes in the depths of his soul, which was a kind of strengthening and sublimation. His intuition became much sharper, and his perception of the surrounding things became clearer, as if he saw a level that was previously unreachable. At this moment, his talent was reshaped, the magic power in his body became more refined, and his ability to control and understand spells was significantly improved. Those complicated spells in the past seemed to become simpler and easier to understand. Ryan could even feel the deeper principles of spells rolling in his heart. My wizard talent has been enhanced. Ryan smiled at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly feel that the fluctuations of the soul in his body were more stable and powerful than before. The feeling of controlling the soul made him feel confident and powerful. At the same time, his proficiency in low-level soul studies was improved to perfection. The hazy theories and techniques in the past were now transformed into vivid pictures and practices in his mind, and they were integrated. He understood the deeper laws of the soul and how to use the power of the soul in more complex rituals and spells. This fragment of the holy word is incredible. Ryan whispered to himself, his eyes flickering in the flickering light. He knew that this was just the beginning, and his exploration and pursuit would lead him to a deeper palace of knowledge and power. Next, I want to turn this power into reality. Ryan's heart was ignited with a raging fighting spirit, and now he had a higher level of talent and ability. But don't worry first, we need to figure out the current wizard's talent. Ryan touched his smooth and white chin and thought secretly. Different wizard talents are closely related to the absorption efficiency of potions and the depth of meditation. Only after Ryan determines his talents can he start the next plan. The eyeball of the Stygian lantern whale is a rare material worth 1,000 magic stones. It can detect the talent of a wizard and measure the improvement of spiritual power. It is very cheap for Ryan, but it is only sold in the market. It is a waste of 2 months to rush there. The time is not good. He has been here for a while and knows very well who has similar items. Then go find Old York. The palace is located in the center of the royal capital, surrounded by towering walls, with golden spears shining in the sun, while Old York's residence is located in one wing of the palace, close to a secluded garden. This area is not open to the public, and only those with permission from the royal family can approach it. Led by the nobles, Ryan walked along the stone path of the palace towards Old York's residence. He walked briskly and his heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. Even though the wizards at the party all referred to themselves as Old York, the nobles of the kingdom of Wiki called him Your Majesty the Prince. Because York had detected wizard talent since he was a child, he made his own brother the king. When Ryan arrived at Old York's front door, he knocked on the heavy wooden door. After a while, the door opened, and an old man wearing a gorgeous robe appeared at the door, with a friendly smile on his face. Good morning, Your Majesty. The captain of the guard will take the lead and greet them softly. The words were full of respect. Although Old York doesn't show up often, everyone in the palace knows that he is the elder of the royal family and he is involved in many major decisions. Old York nodded habitually in response and smiled slightly. Although he was old, his eyes were still bright. His status in the Wiki Kingdom makes many nobles and wizards fear him, because he not only possesses vast magical knowledge, but also has the blood of the royal family as support. Every word and decision he makes may trigger major changes in the kingdom.
Ryan, you're here, what do you need from me? Old York asked enthusiastically. Ryan smiled and said, Old York, I have a request. I would like to borrow the eyes of the Stygian lantern whale in your hand to test whether the people in the manor have wizard talents. I hope to cultivate some people with wizard talents. Cooperate with me to refine the potion.
Old York nodded after hearing this and said with a serious expression, This is a wise move, Ryan. If someone in the manor has the talent of a wizard, it can indeed help you refine potions more effectively.
Ryan nodded solemnly, expressing his understanding and respect.
Later, they entered Old York's private research room together.
The setting is simple but full of alchemical instruments and ancient scrolls.
Under the guidance of Old York, Ryan packed up the materials and equipment needed for the ceremony. Old York, I prepared this for you to express my gratitude. Ryan said, gently placing the wooden box on the table, opening the box, revealing 3 deteriorated versions of the dark green potion neatly arranged inside. The color of the potion is dark green, with a slight luster. Although it is not as dazzling as the original product, it looks particularly attractive. This is... Old York approached curiously and carefully observed the potions, showing a hint of surprise. This is the enhanced version of the light green potion I concocted recently. Although it is a bit more expensive than the previous product, the effect of improving mental power is very powerful. I hope they can be helpful to you. Ryan explained, with a hint of emotion in his tone.
A hint of anticipation. In that case, I won't be polite.
Watching Ryan leave, Old York was very satisfied. Ryan was so sensible and honest that he no longer cared whether he was a student sent by Blackstone Lowland. Following a series of complex rituals and spells, Ryan placed the Stygian whale's eyeball in an alchemical instrument and began the testing process. The instrument emits a faint blue light, and the eyeball itself emits a mysterious glow. Ryan waited nervously for the results, filled with anticipation. Finally, the light in the instrument gradually subsided, and Ryan examined the data on the display.
4th level qualification.
It seems that my wizard talent has indeed improved significantly, which is a good sign. Ryan felt relieved, knowing that his efforts were not in vain.
Originally, with the 2nd level qualification, Ryan had to take at least 4 corpse tier potions or 6 dark green potions.
Now, with the 4th level qualification, he only needs 2 corpse tier potions to advance to a 3rd class apprentice. The next step is just to show off, and then use the method in low soul science to create a resentful spirit. It will only take half a year at most. Unfortunately, the operation of more valuable knowledge requires the mental power of a formal wizard. Master Derek is such a good person. In Ryan's manor, one quiet afternoon, he summoned the farmers and servants in the manor, hoping to use the eyes of the Stygian lantern whale to detect whether they had potential wizard talents. These farmers and servants were his property, and they were full of trust and obedience to his requests. Ryan stood on the lawn of the manor, beside a mysterious instrument containing the eyeballs of the Stygian whale. They were tested one by one according to the method taught by Old York.
However, everyone's test results were negative. The farmers looked at the empty display screen on the instrument and left the testing site with some shame and helplessness. The last person to be tested was the old butler in the manor. He was old and had a steady demeanor. He stood in front of the instrument, facing Ryan, smiled and shook his head. The results displayed by the instrument are still negative. Ryan put away the instrument and carefully put the Stygian whale's eyeball back into place. He walked towards Old York's residence and handed the eyeball back to him.
Old York took the eyeball, his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something.
Ryan, things are not always as we wish.
The wizard's talent is a rare gift, not everyone can have it, but the proportion among the nobles will be greatly increased. Old York said in a slow voice.
Ryan nodded, expressing his understanding.
Then he paused and said with a hint of regret, I originally hoped to train a few more assistants to help me deal with the current backlog of pharmaceutical orders. Now it seems that I can only rely on myself and my assistants. Old York thought for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, perhaps better assistants will appear in the future, you just need to keep working hard. As for the pharmacy order, if necessary, I can help you arrange some interns or other young talents who can be trained. Ryan was filled with disdain, but he still nodded, pretending to be grateful. It's okay to make a deal, but I don't want to train pharmacists for a group of potential enemies. As night fell, Ryan, wearing a black cloak, walked low-key on the cobblestone streets of the capital of the Kingdom of Wiki. The prosperity and bustle of the capital gradually quieted down at this moment, with only sporadic guards and passers-by passing by in a hurry. The dim streetlights reflected Ryan's figure wandering like a ghost. His destination was a gloomy building in the south of the city, the Royal Prison, where the most dangerous and cruel criminals in the Kingdom of Wiki were imprisoned, including many death row prisoners sentenced to death.
Ryan came here to obtain these abandoned lives.
He needed these death row prisoners as experimental materials to make vengeful spirits, and such resources, although dangerous, were extremely valuable.
The profit from selling one alone was 200 magic stones.
Of course, Ryan didn't want the wizards to know his dark history, so selling was impossible.
A thick shadow shrouded the gloomy building.
The outer wall of the prison was covered with vines, which seemed to blend into the surrounding environment and exuded a decayed atmosphere. He gently adjusted his cloak and walked towards the gate of the prison, with an extremely calm heart. In front of the prison gate, several jailers were standing guard-board.
Ryan knocked on the iron door gently in the dark, and a dull echo broke the silence.
The jailer looked up and saw the mysterious visitor, with a flash of vigilance in his eyes, but more of curiosity. Ryan smiled slightly, raised his head calmly, and swept his eyes over them, seemingly not caring about the guards of these jailers.
"Who are you? What are you doing here late at night?"
The jailer frowned and asked, his hand unconsciously tightening the hilt of the sword at his waist. He had long been accustomed to these people who wanted to visit the prison or seek some kind of transaction, but the calmness and composure emanating from the man in front of him made him a little confused.
"I'm here to see the warden."
Ryan's tone was firm, his voice was low and powerful. The jailers looked at each other. Although they had doubts in their hearts, Ryan's aura seemed to make them feel a little oppressive.
"What do you want to see the warden?"
one of the jailers asked coldly. Ryan didn't say much, and directly took out a small bag of heavy gold coins from his waist. The bag shook gently in his hand, and the sound of metal collision was crisp and pleasant in the silent air. Then, he casually threw the bag of gold coins to the leading jailer, and the bag drew an arc in the air, and the jailer subconsciously reached out to catch it.
"Take me to see the warden,"
Ryan said briefly, his tone was calm and unyielding. The jailer was stunned for a moment, and the small bag in his hand was a little heavy. He squeezed it and felt that there were a lot of gold coins in it. The coldness in his eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a greedy smile. He quickly stuffed the bag of gold coins into the pocket around his waist. "Of course, sir, please follow me." The jailer immediately changed his attitude, nodded and bowed, and even bent slightly to make a gesture of invitation. He led the way in front, his steps were much lighter than before, as if the bag of gold coins made him more flexible. Leading Ryan into the depths of the prison. The interior of the prison was dark and damp, and the air was filled with a disgusting stench.
Ryan followed the jailer all the way, knowing that this road would lead to the warden's office.
He had heard of this prison long ago. It held the most dangerous criminals in the kingdom, and today, he came for those sentenced to death. Soon, they came to a huge wooden door with a plaque on it that read Warden's Office.
The jailer knocked on the door, and a low response came from inside, "Come in." Ryan walked into the warden's office, and the dim light in the room made people feel depressed.
There were several blurred portraits on the wall, depicting several important figures in the history of this prison, and the papers and documents on the table were in disarray, as if they had not been sorted for a long time.
"What do you want to talk to me about?"
The warden looked up, his eyes sharp, and looked at Ryan.
Although Ryan looked young, there was a firm breath in his eyes.
Ryan smiled slightly, cleared his throat, and decided to use a more direct way to let the warden understand his identity. He stretched out his palm, whispered a spell, and then cast his own light spell. As the spell was completed, a gentle and bright light suddenly appeared in the air, like the first ray of sunlight in the morning. This light not only dispelled the shadows in the room, but also instantly illuminated the entire office, as if injecting new life into this dim environment.
You are a wizard?"
The warden's expression changed slightly, with surprise and deep awe. He never thought that the young man in front of him would have such an ability, and he re-evaluated Ryan's identity in his heart.
Ryan nodded slightly, and the light danced in the air, reflecting his disguised face. "Yes, I'm here to discuss something with you.
About the death row prisoner in your hand." Although the warden's heart was fluctuating, he still remained calm on the outside. He knew that wizards had a very important status in the Kingdom of Wiki and were extraordinary. Even someone like him who controlled the prison had to be respectful in front of such an existence.
"Please sit down."
The warden pointed to the chair opposite, and his tone gradually softened.
"What do you want to talk about?"
Ryan smiled and dispelled the light spell, and the light in the air gradually returned to normal.
Although his spell was not complicated, the light just now left a deep impression on the warden.
I came here to get 100 death row prisoners.
Ryan did not hesitate to express his intention directly.
100 death row prisoners?
The warden was stunned for a moment, then with a sarcastic smile, "What do you want them to do? We are not a place where we can release people casually."
Ryan disagreed, smiled slightly, and took out a small bottle from under his cloak. The liquid in the bottle shimmered like amber frozen in time. Then he took out another bottle of potion from his arms, which was a darker colored bottle of physical potion.
"If you can give me those who need it, I will provide these potions in exchange. This is a beauty-fixing potion that can rejuvenate people. If you have a woman at home, you will understand its value.
In addition, I can also provide physical potions, which can make you break through from a night to a peak night in one sip. It is not a dream to drink a bottle of great night.
You don't need to know what I do, you just need to know that you can get these potions in exchange.
I don't ask for much, just a few death row prisoners who are destined to be unable to escape death." The warden's eyes narrowed, and the brilliance of the potion caught his attention. He quickly calculated in his mind that the young wizard in front of him might not be simple, and these 2 potions were indeed of extremely high value. This sentence dispelled the warden's last doubts.
Death row prisoners have long been abandoned by society. No matter what they are used for, the final result is death.
But the mysterious wizard in front of him brought him unexpected benefits.
"Okay," the old warden finally nodded, his tone no longer serious. "Come with us, we will make arrangements for you."
Ryan followed him through the cold corridors of the prison, and there were bursts of painful groans and the sound of metal clashing from the depths.
He walked behind calmly, mentally prepared.
Finally, they stopped in front of a heavy iron door. The jailer opened the door, and a row of death row prisoners were locked in a dark cell.
Some of them were already haggard, and some looked fierce.
There are only these 60 criminals on the current death row list, and many of them are approaching the date of execution.
If we want to increase the number, it will take at least 2 months. We cannot release people arbitrarily.
Ryan frowned slightly, such a small number of people may not be enough. Seemingly seeing the dissatisfaction of the mysterious wizard, the warden hurriedly said, "The fate of each death row prisoner is determined through trial and legal procedures.
We cannot add more at will.
Whether we can reach 100 death row prisoners by then depends entirely on to the decision of the king in parliament."
"I understand, just 60.
Ryan could have used illusions without spending a penny to take away the death row prisoner he wanted without anyone noticing, but if such a strange incident happened in the prison of the royal capital, it would inevitably be investigated by the wizard. If other wizards get involved, they will inevitably be suspected of being exposed. It is better to scare the warden and jailers and give them precious medicines, so that they can cover up their attempts so that no one dares to tell them." Surrounded by densely packed death row inmates, 60 prisoners with haggard faces and dull eyes stood like puppets. Ryan waved his fingers gently, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips, and he whispered an ancient spell.
There is a drowsy atmosphere in the air, and hypnotic illusions surge like waves towards those sinful souls.
As Ryan's voice gradually increased, the consciousness of the death row prisoners was surrounded by layers of phantoms, and they gradually lost their perception of reality. Their eyes changed from fierce to confused, empty and submissive, as if they had completely fallen into the illusion woven by Ryan.
"Unlock their chains."
Ryan's orders sounded gentle but firm in the ears of others, like a warm spring breeze. The jailers looked at this magical and terrifying scene without hesitation, and easily unlocked the heavy chains with the keys in their hands. The jingling of the chains seemed to be a prelude to this fate of no resistance. The 60 death row inmates were like manipulated puppets, silently following Ryan's instructions and slowly walking outside. Although their movements were clumsy, they appeared to be extremely coordinated under Ryan's illusion. 2 carriages stopped at the exit of the prison. The wooden boards of the carriages shone faintly in the dim light, waiting for this journey.
"Get in the car."
Ryan waved his hand, and his voice was like the gentle wind, easily touching the 60 hypnotized hearts. They got into the carriage without hesitation and allowed fate to take them to the unknown abyss. Before leaving, Ryan stood in the shadows, staring at the warden with sharp eyes, and said in a low and powerful tone, "You'd better not tell me about taking away 60 prisoners on death row. You should know that the wizard has a lot of strength and means will not bring you a good end." His voice seemed to carry a cold wind, invading every inch of the warden's skin, making him shiver. Cold sweat broke out on the warden's forehead, and his voice was trembling, but he still managed to stay calm. Are you threatening me?" He tried to look directly into the wizard's eyes, but the shadow of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger.
Ryan smiled slightly, showing a bit of disdain. Threat? I'm just reminding you not to challenge the wizard's patience easily. It's not difficult to make you disappear without a trace. The warden's throat tightened, and his heart seemed to be held tightly by an invisible hand. He knew that every word Ryan said was not empty talk. He understood that this was not a threat, but a fact. The power of the wizard was immeasurable, and anyone who tried to challenge it would be difficult to escape the punishment of fate. The carriage was closed in the darkness and gradually disappeared into the night. Head to the manor's underground laboratory. Okay, master. Sabata guards will never probe into their master's thoughts, they are loyal and silent. The Sabaton guard had a stern look on his face as he effortlessly carried the heavy death row prisoner, as if the lifeless body was just a sack of linen. His strong shoulders firmly pressed against the waist of the condemned prisoner, his steps were steady, and his iron boots made a crisp echo on the stone stairs. There was no way, the death row prisoners were as stupid as pigs. Ryan asked them to go down the stairs to the laboratory, but the death row prisoners rolled down directly. Originally, I wanted the death row inmate to tie himself up, but now it seems that it has to be done by someone else. In the dark and damp underground laboratory, Ryan's figure stood in front of an experimental table full of runes. The surrounding walls are covered with ancient scrolls and unidentifiable magic instruments, and the dim candlelight casts swaying shadows in the air, reflecting the mystery and terror of this forbidden place. With the blessing of low-level soul science with perfect proficiency level, Ryan's experiment still experienced countless failures and retries. The death row prisoner in front of him was immobilized. His limbs were bound by iron chains, and his eyes showed despair and fear. There was a cold smile on Ryan's face, and a strange light shone in his eyes. Ryan slowly took out a bottle of luminous potion from his robe, which glowed strangely under the candlelight. As he injected the medicine into the body of the death row prisoner, the death row prisoner's body began to gradually decay, his skin became loose, his blood gradually solidified, and a fishy smell filled the air. However, as the body decayed, the soul of the death row prisoner became stronger under the influence of the potion, gradually turning into a gloomy wraith. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Ryan's eyes. Its form was vague, exuding a chilling anger and hatred, and its eyes burned like flames, staring straight at Ryan. Ryan didn't seem to care about the anger of the resentful spirit. He slowly took out a small knife from behind, and the blade shone coldly in the candlelight. He pressed the tip of the knife against the platform and began to carve on the edge of the ritual rune circle. Runes gradually emerged under his knife, emitting a faint light, as if responding to the spell in his heart. Feeling the pain of being restrained, the resentful spirit shouted angrily, as if accusing Ryan of his crimes. Its hatred surged toward Ryan like a whirlpool, but Ryan remained expressionless and continued to carve the runes. His spell flowed out slowly, like a whisper, filling the air. As the last rune was completed, Ryan waved his hand, and powerful forces gathered in the air. The vengeful spirit let out a heart-wrenching scream, and its body was attracted by an invisible force, and was instantly collected by Ryan into an exquisite bottle. In the bottle, the hatred of the vengeful spirit was still burning, but its struggle was useless. Ryan smiled coldly and carefully put the bottle into his arms, as if he had harvested a precious trophy. Their faces were blurred, as if swallowed by darkness. Although the number of failures made him more and more frustrated, he never gave up. Finally, with unremitting efforts, Ryan successfully extracted 28 vengeful spirits from the souls of these 60 death row prisoners. These vengeful spirits were like dark smoke, surrounding Ryan, whispering and making subtle whimpers, as if telling of unfulfilled wishes and endless resentment. A gloomy atmosphere permeated the laboratory, and Ryan's laughter and the whispers of the vengeful spirits intertwined to form a low and weird movement. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. The soul experiment is really not easy. In just one afternoon, Ryan used up all 60 consumables, but the gains were huge. The assimilation rate increased by 70%. If 2 doses of corpse tear potion are produced at least, Ryan can advance to the 3rd level apprentice in a month at most. Ryan carefully put the potion into a small bottle. The thick liquid exuded a faint blue light, as if it contained endless power of the undead. 3 doses of corpse tears potion were successfully produced. 2 doses were taken and 1 was left to sell. At the same time, Nat's experiment notes, the assimilation rate increased to 84%. Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of materials, the assimilation rate can only be improved by reasoning and calculation. Although he knew that the power of this potion should not be underestimated, once taken, the user will fall into a terrifying hallucination, as if he was in a fight with a dead body. The despair and fear will come like a tide, almost suffocating people. But the pleasure of rapid improvement of mental power is also fascinating.
Ryan carefully took a dose of corpse tears potion, and the huge drug power attacked him and made him lie directly on the bed. I don't know how long it took. Ryan rubbed his slightly swollen temples, slowly stood up from the bed, and frowned. His body has not fully recovered, and his face is full of fatigue and weakness. It was still a familiar scene, and it was superimposed with the last illusion. If Ryan's soul origin had not been greatly improved, he would not have been able to break the illusion this time. Too dangerous, Ryan whispered to himself, his heart tightening. Although he longed to master this power, he knew that once he fell into an illusion, the fragility of his mind might make him unable to extricate himself. He thought of the souls entangled by the ghosts, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. The side effects were extremely serious. As the effect of the drug gradually faded, Ryan's vision began to become clear, but the shadow of the rotting corpse appeared from time to time in front of him. Those gloomy and terrifying figures flashed from the corner from time to time, and sometimes wandered in front of him, with twisted limbs, rotten skin, and an unbearable stench.
Ryan was shocked and tried to concentrate.
Although these phantoms did not affect his ability to cast spells, the disgusting visual impact always made him feel disgusted. Fortunately, the efficacy of the medicine did not decrease, and the mental power increased a lot, just a little short of the standard of the third-class apprentice, but this little mental power has trapped many second-class apprentices for decades.
Use with caution, never try it lightly.
Ryan engraved a warning rune on the medicine bottle, indicating the seriousness of the consequences.
2 months passed.
Playing with a bottle of transparent liquid in his hand corpse tears potion, through the surface of the potion, Ryan seemed to see the whispers of countless souls. He slowly opened the bottle cap, and the potion exuded a suffocating aroma. After drinking it all, the power of the potion quickly poured into Ryan's body. He felt a strong vibration in the depths of his spirit, and his consciousness surged like a tide, and was instantly pushed to a new realm. The originally vague spiritual world began to become clear, and the will rune flickered in his mind like stars. At this time, his mental power increased rapidly and he was successfully promoted to a third-class apprentice. As expected, 3 more grids were opened in the inventory, a total of 12 grids, minus 7 occupied grids, and it would probably take a long time to fill the 5 empty grids.
Ryan looked at the various icons on it and was very satisfied.
With the increase of strength, Ryan realized that the number of will runes in the spiritual world had increased to 184. Each rune shone with a unique light, interweaving together to form a complex and beautiful structure. Ryan carefully examined these runes, their arrangement became more harmonious, and the connection between them became closer, showing a new sense of order. This was exactly when he left the Blackstone Lowlands Academy, according to the information given by Mentor Nat, which detailed the improvement of the will rune. Like the elderly third-class apprentices in the Wiki Kingdom, they had no valuable advanced information at all, which led to the jerky operation of magic power and serious elemental erosion of the body. They were no match for Ryan and other wizard apprentices from the academy. With the optimization of the rune structure, Ryan's thinking became more agile, and the greatly enhanced calculation ability allowed him to analyze and judge complex spell formations in an instant. His eyes flashed with wisdom, as if he could penetrate the fog of reality and see through all unknown secrets. At this moment, Ryan understood that after taking the corpse tear potion this time, he was no longer the second-class apprentice he used to be. Instead, he was a third-class apprentice at the age of only 18. Ahem, although my 19th birthday is coming soon, this speed is still a bit too fast. In just 4 years, he grew from a weak and sick secular nobleman to a third-class apprentice who was the strongest among formal wizards. This speed was 2 years faster than the 5th-class qualifications. If he told others about it, he would probably be envied or even spied on. It is also possible to suspect that Ryan inherited the legacy of a great wizard. If he wants to return to the Blackstone Lowlands Academy, it is best to master some spells to hide his strength, or seal part of his huge mental power. However, no matter how he concealed it, he could not escape the eyes of his mentor Nat. After all, the gap in strength between formal wizards and apprentices is a world of difference.
But Ryan couldn't cut off his own path and leave the academy to defect and become a wandering wizard who was hated by everyone.
If he did that, he wouldn't even be able to find a place to buy green potion and a first-level defensive spell template.
As he was promoted to a third-level apprentice, Ryan's temperament became more and more extraordinary.
At this time, he sat at an old wooden table, flipping through a thick spellbook, with thick blonde hair draped over his shoulders, making his face even more handsome.
"Pauline and the maid, come here."
Ryan's voice was low and magnetic, as if it contained some kind of irresistible power. Soon, female assistant Pauline and two maids pushed open the door of the laboratory with a hint of curiosity on their faces. Her eyes wandered around the laboratory, and as Ryan's voice sounded, she quickly locked onto the pair of green eyes that shone like gemstones. Ryan's eyes flashed with wisdom and charm, which made the maid hold her breath involuntarily. She noticed that Ryan's face seemed to be more handsome during this period of time, as if radiant and exuding a mysterious attraction. "Master, you look more beautiful." The maid couldn't help but praise, with admiration flashing in her eyes. She smiled slightly, and her tone revealed sincere love. "The practice during this period of time has made you more charming." Ryan was slightly stunned, and then showed a gentle smile, and his green eyes looked more brilliant under the light. He whispered, "Thank you. Today's work requires you to sort out the alchemical equipment, and the hygiene of the laboratory also needs to be taken care of." The maid nodded, a warm feeling surged in her heart, and began to get busy. The two of them occasionally looked up while sorting, and saw Ryan's focused expression, and their hearts were full of respect for him. The joy on Ryan's face had not yet faded, and his eyes were shining with an unconcealable light, as if stars were shining in the night sky. Pauline looked up and saw Ryan's expression, and her heart was shocked. She accompanied her master to make potions, and of course she knew that the effect of the potion could greatly improve mental strength. In addition, the master had asked him to practice for a period of time and not to disturb him. She had an amazing answer in her mind. She quickly asked, "Master, have you made a breakthrough?" There was a hint of disbelief and excitement in her voice. Ryan nodded, a smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes showed determination and pride. "Yes, I did break through and was promoted to the third-class apprentice." His voice was clear and firm, as if he was announcing a great achievement. Pauline's face bloomed with a bright smile, and her heart was ecstatic. "Master, you are really amazing. How many famous geniuses are not as good as you?" Although the maids could not practice, they also knew the division of the realm of wizard apprentices, and they came forward to praise him in a fancy way. After several people calmed down, Ryan stared at Pauline, the female assistant of the potion, with a trace of confusion and helplessness on his face. "Although I was promoted to the third-class apprentice, it was too difficult to deal with the illusion of the corpse tear potion," he said slowly, with a bit of anxiety in his tone. "Are there any special herbs that can help me purify them? These illusions that remain in the spiritual world may take 4 or 5 years to dissipate by time alone. If they affect the promotion to a formal wizard, it will be a lifelong regret." Pauline smiled slightly, with a gleam of wisdom in her eyes. As one of the few students in Green Forest College, she already knew all kinds of medicinal materials. In addition, she worked with Ryan to make the corpse tear potion, so she knew exactly what Ryan needed. "Actually, I have a way," she replied. "We can use the sap of the green banyan tree. This sap can not only purify illusions, but also effectively relieve negative emotions and restore peace of mind." After hearing this, Ryan's heart lit up, as if he saw a ray of hope. "Really? Then how can I get this sap?" he asked eagerly, secretly looking forward to getting rid of the entanglement of illusions. Pauline smiled and said, "The green banyan tree is a specialty of our college and can only be found in the college. If it was before, I could help you contact the dean of the college to see if he is willing to provide you with some sap." Her expression suddenly became heavy, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. "But Green Forest College has been invaded by wandering wizards, and they have been defeated." She lowered her head, with helplessness and grief in her tone. Ryan was stunned, his heart tightened, and he looked at Pauline in disbelief. After buying Pauline for such a long time, Ryan also talked with the original slave owner. Of course, he knew her origin. Although he signed a master-servant contract, in order to prevent Pauline from having any small thoughts of revenge for the academy, Ryan never talked to Pauline about related matters. "Is this true?" he asked in a low voice, as if he dared not accept this cruel fact. Pauline raised her head, tears rolled in her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. "I have spent countless happy times in the academy. It is not only a palace of knowledge, but also the home of my soul." Her hands clenched unconsciously, as if trying to suppress the pain in her heart. "Now, there are only ruins and endless sorrow there." She smiled bitterly, although the corners of her mouth were raised, she could not hide the pain in her heart. Pauline's voice gradually lowered. "I have lost too much, but I still hope to find some herbs and potion formulas that can help the master, even if they are insignificant." Ryan silently felt Pauline's sadness. He wanted to comfort her, but he couldn't say it. The air between the two became heavy and solemn, and it seemed that even the light around them dimmed a little. Ryan recalled the wizard gathering he had attended before, which gathered many wizards from various colleges. During a conversation, he asked the old John about the news of Green Forest College. The old John sighed and said, "Green Forest is famous for its green banyan tree. The sap can purify many illusions and remove potion residues. It is so precious that only a few people can get it. There is also this reason for asking now." But Ryan did not expect that the Pauline he faced today was the dean of Green Forest College, the student and the only relative. Her understanding of this tree is particularly precious. "I didn't expect you to be the dean's student there," Ryan said in surprise, with hope in his heart. "Do you know the whereabouts of the green banyan tree?" Pauline nodded, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Despite her sadness for the academy, she was still willing to pass on the knowledge and power. Ryan was excited, realizing that Pauline's existence was not only a symbol of hope, but also an unfinished inheritance, and it was even possible to obtain the Academy's treasure trove of knowledge. Although it was called the so-called Green Forest Academy, there were no formal wizards in it, and a third-class apprentice could be the dean. The wandering wizards were able to break through, but they were lucky. A third-class apprentice took the lead and attacked the dean while he was injured. After Ryan went to the wizard market and bought a few powerful zero-level spells, he could start to find out the news of the group of wandering wizards. After thinking for a while, Ryan turned around and hugged Pauline tightly in his arms. The warm breath echoed softly in her ears. "Pauline, I must avenge you. I want to eliminate those wandering wizards." His voice was low and firm, revealing his inner determination. Pauline gently hugged Ryan, her eyes full of worry. "Ryan, the power of wandering wizards cannot be underestimated, you have to think clearly." Her tone was gentle but firm, as if she wanted to use her heart to awaken his reason. Pauline thought about revenge day and night, but her low strength was in front of her. Even with the support of the potion provided by the master, she was only promoted to a second-class apprentice. Dean Lucen used to treat her like his own daughter, and Ryan now taught her a lot of pharmacy knowledge. Pauline would never let Ryan take risks. Ryan was silent for a moment, with a faint sense of relief in his eyes, knowing that Pauline's words were out of concern. "Okay," he finally said, "I will be ready and wait for the right time to act." Pauline gently stroked his back and breathed a sigh of relief. The two hugged each other, and the warm breath lingered between each other. Pauline's face unconsciously flushed with a hint of shyness. She lowered her eyes slightly, and her breathing became soft and slow, as if she wanted to hide the throbbing in her heart. He pinched Pauline's hips with both hands, and Ryan hugged her and walked straight to the bedroom. At this time, Pauline sat on it, her petite body limp, tightly wrapped around Ryan like an octopus. Ryan whispered to two maids and instructed them to come and serve him together. The maids approached quietly, stood respectfully beside the two, and quietly waited for Ryan's instructions. At this time, the whole room was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The maids considerately poured warm drinks and adjusted the lights to create a warmer atmosphere. Ryan and Pauline's fatigue was relieved. Pauline smiled in Ryan's arms, as if she was protected by warmth, and the night passed quietly beside them. In the early morning of the manor, the sun shines into the room through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm light and shadows. The two maids got up early and worked quietly. The crisp sounds of pots and pans came from the kitchen, and the air was filled with the tempting aroma of fresh bread and fragrant coffee. Pauline sat up from the bed and saw Ryan sleeping beside her, and a sense of relief surged in her heart. Her face looked soft in the morning light, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Ryan's high-nose bridge and delicate chin complement each other, making him look firm and gentle. The sun shines on his smooth skin, outlining a layer of soft glow, making his whole person look charming and reassuring. Even in deep sleep, his face reveals a tranquil beauty, as if time has stopped for him at this moment. Although the world outside the manor is full of insidiousness and fighting, in this small space, she just wants to cherish this moment of tranquility. When she was captured by wandering wizards before, Pauline thought about dying several times, but the hatred caused by the tragic deaths of Dean Demi and her seniors and juniors drove her to live. "I'm so lucky to meet you." At that time, Pauline was trapped in a cage in the slave market, surrounded by iron bars and cold air, and the noise from the outside world was cut off without a trace. Although she couldn't hear the barbaric slave owners shouting, she could still feel the oppression of eyes from all directions. Especially those ugly and old wizards, their eyes flashed with greed and curiosity, often peeping at her from outside the iron bars, and every time their eyes met, Pauline felt an indescribable disgust and uneasiness. However, Pauline still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. She was familiar with pharmacy, and this skill became her only shelter. In the eyes of this slave owner full of desire, she was young and intelligent, and it was not easy to be sold easily. After all, the knowledge of pharmacy she mastered made the price of slave wizards extremely high. She could feel the eyes of these wizards looking at and discussing her, as if they were weighing her value every time.
Until one day, the young and handsome wizard appeared in the market. His appearance was as bright and pure as the morning sun, and his eyes were not as cold and lustful as other wizards, but with a kind of gentleness and insight. He made a request to the slave trader without hesitation and quickly bought her at a high price. At that moment, a trace of surprise and uneasiness flashed through Pauline's heart, but more of a long-lost hope. She knew that her fate might change quietly at this moment. But it was not until now that she was completely relieved, because she finally devoted herself to Lord Ryan. Thinking of the madness of last night, Pauline's little face turned red and she couldn't help thinking secretly. Lord Ryan is really amazing, I'm still swollen down there. Ryan woke up from his deep sleep, and the sheets glowed softly in the dim light. He gently opened his eyes and saw Pauline still nestling beside him, her breathing steady and peaceful. The air was filled with the warmth and tranquility of the early morning, and Ryan felt a faint sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Good morning," Ryan whispered, his voice full of tenderness. Pauline looked up at him, smiled slightly, and responded softly, "Good morning, Ryan." Their eyes met, and the air seemed to be still for a moment. Ryan lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, his gentle movements slow and affectionate. They were immersed in this short quiet time, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with it. However, as time passed, Ryan pulled away a little, sighed softly, and reminded himself to return to reality. He sat up and fiddled with the desk beside the bed, where the bottles of medicine were still scattered. "Please help me arrange the medicine handling problem this month later." Ryan's tone was low and firm, and his eyes were no longer tender, but he regained his usual calmness and concentration. "I need to make sure that every batch of medicinal materials is processed correctly and there are no mistakes. This is also the last batch of potions. I need some time to adjust and rest later." Pauline nodded. Although she still had the warmth of the morning in her heart, she knew that Ryan needed her support and help. She reached out and stroked his back. "I will take care of it, don't worry." Ryan turned and looked at her, with complex emotions hidden in his eyes. He reached out and gently held her hand, whispering, "Thank you, Pauline." She smiled slightly and held his hand tightly. The two exchanged glances tacitly, as if they had tacitly understood everything about each other. A peaceful and safe life comes from strong strength. As a third-class apprentice, the only thing Ryan lacks is a variety of spells. After finishing breakfast, Ryan tidied his clothes and walked out of the warm restaurant, walking firmly towards the training ground of the manor. The sun shone through the sparse clouds on the vast grassland, the air was fresh, and dew was flickering on the tips of the grass, but his attention was no longer on the beautiful scenery around him. What was surging in his heart was today's training. He couldn't wait to challenge his limits again. The training ground was surrounded by thick walls, and the ground was carefully polished and hard, suitable for all types of spell training. Ryan walked into the training ground, quickly opened up the distance, and started today's practice. As a third-class apprentice, although his ability has not yet been fully demonstrated, every progress will make him feel the hidden power in his body rising quietly. In the inventory, he replaced Soul Worship Holy Word Fragment with Meteor Pendant. The feeling of genius left, but the full energy filled his body. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, recalled the contents of the booklet in his mind, then waved his fingers gently and whispered the spell, Weakness. Instantly, a weak energy wave surged out of Ryan's body, forming a cold halo, and rushed forward. Weakness is a spell that can weaken the enemy's strength. Although the power is not strong, it is extremely effective in suppressing the enemy's combat power. The shadow breath and the energy flow flashed by, and it seemed to leave a subtle trace in the air. However, this energy wave soon hit his protective spell, Star Bodyguard. As an extremely delicate and powerful defensive talent spell, it can dissolve spells and forces with weak attack power without a trace. When the energy of the weakness touched Star Bodyguard, it only slightly rippled on the surface of the shield, as if a drop of water fell on the lake, and the splashing ripples quickly dissipated without any effect. Ryan raised his eyebrows slightly, and this performance was beyond his expectations. Although the power of the weakness spell itself was not strong, he thought it would leave more marks on the Star Guard. It seemed that the strength of the shield was stronger than he thought. Ryan retracted his magic power, adjusted his posture, and turned his eyes to the next spell, Shadow Sword. He waved his wand and chanted the spell, Shadow Sword. A black breath quickly condensed into a sword shape, and the sword body flashed with a dark light, like a sharp blade, stabbing forward quickly. Shadow Sword is an offensive spell condensed from pure shadow energy. Although it is a zero-level spell, its speed and penetration should not be underestimated. Under Ryan's control, the sword energy cut through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and stabbed towards the defensive barrier of the Star Guard with great momentum. However, when the shadow sword hit the surface of the star guard, the sword energy was instantly absorbed and disappeared, but the surface of the shield vibrated again and again, and obvious cracks appeared. Continue to transmit magic power and the cracks will disappear immediately. Yes, it is indeed a core spell of the shadow element. Starlight Bodyguard continued, and with the continuous consumption of magic power, the assimilation rate of Meteor Pendant increased by 3% to 24%. The distance to 100% assimilation rate is far away. Although the progress increased by 3% in less than a day, Ryan couldn't train spells every day and give himself 4 months to fully assimilate. After all, even a strong man can't withstand the endless mental and magic fatigue. After taking a bottle of small magic potion, Ryan no longer tested the defense of the shield. Ryan stood in front of the rock wall of the training ground, his face grim, his palm slightly raised, and a faint black breath swirled around his fingertips. As he whispered the ancient and mysterious spell, the shadow sword suddenly took shape. It was a long sword condensed by pure shadow power, and the sword body exuded a faint cold light, as if it could swallow all the light. The long sword danced in the air, the movement was like flowing clouds and water, and the sword blade made a low humming sound when it passed through the air. With a light shout, the shadow sword pierced the red rust rock in front of him with lightning speed. Although the rock was 5 meters thick, it was penetrated like paper under the erosion of the shadow power, leaving a straight and deep hole, with rock chips flying and tiny cracks spreading around. Ryan retracted his sword and looked at the results of the battle with a focused look. He whispered to himself, as a zero-level single-target spell, the destructive power of the shadow sword is indeed extraordinary. Not only is the cutting power amazing, but it also has extremely strong penetration ability. This can be said to be a qualified or even excellent choice when facing a single target in battle. After casting it 15 times, Ryan's forehead was slightly sweaty. He took out another bottle of small magic potion emitting light blue light from his waist, uncorked it, and drank it in one gulp. The potion melted in his mouth, and the cool energy spread in his body, quickly soothing the fatigue caused by the exhaustion of magic power. He moved his wrist and raised his lips slightly. It's recovered well. It looks like I can come back a few more times. He turned to face another rock wall, and a black sword shadow took shape on the fine iron sword in his hand. It seemed that the prelude to the battle had just begun. Ryan stood in the middle of the empty training ground, took a deep breath, and felt the surging magic and life energy in his body. He closed his eyes and slowly sank his consciousness into the depths of his heart. His mind was like water, clear and calm. He was no longer an apprentice who had just entered the practice, but a wizard and knight who had experienced countless hardships. The fusion of the two was his true power. He stretched out his right hand and gently summoned the familiar shadow sword. The dark sword body vibrated slightly in the air, emitting a layer of weak shadow fluctuations, but today, Ryan did not intend to rely solely on its raw power. He gripped the hilt tightly, moved his feet slightly, and stared at the empty space in front of him. A series of refined sword moves emerged in his mind, the essence of the knight's swordsmanship and the Crimson Knight training manual. If I can combine the knight's sword art with the shadow sword, Ryan muttered in his heart, and his consciousness merged every move and combo in the knight's sword art with the power from the darkness. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his body soared into the air like a sharp blade that was instantly activated. Every time the sword was slashed, it was intertwined with strong life energy and shadow energy. When the sword was swung, the sense of life and the coldness of the shadow collided, as if the air began to vibrate, followed by a powerful wave of power. The first move was swung, and the shadow sword pierced the target in the air. At the same time, Ryan's body also shot away with the sword, like a ghostly phantom. His sword power and movement were almost integrated, and his speed and accuracy reached the peak. The second move was ready to be launched. Ryan turned and spun, and the sword in his hand was like a broken night curtain, splitting the virtual enemy on the opposite side in half. In the path drawn by the shadow sword, the violent interweaving of life energy and shadow airflow formed a dazzling black flash, which instantly swallowed up the air in the entire space. With each swing of the sword, Ryan could feel the endless interweaving and explosion of energy in his body, not only the blooming of magic power, but also the surge of vitality. This unprecedented power made him feel extremely excited. At this moment, Ryan was no longer a simple wizard, nor was he just a knight. He was the embodiment of darkness and life, and the resonator of life energy and magic power. The seeds of life burst out, and the blood marks on his arms flickered. When he swung the last sword with force to charge and hit hard, the sword body seemed to carry the darkness of the whole world and the explosion of life energy. The sharp sword energy penetrated the air, and the raging wind aroused made the surrounding grass and trees shake wildly. The void seemed to be cut open,
and the air in front of him began to distort. The cracked rocks instantly turned into fragments and disappeared in a shadow light.
Ryan panted slightly and stood in place.
The breath of his whole body gradually subsided, and the magic power and life energy in his body began to flow again. He looked down at the shadow sword in his hand, feeling the power and temperature of the sword. Sure enough, this fusion power is far beyond imagination.
If we can continue to work together, we may be able to create a stronger fighting force.
He smiled slightly, and withdrew his magic power to scatter the powder of the fine iron sword that turned into ashes on the ground. Ryan decided to take the soul heart potion to improve his soul essence, which would increase his understanding of spells and knight swordsmanship and make his power more perfect and stable. The huge power of the medicine nourished the soul, and the gray-white human-shaped phantom became more and more substantial, but to Ryan's surprise, the power of the medicine was not completely absorbed, and some remained in the spiritual world.
A month passed in the blink of an eye.
Pauline sat in the corner of the laboratory, surrounded by the newly sorted medicinal herbs and alchemy tools. Her fingers gently fiddled with a bottle of transparent potion, but her thoughts unconsciously drifted to the training ground outside.
Ryan was training again today.
His precise spellcasting skills and unparalleled swordsmanship always made her feel sincere admiration. Finally, Pauline put down the bottle in her hand, stood up and left the underground laboratory, and walked lightly to the window. Through the window, she saw Ryan in the center of the venue, his eyes closed, his breath steady, preparing to cast his signature spell Shadow Sword. She watched Ryan swing his long sword, the sword body cut through the air, and quickly penetrated the 5-meter-thick red rust rock in front of him. The rock was split in two, and the crack spread along the sword edge. Pauline's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a moment of shock flashed through her mind. Pauline's eyes were slightly moist, and a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of her mouth. She felt the power and depth emanating from Ryan, like the stars in the night, dazzling and hard to reach. Those seemingly simple sword swings actually contained extremely complex energy flows, precise and powerful. He is really too strong, no matter how many times I see it. Pauline whispered, almost unable to believe what she saw. She was completely conquered by his power, which was not only the power of magic, but also the power of an unparalleled knight, which was more powerful than she had ever seen. A blazing spell energy rushed straight to the ground, followed by a deafening roar. The ground suddenly trembled, and sand and dust flew into the sky. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a crack several meters deep suddenly appeared on the field. The edges of the crack were scorched black, as if the residual heat of the spell still remained.
There is a cold atmosphere in the air.
The Sabata guards stood not far away, witnessing all this, with deep shock and admiration in their eyes.
He has never seen anyone who can control the power of magic so accurately, able to shake the earth and control it freely.
That crack was not only a symbol of strength, but also an indelible picture, engraved in his mind. As soon as the guard took a step forward, Ryan turned around, his eyes calm but as sharp as a blade. Seeing the booklet in Sabata's hand, his eyebrows moved slightly.
"What's up?"
Ryan's tone was stern, but his voice carried an unquestionable majesty. The guard quickly knelt down on one knee and handed over the pamphlet respectfully. "Master, the meteorite iron has been found.
This is the list of the upcoming auction, which lists it."
He handed over a pamphlet with luxurious gold calligraphy on the cover and a mysterious seal on the back cover. Ryan did not take it immediately, but glanced at the crack and said lightly, "Meteorite iron." He pondered for a moment, seeming to mutter to himself, "Such a rare thing, falling into the hands of a wandering wizard, is simply a waste of resources." Then, he reached out to take the book, his fingertips lightly touched the heavy cover, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes.
After opening it, Ryan's eyes quickly scanned the text. The time, location, and auction items of the auction were listed one by one.
Meteor iron was clearly listed and was listed as one of the most sought-after treasures.
Stay on the page labeled meteoric iron.
A slight sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The auction, it seems that some people still don't understand who it should belong to.
Seeing Ryan contemplating, the Sabaton guard couldn't help but speak. "Master, with your power, the meteorite iron must be yours.
If this kind of divine object is controlled by you, it will be able to exert its ultimate power." Ryan lowered his head and chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the compliment.
He closed the book and handed it back to the guard, but his tone revealed an unshakable confidence. "Meteor iron finally appeared. This time, I will never miss it. Meteor iron is said to be condensed from falling stars from the sky.
It is indestructible and contains indescribable magical power. Precisely because of the rarity and mystery of this material, it has become the main alchemical ingredient coveted by countless wizards." To Ryan, however, meteor iron means much more than that. It is the key to making Meteor Star Pendant. As long as a Meteor Pendant is produced, then during the wizard apprenticeship stage, Ryan will be able to single-handedly sweep away all enemies with the help of the powerful defense of this advanced magical item. Ryan waved his hand slightly and pointed to the 3 wizard gathering places marked on the map. These places are far away from his training center and are scattered in wilderness and remote mountainous areas. They are places where wizard apprentices and people who yearn for mysterious power often gather, and rare materials are often circulated or traded. Although not all of these gathering places are open to the public, as a wizard who is proficient in information collection, Ryan has already figured out the trends. Next, when you go to these places and buy the things on your list, remember that the most important thing is to protect your own safety. Ryan can also exchange materials with wizards in the royal capital of the Wiki Kingdom, but several of them are obviously for making magic items. He doesn't want others to know that he still has the ability to make magic items. Advanced alchemy knowledge is enough to officially the wizard takes action. He handed a leather bag covered with runes to Sabata Asgard, his deep voice carrying an irresistible sense of command. This is your preliminary preparation. Ryan's fingers gently picked it up, and the bag opened automatically, revealing a dazzling array of items in the bag. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the guards, and then they accepted it respectfully. Inside the bag is a magic stone that glows faintly. Then, the guards saw 5 bottles of potions, with complex runes engraved on the bottles. The potions showed a deep red color, bubbled slightly as they shook, and revealed a strong aura. Those were heart-strengthening potions. It can stimulate the body's potential, restore physical strength, and enhance combat effectiveness at the most critical moment. What caught their attention even more were the 5 bottles of exploding fuel. Each glass bottle had fine protective runes on it, and the mouth of the bottle exuded a strong burnt aroma. It looks like ordinary oil, but it contains powerful explosive energy. Once ignited, it can cause a devastating impact. Ryan's voice sounded again, calm and firm. When you bring back the materials on the list, this is just the beginning. My witchcraft transformation will bring you new power to help you complete more difficult tasks. He paused, glanced around the crowd, and said in a calmer tone, "Are you ready to face changes?" After the words fell, the guards were filled with expectations without any hesitation. "Ready, master." The wheels of the carriage made a dull sound on the rugged road, gradually moving away from the walls of the manor and heading towards the distant destination. Ryan was sitting in the carriage, tall and straight. The space in the carriage was spacious and deserted, and Ryan's 2 maids were not brought with him. Although they had been his companions for many years, today he made a different choice. The maids were left behind in the manor. This trip is destined to be unusual. There are not only unknown challenges at the end of the road, but also potential lurking enemies. And he, as a wizard, cannot ignore the potential dangers, especially on such a dangerous journey. Ryan's fingers slightly pinched the edge of the car window. He knew that although he had powerful magic and wisdom, the enemies on the road were not just the predicament in front of him. Bringing 2 maids would expose them to possible threats, and he could not guarantee that at the critical moment, he could focus all his energy on protecting their safety. The enemy would not show mercy because of his identity, but might regard him as a more threatening target and take the opportunity to launch an attack. So, the final decision was to let the maids stay in the manor so that he could devote himself to his mission without being tied down by any chores. Only in this way could he deal with the sudden enemy without hesitation when needed. When trading potions with wizards, several people were interested and reminded Ryan that someone wanted to do something bad to him. "Do they think I won't notice? Since you expect so much, I might as well give you a chance." Ryan whispered softly, with no fear in his eyes, only a calm confidence. Ryan sat in the carriage, the capital outside the window gradually disappeared at the end of his sight, and the hustle and bustle of the street was replaced by gusts of cool wind. The wheels made a low collision sound on the rough stone road, and the carriage moved slowly and steadily, heading towards the forest and wasteland in the distance. Ryan's eyes were fixed on the front, but his heart was not calm. Although he looked calm as usual, his soul origin, which was more sensitive because of the soul heart potion, was making him feel a kind of fluctuation that was there and not there. That was the scanning of mental power. He frowned slightly, lowered his head and raised his hand, and his fingertips touched his chest lightly. The effect of the residual potion has indeed begun to show, and the perception of the soul has become stronger than ever before. In this case, he could clearly feel that the air around him seemed to be infiltrated by some invisible force, subtle and elusive, and was quietly detecting his every move. Ryan's heart tightened, and he looked around vigilantly. Although he knew that the road he was on was not safe, he never thought that he would encounter direct attacks during the time he left the capital.
As long as he used a little mental power, he could clearly outline the potential threats. This situation was too delicate to allow him to relax. He closed his eyes gently and made a quick decision. At this moment, Ryan did not wait for the attack to happen, but took the initiative to activate this layer of protection. The golden light overflowed from his body like a meteor shower, and instantly formed a circle of flashing starlight shield around him, covering him like a sky curtain. The moment the starlight shield was activated, Ryan's mind became calmer, his eyes were as deep as the night sky, and the starlight in his eyes flickered slightly. The surrounding threats, whether hidden or imminent, could no longer easily approach him. As expected, almost at the moment he completed the defense, two fierce roars came from a distance. Two flame beads flew out of the darkness at such a fast speed, carrying rolling flames and scorching airwaves, one following closely behind, and the other pressing in front. Boom! The air in the carriage was instantly filled with heat waves, the body of the carriage shook violently, and a sharp collision sound came immediately. The flame beads hit the carriage with a scorching breath, and the wooden carriage was instantly shattered under the impact of the flames, and the fragments flew everywhere. However, in this fierce impact, Ryan was still as steady as a rock, and the surrounding starlight body exuded golden light, like a solid barrier, completely blocking the deadly flames and explosions. Although the flames were fierce, the light curtain of the starlight body did not break at all. The shield was like a second layer of skin wrapped around Ryan, perfectly absorbing the impact. The carriage was destroyed in the violent explosion, but Ryan was still sitting in the car, without moving a bit. His body shook slightly, relying on his strong mental power and superb spells, he had already taken control of everything. After a moment of silence, Ryan slowly opened his eyes flashing with cold and sharp light. He glanced at the broken carriage beside him and looked at the empty wasteland. He knew that today's attack was just the beginning, and the hidden enemy behind was trying to test his bottom line in this way. But Ryan was not panicked, but instead sneered in his heart. So that's it, he whispered to himself, it's just a test. He cast his eyes around, calmly observing the movement in the distance, and gently waved his hand, and the light of the starlight body gradually dissipated. Ryan stood up with a steady pace. Although the carriage was destroyed, his own aura remained unchanged. No matter how the enemy provoked, Ryan had only one response: fearless. Since you have shown up, I want to see who is the prey. Ryan's body trembled slightly, as if he had suffered a great loss. He looked pale, as if he had been hit by the attack just now, and there was a trace of fatigue in his eyes. The carriage was completely destroyed, and the surrounding wasteland was extremely quiet, with only the sound of the wind echoing in the empty wilderness. However, he did not completely relax, knowing in his heart that the real crisis had just begun. The starlight shield had been broken, and the shield-like curtain shattered like glass and disappeared in the air in an instant. Ryan deliberately made himself look embarrassed, his shoulders drooped slightly, his steps seemed weak, as if he had just experienced a strong impact, and the whole person's breath seemed to be emptied in an instant. He deliberately supported himself on a piece of collapsed carriage wreckage, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if he could not support his body at all. His performance was meticulous, with a sense of weakness that made people suspicious. That deliberate fatigue was the bait he wanted to show to the enemies in the dark, so that those enemies lurking in the dark would think that he had reached the edge of a storm, and his magic power was overconsumed and no longer threatening. Ryan's plan was not complicated. As he expected, the enemy would not be able to resist the temptation. After all, such an opportunity was too tempting for those who coveted him. Magic stones, potions, and even Ryan's own powerful strength made him a target that they could not ignore. Now is the time to wipe out these enemies. As expected, there were some subtle fluctuations in the empty space in the distance. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had a plan in mind. Not long after, two figures quietly appeared in Ryan's field of vision. The two brothers did not hide themselves, and their breath was extremely obvious, even with a hint of contempt. It was the Will brothers. At this moment, they seemed to be attracted by Ryan's weakness, and slowly approached, with undisguised greed and calculation in their behavior. Will's voice broke the silence first, with an unquestionable sneer. It seems that you don't have much ability, Ryan. Do you think you can scare us away by pretending to be intact? Hand over everything you have, and I can spare your life. His words were full of threats and arrogance. Ryan raised his head slightly, and the fatigue in his eyes had not dissipated, as if he was unable to deal with the two people in front of him. Magic stone, potion, do you want it? He asked in a low voice, his tone weak but pretending to be calm, as if he was ready to hand over everything. Will and the other looked at each other, and the greed in their eyes became stronger, as if they had not considered the possible consequences at all.
The corner of Will's mouth curled up a sneer, and he walked forward with ease. Hand it over, Ryan. No matter how much you cover it up, you can't escape our eyes.
Do you think these things will only be yours?
No, today, they are ours. Ryan's mouth curled up slightly, and there was no longer weakness and fatigue in his eyes, but a flash of cold light. He knew that the Wool brothers had completely fallen into his trap. His plan was realized step by step, and then it was time for him to fight back.
Really?
Ryan chuckled softly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Then you will die. As soon as the voice fell, Ryan raised his head suddenly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The weak breath disappeared instantly, replaced by a pressure that could almost tear the surrounding air. Almost at the moment when the smiles of the Wool brothers solidified, the magic breath on Ryan's body burst out like a flood, instantly covering the entire surrounding space.
You are too impatient.
Ryan's voice was low and cold, as if he was facing two ant-like beings. The game is over. As his voice fell, the rain of shadow thorns fell like a meteor, instantly dyeing the surroundings black. Ryan's body stood straight, his momentum was like a mountain, his eyes were sharp, and he did not hide his true power at the moment.
The faces of the Wool brothers turned pale in an instant, and their bodies froze slightly, obviously frightened by Ryan's counterattack.
Unfortunately, it was too late at this time, and every step they took had already been calculated by Ryan. Not long ago, they thought they had taken the initiative, but Ryan's counterattack came too fast and too fierce. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes, but it was too late. The oppression in the air made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Just as the Wool brothers wanted to swing the spells in their hands, Ryan's figure was approaching like a ghost under the cover of the rain of shadow thorns.
At that moment, his figure almost disappeared in the air, as if blending into the surrounding darkness.
Then, Will and the others only felt a gust of cold wind blowing on their faces. It was the breath of death, with ruthless and absolute power. Ryan's right hand suddenly stretched out, holding a dark sword in his palm. The sword body glowed with a faint dark purple light, as if it was a black shadow condensed from the abyss. The shadow sword merged with the surrounding darkness, as if it did not belong to this world, but penetrated from the endless night. Will turned around suddenly and wanted to cast a spell to counterattack, but Ryan's movements were much faster than him. With a thrust, the tip of the sword pierced the air like thunder and pierced Will's chest in an instant. There was no hesitation in that blow, and the sword ruthlessly penetrated his protective spell and hit his heart. Will's elder brother widened his eyes, with an unbelievable look in his eyes, and murmured in his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but his throat was blocked by the cold sword energy. No, Will's elder brother's lips moved slightly, but his words had disappeared in the air. His body suddenly stiffened under the impact of the black sword energy, and then fell down. Ryan drew out the shadow sword, and blood gushed out, like a red star in the night. Without any pause, he waved his right hand, and the tip of the sword flashed with cold light, and instantly stabbed at Will's second brother. Although the second brother had realized the danger, he had no time to react. Ryan's sharp sword was like lightning, going straight to his throat. Almost instantly, the shadow sword had pierced his defensive spell, like a spear cutting through the night, and fiercely pierced his neck. Will's second brother's eyes were full of fear and despair. He wanted to dodge, but was firmly bound by the invisible force. It was like he was trapped in a net that he couldn't escape. Ryan in front of him was like the incarnation of the god of death. The sword was ruthless, and with a flash of cold light, his body completely lost the breath of life. In a short moment, the two brothers were like candles in the wind, completely extinct. Ryan wiped it lightly, and the blood on the shadow sword dissipated with the wind. His expression was still indifferent, as if he had not experienced any fluctuations. That kind of cold and precise movement seemed to have become a part of his body, without a trace of emotion. He stood beside the two fallen bodies and swept his eyes coldly. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the surrounding space was still quiet as usual.
Ryan's mouth curled up into a sneer, and he whispered to himself, "Do you think you can easily take everything from me? You really overestimate your own abilities."
He swept his eyes coldly over their fallen bodies, squatted down, gently put his hand on Brother Will's belt, and began to search carefully. A small bag of magic stones, and several spell scrolls, but these were not enough to arouse Ryan's interest. Until his fingers touched a hard object, he frowned slightly, and then took it out of Will's lapel. The fire element crystal, the red light permeated from it, like a solidified heart of fire. Ryan's fingers gently touched it, feeling the bursting heat and endless energy in it, and a sense of interest rose in his heart. This kind of item can power the magic circle, but after alchemical transformation, it can definitely cause a devastating blow in battle, and it is a powerful weapon worth having.
Fire element crystal, magic stone, These people really have a lot of accumulation. He put away the crystal and continued to search. He pulled off another exquisite black robe, which was made of extremely delicate material and embroidered with complex runes, exuding an ancient and powerful rune aura, which could trigger a powerful shield spell once a day. Ryan did not stay for long and put the robe into his suitcase. He could not help but sigh in his heart that the Wool brothers did have some background. Then, he turned around, walked lightly and firmly towards the depths of the distant forest, as if nothing had happened. As for the Wool brothers coming to ambush him, it didn't matter whether they were bewitched or daring to act on their own. In this world, only strength is everything. After a week of bumpy ride, Ryan finally arrived at the Cayman Valley. This valley is surrounded by towering mountains and hidden in a sea of green forests. The air here is fresh and the scenery is picturesque, but what makes people more eye-catching is the lively market and auction in the valley. Ryan sat in a simple carriage, looking through the windowsill, watching the hustle and bustle outside. Outside the carriage, there was a crowd of people. The carriages of wealthy merchants and nobles lined up on the narrow path, crossing each other. The luxurious carriage decorations and noble clothes seemed incompatible with the quiet atmosphere of the valley. Ryan's expression was still calm, and he gently sorted out his thoughts in his heart. Although the goal this time was the auction, he knew that this was also a good opportunity to meet people. After all, one more friend means one less enemy, and most people would have a good impression of him as a pharmacist. The carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of the auction. When Ryan got off the car, his eyes swept around. Several wizards stood in the distance, talking to each other and discussing the upcoming auction. When they saw Ryan, they couldn't hide their curiosity. A strange third-class apprentice is so young and handsome. Ryan did not talk to them immediately, but nodded slightly, showing a vague friendly gesture. Seeing this, several wizards still had a trace of suspicion on their faces, but they also politely returned the greeting, and the atmosphere between them gradually became harmonious. Ryan did not stay for too long. After a quick glance, he turned and walked towards a building next to the auction. This is a room specially prepared for wizards participating in the auction, and the atmosphere is relatively private. The space in the building is decorated simply and exquisitely, and the calm tones reveal a kind of elegance and calmness. There are occasionally a few scattered chairs in the corners of the wall, and several wizards sit quietly, waiting for the auction to begin. Ryan entered one of the empty rooms. There was no one in the room, only a table covered with black velvet, and an exquisite butler card was placed on the table. Ryan stood in front of the table and reached out to take a small metal handcard on the table. The surface of the handcard was inlaid with a sparkling blue crystal. When the deacon saw Ryan enter, he stepped forward respectfully and whispered, "Respected third-class apprentice, your identity card is ready, and you can officially start your trip to the auction." Ryan nodded slightly. The identity of a third-class apprentice is already the top among all the wandering wizards. Only the Hyman family in charge of the Cayman Valley has a first-class wizard. He took the card and looked at it carefully. Although the surface of the card is not big, it is extremely delicate and cold to the touch, conveying a low-key feeling. The deacon's attitude is still respectful, not daring to neglect it at all. He whispered, "Please let me know what you need at any time. You can enter the auction hall at any time, or wait for the auction to start. Your seat is ready for you." Ryan expressed his gratitude and put the card in his arms. Although this is just an ordinary auction, Ryan knows that there are countless opportunities and dangers in it. He has already made full preparations, and the next step is just the beginning of his role. Ryan said calmly, "I still have some potions I want to sell. Where can I trade them?" The deacon's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he was obviously not surprised by Ryan's question. The auction is not only a place to trade rare items, but also a place to provide trading channels. He replied respectfully, "Dear third-class apprentice, the potions you want to sell can be purchased here now. There are special potion buyers in the auction, and they will provide you with the best bid. How many potions do you need to sell?" Ryan nodded slightly and took out 2 large bottles from the suitcase. The bottle mouths were tightly sealed, and the clear liquid medicine inside was gently shaking in the bottle, emitting a faint green luster. Ryan gently placed the bottle on the table and said in a calm tone, "There are 50 light green potions and 100 tranquilizers." The deacon's eyes quickly swept over the medicine bottles, and a ray of fiery light flashed unconsciously in his eyes. These potions are undoubtedly rare and highly sought-after items in the auction market, especially the light green potion and the tranquilizer, which are often used for long-term meditation and direct mental strength improvement of wizard apprentices. For many wizard apprentices, the value of these potions cannot be underestimated. "Please wait a moment, I will go to the president to discuss it." The deacon stepped back respectfully, whispered, and then quickly walked out of the room.
Ryan stood there, waiting quietly, his mood as calm as water. Although he knew the value of these potions, he was not in a hurry to get the initial offer. He was ready for negotiations. After all, not all the participants in this auction were kind people, and some forces had unknown undercurrents behind them. A few minutes later, the deacon walked in with a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. The man had a professional smile on his face, and his demeanor was calm, but he faintly revealed a sense of pride that could not be concealed. His eyes involuntarily stared at the potion in Ryan's hand, and after a slight pause, he showed an admiring look.
This is the president of the auction. You can provide him with detailed information about the potions.
The deacon introduced respectfully.
Ryan nodded slightly and glanced at the president calmly. What are the effects of these potions? He asked.
The president reached out and gently picked up a bottle of light green potion. He looked at it carefully and said softly, "Light green potion is an extremely precious potion, mainly used to enhance mental strength. These potions are of very good quality and are worth a lot of money. And tranquilizing potions are just needed auxiliary potions that can keep wizards awake during long meditations and reduce the side effects of spellcasting." The president's eyes became more and more eager, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the potion provided by Ryan. Then, he gently put down the bottle of medicine, waved to the deacon, and signaled him to start the valuation. A few minutes later, the deacon walked back into the room, holding a delicate paper in his hand, and bowed his head and handed it to Ryan respectfully. "After the president's detailed evaluation, the market value of your potion has been determined, and the final bid is 15,000 magic stones." Ryan's eyes slightly raised. Although he had some expectations in his heart, he was still slightly satisfied with the price. The price of 15,000 magic stones was obviously higher than he expected. The higher the quality of the potion, the more flexible the price. In a special occasion like an auction, the bidding of many wizard groups will inevitably make the price rise. But he needs cash now, and the extra thousands of magic stones from the auction are not so attractive. He smiled slightly, without any expression on his face, and said calmly, "Deal." The president nodded, and he didn't seem to be surprised by the deal. "We will settle it for you immediately," he said. Ryan took a large bag of magic stones, and when he stood up, his eyes swept over the president and the deacon, and finally fixed on the window at the door. His face still maintained that kind of indifferent calmness. He knew that this was just the first step. Next, there would be more complicated transactions waiting for him to complete, and these 15,000 magic stones were just the starting point for greater power. When Ryan reached a deal with the president and took over the magic stones and vouchers, the atmosphere in the room seemed a little solemn. The deacon stood aside, with a look of insidiousness and excitement that was difficult to conceal. A cold light flashed in his lowered eyes, as if he was thinking about something. He finally couldn't help but ask, "President, why don't you keep this pharmacist Ryan and force him to sign a contract to make him the exclusive pharmacist of our Hyman family? After all, this kind of potion is a rare and precious resource for our family. In a dozen or 20 years, the 7 second-class apprentices in the family may have the opportunity to advance to third-class apprentices. Moreover, 15,000 magic stones are not a small number. Pharmacists are all hens that lay golden eggs. Although there are 2 people in the family who can make potions, the success rate is very low. Without professional mentor training, it is even difficult to break even." The president's eyes paused slightly when he heard the deacon's words, and a hint of profound meaning flashed in his eyes. He slowly put down the potion bottle in his hand and turned to look at the deacon. His tone was calm and calm. "Not now, the pharmacist is not so easy to win over. His potion is not only rare but also of high quality, but we can't make a rash decision. If we intervene rashly, it may make him wary and even cause unnecessary trouble." The deacon muttered in a low voice, and his dissatisfaction quietly emerged, but he did not strongly refute it again. After all, the president's words made him understand that in such occasions, the consequences of acting rashly are often unbearable. The president was silent for a moment, his eyes slightly turned to the window, as if thinking about something. He sighed softly and continued, "After the auction, I will inform Patriarch White that we can arrange a meeting. At that time, it will be the time to really decide whether Ryan will join our family." There is a calm breath of power in his words. Obviously, he is not in a hurry to make a decision, but plans to gain greater initiative by arranging contacts at a more appropriate time. The deacon stopped talking. He understood what the president meant. The status of pharmacists is extraordinary, and only carefully arranged contacts and appropriate contracts can ensure the smooth winning of an excellent pharmacist. Rash actions may make things complicated and dangerous. The president paused, his eyes returned to the deacon, but his tone was full of smiles. Besides, this pharmacist doesn't seem to be so easy to deal with. If we don't really understand his background and abilities, it would be too risky to easily tie him to our camp. We need time to wait for the auction to end, just in time to learn more about him and make a final decision. The deacon nodded, although he was a little impatient in his heart, he still lowered his head cautiously, indicating that he understood the president's intention.
I understand, President, you are right. The president didn't say anything more, he waved his hand, signaling the deacon to leave.
The room was silent again. Ryan had completed the transaction, and the deacon's conspiracy failed to succeed. The atmosphere of the auction was still busy and full of business opportunities. Ryan walked through the crowded hall and walked up the ornate golden staircase step by step. When he stepped onto the third floor, he immediately felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from that downstairs. The luxurious seats on the third floor are designed as an open circular box, separated by large pieces of transparent glass, overlooking the layers of seats below, as if entering a world that truly belongs to the upper level. The projection on the glass shows the steps in the center of the hall and the center of the auction table.
This is the most luxurious viewing seat for the nobles. Only the most important guests and people with special status can sit here. Ryan stepped into one of the corners and found his own seat. The seats here are large and comfortable, with exquisite golden patterns embroidered on the backrests, and soft leather cushions underneath. You can even feel the weak power of the magic circle, making the entire space feel particularly quiet and comfortable. After Ryan sat down, he looked around, without any excitement or expectation in his eyes. His eyes were calm and sharp. The auction was about to begin, and the surrounding maids began to get busy, pouring tea for the distinguished guests and arranging the seats. Several young maids walked to Ryan's seat, lowered their heads and smiled, with obvious mischief and provocation in their eyes. They were obviously arranged to entertain this high-ranking guest. They said softly, "Dear guest, please allow us to serve you. If you need anything, just ask." Ryan was unmoved. He frowned slightly and was not in a hurry to talk to these maids. Looking at their sweet smiling faces, he knew that these people were just doing their job and had no real meaning. Ryan closed his eyes, adjusted his emotions slightly, began to take a deep breath and think quietly. The maids around seemed to notice Ryan's indifference and smiled softly, knowing that it was not appropriate to disturb him at this moment. They stepped aside and stood silently, continuing to pay attention to the movements in the hall, glancing at Ryan from time to time, obviously not daring to act rashly again. The auctioneer's figure appeared on the auction stage, and there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. The famous auctioneer Meili has a perfect figure and is wearing a dark evening dress. As the light shines on her, her dreamlike smile looks even more breathtaking. She bent slightly, threw a charming smile to the audience, and then announced in a clear voice, "Dear guests, tonight's auction is about to begin. Please get ready, wonderful auction items will be brought to you, endless surprises." Although Ryan didn't show any arrogance, he was fully prepared. The atmosphere of the auction became more and more intense, but he was not fooled by the luxury and charm in front of him. Closing his eyes, his mind gradually entered a meditative state. The glitz and power of this world are just temporary cover for him. Although he is wary, he is still assured of the safety here. After all, the first-level wizard White is a white wizard who graduated from the Verdigris Academy. According to the information he inquired about, he knows that the auction has been hosted 12 times, and during this period, the homeless who dared to cause trouble the wizards were all killed. All grudges must be settled outside the common valley. The lights on the auction stage gradually gathered together with the auctioneer's gestures, and for a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on her. The sexy and beautiful auctioneer stood in the middle of the steps, holding a slender staff and elegantly sweeping his gaze across the entire hall, with a meaningful smile on his lips. "Distinguished nobles and gentlemen, talented wizards," she raised her arms gently, her voice clear and sweet, "welcome to today's auction. Perhaps you have noticed the large number and variety of items we are displaying tonight. It's so precious and rare. So, let me reveal the secret behind it first." She paused and gave up, her eyes shining with confidence. The chatter in the crowd gradually subsided, and everyone held their breath, waiting for her next words. "Has anyone heard anything?"
The auctioneer continued in a slightly mysterious tone, "About the legendary Crimson Wizard's secret realm. Yes, it has finally moved not long ago. A corner of this secret realm suddenly collapsed, revealing to us a long-buried secret."
The audience was suddenly in an uproar, with murmured discussions and exclamations intertwined.
The name Crimson Wizard is a shocking existence to all the wizards and nobles present. It was the legendary being at the pinnacle of the wizarding world on the south coast, and the secret realm it left behind was filled with countless precious knowledge, materials, and treasures. Seeing that the emotions of the crowd were ignited, the auctioneer smiled slightly and continued, "But please believe that it is not easy to find these lots. Our Heyman family has made great efforts for this. We have hired dozens of wandering wizards, among whom including many third-class apprentices. They went to the secret realm to conduct dangerous excavations and explorations. They overcame countless difficulties to bring these priceless treasures back here. Tonight, some of them will belong to you here if you can afford the price." Her words were full of pride and temptation, and her eyes were so hot that they seemed to ignite everyone's desire to bid. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire hall became extremely heated. Many guests began to discuss privately, and many of them were even gearing up to show off their skills at the auction. Ryan was sitting on the luxurious seat, his closed eyelids trembling slightly, and the corner of his mouth raised a rare smile that could not be concealed. He had already expected that there would be some unknown secret behind this auction, and now, the secret was revealed: the secret realm of the Crimson Wizard. Including the magic stones earned from the previous transaction with the Black Snake family, I now have a total of 28,000 magic stones. I don't know if it's enough. The danger of the damaged secret realm is no less than facing a 4th-level Morningstar wizard. Severe elemental radiation can even dissolve a person's internal organs. Don't think that those wizard apprentices who are lucky enough to survive can jump and jump. They will rot completely in less than 2 days. Not to mention that there are rings of magic circles waiting for you. If you really find a treasure, you will make money but not live. Although the space storm that is raging all the time will not dissipate for nearly 100 years, those third-level apprentices and even formal wizards who are about to die will definitely gamble all their belongings. The auctioneer bowed slightly and finally said, "Next, let's enter the auction tonight. Please get ready, distinguished guests, your opportunity is right in front of you." As soon as she finished speaking, the magic projection on the auction table suddenly lit up, and the first item appeared in front of everyone: a well-organized manuscript, quietly floating in the air. The atmosphere of the auction gradually became more tense and heated. With the introduction of the auctioneer, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The auction item was a stack of heavy experimental manuscripts, which were obviously the research results of a wizard apprentice. The pages were slightly yellowed and the edges were a little worn. The manuscripts recorded in detail the failures and successes of various spell experiments. Although they were not extremely precious, they were materials with extremely high research value. The voice of the auctioneer echoed in the venue. "This is a series of unique experimental manuscripts that record the exploration process of an apprentice. The starting price is 500 magic stones." There was a whisper in the audience, and several scholars who studied witchcraft showed eager looks in their eyes, and finally won it for 750 magic stones. The auctioneer's smile was still elegant, and then he introduced several alchemical tools and rare herbs. Although each item has a specific use, it is not the most urgent treasure for Ryan. As one item after another appeared, Ryan sat in the luxurious seat with a calm look. He was not in a hurry to bid, knowing that although the auction tonight was full of temptations, the items that were really worth his attention had not yet appeared. He was not in a hurry, quietly observing other bidders and feeling the tense atmosphere here. Finally, the auctioneer's words broke the silence. "Next, we will auction this precious meteorite iron. It comes from the depths of the secret realm and is the core material for making high-level magic items, low-level magic tools and powerful magic arrays. Whether it is an alchemist or a wizard, they will compete to bid for it." As soon as she finished speaking, a shining black meteorite appeared on the stage, exuding a deep and mysterious atmosphere, as if it contained unspeakable power. Ryan's eyes lit up slightly. "Meteorite iron, finally waited for you. It can be used to cast a meteorite pendant, with extremely strong defensive power. Although he has a certain amount of magic stones, there will inevitably be competition to get this rare material." The auctioneer's voice sounded again. "The reserve price is 4,000 magic stones, the starting price is now open." The bidders around began to talk in low voices, and several wizard apprentices and noble merchants seemed to be weighing the price and preparing to make an offer. Ryan stared at the meteorite iron, and he had already decided in his heart that he would not easily miss this opportunity. As the atmosphere became more tense, some bidders began to carefully raise their number plates. 4,000 magic stones. A tall businessman raised his number plate and spoke first. 4,500 magic stones. Another wizard followed closely. His voice was low and powerful, and he obviously did not intend to give in easily. 5,800 magic stones. As the price climbed all the way to 7,000 magic stones, Ryan was silent for a moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he raised his number plate. He was neither hurried nor slow, giving people a sense of calmness. 8,000 magic stones. This time, his bid instantly made the bidders around him pause for a few seconds. The scene was quiet for a while, and everyone's eyes turned to the luxurious seat where Ryan was. The auctioneer saw this scene and showed a satisfied smile on his face. 8,000 magic stones. This is a distinguished guest who knows the goods. Are you willing to continue to bid? However, unexpectedly, the others in the audience did not seem to be in a hurry to bid. Although meteorite iron is precious, the price of 8,000 magic stones has reached the expected limit of many people. A few seconds later, another bidder sighed and gently put down the number plate in his hand, indicating that he gave up. 8,000 magic stones once, 8,000 magic stones twice, the auctioneer said slowly, with a satisfied rhythm in her voice. 8,000 magic stones 3 times. Deal. As her voice fell, the auctioneer raised the staff in his hand and announced the success of the auction. Ryan nodded slightly and took back the number plate in his hand calmly. He knew that this piece of meteorite iron would bring him great help, especially when he was preparing to carry out a series of external actions. This material was undoubtedly an indispensable key. The auction was still going on. Ryan's eyes were calm and firm. He knew that there were still many opportunities waiting for him to seize at tonight's auction. As the auctioneer's introduction gradually reached a climax, the atmosphere became more tense and expectant. The auctioneer smiled slightly, turned gracefully, and held up a crystal clear, black and red gem in her hand. As she moved, the surface of the gem exuded a strange and deep light, as if a thick shadow was flowing in it, giving people an extremely mysterious and seductive feeling. Dear distinguished guests, we will auction an unparalleled treasure next, a shadow element gem that we have identified. The auctioneer's voice was a little tempting, and she gently stroked the surface of the gem with her fingers. This gem contains powerful shadow elements. After special treatment, it can play an extremely powerful effect, whether it is to provide energy for the magic circle or to transform it into a one-time alchemical item. It is a priceless treasure for any wizard, and the reserve price is 5,000 magic stones. As soon as she finished speaking, the bidders in the audience immediately became agitated. The shadow elemental gem is not only rare, but also has applications in almost all areas that require energy supply or special alchemy. Whether it is used to strengthen defensive arrays, or to make powerful shadow alchemy items or enhance potion effects, the value of this gem is immeasurable. Ryan's eyes were instantly attracted, his heartbeat accelerated slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The shadow element is the power with which he has always had the highest affinity. This gem is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to improve his control over the element. It has a wide range of uses, whether it is to provide a steady stream of energy for his subsequent magic circle, or as a crucial alchemical material in experiments, it can bring him huge advantages. He made a decision quickly and calmly raised the number plate in his hand. 5,000 magic stones. 5,000 magic stones. A distinguished guest bid 5,000 magic stones. The auctioneer glanced at Ryan and showed a smile of approval. She knew very well that there were not many people who could recognize the true value of this gem, and Ryan was obviously one of them. The surrounding bidders immediately increased their bids. 6,000 magic stones. 7,000 magic stones. Ryan pursed his lips slightly, his heart unwavering. Almost at the same time, he raised the number plate again, his eyes as sharp as a knife. 10,000 magic stones. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became solemn, and everyone's eyes focused on Ryan again. 10,000 magic stones, this price has made many people hesitate. Although the value of this shadow element gem is huge, many people feel a little reluctant to pay such a high price. After all, it cannot be directly transformed into power, and it is difficult to find people who know advanced alchemy knowledge. The auctioneer was secretly shocked when he saw this bid. Ryan's bid is undoubtedly extremely strong, almost making it impossible for others to easily compete. She looked down at the gems, smiled slightly, and announced in her elegant voice again, 10,000 magic stones once, 10,000 magic stones twice. As her voice fell, the audience fell silent again, and others gave up bidding. Finally, the auctioneer raised his hand slightly. 10,000 magic stones, deal done. Ryan stood up without hesitation and walked towards the stage, holding a bag of magic stones in his hand with a hint of calm satisfaction on his face. He knew that this shadow elemental gem would provide a powerful boost to his future plans, especially in the field of shadow magic. This gem would take his strength to the next level. When the auctioneer handed the gem into Ryan's hands, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Congratulations, distinguished guest, you have obtained this priceless treasure.
Ryan didn't say much, just nodded slightly, turned around, and walked back to his seat.
Ryan sat quietly in a luxurious seat, looking around sharply. The lights of the auction were bright, and the wizard apprentices and noble merchants in the audience were shining like stars, discussing the treasures to be auctioned. However, Ryan felt a trace of unusual fluctuations. He vaguely felt that several eyes were inadvertently focused on him, penetrating the hustle and bustle of the crowd and falling directly on him.
These eyes carried different emotions, some were full of interest, some were deep exploration, and there was a subtle hostility.
Ryan's heart moved, and he frowned slightly, knowing that he had attracted the attention of some people. As a wizard, he had long been accustomed to the feeling of being spied on. These eyes may come from his unique temperament, or they may be greedy for the magic stones and precious items he carried, or because of his own identity as a pharmacist. But no matter what the reason, Ryan did not intend to let these people continue to stare at him. He quickly released a shadow element, swallowing up the light in the entire room like the night. His breath became lower and calmer, and the shadow elements quietly surrounded him, ready to provide him with protection and cover at any time. Ryan closed his eyes and concentrated on mobilizing his magic.
He waved his hand gently, and in an instant, all the maids in the room fell down, as if they were suppressed by an invisible force and fainted. There was no movement, no flaws, and they couldn't even detect the moment when they were easily controlled. This was exactly the skill Ryan had just learned, turning the shadow element into a powerful wave, silently stunning the people around him, and creating a temporary gap. Sensing that the surrounding environment was cleared, Ryan smiled slightly, quickly retracted his gaze from the corner outside the window, and after thinking for a moment, decided to take action. He stretched out his hand, condensed more shadow elements, and cast the shadow tracking technique. The black breath condensed into shape like liquid and quickly wrapped Ryan's body.
His figure gradually blurred, as if merging with the surrounding darkness. Without a sound, he quietly left the auction venue like a ghost, walking through a thick shadow. As Ryan left, almost no one noticed that he had quietly disappeared. Walking along the way, he crossed the shadows, avoiding all patrols and gazes, and finally came to the carriage outside. He did not look back, nor did he stop, but just threw his identity card into a dilapidated trash can, letting it sink in the dust and waste. Sitting on the carriage, Ryan showed a sneer on his face, his eyes full of pride and decisiveness. He has gotten rid of all surveillance and tracking and regained control of his own destiny. The auction, the common valley, all of this is no longer important. He patted the side of the carriage gently and asked the coachman to drive the horse forward. The wheels turned slowly, heading towards the darkness and unknown in the distance, but Ryan had no hesitation in his heart. He has made the best preparations, and those who have tried to spy on or stop him may never be able to track him down. Now everything is quiet, and Ryan finally has the opportunity to explore the shadow element gem that caused the inventory to react. Bloodline essence. In order to improve the level of the bloodline of the body, the Crimson Wizard has been constantly purifying, concentrating, filtering, and finally condensing the blood of the test subjects into this gem for 200 years. It symbolizes endless bloodline potential, but hidden and unignorable impurities are also entrenched in it like venomous snakes.
They are intertwined and entangled with each other. Equipment conditions: have a high-level negative energy affinity, shadow, death, darkness, equipment effect, bloodline of the bloodline, prince level, lord of the night, high-level dark element affinity, assimilation rate, 0, equip. Ryan was extremely excited at this moment. The auction actually made a mistake and regarded bloodline essence as a shadow element gem. In fact, it's not their fault. The shadow element is so rich that anyone would regard it as a shadow element gem. And this is not an ordinary bloodline essence of the bloodline, but the essence of the legendary prince-level bloodline, which contains noble and powerful bloodline power. Ryan exhaled slowly, but the expression on his face could not hide his excitement. This was the supreme bloodline that even the Crimson Wizard dreamed of. The Crimson Wizard spent 200 years to refine this essence, but it could not be absorbed due to too many impurities. And now, such an extremely precious treasure is in his hands. The power of the prince-level blood clan, Ryan murmured in a low voice, his voice trembling slightly. He looked at the essence in his hand, his eyes surging with unconcealed ecstasy and desire. Even the Crimson Wizard had to give up the treasure, but I got it. And more importantly, I have equipment to fuse it. However, Ryan did not plan to equip it now. Who knows what kind of anomalies the bloodline of the prince-level blood clan will cause? It would be bad if the official wizard was alarmed. The president of the auction hurried back to the Hyman family castle, and the details of the auction were still echoing in his mind. However, he knew that the most important task at this moment was to report to the White Clan leader. He walked through the layers of arched doorways and entered the depths of the castle. That dark and ancient area seemed isolated from the world, surrounded only by cold stone walls and a chilly atmosphere. Deep underground in the castle, there is a secret room unknown to outsiders, where Chief White is quietly waiting. Chief White's breath is as steady as a mountain, as if he had already sensed the arrival of the president. The president of the Chamber of Commerce gently pushed the heavy iron door and entered this dark space. Chief White sat on an old black wooden chair, with a faint candlelight in front of him. There were no extra decorations around him, only some simple rune engravings and magic circles. Seeing the president of the Chamber of Commerce come in, he nodded slightly, with a hint of expectation and calmness in his eyes. "Chief, did you succeed?" the president asked, with a nervous light flashing in his eyes, and he was obviously a little anxious about Chief White's progress. Chief White showed a satisfied smile, stood up, and his expression revealed a sense of complacency and pride. He walked steadily to the table beside him, where some runes and complex alchemical props were placed. He gently stroked a small glass bottle, half of which was still filled with dark red liquid. It was the mental metal elementalization liquid he had taken. "Don't worry, it's going well." Chief White's voice was steady and confident. "The progress of mental elementalization has reached 20%, and the whole process is smoother than I expected. My mental power has been qualitatively improved, and my strength has also made a significant breakthrough." He took a deep breath, obviously very satisfied with his achievements. A trace of surprise flashed in the president's eyes, but was soon replaced by a deep admiration. He carefully observed Chief White's state and noticed that his aura had obviously become more stable and profound, which was a power that could not be concealed. The mental elementalization was increased to 20%, which was a very high achievement, which meant that Chief White's mental power had stronger control, could more accurately integrate elements and magic, and could even touch some high-level spells. "That's a great achievement, clan leader." The auction president was full of respect, and his tone became more respectful. "You are only 64 years old now, and you are still young. Your future potential is limitless." Because White detected high-level metal element affinity and fourth-class qualifications, the Hyman family had high hopes. 40 years later, he graduated from the White Wizard Copper Rust Academy and became the first official wizard in the history of the Hyman family. After returning to the family, White actively reformed the rules and regulations, and learned from other forces to create a chamber of commerce. In order to establish prestige, he also enforced the law impartially and executed a family member. In more than 10 years, he actually saved more than 250,000 magic stones, compared to the accumulation of hundreds of years before. After another round of praise, the president told the whole story of Ryan, the pharmacist, and said that the wealth of the Hyman family would continue to expand if he was taken down. "What is Ryan's background? Have you found out his identity?" The auction president frowned slightly, his eyes flickered, obviously not expecting the sudden question from Patriarch White. He thought quickly in just a few seconds, then took out a report from his pocket and gently spread it out. "Patriarch, we have compared all the White Wizard forces in the South Coast wizard world, and even compared the files of those formal students, but Ryan's name does not appear in any database. We have not found any records of his past, and no high-level wizard has mentioned him." The president's tone revealed some doubts. He seems to be a completely unfamiliar existence that suddenly appeared here from nothing. After hearing this, White was silent and frowned. Ryan's appearance obviously made him feel a little uneasy. After all, he was so young and proficient in pharmacy, and it was definitely not something that a wandering wizard could cultivate. "Patriarch, the president of the Chamber of Commerce finally spoke with a hint of caution. I have thought of a possibility. Although we don't have any background information on Ryan at present, there is a force that may have some connection with him, that is the Blackstone Lowland College and the Black Wizard Force." Patriarch White's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he was obviously aware of the name. He nodded slightly and motioned the president of the Chamber of Commerce to continue. "Blackstone Lowland College," the president of the Chamber of Commerce whispered, "has always been low-key before. Although its reputation is not as prominent as those traditional colleges, it focuses on the research of pharmacy and witchcraft. In recent years, the situation of Blackstone Lowland College is indeed not very good. Many wizards in the college have been severely injured in conflicts with other forces. Even the dean, who is a second-level wizard, was seriously injured and fled, and his whereabouts are still unknown. The power of the college has been gradually compressed, but its pharmacy courses have been opened and are attracting more and more attention from some people. Ryan's pharmacy ability and preference are indeed somewhat similar to the style of Blackstone Lowland College." Chief White was silent for a moment,
and the expression on his face gradually became playful.
If Ryan is really a student from Blackrock Lowlands Academy, then it doesn't matter. Anyone can kill the evil black wizard.
Chief White's eyes were cold, and his fingers tapped on the table in a regular sound. Obviously, he had made a decision. He stood up, walked to the window of the secret room, and looked at the outside world through the dark glass. After a moment, he turned around and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth.
Since his background has been confirmed, let's take action directly and take him down. I will do it myself.
The president of the Chamber of Commerce slowly took out a small glass bottle from his robe sleeve. In the bottle lay a seemingly insignificant insect. It was a specially bred wind-sniffing insect.
It has a slender body, tiny and transparent wings, and emits a faint luster.
The president of the Chamber of Commerce carefully opened the mouth of the bottle and gently released the wind-sniffing insect.
The insect stopped in the air, its wings slightly vibrating, as if sensing the airflow around it.
The president of the Chamber of Commerce stared at it, his brows gradually frowned, and he obviously noticed something strange. The vibration of the wind-sniffing insect's wings became more and more rapid, as if it was sending a strong signal in a general direction.
Something's going on.
The president of the Chamber of Commerce whispered, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. He observed carefully for a moment and confirmed that the vibration pattern of the wind-sniffing insect was different from usual, and it clearly pointed to somewhere outside the common valley. Ryan may have left the common valley. White immediately took the wind-sniffing insect from the Chamber of Commerce president's hand and looked down at the tiny creature carefully.
The wind-sniffing insect's wings vibrated rapidly in the air, as if responding to some breath it sensed.
Chief White's eyes were deep and full of urgency.
He laughed.
White's tone was hurried, and he obviously did not dare to take it lightly. Now, we must catch up immediately.
The Chamber of Commerce president nodded.
If Ryan really left the valley, it means that he may have been prepared and hidden his whereabouts. We must catch up with him as soon as possible and stop him. Chief White tightly grasped the wind-sniffing bug and quickly performed the flying technique. His figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and broke through the air. Behind him, the president of the auction looked up with envy. The second-class apprentice could not learn the flying technique, so he could only stare at Chief White flying in the direction where Ryan left, disappearing into the night little by little. In the air, Chief White's eyes were as cold as knives, and the whole space seemed to be shrouded by his strict breath.
Ryan, do you think you can escape my control?
He whispered to himself, with determination and anger surging in his heart. No matter how deep you hide, I will find you today. The faint vibration of the wind-sniffing insect guided him to fly continuously, passing through the common valley and coming to the vast mountains. The speed was so fast that it seemed that he was approaching Ryan's direction every moment. Chief White's eyes were like an eagle, and there was no hesitation in his eyes. For him, Ryan's escape was doomed to fail. No matter how far he ran or how deep he hid, he would eventually face his ruthless pursuit. The magic of flying continued to operate, taking Chief White to fly like an arrow, through thick fog and mountains, just to catch up with the target who was trying to escape.
White's flying speed was amazing.
Finally, he found the carriage that Ryan was riding in an open valley. The carriage was speeding on the mountain path, but Chief White was faster and closed the distance with the carriage in an instant.
Ryan, do you think you can escape?
White sneered, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. He stretched out his hand, palm facing up, and a powerful magical force gathered in his hand. Suddenly, several metal blades shot out from his palm, swept across the sky at an astonishing speed, and hit the roof of the carriage accurately. Crack! With a slight sound, the roof of the carriage was cut off in an instant, and fragments fell down one after another.
Ryan's heart sank suddenly. How could he not understand at this moment that such a big momentum and pressure must be the official wizard of the Hyman family, but he still remained polite and asked respectfully, "Respected Lord White, I wonder what you want to see me for?" White did not answer directly, but took out a scroll from his wide robe and slowly handed it to Ryan. Ryan took the scroll and unfolded it. It turned out to be a contract. The content of the contract made Ryan's heart sink. It turned out that Patriarch White asked Ryan to sign this contract, promising to serve the Hyman family for free in the next 50 years, and must obey the family's arrangements under any circumstances. "White, you want me to sign a contract and serve the Hyman family for 50 years for free? This is impossible," Ryan said firmly, his eyes full of unyielding light. "What a joke! If you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. How can you not pay a pharmacist? Oh? Do you think you have a choice?" Chief White sneered, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "No matter what, I will not succumb to a cruel and greedy family like you. Ryan roared, as if the resistance at this moment was his last hope. Chief White frowned. He thought he could easily subdue Ryan, but he didn't expect the other party to be so tenacious. Ryan said on the surface that his hands reacted quickly, took out a fire element crystal from under the seat, and threw it out without hesitation. Boom! With a loud bang, the fire element crystal exploded in the air, and the blazing flames instantly enveloped the entire valley. The strong shockwave spread to the surroundings, flying sand and rocks, and smoke filled the air. At the moment of the explosion, the powerful mental force field protected White inside, and he was not affected at all. After the explosion, he quickly flew to the carriage and looked down at the wreckage below, but found no sign of Ryan. Looking at a dark shadow in the distance, White was extremely angry. Very good, Ryan. You can escape temporarily, but I tell you, no matter where you escape, I will find you. On the ruins and wreckage scattered everywhere. Ryan's eyes were fixed on the sky, his heart beating rapidly with every sound of the retreating enemy. His figure was deeply hidden under a collapsed carriage wreckage, surrounded by broken wooden boards and flying iron pieces. These abandoned trophies surrounded him like a prey waiting to be hunted. The wooden frame of the carriage has been completely deformed. The originally gorgeous carriage has now become dilapidated. The axles are broken, the carriages are scattered, and only a mess of ruins is left on the empty ground. Ryan huddled tightly at the bottom of a damaged carriage, his black robe blending into the darkness. He held his breath and carefully observed the distance. The first-level wizard White had begun to fly away from the battlefield. But Ryan knew that he couldn't hide for long, because the afterimage spell created using shadow elements could only last 3 minutes. Equip, Vampire Bloodline Essence. This was his only hope. After all, no one could have imagined that a first-level wizard who graduated from the White Wizard Academy would be so shameless as to arrest a pharmacist himself. Don't worry about any vision happening now, White will find him sooner or later. Ryan stood in the desolate valley, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by an invisible pressure. The night is getting darker and darker, the sky is covered with dark clouds, and the moonlight is like a thin veil, which can only vaguely illuminate the surroundings. At this moment, a suffocating aura began to surge around Ryan's body, as if some ancient and powerful power was quietly awakening. He had just completed the fusion of Vampire Bloodline Essence. That power did not come from his own practice, but the Bloodline Prince-level Bloodline Essence. At this moment, he felt that every inch of muscle and every drop of blood in his body was filled with that weird power. The torrent of blood surged through his body, giving him unprecedented strength and speed, as if every cell was throbbing, announcing his existence to the world. With the fusion of blood power, Ryan's eyes gradually turned blood red, like 2 scarlet stars in the dark night. His eyes were no longer human pupils, but deep blood-colored amber, shining with a coldness and nobility that transcended ordinary people. There is only a slight resemblance to the original self. The most important thing is that his temperament has changed drastically. There is no restraint at all, but unbridled arrogance. Every time his gaze swept across, the surrounding air seemed to begin to twist slightly, unable to withstand the pressure in his eyes. He raised a hand and felt the power surge in his palm. That kind of power cannot be described in any conventional way. It is far beyond his imagination and will almost crush the entire world. Ryan took a deep breath and felt the improvement brought by the blood essence. The magic power in his body increased at an almost uncontrollable speed. Every blood vessel is boiling, every muscle is expanding, and the speed and strength are far beyond any of his previous states. I can do it. Ryan whispered, his voice low and powerful, as if the earth could shake. Boom! He closed his eyes and jumped up suddenly. The ground beneath his feet shook violently under his explosion, and the surrounding rocks were blown away like toys. At that moment, he seemed to become the master of the night, and everything was under his control. He felt that he had the power to destroy everything, and the hills were nothing more than an insignificant obstacle in front of him. Ryan punched out without hesitation, and his fist quickly condensed a strong bloody light, flashing with heart-stopping power. The air exploded in front of his fist, and the surrounding rocks suddenly shattered into powder. A huge shock wave emitted from the fist, and the roar was like thunder, shaking the entire earth. The power brought by that punch seemed to be able to shatter the entire hill. Rocks on the hillside began to roll down, and an old tree in the valley was uprooted by the shock. Look at this power, which is at least the strongest level among first-order spells. Ryan stood there, his eyes like daggers, and there was no emotion in his blood-red eyes, only the complete control of his power. His heartbeat became strong and steady, and every breath seemed to drive the rhythm of nature. Endless power and speed flowed through his body,
and Ryan knew that he was no longer the ordinary wizard apprentice he once was. The bloodline of the Blood Clan Prince gave him new life and strength, allowing him to stand at a whole new level.
This is my true power,
Ryan whispered, his voice seemed to come from the abyss, full of endless coldness and determination. As he jumped up, his blood wings flashed on his back, and his figure soared into the sky like a beast, cutting through the tranquility of the night. Every time he flapped his blood wings, the friction in the air was as deafening as thunder, and the swiftly passing wind created deep cracks. The dust on the ground scattered along the trajectory of his flight, leaving behind countless afterimages. Ryan's speed was astonishing, his flying trajectory was like a bloody lightning, and he instantly caught up with Wizard White, who was far ahead. White's figure swayed slightly in the distance. When he turned around, he saw a bloody gust of wind sweeping over, like the god of death coming.
You can't escape.
Ryan's voice sounded like it was coming from the abyss of hell, low and cold. Wizard White was shocked and immediately felt the danger coming from behind. Although his innate spell was automatically triggered, the metal defense field in front of him instantly unfolded, forming an indestructible metal barrier. However, this defensive wall seemed insignificant in front of Ryan. Ryan's eyes were blood red, with a sneer in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved, driving a powerful airflow towards him. In an instant, the metal defensive stance was torn to pieces, and even the strongest metal collapsed into pieces in front of Ryan's power, like paper.
Ryan's palms were like iron pliers, suddenly grabbing White's shoulders and pulling him to the ground. The air shook violently.
Before White could react, he was overwhelmed by this powerful force. His whole body fell to the ground like a kite with its string broken.
Bang!
White's back hit the ground with a dull sound, and his limbs scattered like broken puppets. Ryan landed lightly, folded his blood wings, and stood beside White, like a god of death in the night. His eyes were fixed on White's body, and a cold smile appeared on his face. White raised his head with difficulty, his face was covered with dust and blood, and his eyes were filled with fear and pleading. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up from the ground. His body trembled under Ryan's pressure, and his tone was urgent and with a hint of panic. Sir, please listen to my explanation.
There must be some misunderstanding.
White gasped, his whole body shrouded in intense fear. I am a graduate of Bronze Academy.
I am a wizard of Bronze Academy.
My dean is a level 2 wizard.
You can't do this to me. We can talk. Ryan didn't answer immediately and walked towards White slowly.
The silence was almost suffocating. White gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and continued to speak loudly.
Don't you know who I am? My dean is the second-level wizard Alcodesser.
He has connections and influence in the entire South Coast wizarding world.
If you treat me like this, you will definitely get into trouble. Big trouble. I can do anything for you. Please, let me go.
However, there was no trace of emotion on Ryan's face. His footsteps were still ruthless, gradually approaching until his boots stepped on White's back. White suddenly felt a suffocating pressure that made him almost unable to breathe. He struggled painfully but could not move at all. Ryan lowered his head, his eyes as sharp as razor blades.
He stepped down gently, and his voice was cold and clear. Chrysanthemum Academy? Level 2 wizard? To me, these are not worth mentioning.
His voice seemed to be devoid of any emotion, but it was filled with extreme pressure, as if White's soul was being pushed into the abyss.
Ryan bent slightly and looked down at White, who was kneeling on the ground.
There was no pity in his eyes, only absolute control of power. You're not the person I'm looking for, Ryan whispered, his tone sounding like judgment. I just happen to dislike you. A trace of despair flashed in White's eyes, and his begging for mercy had no meaning. Under the suppression of the blood aura, he couldn't even release a first-level spell.
Ryan stopped talking and just stepped on White's limbs.
Then with a light stroke, the head was spinning on the ground like a bowling ball. Ryan stood beside White's body, his bloody wings gently flapping the air, and the wind he brought up seemed to be still thick and heavy. The silence of the night was like a dead cemetery, and the air around him seemed to be swallowed up, and the only thing left was Ryan himself. He looked down at White's lifeless face, but there was no trace of pity in his heart.
Sure enough, a person like him is not worth my time,
Ryan whispered to himself, with a sneer in his eyes.
The conversation just now, White's begging and threats, all the performances were just futile struggles for Ryan.
He didn't intend to reveal his true identity. White was indeed a smart man, good at making money and running the family, but his judgment was greatly wrong at the critical moment. He never realized that the person standing in front of him was the little wizard apprentice Ryan. Ryan's eyes slowly swept over White's body, and his thoughts surged in his heart.
White thought that with the background of the Copper Rust Academy and the threats of the dean, he could bluff any opponent, and even thought that he was an ordinary formal wizard, but he was wrong. If he recognizes me, Ryan whispered to himself, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, maybe there will be trouble. Even if it is a wizard who can predict the spell in the legend, this will not only cause illusions, but also create more confusion and doubts. Even if the truth is finally discovered, it will take long enough. Ryan lowered his head and raised one hand, with a faint flash of blood-red light on his fingertips, as if the power emerging from his body was flowing. However, people like White are not to be feared at all. Ryan's voice was low again, he is just an ordinary graduate of the Copper Rust Academy. What can the dean do? A second-level wizard? I guess this level of existence is too lazy to take White seriously. Ryan suddenly smiled, and the smile was cold and merciless. White's death did not affect him at all. The calmness and rationality in his heart made him realize that he would never be the wizard who used to hide in the dark again. The blood of the Blood Prince level has given him unlimited potential, and such power is Ryan's real capital. As long as the second-level wizards don't go down, he can do whatever he wants in the South Coast wizard world without being cautious. This game has just begun. A cold light flashed in Ryan's eyes. After sucking White's blood dry, Ryan was surprised to find that the assimilation rate of bloodline essence was directly increased to 10%, and his mental and physical strength were enhanced. In the spiritual world, the illusions produced by the corpse tear potion also dissipated directly. This made him more excited about what he was going to do next. Ryan turned around, and the blood wings spread again. With a gust of wind, Ryan's figure quickly disappeared in the night. The darkness seemed to have been completely swallowed by him, leaving a dead silence. The Cayman Valley was still filled with desolate fog, and the night swallowed the earth. Only the black mountain in the distance was looming in the moonlight, like a silent barrier. Ryan stood in the center of the valley, and the pair of blood-red blood wings behind him quietly spread out, and the airflow driven was like the whisper of death, spreading throughout the valley. The air was filled with a bloody smell, as if laying a strange prelude for the next action. Ryan's eyes were blood-red like flames, and there was a kind of almost crazy cold light in his eyes. His fingers flicked gently, and the magic fluctuations in the air began to become violent in an instant. He whispered an ancient spell, his voice was cold and ruthless, as if it came from the underworld. As the spell was completed, the valley seemed to vibrate faintly, the ground trembled slightly, and a deep dark breath rose instantly. At that moment, the night sky of Cayman Valley suddenly became no longer silent, and hundreds of huge blood bats came from all directions. They were huge, and their wings flapped and emitted bursts of shrill screams. Each blood bat's eyes flashed with blood-red light, as if they were the embodiment of Ryan's will, cold and full of murderous intent. These blood bats are not just ordinary creatures, they contain the most primitive and powerful power in Ryan's blood. The blood bats quickly gathered into a dark cloud, blocking the starlight, and rushed to the Hyman family's residence in the distance. The Hyman family, a wizard family that once enjoyed a great reputation in the local area, had no idea that a devastating disaster was quietly approaching. When the blood bats arrived, the blood-colored light in the night sky instantly covered the Hyman family's residence. Ryan stood in the distance, a sneer flashed in his eyes, he gently raised his hand, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. His fingertips trembled slightly, and then with a low command, the blood bats began to move and began to release the power of death and blood. Blood aura release. With Ryan's command, the blood bats scattered in the air, forming blood-colored auras, emitting a strong bloody smell. Once these auras touch any living body, they will quickly absorb their vitality, and their blood will be consumed in an instant. The aura spread out and quickly swept the entire residence. The guards, family members, and even the servants who had not yet fallen asleep, of the Hyman family, were unable to escape this fatal attack. Waves of miserable screams echoed in the air, and as the blood-red halo spread, everyone lost their lives in an instant, as if they were sucked dry by an invisible force. Blood filled the air, forming a blood-red ocean, and countless corpses were left on the ground. Ryan stood in the distance, observing quietly, with no trace of pity in his eyes, only indifference and determination. Those members of the Hyman family who were once high and mighty are now just chess pieces in his hands, a chessboard that can be destroyed at any time. In the center of this massacre, Ryan's goal is not just simple killing. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he walked lightly towards the center of the station, ordering the blood bats to continue to clean up the surroundings. Every inch of land here, every hidden treasure, is the key to his action. When Ryan walked through the courtyard where corpses piled up and stepped into the main hall of the Hyman family, the ground was already stained with blood, and the red liquid flowed on the stone slabs, like a river of blood. His goal was very clear: the president of the auction, the place where the secret wealth of the Hyman family was hidden. The president of the auction, at this moment, was like a panicked rabbit trapped in his own nest. Ryan quickly found his hiding place, a secret room hidden deep underground. With a gentle wave of his hand, the wall of the secret room seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and collapsed instantly, revealing a huge underground treasure house. Ryan entered the treasure house without hesitation, his eyes flickering coldly in the dim candlelight. In the center of the treasure house, there were all kinds of precious treasures: gold, gems, mithril, spell scrolls. All these wealth were precious items accumulated by the Hyman family for many years. Ryan glanced at all this, with no expression on his face, as if these luxurious wealth had no temptation for him. "These, all belong to me," Ryan whispered, his voice as cold as a cold blade. He waved his hand gently, and then all the wealth began to disappear quickly. Whether it was magic stones, gems, or precious alchemical items, all were dragged away by bloodbats. When the wealth in the treasure house was completely plundered, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Ryan's eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the members of the Hyman family who were still dead, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. "As you wish, all of this belongs to me," Ryan said calmly, without any fluctuation in his voice. Then, with a look of horror, he put an end to the once proud and greedy auction president. His eyes penetrated the thick fog and looked far ahead at the Wiki Kingdom, his manor. Behind him, hundreds of bloodbats followed quickly, like a group of hunters in the dark, and the sound of their wings vibrating seemed to be the call of death. Carrying the fruits of slaughter and plunder, he set out on his way home. Every time he flapped his wings, Ryan's figure went deeper into the night, and the bloody light in his eyes became more dazzling. As he flew faster and faster, the scene on the ground gradually became blurry, except for the bloody dark cloud behind him that never dissipated and followed him closely. These bloodbats carried Ryan's orders and escorted him all the way home from the Hyman family ruins. Almost all the property, treasures, and any remaining value were taken away by the bloodbats. The wealth of the Hyman family was loaded one by one, piled up in the air, and carried with the wind until they were all delivered to the manor in the kingdom of Wiki, carrying all mysterious and dangerous items. When Ryan finally returned to the familiar manor, a complex emotion flashed through his eyes. The third-class apprentice who left had become a first-class wizard in just a few days. "Land!" Ryan whispered. The bloodbats descended in response, as if obeying their master's orders. Under Ryan's control, they dropped mountains of property into the courtyard of the manor. Magic stones, precious magic props, magical items, sparkling gems, all these rare treasures filled the originally empty courtyard overnight. They piled up into hills, reflecting the bloody atmosphere in the dark night. Ryan stood in the middle of a pile of wealth, with no joy in his eyes. In his eyes, wealth and power have long been tools within reach, and they are far from enough to make him tempted. What really attracted him was the power of the vampires, the power that swept everything and broke the bonds. Just as Ryan stood in the courtyard, deeply absorbing the power of the vampires, there was a sound of footsteps in the manor. Ryan turned his head slightly and looked calmly at the door, where a familiar figure walked out, Pauline as one of his lovers. Pauline was wearing a dark, close-fitting robe, her black hair was slightly messy, and she was obviously disturbed by the movement outside. She walked out of the door, her eyes quickly swept across the courtyard, but she was suddenly stunned. This is, Pauline stared at the scene in front of her in stunned silence. The entire courtyard was almost occupied by mountains of wealth. A trace of confusion and doubt flashed across her eyes for a moment, and then she looked at Ryan with a look of astonishment on her face. "Ryan, is that you?" Pauline asked in a low voice, slightly shocked, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She took a few steps closer, only to find that Ryan's appearance was completely different. That bloody light and blood-red eyes exuded a sense of oppression that she couldn't ignore, as if he was no longer the familiar Ryan, but a completely different existence. Ryan smiled slightly, a flash of complicated emotions flashing through his blood-red eyes. He stood upright. As the owner of this manor, he seemed to be a devil from another world. He didn't explain much, he just said lightly, "Pauline, I awakened the bloodline of the vampire clan." Pauline was stunned, with a trace of disbelief flashing in her eyes. "The bloodline of the vampire clan, what did you say? Have you become a vampire clan warlock?" She subconsciously took a step back, as if she was carefully examining Ryan in front of her. She couldn't imagine what Ryan had gone through to transform from an ordinary wizard apprentice into a vampire warlock. Ryan nodded slowly and whispered, "Yes, the bloodline of the vampire clan. This power is far beyond my previous imagination. It allowed me to quickly crawl out of the predicament of death, surpassing my limits."
He turned to look at the mountains of wealth. There was no greed in his eyes, but a hint of indifference. This is my harvest, which I brought from the Heyman family. Pauline was stunned, as if she still didn't fully understand what happened, but she still had a trace of reason and asked eagerly, the Heyman family? Why are they dealing with you? A sneer appeared on Ryan's lips. Yes, I went. I didn't intend to conflict with them, I just went to the auction to have a look. Unexpectedly, the Heyman family became greedy for me behind my back. They took me hostage and wanted to use me as their tool. Ryan's voice gradually became colder. I didn't expect that they dared to be my enemy without knowing the bounds of heaven and earth. So, the situation developed to the point where I had to kill them. I can't tolerate anyone enslaving me, let alone let anyone think that I am my enemy. It will be a target for anyone to exploit. Pauline looked at Ryan with mixed feelings. She had never seen Ryan so cold and ruthless, and the bloody aura and powerful aura emanating from him made her almost breathless. But her words echoed in Ryan's ears, as long as you are okay, Ryan, as long as you are okay. Her voice was soft, with deep emotion and comfort. Ryan did not break the tranquility immediately. He felt Pauline's body heat, her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, as if afraid he would disappear. Her heartbeat accelerated and her breathing slowly became rapid in his arms. The body is petite but full of voluptuousness, and it can be tender and wet with just a pinch. There was an imperceptible softness in Ryan's eyes. So he called the maid and walked into the bedroom together. The morning light of the next day spilled into the room through the windows of the manor. The golden sunlight penetrated the thin curtains and shone on Ryan's sleeping face, as if quietly soothing the storm in his heart. He moved slightly, but Pauline's arms were still tightly wrapped around him, refusing to let go. Pauline moved slightly, as if she felt Ryan's movement, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those deep eyes looked at Ryan for an instant, with a slight panic flashing in them. But soon, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Ryan, you're awake. Pauline said softly, her tone full of reassurance and warmth. You really scared me yesterday. Her voice trembled slightly, obviously recalling everything yesterday. She still couldn't calm down the fluctuations in her heart. Ryan was silent for a moment, then gently let go of her arm and moved her away from him. He looked at her without much expression in his eyes, but there was a hint of complicated emotions in his calm eyes. Pauline, Ryan's voice was low and powerful, you don't have to worry about me. I have become stronger than before and will no longer be hurt as easily as before, and I will not kill indiscriminately like the wandering wizard. Innocent. Ryan, Pauline said softly, her tone still gentle, but with a firmness that could not be ignored, you are someone I trust, and I know your willpower and belief have always been strong. But you must also understand that the power of blood is far from simple as you imagine. After awakening the bloodline, it is not only the improvement of strength, but also the amplification of emotions and desires. You may gradually feel an invisible impulse that comes from the depths of your blood and will influence your decisions and even control your actions. Ryan's brows frowned slightly, and the cold light in his eyes flickered. He had always been confident about his inventory, but Pauline's words made him feel a little uneasy for the first time. But what if there is a problem with the bloodline itself? He wasn't afraid of power itself, but of the emotional impulses he couldn't control. Just like last night, a dignified wizard can be swayed by emotions. If he is unable to control these emotions, the goals and ideals he pursues may gradually change due to the influence of his bloodline. Emotional impact? Ryan asked in a low voice, with a hint of doubt and thoughtfulness in his voice. How do you know? How can you be so sure? Pauline sighed softly, her eyes were a little more complicated, as if she was weighing how to answer. The relationship between them has long gone beyond a simple master-servant relationship, but she still maintains her independence and reason. She walked to the window and looked down at the garden illuminated by the morning light, as if immersed in her own thoughts. Because I have 1/8 of the elven bloodline. Although I have little or no inheritance of advanced meditation methods, it still has an influence. Her voice was soft, but with a firmness that could not be ignored. Ryan was startled for a moment, and then a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't fully understand the details of the elven bloodline, but he knew that the elven bloodline was extremely special in improving magic and spiritual power. Elves are known for their agility in nature, and the blood of elves also gives them certain unique powers, especially at the emotional and spiritual level. Heirs of elven blood can usually sense the emotional fluctuations of others and even calm their moods. Ryan had never noticed this quality in Pauline until she said it, and it dawned on him. Elven bloodline? Ryan repeated, with a hint of subtle surprise in his tone, you never mentioned it. When Pauline turned around and faced Ryan, there was a complex emotion in her eyes, and her voice was soft. Actually, I have never told you this secret. The power of this bloodline has also brought me a lot of trouble. You mean, the awakening of the vampire bloodline will make me lose control of my emotions?
Ryan's tone gradually became serious, and his eyes stared deeply at Pauline, as if searching for the truth in her words.
Pauline nodded, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Yes, Ryan, the power of the bloodline is something you cannot easily control. It gives you infinite power, but it also brings an unavoidable urge for blood. You will find it increasingly difficult to suppress your inner desires and darkness, and may even have extreme reactions to certain things. The blood of a vampire will affect your thinking, even making you unable to clearly judge right from wrong, making you more radical and emotional. What's more, every warlock still has bloodline shackles, and no one can break through the level of the bloodline ancestor. She sighed slightly, with a trace of worry in her eyes. I know you have a strong willpower, but just like me, who is of elf blood, emotional fluctuations are sometimes uncontrollable, especially when facing certain irresistible temptations. An emotional impact. Ryan was silent.
He felt that he had far more willpower than ordinary people, but Pauline's words made him question whether his understanding of the power of the vampires was too naive. He has never considered the emotional impact of blood. He only focuses on the improvement of strength and the realization of goals, but ignores the potential dangers brought by blood. But except for the two innate spells, Blood Aura and Summoning Blood Bats, the prince-level bloodline did not provide any information.
My understanding of the vampire clan is not even as good as that of outsiders, which is very embarrassing.
But Ryan has never seen the so-called blood shackles. Even when he first merged with the blood of the vampires, he only noticed a vague river of blood reflected in the endless void, flowing forever.
It seems that the inventory has broken the bloodline shackles.
Just like the blood beast bloodline that was originally merged, it has completely become one's own thing, and there is no so-called bloodline ancestor.
So, you understand this because of your elf blood? Ryan asked in a low voice, with some thoughts and confusion in his voice.
Pauline nodded, with a hint of pain in her eyes. Elven blood allows me to sense the emotional fluctuations of others.
Sometimes, I can detect the changes in your heart.
You may not realize it, but I can feel your unscrupulous and bloodthirsty pursuit of power. And this emotional change may be the influence of the vampire's power. You may feel like you have everything under control, but the emotional turmoil is sometimes more complex and difficult to navigate than you think.
In order to solve the bloodline problem, our family collected a lot of information about warlocks.
Ryan closed his eyes as Pauline's words began to echo in his mind. He always thought that his calmness and rationality were enough for him to control everything, but he did not expect that the power of the vampires was not only the superposition of power, but also lurked unfathomable emotional whirlpools.
Maybe he wasn't as invulnerable as he thought.
Pauline, Ryan finally spoke, his voice low and somewhat complicated. You are right.
Maybe I did underestimate the power of blood.
Pauline approached gently, her eyes soft, but still with a hint of vigilance. Ryan, I don't want you to doubt your own strength, but I hope you remember that no matter how powerful the power is, it cannot be divorced from emotions and emotions.
Intellectual control.
If you do decide to go down this path, you need to be even more careful and don't let your emotions become your worst enemy. Ryan stared at her, and the complex emotions in his eyes gradually calmed down. He knew that what Pauline said was not groundless, but based on her own experience and perception. He finally nodded and said with a firm look, "Thank you, Pauline.
I will keep your words in mind.
But don't worry too much, because the sap of the green banyan tree can relieve the emotionality of blood disease. As for the blood shackles, I speculate that the upper limit of the blood clan is at least the 5th level Huiyue wizard. If it depends on blood sucking, it may take 3 or 4,000 years, but it will not take hundreds of years to practice the corresponding advanced meditation method."
Pauline saw that Ryan did not mention the advanced meditation method, and did not care.
The famous blood clan has their presence in the world of the heavens. The blood clan who actively integrates into the wizard world must have studied their own advanced meditation method. Ryan felt helpless. He didn't have any advanced meditation method. He didn't even know where the upper limit of the prince-level blood clan blood was.
It seems that if you want to improve your strength quickly, you have to look for something in the remains of the Crimson Wizard in the future, or collect clues when the Crimson Wizard left, and try to follow him. I know, when I finish dealing with things in the Kingdom of Wiki, we will set out to flatten those wandering wizards. In the next few days, Ryan absorbed blood to increase the assimilation rate of bloodline essence, while directing Pauline to sort out the property found from the Hyman family. There are 300,000 magic stones alone, plus dozens of low-level magic items, hundreds of gems and rare alchemical materials, with a total value of more than 500,000 magic stones.
It can be said to be an astronomical figure.
Even if Ryan makes potions day and night, it will take 30 years to save up after deducting necessary expenses.
What a wave of fat, there are so many magic stones that I can't spend them all.
Looking through White's books, Ryan knew that White also used green potions and first-level defensive spell templates to advance to a formal wizard. Even if there is a high probability that he will be locked in the first-level wizard for his whole life, living another 300 or 400 years is enough. This is the idea of all the formal wizards in the South Coast wizard world. It seems that even for a white wizard, the cost of obtaining the advanced meditation method to advance to a formal wizard is too high, and even he is unwilling to do so.
Ryan is not interested in learning the remaining spell books.
As for the magic items, at Ryan's current level of strength, he only picked out 2 things from them. One is the advanced magic item Windblade, which can barely withstand Ryan's magic infusion.
The other is the one that can cause the inventory to react. Ryan took the item that can cause the inventory to react in his hand and looked at it carefully.
This thing looks inconspicuous, like an ordinary stone, but it feels cold to the touch. He tried to inject a little magic into it, and in an instant, a faint light flashed, and then the whole room was shrouded in a strange light. Sword whetstone, a strange object from another world. The origin of the sword whetstone is confusing.
Some people believe that it originated from the ancient sword school.
This stone was once the personal belongings of a great swordsman who was not only proficient in swordsmanship, but also possessed powerful magic. After his death, the sword whetstone was lost in the world and became the dream of countless swordsmanship masters. Equipment conditions: complete proficiency in 3 swordsmanship. Equipment effect: defeat the swordsmanship master in public, permanently increase 1% swordsmanship power and 1% total magic power, upper limit 99%, assimilation rate 0%, so strong. Ryan immediately wanted to equip it in the inventory, but he changed his mind. The inventory has a total of 12 grids, and 4 grids are left after removing 8 occupied grids. Except for Bloodline Essence, and Meteor Pendant, the other flashing icons have an assimilation rate of 100%. Although the equipment effect of Sword Sharpening Stone is quite tempting, it can increase the power of Ryan's sword thrust and charged armor piercing slash, but where can he get dozens or even 99 sword masters?
There are 12 great knights in the entire Wiki Kingdom, but can he find 2 sword masters?
Shaking his head, Ryan put it away and waited for an opportunity in the future. After searching through all the books and booklets, Ryan obtained a map, which was explored in the ruins of the Crimson Wizard by the Lives of Wizard Apprentices. Compared with the incomplete map obtained in the Crimson Knight Training Manual, it is somewhat similar. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to collect the complete map after returning to the academy.
2 weeks have passed.
The collected blood has been absorbed, and the assimilation rate of Bloodline Essence has increased to 48%.
Ryan also plans to officially launch the plan.
After all, there is only half a year left before the end of the long-term mission of Blackstone Lowland Academy. Ryan sat in the study of the Wiki Kingdom Manor.
There were several exquisite invitations scattered on the desk.
The scent of ink filled his nose. His eyes were cold and firm. The purpose of these invitations was very clear. He hoped to invite Master Derek to come and discuss some topics about soul power and magic. He gently picked up one of the invitations and carefully checked the text on it to make sure everything was correct. On the invitation, Ryan wrote his respect and invitation to Master Derek in his own handwriting, and his tone revealed sincere hope and respect.
"Arrange it,"
Ryan said softly to the servant standing next to him.
The servant nodded respectfully, took the invitation, and quickly left the study and sent the letter to the edge of the city of Wiki Kingdom.
Ryan watched the servant's back, and a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes.
He was thinking about buying soul information when Derek came, and forcibly subduing him and asking for it if he didn't agree.
However, not long after, the servant hurriedly came from outside the yard with a trace of worry on his face.
Ryan immediately felt that something was wrong. He turned around and looked at the servant coldly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. "What's the matter?"
The servant bowed his head and said cautiously, "Respected Lord Ryan, I sent an invitation to Master Derek's mansion, but the reply I got was,
Master Derek has left the kingdom of Wiki."
He paused, as if looking for the right words to continue. "As for whereabouts, no one knows."
Ryan's fingers tapped the desk lightly, his eyes slightly condensed, and a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across his face. "Left? Whereabouts unknown?"
His voice was still calm, but the emotions in his eyes had fluctuated a little. He knew that Master Derek liked to travel around and liked to study ancient spells and mysterious soul mysteries in depth, but he didn't expect that Derek would suddenly leave at this time.
The servant bowed his head and continued, "Yes, sir. Master Derek's servants said that the master had left a few days ago, and as for the destination, they didn't know. Master Derek didn't seem to tell anyone in advance where he was going."
"What a pity," Ryan said in a low voice, as if talking to himself. He did feel a little disappointed. Master Derek's wisdom and experience were undoubtedly a great help to his current predicament. Especially when he gradually awakened the blood of the vampires and even began to feel the influence of the power of the vampires on his emotions and spirit. Master Derek's insights and suggestions could have allowed him to control these changes more calmly.
He paused, retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and said calmly and firmly, "Okay, since Master Derek has left, I will wait for him to come back. Perhaps he has more important things to do outside."
The servant lowered his head slightly, and seeing that Ryan had no further instructions, he gently retreated.
"In any case, I will no longer wait,"
Ryan whispered to himself. His eyes became calm and deep again, as if everything was under his control. He stood outside the capital of the Kingdom of Wiki, looking far and wide at the small hill covered with dense forests in the distance. Under the hill was a cave area that he had already explored. The entrance of the cave was hidden in the dark bushes, and the surrounding air was filled with dampness and decay.
This was where the cave grass grew.
This rare herb, which grows in dark caves, is highly sought after for its extremely valuable medicinal value. Its roots can be used to extract a highly magical potion blending essence, and is one of the essential materials for pharmacists.
The mission of the Blackrock Lowlands Academy is to restore the supply of cave grass. The reason given by the wizards of the Wiki Kingdom is that a monster has occupied the cave, but Ryan did not find any trace of the monster at all.
I hope you guys behave yourself, or else." In the evening, Ryan sat at the big table in his manor, gently fiddling with a glass of red wine in his hand, staring at the three companions in front of him. The wine in the glass reflected a warm luster, accompanied by the sound of a few breezes blowing the curtains. The atmosphere seemed particularly relaxed and cordial.
"Hello, Old York, Lester, Tilly."
Ryan spoke slowly, his tone calm and gentle. The three looked up at him. Lester and Tilly's eyes were full of expectations, because as third-class apprentices, they have benefited a lot since Ryan came, and I think this time it should also be related to potions. And Old York habitually rubbed his beard, as if he had already known that Ryan had something to say.
"Ryan, what's the matter?"
Old York spoke first. His voice was low and hoarse, like an old man who had walked out of the wind and sand in the desert for many years. Ryan put down the wineglass, and gently stroked the rim of the glass with his fingertips, revealing a smile. "I'm doing a potion experiment recently, but as you know, the consumption of magic stones is too high, and I must find some new resources to support it. I heard that there is a cave near the royal capital, where the cave grass grows. This herb is very rare and can extract powerful magic essence. Maybe it can provide me with the alchemical materials needed for the experiment."
"Cave grass?"
Old York pondered for a moment, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. "It is indeed a precious herb, but that cave is not peaceful.
The monsters nearby are not easy to deal with."
Ryan nodded slightly. "That's right. I plan to go with you third-class apprentices to pick the cave grass and clean up the monsters in the cave. Although the monsters are ferocious, I believe that you are strong enough to deal with them."
"When?" "Now." There was an atmosphere of silence permeating the cave.
Ryan, Old York, and the others went in one behind the other, slowly going deeper. As their steps progressed, the light in the cave became darker and darker, surrounded by wet rock walls, and the smell of moisture in the air became stronger.
Ryan's mind was not completely focused on the surrounding environment.
He was still pondering the previous situation. The smell of the cave grass was getting stronger, but there was still no trace of monsters around him.
"What's going on?" A playful smile appeared on Ryan's lips.
"It turns out that there are no traces of monsters in this kind of place. Selling the cave grass every year can net you at least several thousand magic stones. Seeing that the wizard power of Blackstone Lowland College has been greatly reduced, the wizards in the Wiki Kingdom must have fabricated information about monsters and cut off the supply." Old York walked in front of him, his steps steady and slow, and he didn't seem to be as alert as Ryan. Ryan followed behind him, occasionally glancing at the old wizard's back.
"Do you think something is wrong here?" Ryan finally asked, his voice low and calm.
Old York didn't look back, and his voice was full of disdain. "What do you think, Ryan?
Aren't the wizards sent by the Academy the best at this kind of insight? Why, haven't you discovered it yet?" Ryan frowned slightly.
The obvious provocation in Old York's tone made him feel angry, but he also wanted to see what these clowns wanted to do. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from behind, "That's enough, Ryan." "Old York, you." Ryan's tone was a little startled, but he quickly calmed down, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "You're not here to pick the cave grass, are you?" Old York sneered and walked straight towards Ryan without any pause. The air in the cave became heavier and heavier, as if a strong sense of oppression was quietly spreading. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Old York's voice was low and full of sarcasm. "Who do you think you are? A mere second-class apprentice. How dare you come here with us so arrogantly?" Ryan's brows raised slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Old York's smile became colder, and the look in his eyes was full of disdain. "I know you were sent by Blackstone Lowland College, and you are a second-class apprentice. You can fool those wizard apprentices, but you can't fool me. Do you really think you can escape?" Ryan lowered his head and suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. His body trembled slightly, as if he was under great threat, and his eyes were wandering, like a prey forced into a dead corner. I don't want to die, you. What do you want?" Ryan's voice contained a hint of broken fear. "Oh, what a weak guy." A trace of contempt flashed in Old York's eyes. "But I like this. At least you can understand your position." Immediately, Old York motioned to the two apprentices, Lyle and Tilly, to come closer. His tone gradually became colder. "Look, Ryan doesn't want to die. But we can't let him live so easily. We can't let him escape. You know that once a slave contract is signed, he can no longer resist. We can benefit greatly from his knowledge and elixirs." A deep light flashed in Old York's eyes. "Ryan has a woman named Pauline. Using her to threaten Ryan should work." There was a hint of excitement on Lyle's face. "Yes, the slave contract is the most effective. No matter what secrets he has, after signing the contract, he will become our slave completely and will never be able to resist." "I agree too." The three of them looked at each other and confirmed the plan. Old York turned to Ryan and sneered. "Do you think you can escape, Ryan? Sign the contract, become our slave, give up your so-called dignity, or you will disappear in this cave forever. Do you really think I will give in easily?" Ryan's voice still had a vibrato, but there was a hint of suppressed anger in the vibrato. "You think you can control me with these methods? You are so naive." The high-quality potions he has produced since his arrival have benefited almost everyone, but the two old brothers and these wizard apprentices did not appreciate it and chose to be his enemy. The air in the cave seemed to have solidified, and all movement was completely suppressed by Ryan's sudden explosion. His previous weak and frightened expression disappeared instantly. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. The power of blood surged crazily in Ryan's body, and a steady stream of power erupted from the depths of his body, as if the entire cave began to tremble, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. Old York and the two third-class apprentices were still standing there, their eyes full of contempt and hostility. Just when they thought Ryan was under complete control and were about to sign the slave contract, Ryan raised his head slightly, a cold scarlet flashing in his eyes. The red gradually spread and quickly occupied his pupils, like two burning flames, swallowing up his always weak expression. "You think you can control me with these methods of yours?" Ryan's voice was low and cold, with a sense of oppression that no one could refute. As he finished speaking, a powerful mental wave suddenly struck, suffocating the air in the cave almost instantly. That is the pressure of the vampires, a kind of extraordinary spiritual suppression produced by the combination of blood and willpower. Old York's eyes suddenly widened, as if he felt some kind of huge crisis. The threat emanating from Ryan made it difficult for him to breathe. Old York's face turned pale in an instant, and he staggered a few steps, as if an invisible big hand had firmly grasped his heart. At the same time, Ryan suddenly released a blood halo, and a bright red halo surrounded him. The blood-colored light seemed to penetrate everything and dyed the surrounding air red. The halo was not only a symbol of power, but also carried a strong mental repression, as if it could deprive all living beings of their will in an instant. A trace of fear flashed in Old York's eyes. He wanted to mobilize his mental power to resist, but under Ryan's pressure, his mental power seemed to be bound and could not move at all. Ryan in front of him was no longer the seemingly weak second-class apprentice, but a formal wizard who really made people feel scared. Old York didn't react at all. Ryan had already strode forward and kicked him hard in the chest. Bang! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and Old York's body was kicked away like a ragbag, his chest collapsed, and he died on the spot. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of this apprentice from the Blackrock Lowlands Academy. Old York! Lester and Tilly exclaimed at the same time, their eyes full of shock and anger. The fear in their hearts also climbed to the extreme in an instant. They didn't expect that Ryan's strength was so terrible that he killed the third-class apprentice who they thought was unshakable in just a moment. Ryan's eyes swept over the two of them coldly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "You dare to threaten my woman, you deserve to die." He didn't rush to act, but slowly walked to Old York's body, squatted down and searched for a slave contract from Old York. It was a yellowed ancient contract with a strong spiritual imprint, obviously a very high-level spell contract.
Its power is shocking, and it can completely control a person's life and soul. So that's it. Ryan's mouth curled up into a smile. He looked at the two third-class apprentices and spoke in a calm tone, but with an irresistible pressure. "Now, whoever can grab this slave contract can leave here alive." Then he threw the slave contract at his feet. Lester and Tilly looked at each other, their eyes full of hostility and unwillingness. Both of them obviously understood what this contract meant to them and became a guarantee for their continued survival. However, facing Ryan's strong pressure, the two also understood that this competition would be a life-and-death battle. No one gets off easy.
Ryan smiled, his cold gaze sending chills down their bodies. He stood up, clapped his hands, and his voice was calm but full of threats. "I have given you a chance. Now, you can only choose one of you to leave alive." As his words fell, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Lester and Tilly stopped looking at each other and started angrily attacking each other. The life and death fear made both of them lose their minds. Their wildness and desire for survival were completely aroused, and they no longer cared about any consequences. "Go to hell!" Lester roared and pounced on Tilly, slamming his fist down like a hammer and launching an attack almost subconsciously. Although his strength is not as good as that of a knight, his burst of speed and power are enough to catch Tilly off guard in a life-or-death situation. Tilly didn't hesitate at all, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly faced Lester's attack. The two began the most primitive and bloody fight, with fists and kicks intertwined. Even the most basic fighting skills were left behind, leaving only the desire for survival and a stubborn devotion to each other. Hate. While they were fighting, Ryan stood aside and watched quietly. He knew that by suppressing all the magic and spiritual power, only through this primitive method could the winner be finally decided. Neither of them is willing to admit defeat easily, but in the end, only one can survive. Ryan smiled slightly, his eyes as cold as ice. "The fun begins." The bloody halo still flickered around Ryan, and the pressure in the air did not diminish at all. He no longer cared about the outcome of this battle. He just needs a place that can afford his retreat, and the wealthy apothecary will even offer some small favors to the victor. In the end, Tilly finally gained the upper hand with his more ferocious attacks. After a fierce collision, he seized the opportunity, quickly pushed Lester to the ground, put his knee on the opponent's chest, and suppressed him severely. Lester's eyes were full of despair, but in the end he was still unable to break free from Tilly's fatal control, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Tilly gasped and stood up, standing next to Lester's body. His face was covered with blood and exhaustion, but his eyes shone with determination. With trembling fingers, he took out the slave contract and glanced coldly at the dead Old York. Then, he took a deep breath and held the contract firmly in his hands. Ryan stood not far away, watching all this with cold eyes. He did not stop this life-and-death battle, but quietly observed and waited for the final result. Seeing Tilly stand up, Ryan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. "Congratulations, Tilly." Ryan's voice was low and clear. "You won this life-and-death battle and survived." Tilly was covered in blood and exhausted, but he still maintained respect and awe in front of Ryan. He lowered his head deeply and lowered his eyes, as if surrendering. "Thank you, sir, thank you for the opportunity." Tilly knelt on the ground with a sincere tone and a look of gratitude on his face. Ryan did not respond in a hurry, but walked slowly to Tilly and took out several bottles of potions and a robe from his arms. He lowered his head and handed the healing potion and a tinder robe with a mysterious luster to Tilly. "This is a healing potion that can quickly restore your physical strength and heal your injuries. As for this tinder robe, it is an intermediate magic item that can enhance your resistance to fire and improve your magic defense. You won this life-and-death battle, and these should be the rewards you deserve." When Tilly saw the bottle of healing potion and the tinder robe shining with mysterious light, his eyes couldn't help showing a touch of shock and gratitude. He took the potion without hesitation and drank it. The effect of the potion was almost immediate. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fatigue in his heart also dissipated. The tinder robe made him feel a warm power flowing through his body, and his defense was immediately greatly improved. "Thank you, sir. Tilly will never forget your kindness." Tilly lowered his head, his eyes were deep, and his tone was firm. I will definitely be loyal to you.
You have given me new life.
Ryan nodded, with a hint of coldness in his eyes.
No need to say thank you,
your life and death have already determined your future destiny. He paused, his eyes swept over the body next to Tilly, and finally landed on him. You have signed a slave contract.
From now on, you will serve me. Loyalty is the only future you can fight for yourself.
Tilly lowered his head and responded, yes, sir.
Tilly, Ryan said in a deep voice, Old York's apprentice Arya must be eliminated. Because you are the only survivor, you must completely eliminate the threat. Tilly nodded without any hesitation on his face. I understand, my lord.
There was a trace of cruelty in his eyes. This life and death battle had made him fully understand that only by overwhelming everything could he have a chance to survive and gain real power. A few days later, Tilly returned to the manor in the Wiki Kingdom. Standing at the door of the manor, Tilly looked at the magnificent mansion in front of him, feeling complicated and excited. Ryan's power deeply shocked him, and he himself also completely recognized his position from this bloody battle.
However, Ryan's plan was not over.
Ryan immediately began to arrange the next steps. He had promised that Tilly would be rewarded, but at the same time, Tilly must also contribute to Ryan. After returning to the kingdom of Wiki, Tilly began to eliminate all the apprentices of Old York with thundering means. Whether it was the enemies hiding in the dark or the apprentices who intended to rebel, Tilly ruthlessly eliminated them. With the resources and support given by Ryan, Tilly's power grew rapidly, and his coldness and decisiveness made those who once depended on Old York not spared. After bloody cleansing again and again, the power of the kingdom of Wiki was completely cleared, and Ryan's power also expanded steadily in just a few months. And Tilly, as Ryan's loyal slave and right-hand man, has decided to imprison the king and a series of nobles to death. From now on, you will be a sharp blade in my hand, Tilly. Ryan said to Tilly, with a hint of majesty in his tone, remember, loyalty is your strongest power. You are only in your 70s, which is the age to dare to fight, and it is possible that you will be promoted to a formal wizard in the future. Tilly immediately knelt on the ground and expressed his loyalty to Ryan without reservation. I will follow your orders and never betray you.
No one would feel embarrassed to serve a noble formal wizard. Ryan stood in the underground laboratory. Operating the inventory, he replaced the bloodline essence with the meteor pendant.
Ryan felt a heavy force begin to fade from his body. The originally burning power seemed to be drawn away like a tide. His bloodline, once the source of his power, is now like a stripped branch, losing its former fullness and warmth.
A strong sense of emptiness spread, and Ryan's legs trembled slightly unconsciously.
He held on to the table next to the mirror and felt the changes in his body. The feeling of emptiness spread from his chest to his limbs.
The power that once filled his body seemed to be completely drawn away.
His heartbeat accelerated, and a few drops of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Although he was prepared, he still found it difficult to adapt to this sudden change. The bloodline power that was once as strong as a mountain was fleeting, leaving him with an empty body and an uneasy heart. Fortunately, the 48% assimilation rate is high enough.
Ryan made a simple estimate.
The remaining mental power is still comparable to that of a first-level wizard who has 30% of his mental power elementalized.
He just lacks advanced meditation and cannot elementalize.
He is essentially still a third-level apprentice.
Without a qualitative breakthrough in mental power, he cannot open up 3 grids in the inventory.
With advanced alchemy knowledge, he clearly felt the fluctuations of magic in the air around him. His eyes were focused, his hands waved in the air, and the spell runes passed like meteors, lighting up the whole room. Today, he will use the power of wizards to personally forge 2 pairs of meteorite pendants. 1 pair will be given to himself, and the other pair will be given to Pauline. He did not rely on forging tools or smelting furnaces, but relied on powerful spell power, through the fine manipulation of materials and the depiction of runes, to directly transform meteorite iron and dozens of materials into a high-level magic item.
That is the art between wizards, a skill that is more precise and efficient than metal forging.
Ryan stretched out his right hand, and a deep red magic array appeared on his palm.
Magic power began to gather in the palm, forming a tiny vortex.
As he hummed softly, the fragments of meteorite iron were slowly attracted and floated in the air. Under the guidance of the spell, they began to rotate in a precise trajectory, faster and faster, as if turning into sharp meteors. Ryan whispered the spell, his voice was full of pressure, and with the fluctuation of magic, the fragments of meteorite iron suddenly melted and turned into liquid metal brilliance. The metal liquid condensed in the air, and the flowing trajectory was as bright as the stars. The spell runes flashed one after another, gathered above the metal liquid, forming a complex spell pattern. These runes were not just decorations, they were the core of the meteorite pendant, giving it special magic power. As Ryan waved his hand, the metal liquid cooled rapidly, forming two pairs of pendants shining with mysterious brilliance. The surface of each pendant is engraved with runes, which jump like living things on the bottom of the black meteorite iron, as if containing some powerful energy. The two pairs of pendants are in the shape of a half moon, and the edges emit a faint blue light, as if they can resonate with the stars in the night sky. The assimilation rate of meteorite pendant has also been successfully increased from 78% to 100%. After changing to bloodline essence in the inventory, Ryan walked lightly, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the silent corridor. He pushed open Pauline's door, approached her, and handed the pendant to her.
Pauline, I made this for you.
Pauline raised her head from the table and saw the pendant in Ryan's hand.
Her eyebrows raised slightly, and she was obviously a little surprised. What is this?
There was a hint of doubt in her voice, but there was also a hint of expectation. Ryan approached her, handed the pendant to her, and whispered, "This pair of pendants is made of meteorite iron, symbolizing the power of the stars.
I prepared it for you, hoping it can protect you and bring you strength. Thank you, Ryan."
Pauline whispered, with a hint of tenderness in her voice, but deeper was endless determination and trust. Ryan looked at her, with a faint smile on his lips. "You don't need to thank me, Pauline.
I just do what I should do."
He turned around and prepared to leave, but stopped at the door and looked back at Pauline. "No matter what happens, I will be by your side."
Pauline looked at him deeply, lowered her head and gently stroked the pendant around her neck, and nodded slightly. "I know, Ryan."
Ryan didn't want to abandon his feelings. Perhaps he used to treat Pauline as a slave that could be used, but now he doesn't think so. Ryan sat in the spacious hall of the manor, and the sunlight outside the window slanted in, illuminating the exquisite potion bottles on the table. The air was filled with a faint herbal aroma, and everything in the room seemed so peaceful and orderly. However, Ryan's eyes were filled with a deep coldness, as if he was making final preparations for the upcoming action. He turned to Tilly standing next to him, and said in a calm tone, "Tilly, your task has been arranged. Take these potions to several nearby wizard markets to sell them in exchange for supplies and magic stones." He picked up a few bottles of potions from the table and handed them to Tilly. "This bottle is a light green potion, and this bottle is a tranquilizer potion.
It is very popular in the market. You can get a lot of money by taking it."
Tilly lowered his head to take the potion, and was deeply grateful for Ryan's arrangement. Although he had become Ryan's slave, every order from Ryan made him feel that he was in a bigger world and had more opportunities. He carefully put away the potion, with a respectful expression. "I understand, sir."
"Don't worry, I will complete the task."
Ryan nodded, his tone gradually became solemn. "There is one more thing. Cooperate with the Sepeta guards, collect the blood of wizard apprentices. You have to handle it well, and make sure everything is in order." After his transformation, the 6 Sepeta guards almost poured nearly 8,000 magic stones. Although their potential was exhausted, it was easy to deal with some second-class apprentices.
Tilly stood up straight and bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir."
Just as Ryan and Pauline were about to leave, Pauline quietly walked to Tilly and whispered, "Don't worry, Ryan will handle everything.
As long as you continue to obey, he will give you more opportunities." Tilly nodded, and a strange emotion rose in his heart.
He understood that he was not just a tool under orders. Under Ryan's protection, as long as he was loyal enough and useful enough, Ryan would definitely let him get more.
A mere mortal spent a lot of money, let alone a third-class apprentice like him? Soon after, Ryan and Pauline left the manor together and headed in the planned direction.
Their destination was Green Forest College, which was once a low-key and secretive college, but it was destroyed by wandering wizards overnight just because the sap of the green banyan tree has the effect of breaking illusions and purifying spiritual power. As the carriage left the manor, Ryan's eyes penetrated the fog in front and stared at the distant Green Forest College. He did not express his plan directly, his eyes were cold and determined, as if everything was under control, and Pauline followed him quietly and calmly. Ryan and Pauline quietly stepped into the old site of Green Forest College. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the long-abandoned college buildings were in dilapidated condition. The library has collapsed into piled ruins, and the ancient witch formation has long faded, along with traces of the once glorious runes and spells that have also dissipated in the wind as time goes by.
However, these dilapidated scenes did not make Ryan feel relaxed.
He knew that the decline of Green Forest College was deeply intertwined with the secrets it concealed. The Green Forest Academy, which has a witch formation and 4 third-class apprentices, would be destroyed overnight.
There must be a conspiracy inside.
Pauline stood beside him, silently guiding the route ahead. There were complex emotions in her eyes, but more of a hint of calmness and alertness. After all, this place held her painful memories. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, Ryan gently raised his right hand, moved his fingers slightly, and performed the unfathomable shadow tracking technique. In an instant, his and Pauline's figures were shrouded in a dark shadow, as if they had disappeared from this world. The light lost its effect around them, and anyone looking from the outside could not detect their presence. Although the shadow tracing technique is only a 0-level concealment spell, in the hands of Ryan, a wizard with advanced shadow elements, it can not only conceal the existence of the body, but also conceal all the breath and magic fluctuations on the two people. No matter whether it is magic detection or naked eye observation, no trace of the two people can be found. Ryan knew that this place had been invaded by wandering wizards for many years, especially those wandering wizards and their companions.
There were probably no less.
The sound of their footsteps completely disappeared in the air, and Ryan and Pauline walked forward slowly, through the jumbled ruins and broken walls, and along the old path of the college. Pauline tilted her head slightly and guided in a low voice, "The wandering wizard who broke into the academy came from here. I remember that he entered through this road, and the wizard formation was destroyed almost instantly." Ryan nodded silently, his eyes still scanning the surroundings calmly. The old site of Green Forest College is now in ruins, but Ryan knows that the destruction of the past does not mean that all traces have been removed. He had a vague feeling that the wandering wizard might still be here.
"I smell blood. The traces they left are not obvious,"
Pauline whispered again, a flash of memory flashing in her eyes, "but I can feel the aura of that time, the cold magic, the aura of the wandering wizard is very strong."
Ryan did not respond immediately, but walked quietly beside Pauline, trusting her judgment completely.
1/8 of elven blood gives her a keen sense of these dangerous forces. They walked through an abandoned garden, bypassed the collapsed teaching building, and entered the core area of the college. The scene here is becoming more and more desolate, the buildings no longer have their original outlines, and all the spell formations are in pieces. However, in the middle of the ruins, Pauline suddenly stopped. There stood a huge green banyan tree with lush branches and leaves that seem to have never been eroded by the years. The trunk of the tree is curved, and the ancient roots penetrate deeply into the earth, as if the life of the entire college was once maintained by it. Under the tree, there was a group of ordinary people gathering. They looked like civilians, wearing simple clothes, which made Ryan and Pauline feel a little confused.
"This should be the core area of the academy. Why are there no apprentices here?"
Pauline whispered softly, frowning slightly.
"Let me ask."
Ryan recited the spell in a low voice, his voice was deep and powerful, and then the air in the air instantly became solemn. A strong spiritual wave was released from his body, condensed into a mysterious aura, and quickly enveloped the entire area. He used illusion hypnosis, and a powerful mental pressure enveloped these people. This kind of hypnosis is different from ordinary illusions. It not only allows people to get lost in hallucinations, but also directly controls their thinking. These people began to slowly stop the movements in their hands, and their eyes became more hollow, as if they had entered some kind of deep hypnotic state. Gradually, their expressions became dull, and only the figures of Ryan and Pauline were clearly reflected in their eyes.
Ryan walked towards one of the middle-aged men.
His face was pale and his eyes were dull.
Ryan approached him and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man's eyes showed no fluctuation, as if everything no longer belonged to him.
There was no emotion in his voice, and he just responded mechanically, "We are slaves of the Faber Kingdom, and were left here by a wizard to clean the ground."
"Whose order are you? Who asked you to stay here?" "I don't know his name." "How long have you been staying here? Where have you been?"
The man's expression was still numb, but his tone was a little hollow. "We have been here for 4 years.
The other wizards were taken away by him and haven't been seen since." "Take it away?"
Ryan frowned. "Take it where?" The man's eyes began to become confused, and he seemed to have difficulty understanding the question. I
don't know." "Then where is he?" Ryan's tone became colder and his hands tightened slightly. He should be in the basement."
The man's voice was still dull, as if he was completely controlled. The man had never seen the wizard when he left, and the wizard was always vague in his eyes. It seems that some kind of illusion has been maintained. Ryan asked him to forget this memory and let everyone maintain the status quo, except for Ryan and Pauline. According to Pauline's observation at that time, there were at least a dozen wizards, but now there is only one. Ryan stopped and his eyes swept around him like lightning. In his perception, there were no special traces around him.
Ryan walked up to Pauline and whispered, "What can you sense?"
"Here." Her voice was low, almost disappearing in the silence. Pauline slowly pointed to an inconspicuous stone slab in front of her.
"Looking along, you can see an inconspicuous stone slab.
It lies there quietly, blending in with its surroundings.
If you don't look carefully, you can easily miss its presence.
But when you look closer, you can find that the surface of the stone slab is densely engraved with extremely complex rune arrays, but the runes no longer shine, as if they have lost all their power." Her fingertips lightly touched the stone slab, and she closed her eyes, trying to recall fragments of memory.
"This used to be a road from the college to the underground laboratory,"
Pauline said softly. "The aura of the wandering wizard is under this stone slab, and his spell once occurred here.
I once sensed that although the hidden power has faded, the traces remain." Ryan nodded.
He walked closer to the stone slab and gently placed his hand on it, feeling the faint fluctuations of magic power.
"The nature of magic is indeed very strange, tending to be weird and psychedelic." Pauline stood aside, seemingly considering a possible solution.
She whispered, "Maybe the password on the slate has not changed, and I can open that entrance." Ryan shook his head, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "No, it's best not to take risks. If the password on the slate really hasn't changed, the witch array inside is likely to still exist.
If you go down rashly, you may trigger the trap and alarm the wandering wizard."
He paused, his eyes swept across the surrounding environment as sharp as a knife, and seemed to have made a decision. "Moreover, the situation in the basement is unknown and too dangerous.
We can't rush in before we fully understand the internal situation." Pauline nodded after hearing Ryan's words. She knew that Ryan's judgment was always accurate. Ryan waved his hand gently and summoned several blood bats.
They were in different shapes, with a faint blood-colored glow on their wings.
The blood bats circled in the air, making a low humming sound.
Ryan's spell fluctuations were slightly agitated, and then he controlled them to fly to the entrance of the basement. "Your task is to go through the stone slab in the basement, go deep inside, and investigate everything. Catch the wizard inside and make him unconscious." Ryan's words were brief and clear, and the blood bats responded immediately and flew quickly to the bottom of the stone slab. Ryan stood straight, his eyes always locked on the direction of the stone slab. He released a light red blood aura, and with the surge of magic power, the whole area was filled with a layer of bloody atmosphere. The expansion of the blood aura around the basement can effectively suppress any mental control or elemental spells, and also increase Ryan's control over the blood bats. After a while, he felt the blood bats crossing the underground stone slab, and then several blood bats rushed out from under the stone slab, dragging an unconscious man. The so-called wandering wizard was shocked by the powerful mental power without even the opportunity to release spells. The blood bats flew very fast, quickly broke through the witch formation under the stone slab, and dragged the man out of the basement in almost the blink of an eye.
Ryan's eyes suddenly turned cold.
He stretched out his hand and gently caught the unconscious man's body, then whispered, "Put him down." The blood bats put the unconscious man down. Ryan observed his body and found that he was wearing a worn-out apprentice uniform, with conspicuous dark circles under his eyes, and looked quite haggard.
"This is not an ordinary apprentice," Ryan whispered to himself.
He tightly grasped the unconscious man's shoulders, and a strong mental force poured into the man's body, and began to quickly analyze the remaining magic in his body.
But he should be the wandering wizard. Pauline walked forward and leaned over to take a closer look.
In fact, it was the first time she saw the face of the enemy who killed her father. He is still a third-class apprentice. It seems that his strength has not improved much. Ryan nodded, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Although his magic power is very strange, his consciousness has been completely suppressed by me."
"But why are those slaves still controlled?"
"There is no magic array carved on the ground. Logically, the illusions on the slaves should have been solved long ago, but now they are still maintained like machines, indicating that there may be more secrets on this wandering wizard." Ryan stood in front of the wandering wizard, his eyes calm and deep. He gently raised his hand, slowly cast a spell, and his fingers drew a complex symbol in the air. As the magic array emerged, a faint blue light filled the air. This was not the elemental spell he usually used, but the low-level soul learning with perfect proficiency that he obtained after equipping the Soul Worship Holy Words fragment. Although this kind of magic array usually causes great erosion to the soul, under Ryan's control, it becomes more accurate and efficient. Through this ability, Ryan can directly extract memories from the wandering wizard's soul and explore the secrets hidden in it.
As Ryan's spell sounded softly, a deep spiritual wave was released from his body and quietly penetrated into the wandering wizard's soul. The memory of the soul was like a broken river, and began to surge under Ryan's control. Ryan's eyes suddenly became more focused, and his consciousness entered a dark void, which was the depths of the wandering wizard's soul. In this void, he was like a falcon, quickly passing through the layers of memory fog, looking for the key moments that the wandering wizard had experienced. Soon, scenes appeared in front of Ryan's eyes. The pictures were blurred, but full of broken emotions and memory fragments. In the depths of one of the memories, he suddenly stopped his body and concentrated his mind. It was a scene in memory where the wandering wizard talked quietly with some people. Daniel, Ryan muttered to himself, and his consciousness suddenly shook. He saw the conversation between the wandering wizard and a third-class apprentice. The apprentice, named Daniel, was the key to the destruction of Green Forest Academy. In the memory fragment, the wandering wizard and Daniel stood in a dark corner. The atmosphere was tense and serious. Daniel looked pale and whispered, "I have prepared everything. Your plan will be impeccable. The students of Green Forest Academy are all powerless. Don't worry, I have secretly controlled some formations of the academy. Tomorrow morning, you only need to lead people to attack, and everything will go smoothly with my cooperation." A sneer flashed in the eyes of the wandering wizard. "Daniel, you really didn't let me down. As long as the top leaders of Green Forest Academy are eliminated, this academy will be completely in our pocket." And the wandering wizard, relying on Daniel's help, easily infiltrated and destroyed the academy's defenses, controlled most of the academy's formations and apprentices, and finally completely destroyed Green Forest Academy. After hearing Ryan's discovery, Pauline was stunned. Her eyes gradually became complicated, as if she was quickly digesting this shocking fact. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment, then raised her eyes and looked at Ryan, with a trace of uncontrollable shock on her face, but soon turned into a complicated calm. "Daniel," Pauline whispered the name, as if trying to confirm the authenticity of this matter. "I never expected that Uncle Daniel would betray our family, Green Forest Academy, and even everyone. He once had the idea of cutting down the green banyan tree to obtain the tree heart and use it to improve his elven bloodline. But the green banyan tree has always been a precious treasure of our family. It is one of the most important existences, and even my father has been keeping a close eye on it. Moreover, although the sap of the green banyan tree cannot directly improve the bloodline, it can greatly enhance the physical fitness and spell ability of the elves, and is an indispensable resource in our family. Every year, we take some sap from the tree, but only for the continuation of the elven bloodline." Pauline's brows furrowed and her eyes flashed with eagerness. She knew that the truth about the destruction of Green Forest Academy had surfaced, and she was eager to know more details, especially Daniel's current whereabouts. She turned to Ryan, with a hint of hidden anxiety in her tone. "Ryan, can you tell me, where is Daniel now? I must kill him to avenge him." Ryan closed his eyes, concentrated, and continued to look at all the memories extracted from the soul of the wandering wizard. As he took a deep breath, the fragments of memory unfolded in his mind again. In the memories of the wandering wizard, Ryan saw a detail: Daniel, the third-class apprentice who had participated in the destruction of Green Forest Academy, and other wizards, all disappeared quietly one night. A fleeting image flashed across the memory of the wandering wizard, holding an ancient pocket watch with a mysterious light emitting from its surface. And at that moment, all the wizard apprentices, even Daniel, seemed to be falling into an endless coma by some invisible force. Ryan's eyes suddenly opened, with a hint of cold shock in his eyes. "The person you are looking for is no longer in this world." Pauline's heartbeat suddenly stopped, and the surprise and pain on her face were instantly intertwined. "What? You mean, Daniel, he is dead?" Ryan nodded. "Yes, including Daniel, all the wizards who participated in the destruction of Green Forest Academy were killed by this wandering wizard." Pauline was in disbelief. She couldn't help but clench her hands tightly, digging her nails into her palms, as if that could slightly suppress the shock in her heart. Ryan continued, "The wandering wizard used a strange object called the Dream Pocket Watch. It can drag targets with lower mental power than themselves into the endless dream world, and in the dream world, they will be suppressed and confused, until he suffered a complete mental breakdown and finally died." After hearing this, Pauline's eyes gradually became confused. She obviously could not understand all this immediately. Dream Pocket Watch? What is this? How can it have such terrifying abilities? Ryan took a deep breath, sorted out the images in his memory and then explained, Dream Pocket Watch is an extremely rare relic. It is said that it was made by an ancient dream wizard and can enter the dream world. Ordinary wizard apprentices cannot resist its influence even if they possess powerful magic.
If the target's mental strength is not as strong as the holder's, it will drag the target into the dream world until the target's mind completely collapses. The wandering wizard apparently acquired this object by accident. As he was talking, Ryan found the so-called Dream Pocket Watch from the wandering wizard, and it caused a reaction in the inventory. Dream Pocket Watch. This strange object was forged by a dream wizard named Elsiel, who was one of the most powerful spiritual power controllers at the time. Elsiel dedicated his life to exploring the mysteries of dreams, spending hundreds of years creating the Dream Pocket Watch using a rare material, ethereal gold sand. As a special mineral that only exists in dream rifts, it can stabilize and amplify mental fluctuations, allowing the holder of the pocket watch to control dream energy, equipment conditions, none, equipment effects, traveling through the dream world, 3 times a week, dream lord control, assimilation rate, 0%. Ryan was pleasantly surprised when he saw that he could travel through the dream world. This was a way to save his life. As for the Dream Lord's authority, it seemed quite advanced. However, he does not have direct equipment now, and after all, he is not sure what abnormality will occur. Pauline, what are you going to do with this wandering wizard? Ryan wakes up the wandering wizard, but he doesn't know what's going to happen next. Pauline took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with vengeance. She already knew that the wandering wizard not only destroyed Green Forest College with his own hands, but also killed all his relatives. Uncle Daniel's betrayal was a huge blow to her, and the wandering wizard in front of her was the driving force behind that disaster. She spoke slowly. He should pay the price for what he did. Before she finished speaking, Pauline chanted a curse in a low voice and waved her fingers gently, quickly weaving a huge magic power in the air. As her spell fell, the air around him instantly became heavy. Pieces of thorny thorns suddenly appeared on the ground. The thick vines spread quickly like awakened beasts, wrapping around the wandering wizard's legs, waist, and neck. Even his wrists were firmly grasped by thorns. The surface of each vine shone with a strange green sheen, and the spikes on the thorns were extremely sharp. The moment they penetrated the skin, the wandering wizard's body let out a low whine. The wandering wizard's eyes were full of fear. He tried to struggle, but the power of the thorns seemed to be endless, binding him tightly. Every vine was shrinking, tightening his limbs and neck. The sharp thorns on the thorns tore his skin again and again, squeezing out the blood and staining the ground red. The wandering wizard's breathing gradually became rapid, and his face was distorted by pain, but he still could not escape the shackles of the thorns summoned by Pauline. Pauline stood aside with indifferent eyes, as if the sight in front of her did not shake her at all. She whispered the spell again, and the power of the thorns grew stronger. Like poisonous snakes, the vines wrapped around the wandering wizard's body more tightly until he could barely move. Ryan did not intervene, but watched Pauline exert her power quietly. He knew that the spell that Pauline was casting at this moment contained her inner anger and determination. For her, this was not only a punishment for the wandering wizard, but also a catharsis for her past pain. The wandering wizard's struggle became weaker and weaker, his face was as pale as paper, his eyes lost their initial sharpness, and only endless fear and despair remained. He tried to mobilize magic power to resist, but Ryan's blood halo had already blocked his magic channel. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape this fatal bondage. Finally, with a low click, the wandering wizard's neck was broken by thorns, and his life breath completely disappeared. The thorn vines slowly loosened, and the wandering wizard's body fell to the ground weakly, blood and soil mixed together, dyeing the ground red. Pauline's eyes did not waver at all. She stood in front of the bloody scene, as if watching a long-destined ending. Her voice was low but firm. He died, just as he deserved. Ryan looked at her, with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Although Pauline's method was cold and direct, her actions also showed her inner strength and determination. He thought that Pauline would not be able to do it because of the influence of her elven blood. At this moment, Ryan did not speak again, but just nodded and turned to walk out. "Let's go, Pauline." Ryan's voice was cold and low. Pauline looked at the corpse in front of her, took a deep breath, and finally smiled slightly, and followed closely. Under the banyan tree, the quiet air was filled with a faint scent of grass. Ryan and Pauline stood in front of the ancient banyan tree, with a lush crown and luxuriant branches and leaves, which seemed to be out of tune with everything around it, quiet and sacred. The banyan tree is famous for its unique heart and sap, which can effectively nourish the elf bloodline and even have unexpected benefits for wizard apprentices to purify their spiritual power. Pauline stood in front of the tree, with a flash of complex emotions in her eyes. She raised her hand and took out the alchemical equipment from her waist, a ritual dagger and a collector. Ryan, Pauline whispered, her eyes focused on the trunk of the banyan tree, this is a delicate job. You'd better stay alert.
I need time.
Ryan nodded, he walked to the tree, gently touched the bark, and felt the strong vitality coming from the trunk.
Pauline began to carefully cut the bark with a dagger, her movements gentle and precise.
As she moved, drops of crystal sap slowly seeped out and dripped into the collector she had prepared in her hand. Each drop of sap exuded a charming luster, and a slight green glow danced in her palm. These sap does not have much effect on the elven bloodline, Pauline explained to Ryan while operating, but for you, a blood clan warlock, although it will not directly enhance magic power, it can stabilize emotions and magic flow, and relieve some overly intense blood diseases.
Ryan nodded.
Although he was prepared in his heart, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable desire when he saw the green banyan sap dripping into the vessel. He gently swallowed 3 doses of sap in one gulp, and the slightly cool feeling quickly spread when the liquid entered his throat. The fresh breath seemed to fill every inch of his blood vessels and gradually penetrated into every cell in his body.
Ryan closed his eyes and felt a warm force flowing in his body.
In an instant, his blood seemed to become more gentle, and his restless emotions slowly subsided. He realized that his blood had begun to sense the power of the sap, and as he slowly took the sap, the bloodthirsty desire in his heart quietly subsided.
Pauline seemed to notice his change and frowned slightly. Ryan, do you feel something? Ryan did not answer immediately, but closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
He could feel that the blood in his body was calming down. He finally raised his head and looked at Pauline. It really helped me solve the problem and stabilize my blood. At the same time, his body also underwent subtle changes. He could feel that the chaos and fluctuations in his blood were dissipating, and his heart gradually calmed down. The bloody desire that was originally suppressed was no longer so turbulent and difficult to control. Ryan took a deep breath and felt that his body was much more relaxed, as if he was freed from some invisible shackles. He opened his eyes and looked at Pauline, with a little more joy in his eyes.
The effect of the tree sap is indeed extraordinary.
My blood disease has been relieved, and the impulse of bloodlust has been significantly reduced. Pauline saw this and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. This is the power of the green banyan tree sap. It can stabilize the fluctuations of blood, and it may help you more than I expected. Ryan nodded, feeling that his blood would never get out of control because of that primitive impulse again. Although I still feel the existence of bloodlust, it is no longer so strong. Perhaps, this can allow me to better control my power. He paused slightly and looked into Pauline's eyes. However, this method will not last long.
I must find a more lasting solution. Pauline knew Ryan's concerns and nodded. I will find it, Ryan. Now that you have controlled your emotions, the next road will be easier to go.
Although the blood emotions in Ryan's body have been temporarily relieved, he knows that this is not a long-term solution. The effect of the green banyan tree sap is only temporary, and drinking more will not fundamentally solve the emotional fluctuations and deep impulses of the blood. Only by completely controlling the blood of the vampires can it be done, or by equipping an item that can bring other bloods and reconcile it. Pauline whispered, no matter how much tree sap there is, it can't increase the concentration of my blood. Ryan stared at her, and his heart was vaguely clear. Pauline's eyes were no longer gentle, but with a kind of determination. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward and asked softly, "What are you going to do, Pauline?" She turned slowly, with a touch of complex emotions in her eyes. The heart of the green banyan tree can increase the concentration of the elf blood and push its potential to the extreme. Only by taking out the heart of the tree like Uncle Daniel can I truly control my blood and no longer be bound by the emotional instinct that is naturally friendly. She didn't hesitate and raised her hand. The light on the dagger shone brightly and chopped at the trunk of the green banyan tree like a sharp blade. The huge tree body shook violently, and with a dull roar, the bark cracked, and the cracks spread around, and the light of the heart of the tree was faintly visible through the cracks. As Pauline's spell continued to increase in power, the tree's heart was exposed, as if announcing the end of the banyan tree's life. Ryan felt the strong life fluctuations, and he knew that Pauline had no way back at this moment.
Okay, Ryan.
Pauline looked at him, with a little more relief in her eyes. The tree's heart has been taken.
My bloodline will be sublimated because of it.
Ryan was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. You just did what you should do, Pauline. Pauline was the only one left in her family, and it was meaningless to guard the green banyan tree. It would be better to squeeze out its function at once. After taking away some precious materials in the library, the two left here. After returning to the kingdom of Wiki, Ryan immediately dealt with the affairs at hand. Tilly had collected a large amount of blood from knights and wizard apprentices as required by Ryan, and every drop was full of power. Ryan stood in his laboratory, the magic circle in front of him flashed a faint light, and he began to slowly absorb the essence of these bloods. The assimilation rate of bloodline essence kept jumping and rising, and Ryan's perception began to change, and the originally suppressed power in his body quietly awakened. The speed of blood flow accelerated, and his body seemed to be filled with more powerful magic and perception, and his mental power also surged like a tide. This surge of power made him almost unable to control himself, and the greedy impulse of blood burned like a raging fire. But Ryan was not swallowed by this power. He took a deep breath, suppressed the desire that almost swallowed him, concentrated his mind, and continued to absorb more blood. Finally, with the complete absorption of the last drop of blood, the assimilation rate reached 100%, and Ryan felt that a complete transformation was taking place. He felt the surging power in his body, and his heart was clear. Although the bloodthirsty desire that was once hidden deep in his body still existed, he was able to control it and make it a part of the power instead of a restraint. Ryan opened his eyes, and those eyes had turned blood red, full of endless majesty and calmness, and his body exuded a strong breath. The feeling of being full of power. Ryan didn't know the gap between him and the second-level wizard in strength, but it should be no problem to survive under the second-level wizard. Then Ryan took out the dream pocket watch and studied it. He used the alchemy knowledge he got from the meteor pendant to look at it, but he couldn't even understand it, so he had to equip it first. Inventory, equip. The icon in the shape of a pocket watch occupied a grid. Ryan's originally smooth and flawless skin suddenly showed a faint purple halo. The warm light seemed to be some unknown power gradually penetrating into his flesh and soul, with a strange and powerful breath. As he slowly integrated the dream pocket watch into his body, an inexplicable force surged into Ryan's consciousness, as if tens of millions of fragments of consciousness were spliced in his mind. The abyss of the dream suddenly opened up, and Ryan's perception became ethereal and blurred. The surrounding space seemed to have lost its normal rules. He could sense that his connection with the world was subtly distorted, and the boundaries of his soul became unclear. His magic power also changed at this moment. The initial stable and powerful power, after contacting the dream pocket watch, began to transform into a strange fluctuation, full of aggression and distortion. Ryan speculated that if shadow element spells and illusions were used, the power would probably be increased by 20% to 30%. At the same time, he sensed that the power of the Dream Lord in his body seemed to be sealed, and there was still no sign of awakening. He could feel the hidden power, which was always eager to break free from its shackles, but was suppressed by some mysterious power. The power of the Dream Lord, Ryan muttered to himself, frowning slightly. The power he longed to control seemed to need some opportunity or condition to fully awaken. At the same time, the barrier between him and the dream world was broken. As long as he wanted to travel through the dream world anytime and anywhere, his own safety factor was further guaranteed. 2 days later, Pauline was ready to improve her elven bloodline. Pauline stood in front of Ryan and gently placed the heart of the green banyan tree on her lower abdomen. The green light emitted by the heart of the tree seemed to connect with her body with some mysterious power. The breath of the heart of the tree gradually merged into her bloodline, as if it was deeply in line with her elven bloodline. The long-lost power surged out from her heart, like a trickle gradually gathering into a river. With the fusion of the tree heart, Pauline felt that her elven blood began to change dramatically. Her lower abdomen suddenly became warm, and the power of the tree heart seemed to flow in her body, soaking every inch of her flesh and blood. The power gradually rose, her body became lighter, and her mind began to become clear. With the blessing of this power, the concentration of Pauline's elven blood increased rapidly, and the potential hidden deep in her blood began to awaken, and the surging power brought unprecedented comfort and pleasure. Her blood seemed to be unlocked, and layers of power continued to emerge. At the same time, a warm and mysterious knowledge began to flow into her consciousness. Those ancient heritages of the elves that she had never been able to touch, the wisdom and power of her ancestors, gradually appeared in her mind. Ancient spells, rituals, these precious knowledge are like gurgling springs, constantly emerging. Then, she felt a strong spiritual force entering her consciousness, and a heavy voice sounded softly, "Silver Moon Sacrifice Meditation Method. This is one of the oldest meditation methods among the elves. Only elves with extremely high blood concentration are qualified to comprehend it." Pauline realized that she had obtained this inheritance. Silver Moon Sacrifice is an extremely powerful meditation method that can help the blood inheritors of the elves to integrate more deeply with nature and the power of moonlight, thereby stimulating stronger spiritual power and control ability. Pauline's breathing gradually stabilized, she opened her eyes, and her eyes revealed a hint of shock and excitement.
She rushed to Ryan and her arms tightly wrapped around Ryan's neck.
She was almost so excited that she wanted to hug him in her arms, and her face was full of joy.
Ryan! Ryan!
Pauline's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement. I succeeded.
My bloodline has been sublimated.
I can control myself and no longer be dominated by the impulse of bloodline. And, most importantly, I have obtained the Silver Moon Sacrifice. It is a powerful meditation method that can help me better control the elven bloodline and natural power. Pauline was successfully promoted to a third-class apprentice. If she practices meditation step by step, she will be able to advance to a formal wizard in a few years.
I knew you could do it.
Ryan's voice was low and magnetic. He stroked Pauline's back and felt her heartbeat accelerate. Pauline raised her head, her eyes full of joy. She gently let go of Ryan and said to him with a smile, "Thank you, Ryan. If it weren't for you, I would never be able to do this, and I wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge." Ryan looked at her with deep and gentle eyes. "You're welcome, Pauline." The two looked at each other quietly for a moment, as if this silent understanding was deeper than any language. Pauline's power has been sublimated, and her future is full of infinite possibilities. Ryan originally wanted to use Pauline's identity to obtain the knowledge of Green Forest Academy and the sap of the green banyan tree, but he didn't expect her to bring such a big surprise. In the future, he will have a close Morning Star wizard. This will be a huge help. The time to return to Blackstone Lowland Academy is approaching. Ryan stood in front of the manor of the Wiki Kingdom, the afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on him, outlining his tall figure. Pauline and Tilly stood aside. Pauline's eyes were full of reluctance, while Tilly stood silently with his head down, seeming to be a little uneasy about the upcoming separation. "You must be careful." Pauline's voice trembled a little. She couldn't help but walk forward, gently holding Ryan's hand, her eyes full of reluctance and worry. "You said that you would bring the cave grass back to Blackstone Lowland College, and this mission has expired. But you have to know that no matter where you go, I will wait for you to come back. Pauline, I know you are worried about me." Ryan's voice was low and firm, "But this mission has indeed expired, and I can't breach the contract. Although the strength of Blackstone Lowland College has been greatly reduced, it is not as strong as other colleges, but they have their own foundation. I need to complete this task and then find an opportunity to graduate smoothly to ensure that they will not interfere with us again." Ryan did not expect to defect casually and become a wandering wizard. At least there would be less resistance to joining the wizard organization in the future. And with Ryan's current strength in Blackstone Lowland College, no one can hurt him, so there is no need to be afraid. When he returns to the academy, he will fulfill his promise to help Alina, the female knight who once protected Ryan when he was on the boat to the wizarding world on the south coast.